Modu. Inside a coffee shop. Mr. Wong, please take a look. Among our competitors, our company offers the lowest quote this time. Every available discount has been secured for you. Rest assured. As he spoke, Yi Fan respectfully handed over the compiled material pricing documents and contract with both hands. The man across the table, addressed as Mr. Wong, smiled, accepted them unhurriedly, and began to examine them carefully. Yi Fan was not anxious. He was fully confident in this collaboration. As the top sales performer at a construction materials company, he always considered every detail thoroughly and only arranged meetings with clients to sign contracts when he was fully prepared. After reviewing the materials Yi Fan had presented, Mr. Wong smiled with satisfaction. Brother Yi, you're too courteous. We've worked together so many times. How could I possibly distrust you? With that, Mr. Wong signed a contract on the final page of the documents Yi Fan had handed him. Seeing Mr. Wong's decisiveness, Yi Fan also smiled and promptly stood to shake Mr. Wong's hand. With this deal closed, he would earn a considerable commission. Naturally, his heart was full of joy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they agreed to dine together when they had time and prepared to go their separate ways. After Mr. Wong left, Yi Fan did not rush to depart. He first needed to call the company to report the progress of the signed contract. The moment he took out his phone and was about to dial, a familiar laugh suddenly reached his ears, crystal clear like a silver bell. Hearing this laughter, Yi Fan's dialing motion paused slightly, and he turned his head curiously to look behind him. Not far away on one side of the coffee shop, a man and a woman sat chatting and laughing together like a couple, appearing very intimate. Because they were 2 or 3 seats away, Yi Fan could not hear what they were discussing clearly. Yet his expression had already begun to darken. The reason was that among the pair sitting there, the girl was his girlfriend of 3 years, Bai Weiwei. The reason his expression looked so ugly was that today his girlfriend Bai Weiwei had clearly told him that she hadn't been home in a long time, missed her parents, and wanted to go back home to visit them. After all, her family was local to Modu, not far away. Yi Fan had originally wanted to accompany her, but was stopped by Bai Weiwei, who said it wasn't necessary. She would just pop back to take a look and return that same evening. Yi Fan had thought about it at the time. Bai Weiwei's parents already had complaints about him, so rather than tagging along and being unwelcome, it was better to work hard, sign a few more contracts, earn more money, meet her parents' requirements as soon as possible, and marry her home. That was what mattered most. So without the slightest hesitation, he agreed. But who could have expected that this very afternoon, while signing a contract with Mr. Wong at the coffee shop, he would see the girlfriend who should have gone home appear here, instead chatting and laughing with a strange man. How could his expression possibly look pleasant? The joy of having just signed the contract had long since vanished without a trace. Now Yi Fan felt only a chest full of rage of being deceived by his girlfriend. However, as the top sales performer at a construction materials company, his greatest skill was controlling his own emotions. No matter how furious he was, he would not lose his rationality. Therefore, he did not rush forward to confront her on the spot. He knew that doing so would only earn him a pile of excuses, not the answer he wanted. Yi Fan forced himself to calm down, took a steadying breath, and quietly circled around one booth, sneaking toward his girlfriend's direction, trying to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Soon Yi Fan carefully made his way to the booth right next to his girlfriend. This coffee shop's seating, designed to cater to couples on dates, was arranged like small compartments, with just one table in the middle. Thus, Yi Fan, sitting in the adjacent booth, did not attract his girlfriend Bai Weiwei's attention. After sitting down, Yi Fan leaned his head close to the partition edge, tilting his ear to listen, wanting to hear exactly what his girlfriend was saying to that strange man. But the moment he heard the first sentence, the fury he had barely suppressed earlier instantly surged to the top of his head. No matter how well he could control his emotions, hearing those words made him explode completely. It was because he heard the man ask, "Weiwei, we've been chatting for this blind date for so long now. Give me an honest answer, what's your impression of me?" Hearing this, Yi Fan's girlfriend Bai Weiwei first shyly tucked her hair behind her ear and said, "Tianji, you're actually a really nice person, it's just that." Before she could finish saying, "It's just that," she was interrupted by a cold burst of laughter from beside her. The truth was, hearing all this, Yi Fan could no longer hold himself together and had no patience to listen further. He stood up in anger right then and there, clapping his hands while laughing coldly. Very good, Bai Weiwei, oh Bai Weiwei. You're really something. Telling me you're going home to visit your parents while secretly going on a blind date here." Bai Weiwei, who had originally wanted to say something more to the blind date partner she called Tianji, suddenly heard her boyfriend Yi Fan's voice. She turned her head to see his dark, stormy face and was so frightened that her face went pale, at a loss for what to do. "XX Xiao Fan," she stammered. The man called Tianji was a youth of about 20-something, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined and gentle. Seeing Bai Weiwei's reaction, he looked puzzled toward Yi Fan at the side and asked, "Excuse me, may I ask who you are?" Yi Fan, still in a rage, merely glanced at him coldly and said bluntly, "I'm her boyfriend." However, not anymore. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Bai Weiwei's already pale face turned even whiter, her lips trembling slightly. She abruptly stood up from her seat and reached out to grab Yi Fan's sleeve. "Xiao Fan, let me explain, it's not what you think." Seeing that Bai Weiwei's hand was about to grab his sleeve, Yi Fan, as if afraid of touching something dirty, instinctively pulled his arm back to avoid it. Bai Weiwei missed grabbing him and grew even more anxious, hurriedly stepping forward 2 paces, wanting to grab Yi Fan's clothes again. Xiao Fan, let me explain, it's really not what you think. It was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and though the coffee shop wasn't crowded, there were still a few couples who glanced over at the commotion. Yi Fan usually cared a great deal about his personal reputation, especially in a matter like this. His girlfriend's infidelity filled him with particular disgust. Therefore, without the slightest hesitation, watching Bai Weiwei try once more to grab his clothes, he simply threw down one line. Bai Weiwei, we're done. Let's break up. Then without looking back, he walked briskly out of the coffee shop. Seeing Yi Fan completely misunderstanding the situation, Bai Weiwei hurriedly stood up, preparing to chase after him to explain everything clearly, but was held back by the bespectacled man she called Tianji. The bespectacled man stared blankly at the panicked Bai Weiwei and asked in confusion, Weiwei, what on earth is going on? Who is he? Why does he say he's your boyfriend? You have a boyfriend and still come out on a blind date. Bai Weiwei, desperate to chase after Yi Fan to explain, didn't hesitate a moment and quickly explained to the bespectacled man. I'm sorry, Tianji, it's like this. My parents have some issues with my boyfriend. They always want to break us up, so they arranged this blind date. I didn't want to come originally, but my parents said that as long as I came to meet you once, and if I wasn't satisfied, that's it. Otherwise, they would call my boyfriend and tell him. I was afraid he'd misunderstand, so I came just to go through the motions with you. But I never expected him to see us. With that, she pushed away the blind date man's hand and ran quickly out of the coffee shop. But when she reached the coffee shop door, there was no trace of Yi Fan anywhere. She glanced left and right. Yi Fan had long since vanished. Without the slightest hesitation, she hurriedly pulled out her phone, found Yi Fan's number and dialed. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had already hailed a taxi heading toward his company. He had even forgotten to call the company to report on the contract. His expression was extremely grim. Even the taxi driver didn't dare speak to him, only focusing on driving. Sitting in the back seat, Yi Fan's face darkened as he replayed the scene in his mind, when suddenly his phone rang in his pocket. Yi Fan didn't need to guess who was calling. He simply pressed the reject button through his pants pocket. His mind was in chaos right now. He just wanted to calm down. Thinking about it, after 3 years together, he had never imagined something like this would happen. Although his girlfriend Bai Weiwei was a local of Modu and admittedly had some advantages in status, and her parents had always looked down on him, Yi Fan considered himself to be at a disadvantage. When he first came to Modu, he did appear rather down and out. But after years of effort, regardless of anything else, he had now risen to a small management position at the company, was still the top sales performer, and his monthly salary had already reached over 200,000. He believed that in 2 more years he could definitely establish himself firmly in this land of Modu where every inch was precious, and buy a house. When that time came discussing marriage with her parents, he would have more confidence. But who could have expected that Bai Weiwei would go on a blind date behind his back? To Yi Fan, this was undeniably betrayal. He had never believed there was any difference between emotional betrayal and physical betrayal. In his eyes, they were both the same, both made him feel disgusted and unacceptable. So right now, he didn't want to hear a single explanation. He just wanted to sever ties with her as quickly as possible and make a clean break. Nevertheless, although his heart ached now, he still had to force himself to calm down. He didn't want to make an impulsive decision he would regret. This was also the maturity and steadiness that being a top sales performer had cultivated over the years. Just as Jiang Chen's mind was in chaos, the taxi driver suddenly called out, "Sir, we've arrived at your destination. Please don't forget your belongings when you get off." Jiang Chen snapped back to reality and looked out the car window, only to realize he had unknowingly arrived at the company entrance. He shook his head, clearing his scattered thoughts, paid the fare, and walking into the company with the freshly signed contract in hand. On the way in, his expression was grim and dark, as though he could weep from the weight of it all. Colleagues who had planned to greet him fell silent upon seeing his state, wondering among themselves what had happened to Manager Yi today. This was completely unprecedented. Jiang Chun had always been known for his approachability, greeting even the security guards and cleaners with a warm smile. But today, since arriving at the company, he hadn't even offered a word, let alone a smile, as he walked straight to his office. His colleagues watched him go, speculating in silence about whether the contract deal had fallen through. Yet none dared to approach him. Jiang Chen drifted into his office, dropped into his chair, and slumped back against it, staring blankly at the ceiling. His mind kept replaying the scene. Bai Weiwei, the woman he'd loved for 3 years, sitting across from a stranger on a blind date. The more he thought about it, the heavier his chest felt. He couldn't help but reflect on all the moments they'd shared over the years, and honestly, he couldn't find a single mistake he'd made. Why would Bai Weiwei treat him this way? He remembered how they'd met at a company gathering through a co-worker's introduction, and soon after they'd started dating. For the past 3 years, he had spoiled her, completely indulging every whim without question. Even when Bai Weiwei's parents put pressure on him, he never backed down. Instead, he pushed himself harder, climbing step by step to where he was now. Jiang Chen sat up and caught his reflection in the computer monitor, a gaunt, exhausted face. All this hardship came from years of relentless dedication, pushing himself to the limit, because he dreamed of one day marrying her in style. He had given everything. So why was she treating him like this? Unable to make sense of it, Jiang Chen clawed at his hair, his eyes red-rimmed, staring at his distorted reflection in the dark monitor. Just as he was drowning in pain, 3 sharp knocks echoed from his office door. Jiang Chen didn't respond, remaining frozen in place with his hand tangled in his hair, eyes locked on the screen like a paused machine, completely lifeless. The person outside must have sensed something was wrong, so they gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. It was Lin Jinhong, the general manager of the construction materials company where Jiang Chun worked, his direct supervisor. Lin Jinhong had heard from staff that Jiang Chun had returned but hadn't come to report on the contract signing with Mr. Wang like he normally would, which immediately raised concerns. After knocking repeatedly with no response, he pushed the door open and was stunned to find Jiang Chun in such a state. So much so he wondered if his eyes were deceiving him. Jiang Chun was someone Lin Jinhong had personally recruited years ago, watching him grow from an ordinary employee into sales department manager through sheer determination. He had never seen Jiang Chun like this, like a soldier defeated in battle, disheveled with wild hair, obsessively pulling at it in despair. Lin Jinhong wondered if the deal with Mr. Wang had fallen through, but even so, Jiang Chun's track record as top salesperson meant this shouldn't devastate him. He closed contracts like this countless times before. So he approached cautiously and asked gently, "What's wrong? Little fan, what happened? Tell me about it." At the sound of Lin Jinhong's voice, Jiang Chun stirred slightly, raising his reddened eyes to look at his boss, the man who had supported him all these years. He sighed and shook his head. "I'm fine. Let me calm down for a bit." Lin Jinhong didn't believe the "I'm fine" act. He walked over, placed one hand on the desk, and gently patted Jiang Chun's shoulder. "Brother, don't keep things bottled up. Tell your brother. At work we're superior and subordinate, but privately we're good friends. Don't hold back, let me see if I can help." Hearing those concerned words, Jiang Chun simply shook his head helplessly. "It's really nothing. I can handle it myself. It's a personal matter." Then he pointed to the contract on the nearby table and said hoarsely, "Mr. Wang's contract has been signed. Please arrange the delivery as soon as possible. Let me stay here quietly for a while. It's a private relationship issue. I won't trouble you, manager." Upon hearing the contract was signed, a flicker of delight crossed Lin Jinhong's eyes. He nearly praised him with, "As expected of you, manager, nothing gets past you." But seeing Jiang Chun's broken state, he swallowed the words and cleared his throat instead. "All right then, if you want some time alone, I won't keep you." With that, he picked up the contract and walked out of the office. Jiang Chun watched Lin Jinhong leave and sighed. Honestly, the man had taken good care of him. Without Lin Jinhong's support, Jiang Chun wouldn't have gotten into the company or risen to become sales department manager and top performer. But in the workplace, getting too familiar with your supervisor was the biggest taboo, something Jiang Chun knew well from his own climb. He had seen too many people fall from grace simply because they didn't understand their place. So no matter how painful he felt inside, he never forgot the hierarchy. Some things could be said, others couldn't, and he knew the difference. Besides, the matter with Bai Weiwei was embarrassing to discuss. Family troubles should stay private, and some things had to be processed alone. The pain would pass, it was only temporary. Just as he was thinking this, his phone rang. Initially, he assumed it was Bai Weiwei calling again and didn't want to answer or hear her explanations. But then he reconsidered. If it was work-related and he ignored it, it could cause unnecessary trouble. So Jiang Chun took out his phone and glanced at the screen. When he saw the caller ID showed Monkey, Jiang Chun paused. This wasn't work or Bai Weiwei. It was his childhood friend from home. His childhood friend, registered as Monkey, was named Yi Lingfei. Known for being sharp-witted and quick with a lean, pointed face that resembled a monkey, everyone had called him Monkey since childhood. Jiang Chun felt puzzled seeing the call from his old friend, as they hadn't stayed in touch for quite some time. Since leaving home to work, he'd been too busy to maintain contact, and combined with not returning to his hometown these past years, due to family matters, they had gradually drifted apart. If not for this call, Jiang Chun might have nearly forgotten he still had the number saved. Since his childhood friend was calling, something must be wrong. Nobody goes this long without contact only to call out of the blue. Jiang Chun didn't hesitate and pressed answer, holding the phone to his ear. Soon a high-pitched, slightly comical voice came through. "Jiang Chun, what's going on with you? Damn, if I don't call you, are you really just going to ignore your old man?" Normally Jiang Chun might have bantered back. After all, they'd grown up together, and playfully calling each other dad was just part of their dynamic. But now, with everything weighing on him, Jiang Chun held back his emotions and replied, "What's up? Monkey needs something." On the other end, the playful tone faltered. After a brief pause, clearly caught off guard, the voice slowly asked, "Jiang Chun, what's wrong with you? You've been working in the big city for years now, but why do you sound so distant? Have you forgotten your old buddy?" Hearing this, Jiang Chun realized Monkey had misunderstood and sighed. "Don't get me wrong, Monkey. I'm just not in a good mood today. It's nothing against you. Next time you're free, come to Shanghai, and I'll take care of you." Monkey let out a relieved breath. "I thought you'd gotten too big for us after spending years in the big city and forgetting your old friends. You're in a rough patch, so I'll be straight with you. Your old man's sick and hospitalized. If you can come back and see him. Honestly, I don't get it. Your father and son. There's no grudge that can't be resolved after all these years." At the mention of his father, Jiang Chun's expression darkened even further. What was wrong with today? Had he forgotten to check the almanac before leaving home? One disastrous thing after another. And speaking of his father, that was something he'd rather not dwell on. The rift between them was something he doubted could ever be healed. Thinking of this, Yi Fan's thoughts involuntarily drifted back 5 years ago. That was the year he had just turned 20, the same year he graduated from university. After graduating that year, he had no intention of leaving his hometown to work elsewhere and decided to find employment near home instead. Yifan's hometown was in a third-tier county in Jiangbei province, so the job he found naturally did not pay well. But for Yifan, being closer to his parents so he could care for them was enough. The lower salary hardly mattered. At least in his hometown, he did not have to leave his roots, and his heart was at ease. And being close to his parents meant he could look after them whenever needed. But who could have foreseen that on a winter evening near the new year, when he had just returned from work, his mother told him his father had gone out drinking with friends. His mother urged him, "Go pick up your father. He always gets utterly drunk and cannot even find his way home. It's the dead of winter. What if something happens to him? What if he collapses somewhere and freezes to death?" Hearing his mother's words, Yifan did not hesitate for a moment. He immediately pushed the old tricycle from home and hurried toward town. Following his father's usual habit, he went straight to that restaurant in town. His father always gravitated there when drinking with friends. As expected, he found his father completely unconscious with drunkenness inside the restaurant. Such scenes were nothing new to Yifan by now. He was quite practiced at handling this. He immediately helped his reeling father aboard the tricycle and pedaled hard toward home. But what neither of them could have imagined was that during the time he went to fetch his father, his mother, too anxious, had been pacing back and forth at the doorway waiting for them. In her worry, she slipped and fell on the steps at the main gate. It was a cold winter night with hardly anyone out walking, so no one noticed. By the time Yifan brought his father home, he discovered his mother had already ceased breathing. Her body was completely cold. Yifan completely broke down right there, clutching his mother's lifeless body and sobbing with heart-wrenching despair. But the dead could not be brought back to life, and no amount of regret would change anything. In the end, he steeled his aching heart and handled his mother's funeral arrangements. Yet the matter did not end there. He blamed his father entirely for his mother's death. He always felt that if his father had not gone out drinking that day, none of this would have happened, and his mother would still be alive. So he harbored deep resentment toward his father in his heart. Every time he saw his father's face, the image of his mother's fall would cycle through his mind. Because of this, he no longer wished to stay in his hometown and made up his mind to go out into the world and make something of himself. There was also a minor episode worth mentioning. Back then, he had a childhood sweetheart in his hometown whom he had been with for many years. But because Yifan intended to develop his career elsewhere, the girl disagreed, and after endless arguments, they eventually parted ways. One grievance piled upon another, and Yifan's resentment toward his father grew heavier and heavier. Therefore, throughout these 5 years while working away from home, he hardly maintained any contact with his family, not a single phone call. This time when his father fell ill and was hospitalized, it was only through an old childhood friend that they managed to reach him. His father did not even have his contact information. Yifan was still lost in his memories when, after a long silence on the other end of the phone, Hosey could no longer bear it and interrupted him. "Yifan, what's going on? Why aren't you saying anything? Did you even hear what I just said?" Yifan responded into the phone. "I heard you." After a pause, he asked, "So that old man, is he dead?" Hearing Yifan's cold words, Hosey sighed deeply. "Yifan, I know those matters have weighed heavily on your heart all along. But he is still your own father. It has been so many years. Shouldn't you let it go now?" "Sai, I don't even know how to persuade you." "All right then. Whether you come back or not, it's your decision. Nothing else, I'm hanging up now." With that, the call was terminated. After hanging up, Yifan still stood there holding his phone, his mind in utter turmoil. To be honest, he did not want to return at all from the bottom of his heart. The fact that his father had indirectly caused his mother's death. 5 years had passed, and he still could not let it go. Under normal circumstances, hearing that his father was hospitalized, he would likely not have given it a second thought, let alone gone back. But this time he felt a desire to return. The matter with Bai Weiwei had suffocated him too much, and he wanted to go back to clear his head. His girlfriend of 3 years had gone on a matchmaker date behind his back. Any person would find this unbearable, especially Yifan, whose pride had always been remarkably strong. Thinking of this, Yifan no longer hesitated. He was always a decisive person who disliked endless deliberation. If he thought of doing something, he would do it. Gathering his scattered thoughts, he rose and pushed open the office door, walking toward the manager's office. At the door of the manager's office, he knocked. A voice from inside called out, "Come in." Yifan pushed the door open and entered. Lin Jinhong looked up, saw it was him, and immediately smiled. "What's up? Need something?" Yifan smiled faintly and said, "Manager, I would like to request a long leave to return to my hometown. I estimate I will not be back for quite some time." Hearing this, Lin Jinhong paused, curious. It was well known that Yifan had been a notorious workaholic, a relentless overachiever. Regardless of holidays, large or small, whether off or on, he never took a rest, and even volunteered for overtime. It was precisely for this reason that he had steadily held the position of top salesman for so many years. Therefore, upon hearing he wanted to take leave, Lin Jinhong could not help but feel startled. Reading the expression on his face, Yifan knew exactly what he was thinking. He explained with a smile, "It's like this. I haven't been back to my hometown in several years. My father has run into some trouble, and I need to go back and check on him." Upon hearing this, Lin Jinhong immediately nodded understanding. "Oh, I see. In that case, you really should go back and see him." He thought for a moment and added, "How about this? You have not taken your annual leave or holidays in recent years. You ought to rest properly. Besides, I can see your state is not right today. Returning home to adjust yourself would be beneficial." Hearing the manager agree so readily, Yifan forced a faint smile, though it looked more painful than genuine. Familiarly, he took a leave application form from the drawer beside the manager's desk and began writing swiftly. Seeing his decisiveness, Lin Jianhong smiled and casually asked, "By the way, how long are you planning to be away?" While filling out the form, Yifan replied, "About a month or so." Hearing this, Lin Jianhong nodded. "You really do need to rest properly. These past 2 years you have pushed yourself too hard. I have been worried whether your body could handle it. Take this as an opportunity to go home and check on things properly." Hearing Lin Jianhong's words, Yifan nodded in agreement. Soon the leave form was selected and Lin Jianhong signed it without the slightest hesitation. Yifan bid him farewell, turned around, and walked out of the manager's office. His steps did not pause for a moment as he headed directly outside the company. He planned to return to his residence first to pack his belongings and also throw away all the items related to Bai Weiwei before preparing to go back to his hometown. In his view, since he was no longer answering her calls, if she had any sense at all, she should understand that their relationship had reached its end. Between adults, sometimes there was truly no need to be so explicit. Since she had not chased after him to explain, it meant she had chosen to give up. This was actually quite fine. It spared him from having to face her persistent pestering. Soon Yifan arrived at the company entrance, and as usual hailed a taxi to head back to his residence. Yifan's residence was quite far from the company, approximately 15 kilometers away. There was no way around it. The company was located in the center of Modu, where land was precious and extremely expensive. He simply could not afford to live there. So he lived in the suburbs of Modu, a considerable distance from his workplace. By car, even during peak hours, it would take over half an hour. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that his car was still at Bai Weiwei's place. Earlier that day, because she had said she wanted to go home to visit her parents, he had specifically let her drive the car away. At this thought, Yifan couldn't help but sigh. He had always considered others' feelings, but how had she repaid him? Sneaking off to a matchmaking meeting behind his back. People strive for higher ground, just as water flows downward. In truth, Yifan didn't blame her. She wanted to find someone better, and everyone had the right to choose a better life. But he should never have under any circumstances secretly gone on a matchmaking date without first ending things with him. Wasn't that tantamount to betrayal? Yifan loathed betrayal above all else. Originally, Yifan found such behavior utterly disgusting and didn't even want to lay eyes on her again. But then he remembered his car was still at her place, and he'd have to face that sooner or later. Yifan pondered for a moment and decided fine, he'd wait until he returned from his hometown. If she had any sense, she'd simply leave the car keys back at home where they belonged. Since they were already broken up, she wouldn't need to drive his car anymore. Still, if some soap opera plot unfolded where she demanded compensation for her youth, Yifan wouldn't go easy on her, trying to take advantage of him. No chance in hell. By the time this thought crossed his mind, Yifan had unconsciously walked all the way outside his company building. He raised his hand to hail a ride, and soon a taxi pulled up from down the street. Without hesitation, Yifan opened the door and slid inside. Driver Lujia District, Haixing Jun. Upon hearing the address, the taxi driver didn't waste a moment. He tapped the meter and stomped on the accelerator, the car shooting forward with a swift rush. What Yifan failed to notice was that as his taxi pulled away from the company, another taxi approached from a distance and stopped right at the entrance. The moment the car came to a halt, the door was thrown open from the inside. Bai Weiwei jumped out and rushed straight into the company building in a frantic hurry. The two had arrived within minutes of each other. Yifan had just left when Bai Weiwei arrived, a gap of only about 2 minutes. As the saying goes, coincidences have a way of intertwining. Actually, Bai Weiwei felt quite helpless too. After that misunderstanding, she had assumed Yifan would be waiting at home for her return to explain. After all, how could 3 years of relationship simply be discarded? But when she hurried home, searching every corner of the living room and bedroom, she couldn't find any sign of him. It immediately occurred to her that Yifan might have returned to the company. Bai Weiwei didn't hesitate for a second. She turned and bolted downstairs, only to realize then that she hadn't brought her car keys. She was in such a desperate rush that returning home for the keys seemed like a waste of precious time. Almost without thinking, she dashed out of the residential compound and flagged down a taxi on the roadside. This timing left her just missing Yifan by a narrow margin. Upon arriving at his company, she burst right in and immediately asked the receptionist, "Excuse me, is Director Yi here? Have you seen him? I need to speak with him." The receptionist recognized Bai Weiwei as Yifan's girlfriend since he had brought her along to previous company gatherings. But Yifan had left in such a hurry earlier, his expression deeply troubled, and nobody around knew where he was heading. They could only shake their heads and say, "Director Yi did come by just now, but he left again." Hearing this, Bai Weiwei grew even more anxious and pressed further. "Then do you know where he went?" The receptionist shook her head again. "I'm afraid I don't know. I didn't dare ask. However, I did notice Director Yi wasn't in a good mood." Now Bai Weiwei was truly at a loss. How was she supposed to find Yifan in this vast sea of people? She called him, but he didn't answer. Suddenly an idea struck her. Perhaps asking his superiors might yield some information. So she said, "Then may I speak with your manager? I'd like to ask about Yifan's whereabouts." The receptionist considered this for a moment and replied, "Just a moment, let me check for you." Then she picked up the phone and dialed, connecting quickly. "Manager, Director Ye's girlfriend is here looking for him, but couldn't find him. She'd like to ask you something. Would it be convenient to let her in?" After hearing the manager's response through a couple of affirmatives, the receptionist said, "All right, I understand." She hung up and apologized to Bai Weiwei. "Hello, our manager says you can go in. He's waiting for you inside." Bai Weiwei quickly thanked her and hurried into the company, soon locating the manager's office. Upon entering, she found Yi Fan's manager Lin Jinhong waiting inside. Not bothering with formalities, she hurried forward and asked urgently, "Manager Lin, I wanted to ask, did you see Yi Fan earlier? Do you know where he went?" Seeing Bai Weiwei's frantic demeanor, Lin Jinhong quickly tried to calm her down. "Take it easy first. Tell me what's going on." When Young Yi came over just now, his expression was quite troubling. "Although we have a superior-subordinate relationship, we're also brothers in private. I'm curious about what happened to him as well." Actually, Lin Jinhong had his own agenda. He had guessed that Bai Weiwei's visit was most likely to inquire about Yi Fan's whereabouts. But instead of saying so directly, he invited her in to share the story, frankly wanting to hear the gossip. He wanted to know what could have stirred his top performer so. A man who had never shown any other expression on his face during the years he'd known him, always maintaining that composed and steady demeanor. That look on his face earlier had been genuinely alarming. Bai Weiwei realized that if she didn't speak up, Lin Jinhong might not reveal Yi Fan's whereabouts. In her desperation, she neglected all else and briefly recounted the misunderstanding with Yi Fan about the matchmaking arrangement that day. Manager Lin listened, nodding in deep sympathy, and shot her a peculiar, thoughtful glance. However, knowing this was ultimately a matter between young lovers, he didn't want to interfere too much. He could only say, "I'm not aware of other details, but Young Yi did come to request leave earlier. It seems he's preparing to return to his hometown. I heard his father might have encountered some issue." Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei's complexion turned even paler, looking rather alarming. She urgently asked, "How long has he been gone?" Lin Jinhong pondered for a moment. "About 5 or 6 minutes. That's right when you arrived. He had just left. You two actually missed each other by minutes. I was just wondering why you hadn't run into each other at the main entrance." Bai Weiwei no longer had the presence of mind for politeness. She rushed out of the manager's office in haste. She knew clearly that she now had only a slim chance of catching up with Yi Fan. If he was returning to his hometown, he would definitely need to go back to their residential compound to pack his belongings first. Her earlier delay had cost her valuable time. She didn't even have the mental space to blame Manager Lin for the obstruction. Without uttering a single word, she sprinted out of the company building where Yi Fan worked and headed to the roadside to hail a taxi. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's taxi had been traveling for over 20 minutes before arriving at their current residence, Haixing Garden in Lujia District. He had lived in this compound for several years. It was perfectly adequate in every aspect. The rent was reasonable, transportation convenient, and it sat close to the subway station entrance, which was precisely why Yi Fan had chosen to settle there back then. Moreover, the landlord was a decent person, which explained his long tenure. Upon reaching the compound, Yi Fan exchanged greetings with the security guard at the entrance and proceeded toward the building where he resided. As he approached the building, he spotted his car parked nearby, which made him pause momentarily. He wondered to himself, could Bai Weiwei still be waiting at home? Never mind, he thought. If she was there, so be it. This time he would make things crystal clear. After all, he could never tolerate spiritual betrayal. Betrayal was betrayal regardless of its nature. Today was the day he would end things with her. The hypocrisy of keeping one foot in each boat disgusted him the most. With this resolve, Yi Fan didn't hesitate for a moment. He entered the stairwell and took the elevator to Unit 601 on the 6th floor. He didn't press the doorbell or wait for Bai Weiwei to open the door. Instead, he produced his own key and unlocked the entrance himself. He wanted to convey through this gesture that there was no possibility for them anymore and to stop treating him with that unreasonable, demanding attitude. But when Yi Fan pushed open the door and entered, he found the living room completely empty, which sparked a moment of curiosity. Could she be in the bedroom? Without hesitation, he strode purposefully toward the bedroom, searched around, but still couldn't find Bai Weiwei anywhere. Glancing sideways, he noticed the car keys resting on the coffee table in the living room, which immediately led to a misunderstanding. Yi Fan pondered silently. Had Bai Weiwei already decided to leave, feeling too ashamed to face him? So she simply returned the car without a word and expected everything to be forgotten. As the old saying goes, in the adult world, no explanation is necessary. Those who understand, understand. Since she had returned the car keys, what more was there to say? Yi Fan bent down, picked up the car keys from the coffee table, and slipped them into his pocket. Then he entered the bedroom, opened the wardrobe, and began packing. He stuffed a few changes of clothes into a suitcase and skillfully started organizing his belongings. As Yi Fan packed his clothes, he couldn't help but pause. Looking at the pile of garments he had sorted out, nearly all of them had been bought for him by his girlfriend Bai Weiwei. Over these years together, they had spent money freely as one. Bai Weiwei had never shown herself to be vain or materialistic, and her care for him had been nothing short of exceptional. Each piece of clothing had been chosen with great care. Though not from any luxury brand, they fit him perfectly and suited him extraordinarily well. Standing at 1.82 meters, he was a bit thin, yet every garment fit him flawlessly, clinging to his frame in a way that gave him an indescribable elegance. From these details, it was clear she had truly invested her heart in choosing those clothes, and truly loved him. And yet, if that were the case, why had she secretly gone on a blind date behind his back? For a moment, Yi Fan found himself unable to reconcile this. Could he have misunderstood her? But then he remembered the charged atmosphere in the cafe, the subtle intimacy between her and that man, and any fleeting doubt was quickly dismissed. The car keys in his pocket only reinforced that impression, that she wanted to draw a line, that she couldn't even be bothered to explain herself. If that was the case, what more was there to ponder? Whether she had changed her heart, or simply yielded to her parents' wishes, she had already crossed that threshold. Yet he had subconsciously overlooked something. Bai Weiwei had called several times, and he had ignored every single one. When consumed by impulse, the mind fixates only on another's faults, erasing all their kindness from memory. This was precisely how Yi Fan felt now. Soon after, he gathered a few more items of clothing, slung his suitcase over his shoulder, and hurriedly made his way out the door. By the time he reached the street below, it was already past 5 o'clock, nearing 6 in the evening. The sun had long since set. It was October now, and with the spring festival just 2 months away, the weather in Mogu City carried a faint chill. Yi Fan pulled his coat tighter around him and strode toward his car. He opened the trunk, stowed his luggage inside, then circled around to the driver's side and dropped into the seat. He had purchased the car less than a year ago, spending over 400,000 yuan on it. It was a black Audi Q7, a large SUV with a dignified, robust presence that exuded an air of steadiness. Truthfully, the quality of the car mattered less than having something presentable. As the sales department director and top performer, he needed a vehicle that would impress clients and leave no room for doubt. There was no getting around it. In today's world, appearances truly do matter, and as the saying goes, a person's vehicle speaks volumes about their capabilities to any potential partner. Once seated inside the car, Yi Fan felt a calm settle over him. Men always harbor a special affection for their vehicles, particularly those they've chosen themselves and grown fond of. He adjusted the rearview mirror and caught his reflection. His face was a bit gaunt, he wore glasses, and he looked refined and unassuming. But this composed appearance was entirely deliberate. His eyesight wasn't poor enough to require glasses. He had chosen a mild prescription specifically to project an air of steadiness, hoping it would improve his chances with clients. After all, as the old saying goes, a man without facial hair isn't to be trusted with serious matters, and people generally believed it. Satisfied with his reflection, Yi Fan started the engine and eased the car forward. The thought of returning to his hometown stirred an unexpected excitement within him. 5 years had passed since he left that place, the very ground that had given him life and raised him. How could he not feel restless? His hometown lay in Jiangbei province, roughly 300 to 400 kilometers from Mogu City, a 4 to 5 hour drive under ideal conditions, free from traffic congestion. If he hit bad luck on the road, though, the journey could stretch indefinitely. Yet he didn't mind. The outcome was the same whether he arrived early or late. It was already around 5 or 6 in the evening, and barring delays, he'd reach his destination by 11 or midnight. There was another reason for his urgency that he refused to acknowledge. His father had been hospitalized, and deep down it stirred a restless anxiety within him. Years earlier, his mother's death had weighed upon him like a boulder, preventing him from admitting that he had long since let go of his resentment. But the man was still his own father. No matter how bitter the resentment, what could change that? Blood runs thicker than water. Years ago, it had been his father's drunken stumble outside that led to his mother's fatal fall, a tragedy no one had witnessed until it was too late. At its core, it had merely been an accident, something Yi Fan simply refused to accept. Still, he drove his recently purchased Audi Q7, its loan payments ongoing, toward his hometown. Unbeknownst to him, mere minutes after he'd left the residential compound, a taxi screeched to a halt at the gate. Out stepped Bai Weiwei, rushing back with desperation in her steps. She barely acknowledged the security guard before bolting into the compound. When she reached the parking area and saw their car was gone, realization struck immediately. Yi Fan had already left. She was too late again. A wave of helplessness crashed over her. She collapsed onto the ground, indifferent to the dirt staining her clothes, as tears slipped silently from her eyes. It was the evening rush hour, around 5 or 6 o'clock. Residents came and went through the compound, their curious glances landing on the woman weeping on the ground. But she couldn't bring herself to care about the strange looks directed her way. She sat motionless, eyes hollow and vacant, tears streaming without restraint. Just then her phone rang from her pocket, startling her back to awareness. She fumbled for it without checking the screen and thrust it to her ear, crying out, Xiao Fan, please listen to me. It's not what you think." But it wasn't Yi Fan's voice on the other end. It was her mother's. The faint spark of hope she had clung to was instantly extinguished, and her spirit sank, once more, her sobs growing softer and more broken. She couldn't hear what her mother was saying, but her cries escalated into a desperate scream into the phone. "Are you satisfied? You're happy now, aren't you? Let me tell you, Xiao Fan is leaving me. He wants to break up with me. If we truly part ways, mark my words, I will never forgive either of you. Woo." On the other end, her mother was terrified by her daughter's breakdown, turning to her husband with panic. "Old man, what should we do? Listen to her. She's completely lost her mind this time. She's screaming at me for that penniless boy and swearing she'll never forgive me. Oh God, how did I ever bring forth a daughter like this? What should we do?" Her father remained seated on the sofa, reading stock prices on his phone through his reading glasses, and replied coldly, "That's your problem. I always thought young Yi was quite decent. He's hardworking and sincere, and he treats our Weiwei well. It's you who kept interfering and arranging these blind dates. Now look what's happened. If our daughter comes to hate you, that's on you, not me. I won't be the one paying the price for your actions." Hearing even her husband speak against her, Bai Weiwei's mother suddenly regretted everything. Utterly disoriented, she considered trying to soften her words to her daughter, perhaps even offering an apology. But Bai Weiwei couldn't bear to hear another word from her, and simply ended the call. She gazed blankly around her, slowly rising to her feet, brushing the dust from her clothes, and moved like a walking ghost toward the entrance of the building. The elevator carried her quickly to the 6th floor, the apartment they had called home for 3 years. Pushing the door open, she found the room empty and hollow, the man who used to smile at her constantly completely gone. The sight brought fresh tears to her eyes. "Xiao Fan, have you truly abandoned me?" she whispered through her sobs. "You bastard. Why won't you let me explain?" "I can explain. I really can." Walking on instinct, she made her way to the bedroom, drawn by the lingering scent of the man she loved. She threw herself onto the bed, clutching a pillow and breaking down into tears, as if embracing Yi Fan himself, and pouring out her grievances, her fists pounding against the fabric as she cursed through her sobs. "Bastard, bastard. Do you have any idea how much I love you? How could you misjudge me so completely? Why wouldn't you give me a chance to explain? Can you truly find peace leaving me like this? Have you forgotten our vows from those early days? You promised to love me for life." Meanwhile, Yi Fan was driving his sleek and imposing black Audi SUV out of Moda's urban area, heading straight for the highway. As for the fact that Bai Weiwei had fallen out with her mother, who had always been perfectly obedient to him, all of that was completely unknown to him. At this moment, his mind was entirely consumed with the anticipation of returning to his hometown and reuniting with his childhood friends. There was no room for anything else. After all these years of struggling in Modu, he had managed to carve out a respectable life. Here, he was driving a car. Things were finally looking up. Once back home, he would have to show off properly in front of those brothers. After all, to flourish in wealth and never display it is like walking in brocade by night, a principle passed down from the ancients. At this thought, a grin tugged at the corners of his mouth, wider than the recoil of an assault rifle. The unpleasantness with Bai Weiwei had long been cast from his mind. Yi Fan's residence was already on the outskirts, not far from the highway, so he merged onto it in no time. This was largely thanks to his earlier decision to save money by not renting in the city center. Otherwise, caught in Modu's evening rush hour starting at 6 o'clock, he would have been stuck in gridlock until he broke down. Now on the highway, Yi Fan didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately called his childhood friend Hosey. Soon the call connected, and on the other end came Hosey's characteristic playful voice. "Brother Fan, how's it going? Have you changed your mind? Are you coming back or not?" Yi Fan kept his eyes on the road as he replied, "I'm already on the highway. If nothing unexpected comes up, I should be home around midnight." About that. Before he could finish, Hosey cut him off. He had intended to ask Hosey to get in touch with the other brothers and arrange a gathering at his place the next morning. It was about time they got together. But before he could voice his request, Hosey, far more excited than him, blurted out, "For real? You're coming back, Brother Fan? That's amazing. I'll let Dafei know about this. He's planning to get married in a couple of days and was just discussing with the gang whether we should reach out to you since it's been years since you last came back." Hearing this, Yi Fan paused. "Dafei? Which Dafei?" A puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. "Come on, Brother Fan. Have you forgotten him already after just a few years? Qin Zhanfei, the fat guy from Qin Family Village. Don't tell me you've forgotten him. The one you used to beat up constantly back in school until the fat kid totally submitted and then ended up following you around like a little sidekick." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan let out a long "oh. So it's him." Then he burst out laughing. "Seriously, with his build, which girl would ever go for him? And he's getting married." Hosey on the other end of the line chuckled. "That's where you're wrong. As they say, even a turtle can spot a mung bean. These two were perfectly matched. But Qin Zhanfei isn't the same person he used to be. He's lost all that weight and turned into a muscular powerhouse. You wouldn't recognize him. He's over 6 feet tall, now broad-shouldered and burly. An absolute hunk if you ask me. You'll see for yourself when you come back." At this, Yi Fan found it hard to picture it. Back then, Yi Fan stood out as quite the oddity among his peers. The reason was simple: whether in fighting or academics, he consistently came out on top. If you called him a good student, he'd have beaten up kids from every grade level, forcing teachers to constantly clean up his messes and summon parents left and right. One would think a delinquent like Yi Fan should have been expelled long ago. But the thing was, he was brilliant from a young age, scoring first in every subject, just like what people call that other family's child. Grown-ups would often say, "Can't you learn from Yi Fan? Look at his grades. He gets first place in everything." But whenever another parent woke their child to make this comparison, they'd always add a warning: "I'm only talking about his studies. You mustn't copy his behavior and cause trouble everywhere. That's when I'd break your legs." Qin Zhanfei had been a notorious troublemaker back in those days. Being overweight and in the same grade as Yi Fan, though not the same class, he often crossed paths with him. At first, he relied on his size to bully classmates. But his misfortune was running into Yi Fan. It wasn't that Yi Fan was particularly skilled at fighting. In a serious brawl, he might not have won. But the thing was, Yi Fan was stubborn as a mule. If he couldn't beat someone, he'd just keep trying, confronting them every time they crossed paths. He wouldn't complain after getting beaten. As long as he wasn't knocked unconscious the next day, he'd show up again, always ready for a fight. That sheer persistence is what eventually broke Qin Zhanfei. From then on, the chubby kid became his shadow, calling him Brother Fan nonstop. Lost in these thoughts, Yi Fan drifted into a brief daze. "Brother Fan, you still there? What's wrong? Damn, why'd you go quiet all of a sudden? Bad signal or something?" Yi Fan quickly recovered. "Yeah, I'm listening. Sorry, I got distracted thinking about something." "What were you saying?" Hosey on the other end spoke hesitantly. "Well, The old man's already home. It's not a big deal. Yi Fan was taken aback. Wait, didn't you say he was hospitalized? Hosey grew even more uneasy, his voice cautious. Really, it's nothing serious. Dad just strained his lower back while hanging out the blankets. And please don't be mad. I wouldn't have lied like that if I didn't think you'd actually come back. Yi Fan's mood shifted instantly. Hosey, you've gotten bold, haven't you? Daring to trick your own brother Fan. It's been years since I last gave you a lesson. Sounds like your skin needs loosening up again. Hearing this, Hosey pretended to be frightened, chuckling nervously. Oh, brother Fan, I just missed you, that's all. Never mind, I'll apologize to your face when you get back. Give me a call when you arrive, and I'll come find you. Yi Fan finally said, all right, smiling. I'll hang up then. After ending the call, Yi Fan's eagerness only grew. He couldn't wait to see his brothers back home. Unconsciously, his foot pressed harder on the accelerator. The journey that usually took over 5 hours he completed in less. Throughout the entire drive, he hadn't even stopped for a meal, pushing forward relentlessly. After exiting the highway, he headed straight for home, arriving half an hour later at the place that had raised him, Huangya village nestled beneath a large river county in Jiangbei province. To the west of the village stretched endless fields, while to the east ran a long cement road cutting through the village and leading to the town market. When Yi Fan arrived in the village, it was past midnight. He had promised Hosey to call upon reaching home, but after a moment's thought he decided against it. It was too late to disturb him. He'd check in later. First he needed to get home. Without hesitation, Yi Fan drove straight to the rear of his family's house and parked wherever there was space. Call it a parking spot if you want. In the countryside you could park anywhere as long as you didn't block the way. After parking, he stepped out of the car, opened the trunk, grabbed his luggage, and slowly made his way toward the front door. Walking along the path to his house, he studied the familiar doorway and noticed little had changed since he'd left, only that everything seemed a bit more weathered. The large wooden door painted a deep crimson bore patches where the paint had chipped away over the years. Yi Fan approached and peered through the crack in the door, surprised to find the light still on inside. In the countryside, folks would have long since gone to bed by now. His father should have been asleep, yet here it was past midnight and the light remained. Perhaps it was because of what Hosey had mentioned, that his father had injured his back. No longer hesitating, Yi Fan walked up and knocked firmly on the door twice. When there was no reply, he knocked again. This time a voice he knew better than his own, hoarse and aged, came from within. Yi Fan recognized it instantly. It was his father, Yi Ligua. Who's there? Yi Fan didn't answer, knocking twice more. Only then did his father emerge from the house at a leisurely pace, muttering, coming, no need to rush. His gait clearly suggested the injury. His movements were stiff and uncomfortable. Reaching the gate, he flipped on the light, and the courtyard was suddenly bathed in brightness. Yi Ligua approached the door, unlatched the lock hanging from the door knocker, and with a creak swung it open. The moment the door opened, the hallway light fell across Yi Fan's face. Leaner, more handsome than he remembered. As his eyes adjusted and he made out who stood beyond the threshold, Yi Ligua froze utterly. The iron lock he had just removed from the door knocker slipped from his grip and clattered toward his foot, but he scarcely noticed. He simply stood there transfixed, staring at the sun he hadn't seen in 5 long years. His clouded, aged eyes grew wet, and his lips trembled, unable to form a single word. Yi Fan stood motionless, quietly gazing at the father he too had not seen for 5 years. In that instant, every ounce of resentment that had festered within him for 5 years dissolved into nothing. All it took was seeing how much his father had aged in his absence. Yi Fan still remembered the last time he had left. His father, though mourning his mother's passing, had refused to admit any fault, stubbornly holding on to his pride to the bitter end. It was precisely that stubbornness that had sparked their final bitter argument and driven them apart. On his way home by car, Yi Fan's mind was still churning with silent grievances. If upon arriving home his father was still the same old stubborn patriarch, always putting on airs of authority, thinking he was the ultimate authority, acting as if he were the second in command under heaven, then he wouldn't indulge him either. He wouldn't even bother exchanging a single word. He planned to stay at home for just 2 days, attend his childhood friend's wedding, and then head straight back to the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. He had even mentally prepared himself. After this departure, he would never return, no matter what. Even if people called him an ungrateful wretch, he didn't care. But the moment he stepped through the door and saw his father, all his previous resolutions evaporated like smoke. Because the man before him had long lost the spirited vigor of the past. Now his father was slightly overweight, his once straight back was hunched, and though he was just past 50, his hair had turned a vast expanse of white. His face was etched with wrinkles like the bark of a withered tree, layer upon layer. Only 5 years had passed, yet he had aged so much. It was easy to imagine that the years had been hard on him. Especially in that instant when his father saw him, tears instantly welled up in his eyes. Yi Fan, who had intended to be hard-hearted, couldn't help but soften. He sighed and simply said, "I'm back." He didn't even call out Dad. Yet even so, as soon as those words left his mouth, Yi Fan's father, Yi Ligua, could no longer hold back. The emotions he had suppressed for years burst forth completely. A man of 50 who had weathered countless storms in life, once so proud, now could no longer contain the bitterness in his heart. He covered his face and sobbed. Between sobs he murmured to Yi Fan, "You're back. It's good that you're back. Dad was wrong. Dad is sorry to you and your mother." As the saying goes, men do not easily shed tears, only when they are deeply wounded. At this moment Yi Fan truly understood. He knew too well how proud his father was, the kind of man who would rather die than admit a mistake even when he was wrong. But now his father not only wept but also apologized. This time Yi Fan was genuinely moved. After all, as his childhood friend Monkey had said, what enmity can last between father and son? Even if he had once hated his father for what happened with his mother, Yi Ligua was still his own flesh and blood. Seeing his father so sorrowful, Yi Fan could no longer hold back. His eyes reddened. He held back his tears, turned his head away, secretly wiped the corner of his eye, and said with a sigh, "All right, stop crying. I'm back. The past is in the past." Heaven knows how long Yi Ligua had waited for those words. For countless days and nights, he had longed to say sorry to his son, but his son deliberately made himself unreachable. The message was clear, and he dared not take the initiative to contact Yi Fan. As people grow older, they become more timid, afraid that a wrong word might upset their child and lead to permanent estrangement. Having lived through decades of ups and downs, he understood that some opportunities come only once, and he dared not squander them lightly. It was this knot in his heart constantly weighing on him that had turned his hair mostly white, even though he was only in his 50s, making him look older than men in their 60s or 70s. So when he heard his son's words of forgiveness, all his pent-up emotions were released at that moment. Seeing his father still grieving, Yi Fan's tone softened. He reached out and patted his father's slightly hunched shoulder. "Let's go inside. It's cold out here." Hearing his son's words, Yi Ligua snapped back to reality. He nodded hurriedly, wiping his tears. Right, look at me. My memory's failing. I'm old and useless, slow to react." As he spoke, he reached for Yi Fan's suitcase, but Yi Fan waved him off. "No need, I've got it." Yi Ligua didn't insist. He just nodded. Okay. As he walked around to lock the front door, he couldn't help asking, "So, how did you get back? Why didn't you let me know? I could have picked you up at the town center. Did you walk, or did a classmate give you a ride?" Obviously, he was mistaken. He didn't believe that his son, after only a few years away, could have made it big in the city and even afford a car. To an old, honest farmer like him, such things were beyond imagination. Yi Fan, hearing this, didn't intend to hide the truth. He said plainly, "I drove back." Yi Ligua was stunned for a moment, then a wave of joy and pride flooded his face. Good. You're more accomplished than your old man. You even own a car." He immediately asked, "Have you eaten? Are you hungry? Want me to make you some noodles?" Saying this, he headed toward the kitchen. Yi Fan was about to say he wasn't hungry, but seeing the lingering guilt in his father's eyes, he decided not to stop him. Besides, he was a bit hungry, so he just nodded and said nothing more. After all, he was home. Why be polite with his dad? Watching his father enter the kitchen, Yi Fan turned and carried his suitcase toward the main hall. Entering the hall, Yi Fan looked around. The furnishings were basically the same as when he left, unchanged. In the center stood a long cabinet, on top of which was a portrait of his mother. Seeing this, Yi Fan set his suitcase in a corner and walked over to the portrait. He took a few incense sticks from the side, lit them, and placed them in the holder. As the incense smoke curled upward in the haze, he seemed to see his mother's caring smile from long ago. Yi Fan could no longer hold back. He fell to his knees with a thud. "Mom, I'm back. Your son has returned." After shouting, his voice turned hoarse, and he broke into loud sobs. "I'm sorry. I haven't come to see you in all these years. You must be cursing your unfilial son." He wept bitterly. In the kitchen, Yi Ligua, who was preparing noodles for his son, had just brought the water to a boil. But when he heard the cries from the hall, his hand trembled, and the noodles slid into the pot with a splash. Yet he forced himself to calm down, wiped his tears, and picked up the chopsticks to stir the noodles so they wouldn't stick together. After the noodles had boiled a couple of times, he scooped them into a bowl, topped them with the fried egg he had prepared, and carried the bowl toward the main hall. Entering the hall, he saw his son Yi Fan still kneeling, their shoulders shaking violently as he wept, oblivious to everything around him. Yi Ligua's heart ached at the sight, but he didn't know what to do. He stood there awkwardly, unsure whether to comfort him or stay silent. After all, he felt guilty about the past between him and his wife, and his son had only just forgiven him. He was treading carefully, afraid of doing anything to upset Yi Fan again. But the noodles couldn't sit too long. They would get cold and lose their taste. After a moment's thought, Yi Ligua stepped forward and gently patted Yi Fan's shoulder. "All right, Xiao Fan, stop crying. Eat something first. You've gotten so thin." Hearing his father's voice behind him, Yi Fan gradually calmed down. He wiped his tears, rose silently, brushed the dust off his knees, and with reddened eyes walked to the nearby table. He picked up the chopsticks and began eating the noodles his father had just cooked. He lifted a bundle of noodles, blew on them, and took a big slurp. The moment the noodles touched his tongue, he froze. The taste was so familiar, exactly what he loved as a child. But back then it was his mother who made it. This bowl had been cooked by his father. His mother had passed away years ago. To replicate the flavor so perfectly, his father must have practiced countless times following his mother's example. Thinking this, Yi Fan looked up and saw his father sitting nearby, staring at him with hopeful eyes. Yi Ligua, meeting his son's gaze, immediately stood up nervously. "What's wrong? Doesn't it taste right?" Yi Fan simply shook his head and called out, "Dad." Then he said, "It's delicious." Those simple words carried a world of meaning. Yi Ligua understood that Yi Fan had truly let go of the past. This was the first time his son had called him dad since coming home, and the first time in 5 years he had heard that address. The old man, now past 50, could no longer hold back his tears and wept again. It was the second time Yi Fan had seen him cry since returning. No one knew how much bitterness this 50-year-old man had endured. His wife was gone, and his only son had turned away from him. He knew he had made mistakes back then, but in those days wasn't everyone like that. He had complained that heaven was blind, cursed the injustice of fate, and raged at why it tormented him so. In the end, he came to hate himself. Hated who he had been in his youth, how wildly he had wasted his life. How could he have been so foolish when young? A perfectly good family ruined entirely by his own hands. Later he finally came to terms with it. One must always pay for the mistakes of the past. He had already paid the price. For 5 years his son had not once called him. He had long believed his son would never speak to him again. If it were him in his son's place, he would have done the same. He did not blame Yifan. Every fault, every wrong rested solely on his own shoulders. Having himself lost both parents young, he knew all too well the anguish of growing up without a mother. Yet he had robbed his own son of that love, while still so young. But the deed was done. Oh, what good would regret bring? The past was irrevocable. There had been times when he had toyed with the thought of ending his life, seeing no meaning in going on. Yet certain ties held him back, persuading him to abandon that dark impulse. Yi Ligua sighed, casting a complicated glance at his son who was devouring noodles, then sighed again. Xiao Fan, eat first. I'll go prepare your bedding in the West Room. Finish up and rest early. Driving for so long must have exhausted you. Hearing his father's concern, Yifan merely murmured a soft assent, and kept his head bowed, continuing to scrape the last bits from his bowl. How long had it been since he last tasted this flavor? He himself could not recall. Now reunited with that familiar taste, he wished he could chew the bowl itself. Watching his son devour the meal, Yi Ligua's face finally broke into a long-awaited smile. He nodded, rose, and walked straight into the West Room to spread the bedding for Yifan. Those gestures, that expression, they were identical to how his wife used to behave. Her passing had truly wounded him beyond measure. Whatever he did, he unconsciously mimicked his late wife's mannerisms. Soon finished making the bed, he returned to the main hall, and found Yifan still wolfing down his noodles. The rice bowls used in the countryside were nothing like the delicate ones in the city. They were nearly as large as vegetable pots, a full circle bigger than Yifan's head. So he never worried his son would go hungry. In truth, Yifan had long since finished. But he was too fond of this taste that once belonged to his mother. After all these years, even stuffed to bursting, he wanted to finish every last bite, without wasting a single grain. Yi Ligua likely saw through this, and sighed again. Xiao Fan, leave the bowl when you're done. I'll wash it tomorrow. You've driven so long. Get some rest. Yifan gave another faint hum, saying little. For 5 years he had not spoken to his father. Now he hardly knew how to begin. Only then did Yi Ligua retreat to his own room. The weight pressing on his heart these past years had been unbearable, that not forever unresolved. Now that his son had forgiven him, it felt as though a 1,000-pound burden had suddenly lifted, and he simply wanted to return and sleep soundly. At the doorway to the bedroom, he suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned his head with visible hesitation, meeting Yifan's gaze, opening his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately swallowed his words. He gave his son one more strange, complicated look, then pushed open the door and disappeared inside. Yifan's home was an old rural courtyard, 2 rooms east and west with a central hall, a kitchen, and washroom off the west wing arranged in a U-shape, totaling 5 rooms altogether. Such a layout was common in the countryside. Meanwhile, Yifan was burying his face in his noodles, completely unaware of his father's lingering, complicated expression behind him. He drank the last mouthful of soup, picked up his bowl, and headed to the kitchen to wash it. All these years he had grown accustomed to handling things himself. Even returning home, he could not break the habit. He could never truly leave the bowl on the table and wait for someone else to wash it as his father suggested. After washing the bowl, Yifan shook the water from his hands. His fingers were reddened by the cold, so he cupped them to his mouth and breathed warmth upon them before walking back to the hall and heading straight for the West Room where he would stay. The moment he stepped inside, Yifan froze once more. He had lost count of how many times that day alone his father's behavior never ceased to surprise him. Take this room for instance, nearly unchanged from when he had left. A bed, a table, a small wardrobe, all exactly as before, kept spotlessly clean. Seeing this, a fresh wave of emotion swept through Yifan, though he said nothing. Silently, he walked to the bed, lifted the quilt his father had already made up, stripped off his clothes, and climbed in. No sooner had he lain down than he paused again. He had expected the quilt to be damp and chilling after so many years, even with occasional sunning. Yet although slightly cool, it carried a distinct dryness that he noticed immediately. Within moments the bedding began to warm. It was clear the quilt had been recently aired. But his return had been sudden. His father could not possibly have known. He had not even told his childhood friend. They had decided in the afternoon and arrived home that evening. There was only one explanation: his father had been waiting for his return all along, always prepared, fearful that he might come back to a cold bed. He had already let go of his resentment toward his father, and now another tide of emotion rose within him. But he was truly exhausted, having just eaten his fill, and sleepiness overtook him before he could fight it. Drowsy and heavy-lidded, he drifted off. Perhaps what one thinks by day appears in dreams by night. Having finally released his hatred for his father, Yifan, who had not dreamed in 5 years, had his first dream the very first night home. In the dream he saw his long-lost mother. She told him, "Xiao Fan, do not blame your father. These past years have not been easy for him either. In this life, all I ever wished was for the two of you to get along. Clutching his mother's hand in the dream, Yi Fan wept uncontrollably. Before long, for reasons unknown, he jolted awake, tears still wet on his cheeks, his pillow thoroughly soaked. Still groggy from sleep, before Yi Fan could fully process his mother's visage from the dream, he noticed someone sitting by his bed watching him with their head tilted. Startled, he jerked backward, pulling the covers tightly around himself. A startled exclamation escaped his lips. What the hell? But mid-curse he recognized the figure. It was not a stranger, but his childhood friend Yi Lingfei, affectionately known as Hosey. Yi Fan snapped, "Are you crazy? Scaring the hell out of me at this hour. Have you forgotten how to behave?" Hosey immediately looked wronged. "Brother Fan, I distinctly told you last night to call me when you got back, and I would come find you. I waited and waited until I fell asleep, but your call never came. I thought you might be tired from traveling, and decided not to bother you last night. That is why I came looking this morning. Besides, what do you mean, early morning? Can you not see what time it is?" Listening to Hosey's complaints, Yi Fan paused, instinctively reaching for his phone beside the bed. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was already past 9 in the morning. Only then did he remember he had arrived past 1 in the morning, spent time eating and settling in, and by the time he finally fell asleep, it was nearly 3 in the morning. Realizing he had misunderstood Hosey, Yi Fan felt somewhat embarrassed. "Yesterday, I was too exhausted. The moment I slept, I lost track of time." To make amends, he reached into the pocket of his jacket, pulled out a cigarette, and handed one to Hosey. Lighting his own, he leaned against the headboard, and the two smoked in companionable silence, discussing the events back home during Yi Fan's 5-year absence. Mid-conversation, Hosey suddenly said, "Stop lying around. Let's go out for breakfast, and on the way we can drop by Dafei's place. Didn't you say yesterday you wanted to gather the brothers and organize something? We could head to Dafei's house, see how the wedding preparations are going, and add to the celebration." Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled, faintly nodded, and rose to begin dressing. While Yi Fan was dressing, Monkey sat beside him, grinning from ear to ear, with a wide, silly smile, staring at him with unblinking eyes. This made Yi Fan feel extremely uncomfortable, and he cursed irritably, "Dumbass, what are you looking at?" Hearing the curse, Monkey didn't mind at all, still wearing that cheeky grin. Under his gaze, Yi Fan finished dressing even faster. Although they were brothers who had grown up together since they were naked toddlers being stared at by a grown man, while dressing was still a bit awkward. Soon Yi Fan finished dressing, and the two walked out of the room one after another. In the main hall, they saw Yi Fan's father had already prepared breakfast, and was waiting there. Seeing Yi Fan was up, Yi Ligua smiled, and said, "Go wash your face quickly. Ooh, I've already poured the water for you." Then he turned and walked toward the kitchen. Yi Fan listened to his father's words, glanced at the steaming water in the basin behind the main hall door, replied with a soft and silently walked over to wash his face. Monkey, who was beside him, raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, "Just as I guessed. They say fathers and sons don't stay angry overnight. From the way they talk, it seems they've almost made up." Thinking this, Monkey smiled, genuinely happy for his brother. As Yi Fan finished washing his face, his father came out of the kitchen, holding 2 bowls of steaming white congee. Yi Fan quickly stepped forward to take them. Yi Ligua then smiled at Monkey, and said, "Xiao Fei, why don't you join us for a bit? You came so early, you probably haven't had breakfast yet, have you? There's another bowl, I'll go get it." Hearing this, Monkey quickly waved his hand, and said with a smile, "Uncle, don't bother. I'll get it myself." With that, he scurried into the kitchen, and soon came out with another bowl of congee. Yi Fan had originally planned to have breakfast on the street, but since his father had already prepared it, he gave up the idea. He walked directly to the table, sat down, picked up chopsticks, and began to eat, slurping the congee, while picking at the side dishes. Monkey also sat down without any politeness. The two had grown up eating at each other's homes, and even sleeping in the same bed. They had long regarded each other's home as their own, so there was no need for formality. After the meal, Yi Ligua glanced at Yi Fan and asked, "Xiao Fan, do you have anything else to do after breakfast?" Yi Fan was taken aback by his father's question, and asked, "What's up?" Yi Ligua smiled, "Nothing major. I just thought you might be missing something since you just got back. How about we go to the town and buy some things?" Yi Fan shook his head with a smile. "I don't need anything. If you want to go to town, I'll drive you there later. I'm going with Monkey to a classmate's house. He's getting married in a couple of days. I want to see if there's anything I can help with." On hearing this, Yi Ligua quickly waved his hand. "Then you go ahead and take care of your own business. I was just checking if you needed anything and wanted to go shopping with you. Since you don't need anything, don't worry about me. Just do what you need to do. I'll ride my bike there." Yi Fan heard this and could only reply with a soft, "Oh." After the meal, Yi Fan and Monkey left the house one after another, heading to the soon-to-be-married Qin Zhanfei's home. Just as they reached the back of Yi Fan's house, Monkey said cheerfully, "Brother Fan, wait here for a moment. I'll go back and get my bike." Yi Fan was stunned. "What bike?" Monkey was also surprised. "An electric bike. Didn't you just say your uncle would ride his bike to town?" "We're going to Zhanfei's place. We can't just walk there, can we? It's not impossible, but it's unnecessary. It's at least 2 or 3 kilometers. Qin Zhanfei's home was to the right of their village, with another village in between, but it was quite close to the town. Hearing Monkey's words, Yi Fan realized he had misunderstood. He smiled and said, "I said drive, not ride." Monkey was even more confused. "Didn't your uncle ride away on your family's bike? Then what are you driving?" Yi Fan gave him a wry smile. "I said drive, not ride. What are you thinking?" With that, he pulled out his Audi car key from his pocket and pressed it. The nearby Audi chirped twice. This scene made Monkey's eyes go wide as big as Cow's eyes. He looked at the imposing black Audi in disbelief, then at the key in Yifan's hand, and stammered, pointing at the car. You don't tell me that's your car. Yifan was a bit speechless and rolled his eyes. Are you dumb? Didn't I just beep it? What are you standing there for? With that, ignoring him, he walked to the driver's seat, opened the door, and got in. Monkey stood there stunned for a long time, unable to react. His eyes were fixed on the car, his mouth slowly falling open, as if his entire worldview had crumbled. Seeing him standing there like a fool, Yifan irritably honked the horn. The sound of beep finally snapped Monkey out of his daze. Snapping back to reality, Monkey's face flushed red, as if congested. He excitedly ran to the driver's side, hopping up and down and rubbing his hands together like an excited little monkey. Yifan rolled down the window and looked at him. What are you doing? Stop buzzing around like a fly. Get in the car. What are you daydreaming about? Only then did Monkey stammer, Bro. Brother Fan, you bought a car. Holy shit, this car is so badass. Is this an Audi Q7? That's freaking awesome. Saying this, he walked around the car several times, looking at the front and touching the back as if he had discovered some treasure. Yifan was speechless and could only sit in the driver's seat, start the engine, turn on the AC, and silently wait for him to get his fill of novelty. After a long while, Monkey finally had enough. He ran back to the driver's side, practically jumping with excitement. Damn, Brother Fan, this car must be hundreds of thousands, right? That's awesome. You've gotten rich. You can actually afford an Audi. Then, wait, Brother Fan, did you rob a bank? Yifan saw his excitement and said irritably, Rob a bank? What the hell? Stop talking nonsense, get in the car. You're so slow. Monkey wasn't offended at all. Instead, he grinned cheekily and said, Brother Fan, can I drive it? I've never driven such an expensive car. Without hesitation, Yifan pushed open the door and prepared to get out. But Monkey thought for a moment and quickly pushed the door back, stopping Yifan. Forget it, Brother Fan. I thought about it. This car is too expensive. I'm scared. With my lousy driving skills, if I damage it, I can't afford to pay for it. Hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but burst out laughing. He pushed the door open and got out anyway. You kid, I really admire you. If you want to drive, just drive. If it gets damaged, I'll cover it. With that, he walked straight to the passenger side, opened the door, and got in. Monkey watched this, his hands trembling slightly. Excitedly, he tremblingly opened the driver's door, slowly slid into the seat, and carefully touched the steering wheel, clicking his tongue in admiration. This car is too awesome. So cool. Look at this center console, look at this steering wheel. Holy shit, a loser's dream. So cool. Yifan was utterly helpless at his exaggerated reaction and could only turn his head to look out the window, ignoring him. After another long while, Monkey finally had enough of admiring. He pulled the seatbelt, fastened it, put the car in gear, and slowly pressed the accelerator. The car gradually moved toward the village entrance. Along the way, he drove so cautiously that Yifan felt the car wasn't even as fast as someone riding an electric bike. Yifan was resigned, but didn't say anything. He let him get used to it slowly. He would be fine once he got used to it. They had thought they would creep along all the way to Qinjianfei's home. Unexpectedly, just as they reached the village entrance, before they even left the village, a small black dog suddenly dashed out from an alley. Monkey, already nervous, slammed on the brakes abruptly. With a clunk, Yifan nearly hit the windshield. He shot Monkey an irritated glare. Brake if you need to, but why slam it so hard? With that, he looked ahead to see what was going on. Just as he was curious about why a puppy had suddenly dashed out of the alley, he noticed that behind the little black dog was a little girl about 3 or 4 years old. At first, Yifan thought it was a little boy because the girl was wearing a grayish down jacket and a hat with a panda pattern on her head. Only when he saw the long hair under the hat did he realize it was a little girl. The little girl rushed to the little black dog, pressed it down with one hand, then grabbed one of its legs and cheerfully dragged it back. This comical scene made Yifan burst out laughing. He pointed at the little girl and said to Monkey, Hey Monkey, look at that girl. Doesn't she remind you of me back in the day? She's just as mischievous as I was when I was little. When he finished, he didn't hear Monkey's response for a long time. He was taken aback and turned to look at Monkey, only to find him staring at the little girl, then looking back at Yifan, his eyes filled with a strange expression, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Yifan was a bit confused by his gaze. What? Why are you looking at me like that? By the way, whose child is that girl? She looks quite mischievous. Hearing his words, Monkey's mouth moved, but still nothing came out. That hesitant expression only made Yifan more puzzled. Seeing Monkey playing riddles with him, Yifan irritably reached out and slapped him on the head. Stop playing games with me. Spit it out. Whose child is that? You're acting like it's hard to say. Don't tell me that child is related to you. Hearing Yifan's words, which carried a teasing tone, the monkey's expression grew even more complex. His shrewd eyes kept darting around, as if plotting some mischievous scheme, and he gave Yifan a wicked grin. Brother Fan, are you sure you want to hear this? Seeing the look on Yifan's face as if he were about to scheme against someone, the monkey grew impatient. He leaned against the passenger seat, turning sideways and raising his foot as if to kick him. Are you going to tell me or not? Keep playing guessing games with me, and I'll kick you right out of this car. Threatened in this half-joking manner by Yifan, the monkey finally cracked. He grinned widely. All right, I'll tell you. Finally, he slowly uttered a few words. That child belongs to Luo Xiaoxi. The moment those three characters came out, Yifan froze completely. His gaze went blank, a flicker of panic crossing his face. It took him a long while to snap back, his voice tightening. Who did you say? Luo Xiaoxi. The name instantly dragged him back to distant memories. 5 years ago that evening the delicate-faced girl had wept uncontrollably before him, her voice breaking with endless reluctance as she pleaded. Couldn't you just stay? What could be so wonderful about the big city? Why leave when you're perfectly fine here? But driven by his conflict with his father, he had resolved to seek work elsewhere. Her eyes red from crying, she glared at him. Yifan, if you dare leave, we're finished between us. In the end, ignoring her pleas, he departed without hesitation. Their romance came to an abrupt end. Yes, that was his first love, Luo Xiaoxi. Lost in thought, Yifan sat paralyzed, his mind completely stalled. Beside him, the monkey noticed his dazed expression and his wicked grin widened. How's that? You were the one who asked me to say it. But when Yifan remained silent, transfixed by the sight of a little girl walking away in the distance carrying a small black puppy, the monkey dropped his teasing demeanor. Yifan couldn't explain the strange stirring in his chest at the sight of her. A mysterious pull he couldn't articulate, like an invisible thread drawing him closer. The monkey driving grew impatient. Seeing him staring fixedly at the girl's retreating figure, he waved his hand in Yifan's face. All right, she's gone, brother Fan. Stop staring. Yifan finally snapped out of it and sighed. I guess our fates just aren't aligned. She was married with a child now. All he could do was wish her well. Closing his eyes, Yifan simply said drive. Sensing his mood, the monkey stopped teasing and pressed the accelerator. The Audi glided toward the concrete road at the village's eastern edge. Throughout the drive, Yifan remained quiet, consumed by scattered thoughts, his mind filled with the image of the little girl. The monkey didn't press further, a faint smirk lingering on his lips. Leaving the village, they followed the southern concrete road for only a few minutes before reaching Qin Zhanfei's house. Qin Zhanfei's home was bustling with activity, people rushing about in all directions. Contrasting with this lively atmosphere, a group of young men lounged near the entrance. Some standing, others squatting, all looking careless with cigarettes dangling from their lips, chatting idly. The monkey drove Yifan's black Audi Q7 directly in front of them, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Even those crouching on the ground rose to their feet, approaching the car while murmuring in admiration. Yifan could hear them over-exclaiming even through the window. Holy shit, this car is sick. So cool. Must have cost a fortune. Someone was already pulling out their phone to look up the model. Seeing the reaction, the monkey knew this was his moment to shine. He killed the engine, opened the door, and stepped out in one smooth motion. The group had been circling the car when they noticed the driver was the monkey. One burly man, nearly 6 feet tall, approached with a look of astonishment and clapped the monkey on the shoulder, grinning. Hell yeah, monkey. Knew your dad was getting married and rented this beauty. You set aside the head car for me. That's solid, man. Your dad owes you one. The monkey shot back with a curse. Fuck off, Qin Zhanfei. What are you talking about? I'm broke as a joke. Where would I get money to rent a car like this? The group fell stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Not rented. Then where did it come from? Don't tell me you borrowed it. Seeing their expressions, the monkey grinned mischievously. Guess. Tired of the suspense, they raised their fists in mock threats. Monkey, you asking for a beating? Spit it out. Keep stalling, and you'll get punched. Just then Yifan emerged from the passenger seat, a fresh pack of cigarettes in hand, stepping forward to cut off the monkey's show. They'd been so absorbed in admiring the car and bantering that they hadn't registered who was in the passenger seat. As Yifan approached, recognition struck, and they erupted into shouts of disbelief. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Brother Fan, when did you get back? And you didn't even give us a heads up. Yesterday Monkey said you'd be back today and wanted to organize something. We figured he was blowing smoke. After all, half the things he says aren't true. But you actually came back. Suddenly someone had a realization, his eyes widening as he glanced between the car and Yifan. Brother Fan, don't tell me. This car is yours. This was exactly the reaction Yifan wanted. Watching their stunned expressions, he smiled and walked forward, handing out cigarettes as he spoke. Yeah, bought it before the year ended. Nothing special, just around 400,000. The words hit like a thunderclap. They stared at Yifan in disbelief. One couldn't help but curse. You bastard. Another, a tall guy with a distinctive face, leaned close to Yifan. Brother Fan, we agreed to struggle together. How'd you sneak off and make it big? Sell the car and go back to being broke with us. Here's what I'll say. If you sell the car, I'll eat shit. Yifan recognized him immediately. Ma Yongxiang, a classmate. The guy was notorious for his provocative nature, always speaking and acting with that characteristic edge. Playing along, Yifan retorted. Then go ahead and eat first. Once you're done, I'll sell the car right away. Ma Yongxiang shot him an exasperated glare. I wouldn't eat what you're eating. You dog, did you actually hit the jackpot? Rob a bank or something? Yifan chuckled and handed him a cigarette. No bank robbery, just got lucky with a little windfall. As he moved through the crowd offering cigarettes, a short man declined. The little guy gave him a cold stare and said stiffly, never mind. I can't afford cigarettes from a big shot like you. Yifan paused, then carefully recognized him. Luo Xiaohao, the younger brother of Luo Xiaoxi. He remembered back when he was dating Luo Xiaoxi, this kid used to follow him around, eagerly calling him brother-in-law. Even then he hadn't been tall, and after all these years, remarkably, he'd grown barely any taller. Still around 1.6 meters with a baby face. The anger on his features currently marred that boyish charm. If he weren't so worked up, he might have actually looked cute. Yifan was taken aback by the hostility. He and Luo Xiaoxi had parted on good terms due to differing life paths. Neither owed the other anything. Why was Luo Xiaohao treating him with such open disdain? An awkward pause settled over him. He considered explaining the circumstances with his ex, but decided against it. It wasn't his burden to carry. Besides, they had truly parted amicably. He owed nobody anything. He wasn't going to indulge this attitude. Since the other refused the cigarette, Yi Fan didn't bother being polite anymore. He tucked one between his own lips, turned his back, and muttered, "Fuck it, you're spoiled rotten." Everyone sensed the tension. They exchanged glances until the host Qin Zhanfei stepped forward to defuse the situation, throwing an arm around Yi Fan's neck with a smile. "Brother Fan, don't take it personally. He's still just a kid ignorant of how things work." Yi Fan smiled and patted Qin Zhanfei's shoulder. "No worries. By the way, congratulations on your wedding." Qin Zhanfei chuckled. "What, just words of congratulations, Fan?" Shaking his head at the audacity, Yi Fan pulled out a red envelope he'd prepared beforehand. "Damn it, you don't even call me brother, and I'm still expected to give a gift." Despite his words, he handed the envelope over. Beaming, Qin Zhanfei slipped the envelope into his chest pocket and began ushering everyone inside. "Stop hanging out there in the freezing cold. Come into the courtyard." The brief interruption passed quickly, and the group enthusiastically followed Qin Zhanfei's invitation, streaming noisily into the yard. Yi Fan followed the crowd passing through the entrance corridor and slowly walked into the courtyard. As soon as he entered, he saw a group of elderly men and women busy decorating the wedding venue. Some were hanging lanterns, others were pasting double happiness characters. Two men, possibly Qin Zhanfei's uncles, held long bamboo poles with a red string threaded with rows of happiness characters, moving it toward the corridor stairs, intending to connect the entire courtyard, creating a bustling and lively scene. In a corner of the yard stood a stove built from bricks topped with an enormous iron pot. The pot bubbled with hot oil, deep frying something. A stout apron-clad chef wielded an oversized iron ladle, stirring the contents to prevent burning. Yi Fan followed the crowd into the yard, immediately catching the aroma wafting from the pot. The scent left him dazed. Having worked outside for years and visited countless restaurants, he had never encountered such a flavor. It was the familiar taste of home. In fact, this was Yi Fan's hometown, where weddings and funerals followed similar customs. In rural areas, such events were rarely held in restaurants. Instead, they hired a chef, bought ingredients, and cooked at home using a stove. Yi Fan often saw online claims that rural banquets were unhygienic or used pre-made dishes. To Yi Fan, such claims were nonsense. After all, the food was for family and friends. The vegetable pickers were often relatives like uncles and aunts. It was clean, hygienic, and incredibly fresh. So fresh that a few hours before the meal, your meat dishes might still be eating your vegetable dishes. As they entered the yard, Yi Fan spotted a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s stepping out of the main hall, adorned with large red double happiness characters. Yi Fan immediately recognized him as Qin Zhanfei's father, Secretary Qin. Secretary Qin had just come out of the hall when he saw Yi Fan and the group of young people entering. He enthusiastically greeted them, pulling out cigarettes and offering them to Yi Fan and the others, smiling as he said, "You're here. Come have a cigarette." When an elder offers a cigarette, one must accept. The leaders among them, like Hosey, bowed and took the cigarettes with both hands, offering congratulations. When the cigarette was offered to Yi Fan, Secretary Qin paused, seemingly not recognizing him. He stared intently, then his eyes widened. "Oh, aren't you? What's your name?" Yi. He muttered, but couldn't recall the full name. Qin Zhanfei, standing nearby, reminded him, "Dad, it's Yi Fan." Secretary Qin seemed to snap back to reality, slapping his forehead. "Oh, Yi Fan. You kid haven't been back for years, have you? Look at me getting old, my eyesight failing. I almost didn't recognize you. But you've changed so much." Yi Fan chuckled and replied, "What change? I'm still the same as before. I left looking the same, and I'm back looking the same." Secretary Qin pointed at Yi Fan, laughing. "You rascal, apart from that mouth of yours, I really couldn't recognize you in any other way." In his eyes, the last time he saw Yi Fan was 5 years ago when he left. Back then, Yi Fan was a young man who hung out with his son and the others, working odd jobs in town. After work, they'd play cards or drink and mess around. Still, they weren't troublemakers, so Secretary Qin had a decent impression of Yi Fan. But the Yi Fan of those days was a brash green youth full of innocence and naivety. Looking at the person before him now, he couldn't reconcile him with that ruffian boy. Yi Fan now had short tousled hair, wore a pair of refined glasses, and a fitted black cashmere coat that reached nearly to his knees. When he took the cigarette, he inadvertently revealed the watch on his wrist, exuding an air of maturity and steadiness. No trace of the old days remained. Thinking this, Secretary Qin asked curiously, "Where have you been all these years?" "Haven't been back for a long time, right?" Yi Fan smiled sheepishly. "About 5 years. Secretary Qin nodded. "Yes, 5 years. Judging by your look now, you've made it big." Yi Fan quickly waved his hand modestly. "Not at all, just muddling along as long as I don't starve." The brothers beside him scoffed, especially Qin Zhanfei, who saw Yi Fan playing humble in front of his father and immediately said, "Dad, don't listen to him. That guy's made a fortune outside. You know, when he came over just now, he was driving an Audi Q7 worth over 400,000. Secretary Qin was astonished. "Oh, that's really impressive." He had earlier sensed from Yi Fan's demeanor and attire that he was doing well, but hadn't expected him to be this successful. He chuckled. "Among all you brothers, you're the most promising. When you're out there, don't forget these buddies. Take them along when you have time, help these rascals out." Yi Fan quickly waved his hand. No problem, definitely. Secretary Qin then asked curiously, hey you rascal, it's not a holiday or anything. Why are you back now? Yi Fan grinned, my brother's getting married. How could I not come? No matter how busy I have to make time. Yi Fan's high EQ remark delighted Secretary Qin, who patted his shoulder. You rascal, I told you you still have that silver tongue. Sweet. I like that about you. You're doing so well, and I bet your smooth talk has helped you a lot. A man with a silver tongue gets things done. Then he suddenly asked, by the way, how's your father? Yi Fan chuckled, he's fine, eats well, and sleeps well. They chatted a bit more when a crowd of people, apparently relatives, flooded in through the main gate. Secretary Qin glanced over and quickly called out, Dafei, what are you standing there for? Take your brothers to see your wedding room. If there's anything lacking, let them help you think it over. I'll go greet the guests. Yi Fan and the others quickly waved. Uncle, you go ahead, don't worry about us. Then the group followed Qin Zhanfei toward his wedding room. Following Qin Zhanfei, they quickly passed through the main hall and entered the adjacent wedding room. As soon as he stepped inside, Yi Fan sensed this was a blend of Chinese and Western wedding styles. It was common in rural areas. Red lanterns hung from the ceiling, red balloons dotted the floor, and the bed was neatly made with red quilts, creating a festive atmosphere. Wedding photos of the couple adorned the walls. What made Yi Fan think it was a fusion was that the happiness characters and decorations on the walls were traditional Chinese wedding style, yet they also had Western wedding photos. Still, this was the typical rural wedding appearance. After leading them in, Qin Zhanfei asked, brothers, take a look and see if there's anything lacking. Tell me your thoughts, and I'll see if I can adjust. The group exchanged glances, and each offered minor suggestions for tweaks. They were smart enough to know that since the couple had decorated the room according to their own preferences, the question was more about seeking compliments than genuine advice. If anyone foolishly pointed out flaws, they might even offend someone. Thus they chatted and played in the bedroom for a while until lunchtime. Yi Fan clapped his hands. My dear sons, it's been years. Let's go to the town restaurant. I'll treat you. The group immediately retorted, go to hell. At that moment, Qin Zhanfei quickly interjected, why go out? Just eat at home. Yi Fan patted his shoulder. Dafei, your family's too busy today. Normally it'd be fine for us to eat here. But we brothers rarely get together and it'll be noisy. Your family would have to take care of us. That's not good. Let's go out instead. He gave Hosey a meaningful glance. Hosey stepped forward to persuade. Yeah, let's go eat outside. Besides, Fan Ge hasn't been back for ages. We gotta bleed him dry. He chuckled. Hearing the monkey's advice, Qin Zhanfei pondered inwardly and felt that it made sense. Today all the aunts and uncles had come and the house was already bustling with activity. If he were to host the brothers for a meal, any disturbance would be unsightly. Realizing this, he nodded and said, all right. But speaking of which, since I'm getting married these days, the brothers are honoring me by coming. This meal should be on me. Yi Fan stepped forward, unhappily punching him on the chest. I'm back now, how could I let you pay? Are you trying to embarrass me? Saying this, he laughed and grabbed Qin Zhanfei by the neck. Let's go. The group burst into laughter following Yi Fan as they prepared to head out, the atmosphere lively and cheerful. Just then a discordant voice emerged from the crowd. Humph. Go ahead, I can't afford a meal from a big shot like him, and I don't even want to. Eating it would make me sick. Yi Fan, who was about to leave with his arm around Qin Zhanfei, suddenly froze at the sarcastic remark. His expression darkened. He recognized the voice. It was the younger brother of his ex-girlfriend Luo Xiaohao, who had been hostile to him earlier at the door. He had already been annoyed by the disrespect at the entrance that morning, and now this. Sure, he had dated his sister, but they had parted amicably due to incompatible views, and it was long in the past. What was this guy trying to do with his antagonistic attitude? Yi Fan wasn't about to be polite. He shot a glance at him and retorted coldly, go if you want or don't. Who cares? Who do you think you are? I did date your sister, but we broke up peacefully, and I owe her nothing. With that, he was about to put his arm around Qin Zhanfei and leave when he noticed Qin Zhanfei standing still staring at him with a complicated expression, leaving Yi Fan utterly confused. What's wrong? It was then that he realized besides Qin Zhanfei, the 6 or 7 other brothers were also looking at him with the same expression. What's going on? Yi Fan was bewildered. Why are you all looking at me like that? It was Hosey who stepped forward, patted Yi Fan on the shoulder, and whispered in his ear, Fan Ji, take my advice. Everyone else can skip it, but he must come or you'll regret it. Yi Fan found this laughable. He couldn't understand what Luo Xiaohao could possibly make him regret. Was he some underworld boss who would beat him up if not invited to dinner? However, seeing the complex looks from his brothers, Yi Fan sensed there was more to it. He stopped insisting, waved his hand to let Hosey handle it, and continued walking out with his arm around Qin Zhanfei, at least giving face to his brothers. Upon receiving Yi Fan's signal, Hosey immediately turned and went to the back of the crowd, pulling Luo Xiaohao aside and whispering something in his ear. Although Luo Xiaohao's expression remained gloomy, he nodded silently and followed the group out. As they reached the courtyard, they ran into Qin Zhanfei's father, Secretary Qin. Seeing the large group heading out, Secretary Qin asked curiously, it's almost mealtime. Where are you all off to? Yi Fan, walking in front with his arm around Qin Zhanfei, stepped forward and said, Uncle, you're busy enough today. We old friends haven't seen each other for a while, so we thought we'd find a place to catch up. We're planning to grab a meal in town. Secretary Qin immediately frowned. Why go to town for a meal? Why not eat at home? I'll have the chef prepare a few dishes and you brothers can have a good drink here. It's almost time to eat. It's not right to let guests go out. Listen to me, stay and eat at home. Yi Fan quickly waved his hand. No, you're already swamped with the relatives. We don't want to trouble you further. We'll just have a simple meal in town. After the wedding is over, I'll come by every day to freeload, and you'll be sick of me then. Hearing this, Secretary Chin considered it. Indeed, with so many relatives around, if these young men had too much to drink and caused a scene, it wouldn't look good. So he chuckled. All right. You're thoughtful and considerate, a man destined for greatness. No wonder you've succeeded. Fine, take care on the road. With that, Yi Fan and the others bid farewell to Secretary Chin and headed out in a lively procession. Outside, a brother drove a car over. There were 7 or 8 of them splitting into 2 cars. Hosey snatched Yi Fan's car keys and volunteered to drive, disappointing the others who had wanted to, but they admitted he was quick. Yi Fan saw their expressions and waved his hand. It's fine, you can drive at any time. Just don't total it. The group burst into laughter. Don't worry, Fan Ji, we'll leave you at least one wheel. With that, they laughed and split into 2 cars heading toward town in a boisterous convoy. On the way, Yi Fan was still thinking about what had happened. He glanced at Hosey driving and then at the brothers in the back. All right, spill it. What was that all about? Hosey knew exactly what Yi Fan meant, but he hesitated, stammering, and finally blurted out. Fan Ji, I really don't know how to explain it. Just don't ask. Yi Fan shot him a look. Are you going to tell me or not? If not, I'll beat you up when we get there and loosen your bones. But even with the threat, Hosey persisted. Fan Ji, you'll find out on your own. It's really not convenient to say. Seeing that even threats didn't work, Yi Fan turned to look at the brothers in the back who wore the same expression as Hosey. Finally, he sighed helplessly. Fine, I won't ask. You're being so mysterious. Seeing Yi Fan drop the subject, Hosey quickly changed the topic, asking about Yi Fan's years of struggle outside. They chatted and laughed all the way, soon arriving in town. They had already decided to go to a restaurant called Small Pastry in town. They used to frequent it. The food was affordable and delicious, a perfect gathering spot. At the restaurant entrance, Yi Fan looked through the car window at the decor, feeling a sense of nostalgia. He opened the door and got out, waiting at the entrance for the second car to arrive. Once everyone was together, they walked into the restaurant. It was around 11 o'clock, the peak hours, and the place was packed with people. The owner spotted Yi Fan and his group and hurried over. Young men, how many of you? Yi Fan turned and counted roughly 9, including Luo Xiaohao. He smiled at the owner. We're 9. Could we get a private room? The owner hesitated. It's rush hour, very busy. The private room will need to wait. Yi Fan said, then forget it, just find us a spot in the main hall. Then he looked at Hosey and the others. What do you think? Hosey shrugged. Doesn't matter. The main hall is livelier anyway. So Yi Fan turned to the owner. The main hall then. Any available tables? The owner quickly replied, of course. He led them to a corner of the main hall where a large table still had leftovers from the previous customers. A waiter rushed over to clear it. Once it was mostly clean, Yi Fan and the others sat down randomly. The waiter handed over the menu and Hosey passed it to Yi Fan. Yi Fan glanced at the menu, ordered a couple of dishes, and then said to the others, come on, you order a few more. Don't be shy. Ma Yongxiang grinned, his long face stretching, and reached out to take the menu from Yi Fan. Let me handle it. He picked a few more items, then handed the menu to the waiter and asked Yi Fan, what should we drink? Yi Fan looked at everyone. What do you think? They exchanged glances. Qin Zhanfei said, maybe we shouldn't drink. After all, Fan Ji and Ma Yongxiang are driving. But Hosey chuckled and objected. What's the problem? He pointed to another brother. Wang Mingtao and Xiaohao can't drink. They can drive us later. The others thought it made sense, so they immediately called the waiter. Bring a few bottles of Erguo 2 and 2 cases of beer. The waiter, hearing the call, quickly responded, coming right up, just a moment. Within a few minutes, he arrived carrying 2 cases of beer and several bottles of Erguo 2, setting them neatly on the table. Just then, the cold dishes Yi Fan had ordered started arriving. Seeing that the cold dishes were almost all served, Yi Fan called out, what are you waiting for? Come on, let's start with some baijiu to warm up. On a day like this, if you don't lay a foundation with baijiu, who's going to have the strength for beer later? Everyone laughed and agreed. Soon the glasses in front of each person were filled. Those who couldn't drink got soda, while the rest had a full glass of baijiu. Once the drinks were poured, Yi Fan raised his glass and said with a grin, come on, my children, your father hasn't seen you in 5 years and has missed you. Let's all drink to that. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter and curses, go to hell. But despite the words, they smiled and clinked glasses with Yi Fan just like old times. A single shot of Erguo 2 warmed everyone up, their faces flushing red. They then picked up their chopsticks and started eating, the conversation gradually unfolding as they ate and chatted, occasionally clinking glasses. A familiar feeling washed over Yi Fan, and he grew increasingly tipsy. By the time the hot dishes arrived, the Erguo 2 was already finished, and they switched to beer, still drinking with the same boldness, cracking open bottles and chugging. In the end, Yi Fan's head was spinning and the others were starting to slur their words. Sensing it was about time, Yi Fan raised another glass and said to Qin Zhanfei, Zhanfei, let me toast you. Wishing you a happy marriage and a child soon. Qin Zhanfei quickly raised his glass, said, thanks, Brother Fan, and downed it in one go. The others teased, Brother Fan, you're a real drinker. Impressive. Yi Fan looked at them and said with a smile, look at Zhanfei, he's already married. Unlike you guys, still single. Find yourselves a wife soon. Stop messing around all day. Don't your feet get cold at night when you sleep? No one to warm the bed. These words immediately sparked protests. Especially the drunk monkey who shot Yi Fan a disdainful glance. Aren't you the same? And you have the nerve to say that about us. Ma Yongxiang added, exactly. Aren't you just as single as we are? Speaking of which, brother Fan, you've been doing pretty well out there these years. Didn't you find someone? As soon as the words left his mouth, Ma Yongxiang regretted it, wanting to slap himself for bringing up such a sore subject. But Yi Fan didn't notice that. He just froze at the question memories of him, and by Wei Wei flooding back. After a long pause, he said softly, I did find someone. Why wouldn't I? Everyone's interest piqued, really. Then why didn't you bring your girl back this time? Yi Fan gave a bitter smile, took a sip of his drink, and was about to mention his breakup with Bai Weiwei when Luo Xiaohao sitting across from him seemed triggered by something. Suddenly he slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Yi Fan with fury. Yi Fan, you're a fucking scumbag. A complete disgusting piece of trash. Before anyone could react, he grabbed a water bottle, unscrewed the cap, and mercilessly splashed the contents onto Yi Fan's face. The cold mineral water formed a stream, drenching Yi Fan's face and trickling down his neck. Everyone was stunned, the air frozen. Even the patrons at nearby tables stared in shock. Yi Fan soaked, blinked a few times, the alcohol slowly fading. The nostalgic look on his face gradually hardened. He narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on Luo Xiaohao, then let out a low chuckle. Though he was smiling, the atmosphere around them grew increasingly oppressive. Those nearby had already sobered up from the shock. Monkey, sitting next to Yi Fan and having grown up with him, knew exactly what that expression meant. He was truly angry. The calmer he seemed, the more one could sense the impending explosion from his laughter. Monkey inwardly cursed and quickly grabbed Yi Fan, urging, brother Fan, he's still young. Don't stoop to his level. As he spoke, he grabbed some napkins to wipe Yi Fan's face. Yi Fan kept smiling at Luo Xiaohao, then turned to Monkey, wrapping an arm around his neck and asking calmly, Monkey, since I've been back, have I seemed too easygoing, too easy to push around? Monkey quickly explained, scared, brother Fan, absolutely not. Yi Fan ignored him and continued steadily, is it because I've been too nice that everyone thinks they can walk all over me? Monkey grew even more nervous, sweat beading on his forehead in the middle of winter. He waved his hands frantically, brother Fan, no way. Don't be mad. Even Qin Zhanfei came over, holding Yi Fan's arm and saying, brother Fan, I'm getting married in 2 days. It's a happy occasion. Don't do this. Give me a break, just cool off. Yi Fan turned to look at Qin Zhanfei. I gave you face twice today already. But who gives me face? Wiping the floor with my dignity. What a great brother you are. With that, he turned his gaze back to Luo Xiaohao. Luo Xiaohao stared back defiantly, his eyes clearly saying, so what if I splashed you? Yi Fan could no longer hold back. He had never been an easygoing person. It was only through years of grinding in the outside world that he had learned to suppress his temper, slowly wearing it down until it seemed non-existent. But that didn't mean anyone could cross his line, repeatedly provoking him, even splashing water in his face. If he didn't react now, he'd truly be a pushover. Seeing Luo Xiaohao's attitude, Yi Fan didn't hold back. He grabbed the edge of the table and flipped it over with a sudden heave. The entire round table, along with the leftover food and soups, crashed down onto Luo Xiaohao. Covered in soup, Luo Xiaohao shoved the table aside and stood up, cursing, Yi Fan, go screw yourself. What's with the act? You're just some rich asshole. I look down on you, so what? Having flipped the table, Yi Fan's anger had subsided a bit, but Luo Xiaohao's words reignited his fury. He grabbed an empty beer bottle, a smile on his face, and walked slowly toward Luo Xiaohao. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Say it again. Qin Zhanfei saw the situation escalating and hurriedly stepped in front of Yi Fan. Brother Fan, don't bother with him. He's young and ignorant. Give me one last chance. Please let it go, okay? Just then the restaurant owner rushed over. The commotion was too loud, the surrounding diners were all watching. The owner, who had been in the kitchen supervising the cooking, heard the noise and came to check. Seeing the overturned table and the imminent fight, he panicked. What's going on? Why are you fighting over a meal? Yi Fan looked at the owner, then at the earnest Qin Zhanfei, and waved his hand. Forget it. I'm not going to bother with him. He splashed me with water, I poured soup on him. We're even. Then he turned to the owner and said, sorry boss for messing up your business. He walked to the counter, pulled out his phone, and scanned the QR code. The cashier heard the prompt, payment received, 300 yuan. After paying, Yi Fan smiled at the owner again, sorry for the trouble. This money is our apology. Then he glanced at Ma Yongxiang, old Ma, come on, take me back. With that, he walked out of the restaurant without even saying goodbye to Qin Zhanfei. In his mind, he had come to Qin Zhanfei's place today to celebrate his upcoming wedding, but it had all been ruined by Luo Xiaohao. Qin Zhanfei had stood in the middle, stopping him 3 times, and he had given face 3 times, which meant his own dignity had been trampled 3 times. If it weren't for their brotherhood, he would have lost his temper long ago. Ignoring him was already the greatest restraint. Ma Yongxiang was also at a loss. He looked at the overturned table, then at Qin Zhanfei's grim face, and pointed outside. I'll go see brother Fan off. He's had too much to drink. Qin Zhanfei waved his hand. Go ahead. Monkey also stood up. I'm going too. My head's spinning. I'll head back with you. Qin Zhanfei nodded. All right. After Monkey ran out, Qin Zhanfei stood there glaring at Luo Xiaohao. What did I tell you before? Your sister's matter can't be rushed. I'll talk to her later. Luo Xiaohao shouted defiantly. I was going to take it slow, but you heard him just now. That bastard found someone else outside. He's always been an irresponsible animal. Qin Zhanfei listened to Luo Xiaohao's furious curses, gently patted his shoulder, and gestured for him to calm down, before soothing him slowly. Xiaohao, don't speak so absolutely. You know better than anyone what happened between your sister and Brother Fan back then. You should have a clear picture of what kind of person Brother Fan is. There must have been a misunderstanding somewhere. Besides, I specifically asked Monkey to coax him back during my wedding. Since he's here, now the misunderstanding will eventually be cleared up. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaohao's emotions remained extremely agitated. A misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? It's been 5 years. I refuse to believe no one mentioned it to him. He definitely knows. But what about him? He hasn't even come home once in 5 years. That alone proves he's an irresponsible piece of trash. What's there left to say? Qin Zhanfei, seeing he couldn't persuade him, sighed. You're too emotional right now. Let's talk again when you've calmed down. Then he called out to the other brothers, let's head back. I'll have a proper chat with Brother Fan later and see what he's really thinking. He turned back to Luo Xiaohao, offering reassurance. Don't worry either. We brothers will make sure Brother Fan gives that poor mother and child the accountability they deserve. Hearing this, Luo Xiaohao's agitation gradually subsided. He nodded silently. Brother Daffley, I trust you. Seeing Luo Xiaohao relent, Qin Zhanfei nodded with satisfaction and patted his shoulder. Let's go. Talk about it back home. Wrapping an arm around Luo Xiaohao's shoulders, they made their way out of the restaurant with the others. Meanwhile, after leaving the restaurant, Yi Fan walked straight to his Audi, opened the passenger door, and slipped inside. With his eyes closed and his body leaning back in the seat, he remained completely silent, his expression deeply troubled. To be honest, after all these years working away from home, this was the first time he'd been this furious. What made him angry wasn't Luo Xiaohao throwing water on him. It was that his own good brother, witnessing such a humiliation to his dignity, actually asked him to save face and endure it. What kind of pathetic brotherhood was that? Had he been blind all along? At this thought, the suppressed anger within him surged uncontrollably. All he wanted now was to go home and cool down, figuring out whether to simply leave and head back to Shanghai. He had no interest in attending this pathetic brother's wedding. It held no meaning for him. The only reason he wasn't driving himself away was because he'd been drinking. There was no choice. The countryside had its drawbacks. No designated drivers to be found, so he had to wait for Ma Yongqiang to drive him home. Fortunately, it didn't take long. Less than a minute after getting in the car, Ma Yongqiang and Monkey walked over together. One got into the driver's seat, while the other climbed into the back. Seeing Yi Fan with his eyes closed and his expression menacingly dark, they knew he was still fuming and couldn't help but sigh. Before Ma Yongqiang could say anything, Yi Fan coldly snapped. I don't want to hear anything right now. Drive. The words cut off whatever Ma Yongqiang was about to say. With a helpless sigh, he buckled his seatbelt, started the engine, reversed slowly, and turned around. No one spoke during the drive. The atmosphere inside the car was tense and oppressive. Finally, Monkey broke the silence. Brother Fan, don't be upset anymore. That kid Xiaohao is still young and immature. He's 2 years younger than us and hasn't experienced much of the world. Try to bear with him. Hearing this, Yi Fan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them without turning around. Staring straight ahead, he said in a low voice, Monkey, we've been brothers for so many years. You know me. I wouldn't get angry over something this small. What I'm angry about is when my dignity was trampled on. What did he do? He asked me to save him face, damn it. How many times have I done that? Isn't my face worth anything too? Yi Fan grew more and more agitated as he spoke, his suppressed anger finally bursting out, almost shouting by the end, damn it. If I don't say it, don't you know? How many times in all these years have I taken abuse from anyone? If it weren't for considering you all good brothers, nobody would have gotten off easy today. Monkey listened to Yi Fan's angry words and silently sighed. Brother Fan, don't be too angry at Zhanfei either. He's only doing this for your own good. That kid Xiaohao may be impulsive, but he's not the type to pick fights for no reason. There's a reason he's acting this way. Hearing Monkey still trying to explain for them, Yi Fan was so angry he nearly laughed. Up straight and turned to look at Monkey in the back seat, his eyes bloodshot. Are you saying I'm wrong? He's not causing trouble for no reason, I am. What the hell did I do wrong today? I offered to buy him a cigarette, and he gave me a look like I smelled something foul. Fine, I'll overlook it because he's young. But when I said I'd treat him to a meal, he damn well roasted me again. Was that even human language? But I swallowed it again for the sake of my brother getting married. You saw it yourself just now. I didn't say a damn thing, just mentioned I found someone outside, and that little bastard threw water in my face. I tolerated it again and again. I'm not a damn Ninja Turtle. And what did you just say? He has reasons. Come on, tell me, what reasons? What reason could justify him trampling on my face one after another, dragging my dignity through the mud? Monkey watched Yi Fan's furious expression, struggled internally for a long time, and finally decided to tell him the truth. If he kept silent, the misunderstanding would only make things worse. He simply stared into Yi Fan's angry, bloodshot eyes, and said one thing, Xiaohao is upset because of his sister. Yi Fan was slightly stunned, glancing oddly at Monkey. What happened to his sister? I broke up with his sister peacefully back then. Neither of us wronged the other. Is this really worth this much? Besides, his sister is married with a child now. Why keep dwelling on the past? Monkey heard this and quietly said another thing. His sister never got married. The child is already 4 years old. Do I need to spell it out more clearly? Yi Fan was instantly frozen in place. He was at least a department manager at his company, had built a successful career through his own efforts over the years. How could someone so sharp not understand what Monkey meant? It was just that he couldn't bring himself to believe the suspicion growing in his heart. Monkey watched as Yi Fan's bloodshot eyes calmed, leaving only shock, confusion, and disbelief. Perhaps to confirm Yi Fan's suspicions, Monkey finally gave the definitive answer. That's right, Brother Fan. That's exactly what you're thinking. Yi Fan felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck his forehead. His mind went blank, his thoughts a chaotic mess. He remained frozen in his sideways position, staring motionlessly at Monkey. It took a long while before he snapped back to reality. He patted Ma Yongxiang's shoulder as he drove and demanded, "Pull over. Explain everything to me right now." Ma Yongxiang didn't hesitate at all. He steered the car and pulled over to a quiet stretch of roadside. The moment the car stopped, Yi Fan unbuckled his seatbelt, climbed from the passenger seat into the back, and grabbed Monkey by the collar. "Monkey, don't lie to me. Tell me clearly, what exactly is going on?" Monkey watched his agitated state and sighed helplessly. "All right, Brother Fan, calm down. Let me explain slowly. It's a complicated situation." Only then did Yi Fan calm somewhat. He released Monkey's collar and sat beside him, staring intently. "Tell me slowly. I'm in no rush." Monkey waited until he was composed, then began recounting the events. 5 years ago, Yi Fan had argued with his father about leaving to work elsewhere. Luo Xiaoxi opposed it at the time, and the two had a heated dispute. In the end, Yi Fan left anyway, and Luo Xiaoxi ended their relationship. But this was only what Yi Fan knew. The subsequent developments were entirely beyond his expectations. Shortly after he left, Luo Xiaoxi discovered she was pregnant. She still harbored feelings for Yi Fan, believing his departure was merely impulsive. If he called to apologize, she thought she could forgive him. So she waited in silence. Day after day, month after month passed. Her pregnancy became visibly apparent, yet Yi Fan never once contacted her. Eventually, Luo Xiaoxi's parents noticed something was wrong. Under their persistent questioning, she was forced to reveal that she was carrying Yi Fan's child. Her parents were furious and immediately wanted to confront Yi Fan's family for answers, but Luo Xiaoxi threatened to take her own life to stop them. With no other option, they insisted she terminate the pregnancy. But Luo Xiaoxi was stubborn, viewing the child as proof of her years-long bond with Yi Fan. In short, she was blinded by love and refused with all her might. This deeply disappointed her parents, who saw her unmarried pregnancy as a source of shame. They even considered driving her out and disowning her entirely. During that period, Luo Xiaoxi felt completely trapped with no way out. Yet despite her stubborn nature, she never contacted Yi Fan about it. Luo Xiaohao couldn't bear watching his sister suffer so. Having the closest bond with her, he wanted to contact Yi Fan immediately, but his sister stopped him. With no other choice, Luo Xiaohao thought of Yi Fan's former brothers and hoped they could help him figure out a solution. The group discussed it among themselves, realizing they lacked the authority to make such a decision. They needed guidance from someone older and more experienced, so they sought out Yi Fan's father, Yi Ligua. At that time, Yi Ligua was already drowning in sorrow. His wife had died in an accident caused by his own drinking. His son had cut ties and left to work elsewhere, ignoring him completely. The feeling was as though they would never speak again. Within just a few months, half his hair had turned white, and he had even begun entertaining thoughts of taking his own life. But just then someone approached him with news that his son's girlfriend was pregnant with his grandchild, boy or girl. Yi Ligua had lost all will to live, but when reminded by Yi Fan's brothers that his son's girlfriend was pregnant, that he would soon have a grandson or granddaughter, this man nearing his 50s found a new direction to live for. Soon after, he found Luo Xiaoxi and discussed with her, "Should we call Yi Fan and tell him to come back? If he knows you're carrying his child, he'll drop everything and return immediately." But Luo Xiaoxi refused. She told Yi Ligua, "If Yi Fan truly cares for me, he will come back on his own. If he doesn't, then I have been blind and mistaken about him. Luo Xiaoxi will accept it. If he doesn't return, then I have been blind and mistaken about him. Luo Xiaoxi will accept it." She specifically instructed Yi Fan's brothers and Yi Ligua that no one was to tell Yi Fan about this, or else they would never see the child in her womb again. Warned like this, both Yi Fan's brothers and Yi Ligua chose to keep this secret hidden. Yi Ligua knew that this girl carrying his son's child had endured much hardship in their family. He immediately declared that he would take on all responsibilities for his son and promised to cover all expenses from Luo Xiaoxi's pregnancy through the child's birth. Luo Xiaoxi accepted calmly after all the Yi family owed her this much. Later, Yi Ligua, wanting more stability, offered to take his future daughter-in-law to live in his home, but Luo Xiaoxi refused again. Her reason was that she and Yi Fan were not officially married, and with Yi Fan away, living with her future father-in-law would be rather inconvenient. But Luo Xiaoxi's family found her too shameful and wanted to kick her out. With no other choice, after much discussion, Yi Ligua decided to vacate and renovate the family's old house for Luo Xiaoxi to live in, and only then did she agree. From then on, Yi Ligua acted as both father and mother, doing his utmost to make up for the mistakes his son, Yi Fan, had made. However, Luo Xiaohao knew nothing of this. In his eyes, his sister had been wronged by Yi Fan. 5 years had passed, and Yi Fan had not only failed to return, but hadn't even made a phone call. He felt the Yi family was bullying his sister, and immediately declared he would avenge her. If he couldn't see Yi Fan, he would burn down the Yi house. When Yifan's brothers learned of this, especially Hosey taking the lead, they immediately went to calm the impulsive Luo Xiaohao, saying it was all a misunderstanding. They could resolve it and bring Yifan back to clear things up. Thus, when Luo Xiaohao later saw Yifan, he was hostile and found fault with him at every turn. By the time Hosey explained the whole story to Yifan, Yifan had already lost his earlier fury and rage. Now sitting in the back seat of the car, he leaned back, gazing at the ceiling, 2 unworthy tears streaming down from the corners of his eyes. His heart was filled with regret, self-reproach, and guilt that nearly consumed him entirely. Yifan kept murmuring under his breath, no wonder, no wonder. No wonder his father Yiligua had looked at him so strangely when he returned. No wonder Hosey had acted oddly this morning when driving to Qin Zhanfei's house. That hesitant look and the gleeful tone when mentioning Luo Xiaoxi's child. In other words, the sudden flutter in his heart when he saw that little girl this morning was not an illusion. That was his own daughter. She carried his blood. How could a father and daughter not feel a connection? Thinking of this, Yifan wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. He actually had a child, and a precious daughter at that. But he, this irresponsible scoundrel of a father, had never known. And Luo Xiaoxi, that silly girl. Why didn't she tell him? He turned his head, looking at Hosey sitting beside him, and asked, why didn't you tell me from the start? Why wait until now? Hosey looked at him and sighed. We brothers were worried about you after all. After all, you've been away for 5 years. We don't know what you've been through out there. What if you had a girlfriend or a family? Then telling you about Luo Xiaoxi would put you in a dilemma. We were afraid you'd act rashly and do something foolish. We wanted to wait for the right time to tell you quietly, so you'd be mentally prepared and take it better. Hearing this, Yifan patted Hosey beside him with emotion and said only, thanks brother. I'm sorry I was wrong to blame you. At this moment, Ma Yongqiang, sitting in the driver's seat, chimed in. By the way, brother Fan, now that you know your sister-in-law gave birth to a daughter who's already 4, what are you planning to do? Hearing this, Yifan's eyes lit up bright and piercing. What else? I have to make it up to them, mother and daughter. That girl has suffered too much. I've wronged them. For the rest of my life, I'll double my compensation. Hearing this, Hosey and Ma Yongqiang exchanged glances, a hint of relief in their eyes, clearly satisfied with the answer. But Ma Yongqiang asked again, but didn't you say during dinner that you had a girlfriend outside? What about her? Yifan smiled faintly and waved his hand. It's fine, it's over. Now I have no girlfriend, only a silly girl who gave me a daughter. Saying this, he impatiently patted the seat in front. Quick drive. I need to go back immediately. I haven't even had a good look at my daughter yet, my little princess. She must have suffered a lot these years not seeing her father. As he said this, Yifan suddenly recalled the sight of his daughter this morning, her little face dirty, and his heart ached. Ma Yongqiang in the driver's seat cheerfully responded sure, and started the car heading toward the village where Yifan's family lived. Along the way, Yifan was extremely anxious, constantly urging Ma Yongqiang to speed up. The car soon reached the village entrance. As soon as they entered the village, Yifan patted Ma Yongqiang, who was driving, to stop the car. As soon as the car stopped, he hastily pushed open the door and ran toward the old house, from memory stumbling along the way. He had just drunk alcohol and was a bit dizzy, walking unsteadily, and with his emotions so stirred, he swayed with every step. Seeing this, Hosey and Ma Yongqiang quickly parked the car nearby and ran after Yifan, worried that he might fall and hurt himself in his drunken state. Yifan's family's old house was in the middle of the second row on the east side of the village. Fortunately, the alley wasn't long, and he soon reached the old house's gate. From a distance, Yifan saw a little girl with 2 little buns on her head, looking like a little Neze, squatting by the gate, playing with something. Seeing this little girl, that same fluttering feeling from the morning surged back. He felt his blood boil, a sense of happiness at meeting his own daughter. His hair stood on end, and his hands trembled nervously. Soon Yifan drew closer and saw her more clearly. The little girl wore blue denim overalls over a small sweater, cotton shoes on her feet, and 2 little red hair ties holding up her pigtails. Her face was dirty, but in Yifan's eyes, she was adorable beyond words. This bone-deep feeling was indescribable. His mind went blank, his lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. He felt as if he had lost the ability to speak. His hands shook as he wanted to touch his daughter, but he feared that his sudden appearance might frighten her. He stood there, frozen, tense, and uncertain. Perhaps sensing something, the little girl who was playing with mud suddenly looked up and saw Yifan standing before her. She stared curiously with her big watery eyes, showing no fear, but only curiosity. Her little mouth opened, and with a clear childish voice she asked, "Who are you?" Hearing this innocent, clear voice, Yifan's heart melted, and he didn't know how to answer. Should he say he was her father? But did he truly deserve that title? The child was already 4, and he didn't even know her name. In that moment, guilt filled his face and his voice was hoarse, but he mustered the courage to say, "I'm your father." Yifan had thought that when he suddenly blurted out the words, "I'm your dad," the little girl might be nervous, scared, or even frightened enough to turn and run. All scenarios he had already anticipated. But to his utter surprise, the little girl simply pursed her lips and retorted in a cold, childish voice, "TCH, let me tell you, that line doesn't work on me anymore. My mom said I'm not a child without a father. My dad just went away for work. So don't waste your effort. I'm not mad." Yifan was stunned, gaping speechlessly. Then it dawned on him. What did she mean by those words? It meant that many people had privately bullied her, insulting her in similar ways before. Although in rural areas gossip and spiteful talk were common, and there were many who liked to wag their tongues. But the thought that his own daughter had once suffered such slander made Yi Fan's expression darken. Fearing that his anger might frighten his precious daughter, he quickly composed himself, forced a gentle and kind expression, and slowly crouched down. He looked at the little girl's adorable, innocent face, determined to patiently explain, so she would understand he was truly her father, not someone trying to humiliate or mock her. So he knelt down, his trembling hand reaching out to her, and whispered, "Sweetheart, I really am your father. I'm sorry, I came back too late. I've made you and your mother suffer." Overcome with emotion, he grabbed her hand and pulled her into his embrace. Just as he touched her, he was about to say more, when suddenly a thunderous boom exploded in his mind. His head buzzed, feeling as if his brains were churning and his entire skull swelled. Then a mechanical electronic voice rang in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have made contact with your biological daughter. The strongest dad system has been bound. The newbie gift pack is now being distributed. It has been sent to the system warehouse. Please check it." Hearing this, Yi Fan was utterly bewildered, his mind spinning. Who am I? Where am I? What's happening? A system? Isn't that something only in novels? And he had actually bound one. But more importantly, it was called the strongest dad system. What the heck was that? While he was lost and confused, the little girl in his arms was terrified by his actions. At first she thought Yi Fan was like the village people who made fun of her, pretending to be her father to disgust or tease her. But then Yi Fan unexpectedly pulled her into his arms. This reminded her of what her mother had said about human traffickers. Her face turned pale with fear, and she struggled, desperately shouting, "Help! Help! Someone's kidnapping a child." Just then Luo Xiaoxi, who had been cooking in the kitchen, heard her daughter's cries for help. She rushed out of the kitchen, still holding a rolling pin. When she reached the gate, she saw a man holding her daughter, his head bowed, murmuring something. In her panic, her mind went blank, and she charged forward with the rolling pin. She ran up to Yi Fan, raised the rolling pin, thick as a child's wrist, and with all her strength brought it down heavily on his head. With a loud thud followed by a pained cry, Yi Fan reflexively lowered his head, rubbing his stunned skull, hissing in pain. He instinctively released the little girl he had been holding. Seeing Yi Fan let go of her daughter, Luo Xiaoxi decided to finish the job. She readied another heavy blow so he wouldn't get up and harm them again. Who knew what kind of person this was? In broad daylight, without permission, he had grabbed her daughter. Definitely not a good person. Without hesitation, Luo Xiaoxi raised the rolling pin again, aiming for Yi Fan's head. Just then Ma Yongxiang and Hosey arrived after parking the car. From a distance, they had seen Yi Fan get hit, but they were too far to stop it. When they saw Luo Xiaoxi about to strike again, they shouted without thinking, "Sister-in-law, go easy. That's Brother Fan. Look closely." Luo Xiaoxi was about to bring the pin down when she heard the shouts. She froze, turned to see the two men running toward her, and instantly recognized them. "Isn't that Ling Fei and Ma Yongxiang? What are you doing here? And who did you say this person is?" When Hosey and Ma Yongxiang got closer, they said, "Sister-in-law, you didn't look carefully. This is Brother Fan." Hearing the name, Brother Fan, Luo Xiaoxi looked at Yi Fan, who was crouching on the ground in disbelief. Yi Fan chose that moment to raise his head. Luo Xiaoxi's blow had been delivered in a panic with no restraint directly on his head. Now he felt a lump swelling on his scalp, throbbing with pain. When Luo Xiaoxi saw Yi Fan's face, she was momentarily stunned, completely shaken. After a long pause, tears welled up in her eyes. Countless hardships and grievances turning into tears that slowly filled her eyes, then slid down her cheeks, telling the story of the pain and bitterness of raising their child alone for years. Seeing her like this, Yi Fan's heart ached. Forgetting the pain in his head, he slowly stood up, looking solemnly at the woman before him. 5 years had passed. The once charming girl had become a capable rural woman. She wore a red sweater, jeans, and apron tied around her waist, and held one end of the rolling pin. Her long black hair was tied back, with a few strands falling loose over her smooth forehead and temples. Probably from years of farm work, her figure was well proportioned. Her face bore the marks of wind and weather, exuding a distinct air of capability. No trace remained of the young girl she once was. No wonder people said, "Women are weak, but mothers are strong." How much suffering must she have endured to become like this? Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. He instinctively reached out to take the hand of the woman, whose eyes were filled with tears, staring at him. But Luo Xiaoxi, seeing him reach for her, instinctively pulled back, with her daughter, her expression turning cold. Her voice was as sharp as a blade. "Why did you hug my daughter?" Caught off guard, Yi Fan's outstretched hand froze in midair, unsure of what to do. Luo Xiaoxi didn't give him a chance to recover. She pressed on, "Why are you back? Why didn't you die out there? All these years when your mother and I needed you, where were you? Now you come back, and the first thing you do is hug my daughter. What do you want?" Yi Fan was left speechless, his mouth opening and closing, unable to utter a word. Seeing him like this, Luo Xiaoxi felt no sympathy. She continued, "I'm warning you, stay away from us. Do you hear me? Don't come near again, or I'll call the police and have you arrested. Get lost. You're not welcome in this house." With that, she turned, took her daughter's hand, and walked back inside without a backward glance. The door slammed shut with a bang. It was as if an invisible barrier had been drawn, a chasm separating Yi Fan from them. He stood there at the door, never imagining it would come to this. But he had no words to say. After all, the fault was his. He had been absent for 5 years. He couldn't even imagine how much he had wronged this mother and daughter, how much they had suffered. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh, turned to look at his two worried friends, and waved his hand with a hint of dejection. You two go back. Take my car. Ma Yongxiang waved his hand. No need. My home isn't far. I'll just walk. As for Hosey, you're from the same village, so he can walk home on his own. Yi Fan nodded silently. His mind was a mess. He couldn't face the child's mother now, and he had no way to resolve the conflict. After all, he was too much in the wrong. 5 years. How many 5 years does a person have? Especially raising a child alone for 5 years, enduring so much hardship. It couldn't be explained in just a few words. Ma Yongxiang and Hosey seemed to sense Yi Fan's melancholy. There was nothing they could do to help. All they could offer was helpless advice. Brother Fan, apologize to your sister-in-law properly. Beg her for forgiveness. See if she can forgive you. We can't help much. We'll head back now. Yi Fan waved his hand, too tired to bother with formalities. Seeing him like this, the two sighed helplessly and left. After they had gone, Yi Fan walked to one side of the gate and plopped down on the ground. Right now his mind felt like a pot of mud being stirred. Whether from Luo Xiaoxi's blow with the rolling pin or from her cold attitude, he couldn't tell. Either way, he was confused, not knowing what he was thinking. He felt like a child who had done something wrong and been kicked out of the house, utterly lost. He truly had no idea what to do. Facing the woman whose heart he had so deeply wounded, what manner of apology could possibly win her back? Yi Fan pondered with empathy, wondering how he would feel if someone had hurt him so grievously. He doubted he could ever forgive. That was precisely why he found himself utterly at a loss. He sat slumped beside the entrance of the old family home, his head buried deep between his knees, his legs clamped over his ears, assuming the posture of an ostrich, attempting to escape everything before him through sheer denial. Winter was drawing near, and the biting cold wind swept against his black overcoat. Yi Fan shivered from the cold, yet remained as motionless as a carved stone statue, his head still buried between his legs, unmoving, as though time itself had frozen upon him. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxi had taken her daughter back, inside, her heart still far from at peace. She sat on the sofa in the living room, holding her child, tears streaming unremittingly down her face in heavy drops. The little one in her arms, perhaps sensing her mother's sorrow, curiously tilted her small head to gaze at her mother's tear-reddened eyes. Copying the ways of adults, the little girl raised her tiny hand and gently stroked her mother's face, attempting to wipe away the tears, murmuring softly, "Mommy, don't cry. Be good, Mommy. That bad man bullied Mommy. Fei-Fei will protect Mommy and teach him a lesson. Mommy, stop crying, okay? Fei-Fei will wipe your tears." She had no idea whether this would help. She simply remembered that when she had been wronged and wept in the past, her mother had always comforted her this way. Her little mind held no complicated thoughts as she simply mimicked her mother's manner and offered the same comfort in return. Seeing her daughter so obedient and sensible, Luo Xiaoxi's heart, previously in turmoil from Yi Fan's visit, gradually calmed, and her aching spirit found a measure of solace. She gazed earnestly at the lovely and understanding girl before her, nodded, and a rare smile graced her lips. Thank you, Fei-Fei. Mommy won't cry anymore." Upon seeing that Luo Xiaoxi had truly stopped crying, the daughter immediately lit up with joy, rubbed her little belly, and said with a touch of embarrassment, "Mommy, I'm hungry." As she spoke, her belly audibly rumbled in agreement, as if to substantiate her words. Hearing her daughter's stomach growl, Luo Xiaoxi burst into laughter through her tears and ruffled her hair. "Oh, look at me. I was so absorbed in other matters that I completely forgot. I meant to tell you earlier that dinner was ready, but everything got tangled up with Yi Fan, and I forgot even to feed you." She immediately nodded and said to her daughter, "Wait here, Fei-Fei. Mommy will serve your rice now." She rose and headed to the kitchen, soon returning with 2 bowls of dumplings, one large, one small. It had all begun from a sudden whim. Her daughter had expressed a craving for dumplings, so she had spent over an hour laboriously preparing them by hand. It was precisely because of this rush of emotion that she had casually grabbed the rolling pin in her urgency. When she carried the 2 bowls into the main room, her daughter Fei-Fei leaped up with excitement. "Oh, dumplings." The slight displeasure brought by Yi Fan seemed to be cast aside in an instant. Watching her daughter's joy, Luo Xiaoxi felt as though dark clouds had parted to reveal clear blue sky, and a brilliant smile broke across her face. Then mother and daughter, one tall and one small, gathered around the modest table in the main room and began to enjoy their dumplings. The daughter carefully picked up a dumpling, blew on it, and instead of eating it herself, sweetly offered it to her mother. "Mommy isn't sad anymore, right? Fei-Fei will let you have this dumpling. I blew on it. It's not hot now." Witnessing such thoughtfulness from her daughter, Luo Xiaoxi was moved once more. She opened her mouth and gently bit into the dumpling her daughter offered, catching it in her hand before chewing and smiling beautifully at the girl. "Fei-Fei is so well behaved. Thank you, Fei-Fei." For the time that followed, mother and daughter ate their dumplings in quiet contentment, completely forgetting, or deliberately ignoring, the fact that Yi Fan remained lingering at the front gate. Half an hour passed unnoticed after finishing that delicious meal. Luo Xiaoxi instructed her daughter to stay inside and not run about, then rose with the empty bowls and headed to the kitchen to clean up. After washing the pot, she poured the rinse water into a basin and carried it toward the entrance. She had presumed that after so much time had passed there would be no sign of anyone at the gate. Yi Fan had likely grown impatient and left. Her attitude earlier had been unmistakable. there was no possibility of forgiveness, and he ought to have relinquished hope by now. Yet when she opened the door with the basin of wash water, she found Yi Fan still seated in the corner of the entrance, his arms wrapped around his head, nestled between his legs, shivering like a cowering quail in the cold. Winter was approaching, and temperatures in Jiangbei province were far from warm, averaging merely 5 or 6 degrees, rarely exceeding 7 or 8, even at midday. Seeing this scene, Luo Xiaoxi's eyes held not an ounce of tenderness, only layers of derision. She sneered coldly. I've told you. Aren't you tedious? I've already said it clearly, I have nothing to do with you now. There's no need for these meaningless acts of self-moved theatrics. Do you truly believe this will touch my heart? Impossible. This only makes me find you more ridiculous. I am no longer that foolish girl in my teens, easily bewildered by a few sweet words from you. Put away that pitiful act, or I shall lose all respect for you. Hearing Luo Xiaoxi's words, Yi Fan's rigid body finally stirred slightly. He raised his head and gazed at the woman before him in bewilderment, feeling that she bore no resemblance to the girl he remembered. Years of hardship had worn away all her youthful naivety, leaving her poised, graceful, and mature, a striking contrast to the woman he once knew. It left him momentarily unable to speak, swallowing the apologies he had carefully prepared, wordless. Noticing Yi Fan's mouth opening and closing repeatedly, without producing a single syllable, a faint mocking smile touched Luo Xiaoxi's lips. She abruptly hurled the basin's contents onto the ground at the doorway, the splash coating Yi Fan, yet she pretended not to notice and said bluntly, "Let this be my final warning, get lost. Do not appear before my daughter and me again. Should you persist, I shall only find you repulsive. Once upon a time you were so proud, valuing your dignity above all else. Surely you do not wish to be publicly scolded by me in front of the entire village. Leave while you still can." Hearing her icy words, Yi Fan understood that the situation had reached an irreparable point. A profound sense of defeat surged within him, and his entire being radiated despondency. He silently rose to his feet, disregarding the dust-stained coat, and slowly shuffled away step by step, his expression numb. As Luo Xiaoxi had said, he too wished to depart. No one wished to be regarded with disgust. Yet what he did not know was that even after he had walked far away, Luo Xiaoxi remained at the doorway, gazing at his receding figure with a wry smile. As stubborn Yi Fan, you still care so deeply about your face, placing your pride above everything, just as in days of old. In her view, had Yi Fan ignored all boundaries and knelt before her without regard for his dignity, perhaps she truly might have softened, if only for a moment. Regardless of her anger, he was once the man she had deeply loved, the father of her child with whom she had shared years of arduous raising. As the child's biological father, some affection must remain. But Yi Fan had failed to grasp this nuance. With this realization, Luo Xiaoxi felt as though a weight had been lifted, and she returned home with the basin that had once held wash water. Meanwhile, having departed from Luo Xiaoxi's home, the old family residence, Yi Fan appeared profoundly dejected and listless, stumbling along the road toward his own house. Soon he arrived at his doorstep, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. Yi Fan's father, Yi Ligua, was in the midst of lunch. Upon hearing the door creak open, he looked up, recognized his son, and immediately broke into a smile. "Xiao Fan, you're back. Have you eaten? If not, that's perfect. I just finished cooking. Join me." But midway through his words, he fell silent. Something about Yi Fan's state was deeply unsettling. When he had left that morning, he had been pristine and composed, wearing a black coat, his hair neatly combed, glasses perched properly, a picture of a successful man. Now he resembled a defeated bird drenched in rain, utterly dispirited. His coat was filthy, his backside caked with dust, his hair disheveled like a nest, and his glasses sat askew, a detail he had yet to notice. Seeing his son in such a disheveled state, Yi Ligua had no intention of staying seated at the table. He sprang to his feet in an instant, dashed over to Yi Fan, and pulled him close, examining him from head to toe. What happened? The more he studied the boy, the darker his expression grew. Did you get into a fight? After all, Yi Fan was no longer a child. If children fought, it was usually just playful roughhousing, but at Yi Fan's age, a real scuffle was no trivial matter. That was why Yi Ligua was especially tense. Yi Fan looked at his father's anxious face, let out a sigh, and shook his head. Seeing his son shake his head, Yi Ligua breathed a little easier. At least it wasn't a fight. He pressed on, "Then what happened? How did you end up in such a state? What's the reason? Tell me." Under his father's concerned gaze, Yi Fan finally spoke. "I know about Xiaoxi." Hearing this, Yi Ligua sighed with relief, turned, and walked back to the dining table, sat down, and beckoned to Yi Fan, pointing to the seat beside him. Yi Fan saw his father's gesture, and walked over numbly, taking the seat opposite Yi Ligua, without a word. Yi Ligua, seeing his silence, had to ask, "Did you go see Xiaoxi?" Yi Fan nodded. "And then, oi." Yi Fan replied helplessly, "Xiaoxi refused to forgive me. She wouldn't even let me see the child. I only hugged her, and she hit me with a stick, then took the child inside." Yi Ligua nodded knowingly. "That's normal. It's been 5 years. What you owe her can't be made up in a few words. I can help you with anything else, but this is something no one can do for you. You have to figure it out yourself." His father's words only deepened Yi Fan's confusion. "I truly have no idea what to do now." To be honest, no matter how tough the problem had been since childhood, he had always found a way. Even in the working world, no matter how steep the obstacle, he gritted his teeth and pushed through, always finding a solution. But facing Luo Xiaoxi, he felt a profound powerlessness, like staring at an unsolvable math problem, pen in hand, racking his brain, without a single clue, utterly trapped in a dead end. Seeing his son so dejected, Yi Ligua had to offer some guidance. Xiao Fan, everything has a solution. Whether it's emotions or career, there is a path to follow. It just depends on how you walk it. Despite his father's counsel, Yi Fan ran his fingers through his tangled hair. I really don't know what to do. Too much time has passed. Some wounds are etched deep in the heart. Trying to erase them is like a fantasy. Even I can't forgive myself for all the mistakes I made. I feel that Xiaoxi has no feelings left for me anymore. She's completely disappointed. How do you win back the heart of someone who's utterly disappointed? It's almost an impossible puzzle. Hearing his son's despairing words, Yi Ligua smiled and shook his head. Xiao Fan, you're mistaken there. How can you be certain she's completely disappointed? Yi Fan quickly said, Xiaoxi told me herself. She doesn't want to see me. The sight of me disgusts her. Dad, is there still hope for me? His voice was nearly desperate. Yi Ligua still smiled and shook his head. Wrong, you're still wrong. What is despair? What is disappointment? Did you commit some heinous crime? Yi Fan immediately retorted. She carried my child, gave birth, and raised them alone for 5 years while I was absent and indifferent. Isn't that heinous enough? Yi Ligua's face still held a smile. No. Yi Fan looked at him in confusion. How is that possible? Yi Ligua answered, why not? First, you were gone for 5 years. That's a mistake, but mistakes can be corrected and made up for. Besides, she didn't catch you cheating, and you haven't started another family. You're still unmarried. That's an opportunity. What opportunity? The opportunity is that she bore your child, didn't flee far away, and didn't just marry someone else. That's the chance she left you. Don't you understand? Yi Fan heard his father's words, and it was like a ray of dawn piercing the pitch-black night, illuminating his chaotic thoughts. Like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, he asked urgently, then Dad, what should I do? This time Yi Ligua didn't give an answer directly. He pointed at himself. That depends on you. The one who tied the knot must untie it. Your relationship is something you have to resolve yourself. You managed to win her over back then. Now it's like starting over, just with a higher difficulty. Does that mean you've lost your confidence? She liked you once. Why can't she like you again? It's like when you were a kid and loved playing games at the internet cafe. You cleared the level once, then stopped playing. A few years later, the game updates. You pick it up again. Can't you clear the second level? You just need to find a new strategy. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier. Yi Fan finally understood, and a flicker of excitement lit up his eyes. He nearly jumped out of his chair. I get it. I get it. Without another word, he dashed into his bedroom and started rummaging. Yi Ligua, watching his son's excitement from behind, asked curiously, what are you doing? Yi Fan didn't even turn around, just tossed back. I'm looking for the game strategy. Then he began tearing through the room. Yi Ligua, seated at the dining table, watched his son and smiled. Young people's affairs, after all, had to be resolved by themselves. He couldn't meddle. He shook his head and continued eating his meal. Meanwhile, Yi Fan in the bedroom was tearing through drawers and boxes. Soon a pile of things was unearthed. He gathered them together and examined each item one by one. These were all the gifts Luo Xiaoxi had given him during their romance: paper cranes she had folded herself, stored in small glass bottles, bracelets, woven strings, and other trinkets. About a dozen pieces in total. Yi Fan turned them over and over, even unfolding each paper crane to see if there was any writing or clue inside. But they were all ordinary cranes folded from colored paper, pretty to look at, but nothing else. After searching through everything, he found no useful leads. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. Deciding to rest for a moment, he picked up a music box from the bedside and pressed the play button. A soft, melodious tune floated out of the music box like a warm hand, gently soothing Yi Fan's restless heart. He gradually calmed down, took off his jacket, lay on the bed, and pondered how to win back Luo Xiaoxi's heart. After all, his father had said that if it happened once, it could happen again, and he had regained his confidence. With his mind at peace, his thoughts slowly returned to normal. Suddenly, he remembered that when he had gone to see Luo Xiaoxi and hugged his daughter, he seemed to have bound some system. Could that system help him solve the problem of Luo Xiaoxi's refusal to forgive? After all, in many novels he had read, systems were omnipotent. With that thought, Yi Fan called out in his mind, "System, system, are you there?" But the system acted as if it had never existed. No matter how he called, there was no response. Yi Fan even began to wonder if he had been so excited when hugging his daughter that he had hallucinated. Yet the feeling had been so real. He remembered that the system had apparently given him a novice gift pack. Where was it to be claimed? Right, the system warehouse. So he thought again, I want to claim the novice gift pack. After calling out, he expected no response, but suddenly a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Acknowledged. Novice gift pack has been delivered. Would you like to open it? Yi Fan didn't hesitate, thinking repeatedly, open, open. The same mechanical voice acknowledged. Novice gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received the all-round God of Song voice. Upon hearing the reward, Yi Fan was stunned. Wait, system, what use is this thing? Are you asking me to become a voice actor to cheer up Xiaoxi? Don't be ridiculous. He could already imagine if he actually tried to amuse Luo Xiaoxi with a voice imitation. Given her attitude toward him, she might just dump a basin of vegetable washing water on his head. Thinking this way, Yi Fan felt the item was utterly useless. He asked, what exactly is the use of this all-round God of Song voice? This time the system didn't ignore him and provided an explanation. The all-round god of song voice includes the voices of all known gods of song in the world. The host can freely use and merge them, meaning the host can imitate any singer's voice. Yi Fan let out a faint, "Oh." To be honest, he had no real interest in this thing. If he were still hustling in the city, he might have tried to become a singing internet celebrity, but now what he needed was to win back Luo Xiaoxi's heart. What good was a voice like that? With that thought, he couldn't be bothered to engage with the system any longer. He lay quietly on the bed listening to the familiar music from the music box that Luo Xiaoxi had once given him and drifted off to sleep. When Yi Fan woke up again, the sky outside the window had already grown dim. He casually picked up the phone from the bedside and glanced at it. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon. He had been roused by the thirst brought on by his drunkenness, feeling as if his throat were about to catch fire. Upon waking, Yi Fan didn't hesitate for a moment. He grabbed the bottle of mineral water on the bedside and gulped it down until he felt somewhat relieved. After drinking, he collapsed back onto the bed, heavily staring at the ceiling overhead. Suddenly he recalled that he had been searching for a way to win back Luo Xiaoxi, but after searching for ages, he had found nothing. Listening to the music box he had given her during their courtship, he had drifted off into a daze. At this thought, Yi Fan instinctively looked at the music box that had been on the bedside before he fell asleep. He noticed that somehow at some point it had stopped playing. To be honest, listening to its melody had been quite soothing for sleep, otherwise Yi Fan wouldn't have fallen asleep so easily. But why had it suddenly gone silent? Curious, Yi Fan picked it up and fiddled with it silently, guessing that it must have run out of batteries. So he began searching everywhere for the battery compartment. After turning it over and over, he found that the compartment wasn't at the bottom, but on the slanted side of the music box with a small button. He pried open the button with his little finger, and with a click the battery cover popped open. Yi Fan was curious about what kind of battery this little gadget used. But just as he peered into the small opening, before he could even see the battery, a small slip of paper fell out. The paper was neatly folded, just covering the top of the battery. If the battery hadn't died, he would never have discovered that a note was hidden inside. Yi Fan couldn't help but be curious as he picked up the note and unfolded it to read. The moment he saw the words on the note, his eyes widened with joyful surprise, as if he had encountered a problem of the century and had just found a solution. The note was written in delicate handwriting. "Silly guy, if one day you accidentally lose me, come find me. Apologize to me by singing a love song in front of everyone. I know you value your pride above all else. If you're willing to do that and not be afraid of embarrassment, it means you've cast aside everything and truly love me. Then no matter what mistake you've made, I'll choose to forgive you. This promise is forever valid. Yours, Xiaoxi." Seeing this note, Yi Fan was like a drowning man who had glimpsed a lifeline. His eyes grew brighter and brighter until, unable to control himself, he gasped out loud in bed. A sense of achievement surged from the depths of his heart, as if he had accomplished something monumental. At this thought, he couldn't help but burst into ecstatic laughter. Ha! His laughter was so loud it seemed about to lift the roof off. Just then his father Yi Liguo's voice came from outside the room. "Xiao Fan, what are you laughing at? Your friends are here to see you." Almost as soon as Yi Liguo finished speaking, Yi Fan saw Monkey and the others push open the door and walk into the room. They saw Yi Fan and simply said softly, "Fan Go, we're here." As they spoke, Qin Zhanfei and the others were a bit cautious, sneaking glances at Yi Fan's expression, afraid he might still be angry about what had happened at the restaurant earlier. Monkey and Ma Yongxiang, however, had different thoughts. They knew that after Yi Fan returned, he had gone to Luo Xiaoxi's house, but had been shut out, and they feared he might be crushed by this setback. But looking at Yi Fan's expression now, they saw that he had long lost the disappointed and dejected look he had worn at Luo Xiaoxi's doorstep. Instead, he was brimming with excitement, and they all grew curious. Qin Zhanfei in particular stepped forward and asked with curiosity, "Fan Go, are you okay? You haven't gone crazy from anger over that Xiaohao incident, have you?" Yi Fan rolled his eyes at him and shot back, "Go to hell. You're the one who's crazy. I was just thinking about how to get your sister-in-law to forgive me." Hearing this, Qin Zhanfei and the others became even more curious. "Oh, you already know Fan Go." Then they looked questioningly at Monkey and Ma Yongxiang, because those two had brought Yi Fan back. After receiving confirming nods from the two, they realized it must have been these two who told him. So they stopped dwelling on that issue. Then everyone turned their heads back to Yi Fan in unison. First, Qin Zhanfei asked curiously, "Fan Go, you're laughing so happily, so you must have an idea to win your sister-in-law's forgiveness. Spill it to us, brothers. What's your plan? Let us help you think it over." Yi Fan chuckled mysteriously, "I won't tell you yet. The immortal has his own strategy." He put on a mysterious air, which only made everyone more curious. Seeing their inquisitive expressions, Yi Fan quickly changed the subject. "By the way, are you guys all sober now?" At this question, they all nodded. Only Monkey rubbed his head and said, "Still a bit painful. From now on, I'll never mix beer and liquor again. It gets you drunk easily, and when you wake up, your head hurts like hell." Qin Zhanfei, seeing that Monkey was rambling on, refused to let Yi Fan's diversion succeed. He immediately interrupted Monkey. "Monkey, stop your moaning. Let me ask Fan Go about that earlier matter. You said you have a way to make your sister-in-law forgive you. What exactly is it?" "Yeah, Fan Go, spill it," the others echoed. Yi Fan chuckled again. "The wise man has his own plan. No need to tell you all, ooh, just watch and see." With that, he turned to them and asked, "Hey guys, dare to have a wild time with me in the village?" They were all puzzled. "What do you mean?" Yi Fan grinned. "Exactly what I said. I want to take you all on a wild ride. He then turned to Qin Zhanfei. Zhanfei, you're getting married in a couple of days. Do you have a big speaker for music at home? Qin Zhanfei nodded confused. Yes, I do. What's up? Yi Fan grinned. Lend it to me. Qin Zhanfei agreed without hesitation. Sure, use it. What's the big deal? By the way, when do you need it? Yi Fan waved his hand. The sooner the better. You and Monkey can drive my car to bring it back right now. Qin Zhanfei nodded, said only, all right, wait, and then hurriedly turned and led Monkey out of Yi Fan's house. He was also curious about what method Yi Fan could come up with having hurt a woman for 5 years. If it were him, he wouldn't have a clue. After Qin Zhanfei and Monkey left, the remaining few looked at Yi Fan with curious eyes, not understanding what he was up to. First talking about having fun, then asking Qin Zhanfei to fetch speakers. What was he planning? Yi Fan couldn't be bothered to explain, so he just waited silently at home. Before long, Monkey and Qin Zhanfei came rushing back. Monkey, walking in front, said hurriedly, Fan, good, the speakers are here. What now? Yi Fan nodded with a smile. Did you bring the matching microphone? Qin Zhanfei, standing behind Monkey, answered first. Don't worry, we brought everything. It's all in the car. Yi Fan praised him. Well done. Let's go. Watch me give you guys a personal performance show. With that, he led the way outside. As they reached the door, Yi Ligua saw them bustling out and asked curiously, where are you all off to? Yi Fan at the front replied excitedly, going to chase after your daughter-in-law. He chuckled and led the group out. Qin Zhanfei and the others walking behind him saw how excited Yi Fan was and wondered why he was so confident. Who gave him that confidence? Was it someone named Liang? Yi Fan led the group to his car. First, he checked the speakers in the trunk. They were a rechargeable model with Bluetooth connectivity. He was even more satisfied. Without saying much, he waved for his brothers to each carry one speaker while he took the microphone from the car and led the way forward. Soon they arrived at the alley where Luo Xiaoxi's house was located, the same alley where Yi Fan's old home stood. Yi Fan didn't choose to go directly to Luo Xiaoxi. Instead, he stood at the entrance of the alley. This time, he was going to unleash a grand gesture for Luo Xiaoxi. At the alley entrance, Yi Fan asked Qin Zhanfei and the others to help set up the speakers. After connecting the microphone, he tested it. Testing. With those words, the sound boomed through the large speakers. Yi Fan was pleased with the volume and smiled. After that, he took out his phone and connected it via Bluetooth. Once connected, he waited silently. During his preparations, some villagers had already started watching. When he carried the two large speakers to the intersection, those who had just finished dinner and were out for a walk curiously gathered around him. This was exactly the effect Yi Fan wanted. He wanted the idle villagers to come and watch his performance. Soon more and more people gathered around, surrounding Yi Fan and his group at the intersection. Seeing that the crowd was large enough, Yi Fan picked up the microphone and began to speak. Uncles and aunties, elder brothers and younger brothers, sisters-in-law. Basically, I've addressed everyone here. Now I want to announce something. Today I, Yi Fan, just want to tell everyone that I am a jerk. I have wronged Luo Xiaoxi. I made a poor girl bear my daughter and raise her alone for 5 years while I was away for 5 years without a word. Although I didn't know before, that doesn't change the fact that I'm a jerk. Here I just want to say sorry to her, and I ask you all to bear witness for me. Besides that, to win Luo Xiaoxi's forgiveness, I want to sing a song for her here, hoping to express my apology. Luo Xiaoxi, are you listening? This song is just to let you know I'm sorry. 1,000 wrongs, all are my fault. I have wronged you and our daughter. I hope you can give me another chance to make up for it. I will let you know that for the rest of my life I will love only you, and I will make up for all the debts I owe to you and our daughter. Yi Fan's flashy antics had drawn nearly half the village's men, young and old, to gather around. They had encircled him in layers upon layers so tight that even his own brothers were squeezed out of the crowd. As they pushed and shoved, they muttered, "Whoa, damn. This is one thrilling spectacle, truly worthy of our Fan Go." In their hearts, they couldn't help but admire how much Yi Fan had matured during his years working in the city and how thick his skin had become. To be honest, none of them would have had the courage to make a fool of themselves in front of so many people. Yet Yi Fan, standing at the center of the crowd, paid no heed to any of it. Though he hadn't caught a glimpse of Luo Xiaoxi or her daughter from start to finish, he knew full well that the microphone and speakers were loud enough to carry his voice across half the village. Standing at the alleyway and shouting, he was certain Luo Xiaoxi could hear him. She hadn't come out, perhaps out of embarrassment or perhaps because she still harbored some resentment toward him. But Yi Fan wasn't anxious. Haste makes waste, and this was only the beginning. 5 years of neglect couldn't be made up for with just a few words. As it turned out, his guess was right. On the other side, Luo Xiaoxi had already known the moment Yi Fan and his brothers had set up the speakers at the alley entrance. Actually, it wasn't her who noticed first. It was her daughter Fei Fei. The little one didn't understand the complexities of adult relationships, as she only knew that the man who had made her mother cry at noon was back, and she thought he had come to bully her again. To warn her mother, Fei Fei, who had been playing happily at the doorstep, dashed back home on her short legs and shouted from the courtyard, "Mommy, mommy. Bad news, mommy. That big bad guy from noon is back." At first, Luo Xiaoxi didn't register who her daughter meant by big bad guy. After a moment's thought, she realized it was Yi Fan who had pestered her relentlessly at her doorstep at noon. She felt a surge of irritation and muttered inwardly, "Is this guy still not giving up?" But despite her thoughts, she no longer wore the angry expression from noon. Unbeknownst to her, a faint smile had crept onto her lips. She secretly pondered, if he really dares to kneel down and beg for my forgiveness, without caring about his pride, should I soften my heart? To be honest, Luo Xiaoxi had wavered. Not just for herself, but for her daughter. She didn't want her child to grow up without a father, to lose the chance for a complete childhood. Yet she couldn't be sure whether Yi Fan had changed over these 5 years, or whether the dazzling romantic world of the big city had tainted his heart. She had heard many stories of young men from the village who went to work in the city and got so caught up in the fun that they refused to come back. If she accepted him too easily, she feared they might be hurt again. She herself could endure, but her precious daughter must never suffer again. This time she had to fulfill her duty as a mother. So when she heard that Yi Fan had returned, she didn't rush out immediately. Instead, she quietly went to the front door and listened to the commotion outside. Hearing that he wasn't pestering her at her doorstep, she became curious. She cautiously cracked the door open and peered outside, but saw no sign of Yi Fan. Luo Xiaoxi wondered if her daughter had been mistaken. Just then, 2 loud "hey" sounds pierced through, so powerful that they left her momentarily stunned. It turned out Yi Fan had aimed the speakers straight at her alley, inadvertently turning them into a giant megaphone. Luo Xiaoxi was baffled, unsure what the man was up to. She opened the door a little wider, cautiously poked her head out, and looked toward the alley entrance, only to see a massive crowd gathering there. Then she heard Yi Fan's words, and she couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated, silently mocking him. Is this guy out of his mind? It really wasn't necessary. If he were sincere, he could kneel before her, weep bitterly, and admit his mistakes. She might consider forgiving him. Why make such a big scene and let everyone know? But she hesitated to go out now. For one thing, there were too many people, and she felt embarrassed. For another, she wanted to see if Yi Fan was truly sincere. If he only said a few sweet words, and then turned away when she didn't come out, then forget it. Without that persistence, she couldn't trust him to protect them. For her daughter's sake, she had to be cautious. But what Yi Fan did next completely exceeded her expectations. On the other side, after preparing, Yi Fan connected his phone via Bluetooth and started playing music. As the intro played, the men in the village were stunned, staring at Yi Fan in disbelief. Was he really going to sing? They had thought he was just bluffing. And when the melody became clearer, the crowd, especially the younger ones, immediately recognized the song and grew even more excited. Because this song wasn't one most people would dare to sing. It was a classic apology song, and singing it came with a fair amount of cringe. Once he sang it, he would be telling everyone plainly that he was casting aside all pride to apologize to the girl he loved. The song was called Admitting Fault, one of the hits by Su Gao, one of the 3 non-mainstream giants of the era. It was specifically written for apologies, released in October 2009, with lyrics and composition both by Su Gao himself. When the song first came out, it became a national sensation, one of the most popular pop songs among young people. Whenever a couple quarreled, if the guy sang this song, they would almost always make up. That was why Yi Fan chose it. Microphone in hand, during the break in the intro, he said softly, "Xiaoxi, do you still remember? Back then you told me that if I ever made a mistake and was willing to cast aside all my pride to apologize to you no matter what I did wrong, you would forgive me. I just want to know, does that promise still hold? If it does, I'll apologize to you right now. This song, Admitting Fault, is for you. I hope you'll accept it." Soon the intro ended. Yi Fan raised the microphone, gently pressing it to his ear, and deliberately used the all-around god of song voice that the system had previously rewarded him with. He didn't intend to imitate Su Gao's original voice, because Su Gao's voice was too gentle, lacking the regret that an apology should carry. He adjusted his voice little by little. This time he wanted to sing in Old Shue's voice. Compared to Su Gao, Old Shue's voice was deeper and more powerful, making it easier to move the other person and gain acceptance when apologizing. After some adjustment, he turned the microphone aside and tried humming a couple of notes. To his own ears, it already sounded 9/10 like Old Shue. With a little more tweaking, even though he hadn't sung formally, yet he could feel that he could perfectly replicate Old Shue's voice. He had to admit the system was truly powerful. This all-around god of song voice could effortlessly mimic any celebrity's voice and singing techniques. It was absolutely incredible. The following scene would prove that point. As the intro faded, Yi Fan opened his mouth and sang the first few lines. "That afternoon I stood at your door, you bit your lip, and finally said goodbye. My pleas and tears were all in vain. Maybe I deserve this bitter fruit, your tolerance. I never understood enough, thought love was strong enough to need no reason. My heart began to tremble. I understood your pain, but your expression had already turned cold." The moment these lines came out, the crowd erupted, exclaiming, "Wow, that sounds amazing." Especially with Yi Fan's deliberately lowered husky voice, the emotions of sorrow, regret, and the desperate desire for forgiveness were vividly conveyed. Everyone present could feel his heart-wrenching remorse. The one who felt it most deeply was Luo Xiaoxi, leaning against the closed door listening to Yi Fan singing. Just those first few lines were enough to force tears from her beautiful eyes. Yi Fan meanwhile noticed the reaction and was quite satisfied with the effect. Looking at the captivated audience and then at his brothers who were squeezed outside, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if they could swallow an egg, he knew how powerful those lines had been. So he steadied himself and continued singing. The next chorus was even more penetrating. "It's all my fault. Is it too late to admit my mistake now? You said you don't love me anymore. I take you back to the happy times we had. You just told me not to hold on. It's all my fault. Is it too late to admit my mistake now? You said you like the life you have now, you take me back to the torment we shared in love, and told me don't come to admit fault, admit the outcome. Perhaps because the emotions were so intense, Yi Fan himself unknowingly shed tears. He remembered how Luo Xiaoxi had begged him not to leave back then, but he was young and hot-headed, refusing to listen. Coupled with the conflicts with his father weighing on his heart, he had left without a second thought. Now looking back, he was filled with nothing but regret. So when he sang the line, "It's all my fault, is there any use in apologizing now? You said you no longer love me," his hoarse voice was almost choked with sobs, rendering the emotion remarkably poignant. Some of the young people who had returned early to prepare for the new year were present, and as they heard Yi Fan sing these lyrics, perhaps reminded of their own experiences, their eyes unknowingly reddened. Meanwhile, Yi Fan himself was also drenched in tears, continuing to sing in a voice filled with sorrow and regret. As he sang, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. The door to Luo Xiaoxi's house in the alley had opened at some point. Luo Xiaoxi, unbeknownst to him, had already appeared at the doorstep, standing there with her head tilted up, looking in his direction. Yi Fan, standing at 1.8 meters tall, was already conspicuous among the crowd, and with the Spring Festival still 2 months away, there weren't many young people back yet. Thus the majority of those present were elderly villagers who had stayed behind, and since he was standing on an elevated spot, he could clearly see the scene at Luo Xiaoxi's doorway. But Yi Fan didn't pause. He remained expressionless, pretending not to have seen her, continuing to sing and cry. Behind the crowd, Luo Xiaoxi had already walked over and quietly blended in. However, the crowd was large and chaotic, so no one noticed her. At that moment, everyone's attention was fixed on Yi Fan. Soon the song reached its end. Yi Fan sang the last few lines with a sob. "It's all my fault, is there any use in apologizing now? You said you no longer love me. I take you back to the happy times we once shared. You just tell me not to cling anymore. It's all my fault, is there any use in apologizing now? You said you like the life you have now. You take me back to the mutual torment and love," especially the last line, that also told me, "Don't come back to apologize or beg for the result." The sense of helplessness in his voice was bone deep, as if his lover was adamant about not forgiving him, filled with utter despair. The song ended quickly, and before the last note faded, Yi Fan, pretending not to see Luo Xiaoxi, shouted to the crowd, "Here, Yi Fan apologized to Luo Xiaoxi once again. I have wronged her. I hope she can give me another chance. I was wrong. If she refuses to forgive me, that's fine. I'll keep singing today until she does." At this point, he had thrown caution to the wind, putting on a shameless front. He had already lost all face. Although the people present thought he sang well, few truly empathized. Most were just there for the spectacle. After the apology, Yi Fan, as if determined to follow through, picked up his phone to adjust the accompaniment and find another song to continue singing. The crowd, stirred by his emotions, began to clamor, "One more song. One more song. Yes, she hasn't forgiven you yet, you've got to keep going. Honestly, Yi Fan, I never knew you could sing. You've got a good voice, hurry up with another one. I haven't had enough." Hearing the crowd, Yi Fan wiped the tears from his face, revealing an embarrassed smile, and nodded. "All right, wait a moment, let me find another song." With that, he genuinely started browsing through his phone. Just then something unexpected happened. A woman suddenly rushed out of the crowd. She wore a blue down jacket, jeans, and a ponytail of long black hair tied back at the nape of her neck. Everyone took a closer look. It was none other than Luo Xiaoxi, the person Yi Fan had been apologizing to. At this moment, Luo Xiaoxi was both moved and flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could crawl into an anthill. But if she didn't come out, Yi Fan might really keep singing forever, and then she would never be able to show her face in the village again. Moreover, deep down, she had already felt Yi Fan's sincerity and had truly forgiven this man who had let her down for 5 years. So she could no longer hold back. Without a care, she rushed forward, her beautiful eyes staring straight at Yi Fan, and said with a hint of anger, "Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" Yi Fan, seeing her charge at him, pretended to be taken by surprise, stunned, his mouth wide open, as if he couldn't find the words to say. Luo Xiaoxi couldn't be bothered with his act. Years of raising their daughter alone had forged a fiery temperament. So she strode forward, boldly grabbed Yi Fan by the hair, like catching a stray dog that had run away, and dragged him back, her head lowered, too shy to face anyone. Being grabbed by the hair, Yi Fan wasn't angry at all. In fact, he felt delighted. This clearly meant she had forgiven him, otherwise she wouldn't have shown herself. As he was being dragged forward, Yi Fan turned his head and grinned at his buddies, making an okay gesture. "Done. Guys, pack up the equipment and head back. I'm going home with your sister-in-law." Luo Xiaoxi, who was leading him by the hair, became even more embarrassed upon hearing this, tightening her grip a little. She lowered her head and walked through the crowd toward her house. Yi Fan, being dragged, cried out, "Ouch, ouch, that hurts," and pretended to beg for mercy. "Easy, easy, it hurts." Luo Xiaoxi, still with her head down, snorted coldly, "Serves you right." Thus she continued to drag Yi Fan by the hair, heading home without a care. Just then a little voice called out from behind, "Mommy, mommy, wait for me. You're too fast, I can't keep up." Luo Xiaoxi immediately recognized her precious daughter, stopped to wait, and when the girl caught up, she continued dragging Yi Fan forward. The crowd behind them burst into laughter, thoroughly amused by Yi Fan's disheveled state. Their daughter Fei Fei, following behind, looked bewildered at the scene. She glanced at her mother, then at Yi Fan, her little eyes wide open, wanting to ask something, but not knowing how to start, so she just trotted along with her short legs after her mother. Among the crowd, Yi Fan's buddies, seeing this, were overjoyed, as if they had found a treasure. They shouted after Yi Fan's retreating figure. Fan Gu, remember to apologize well to your sister-in-law when you get home. We'll pack up and leave. We'll catch up with you later. With that, they started packing up the sound equipment. The villagers, having had their fill of gossip and entertainment, dispersed with smiles. On the other side, Luo Xiaoxi, still gripping Yi Fan's hair, soon reached her house. Yi Fan, as obedient as a child, was dragged by the hair jogging along. The three of them, 2 adults and 1 child, soon entered Luo Xiaoxi's home, which was also Yi Fan's old house. Luo Xiaoxi slammed the door shut with a bang, but didn't release Yi Fan's hair. She continued dragging him toward the main hall. Yi Fan didn't resist, following eagerly, his head forced low by the grip, tiptoeing along like a naughty child about to be punished by his parents. In the main hall, Luo Xiaoxi finally let go. Yi Fan, pretending to be hurt, rubbed his head and looked at her with a pitiful expression. Seeing his demeanor, Luo Xiaoxi almost laughed, but she forced herself to frown and spoke coldly. How could you do this? Shameless. Yi Fan, hearing her tone was cold but distinctly different from earlier that afternoon, immediately broke into a mischievous grin. But you told me yourself. Luo Xiaoxi shot him an annoyed glare. When did I ever say that? Yi Fan chuckled, reached into his pocket, and soon pulled out a small note he had found in the music box at home, presenting it to Luo Xiaoxi like a treasure. Luo Xiaoxi took the note, puzzled. What's this? Upon seeing it, her face flushed even redder. She recognized it. This was a note she had left in the music box she gave Yi Fan for his birthday back when they first started dating, when she was young and naive, always afraid he might leave her someday. She never expected that after all these years he would have found it. Looking at the note, Luo Xiaoxi felt both amused and annoyed, tapping Yi Fan's forehead with her finger. How did you find this? It's been so many years. As she spoke, she looked at the little note and couldn't help but drift into memories. Those were such innocent times. The daughter watched as Yi Fan and her mother chatted and laughed together, no longer at odds as before, and she seemed a bit at a loss. In truth, she still harbored a hint of fear toward Yi Fan. That afternoon, this man had made her mother cry, and in her eyes he was undoubtedly a villain, far from a good person. Just now her mother had even pulled his hair. Didn't that prove he was a scoundrel? If he were a good man, why would he make her mother weep? If he weren't wicked, why would her mother grab his hair? No matter how she turned it over in her little mind, she was convinced that Yi Fan was an irredeemable villain. Yi Fan also noticed the little girl, who seemed both flustered and afraid of him. Seeing her nervous yet adorable demeanor, his heart nearly melted. So he tentatively reached out his hand, wanting to draw her into his arms and grow a little closer. But the moment the little girl saw him extending his hand to pull her, she was startled, quickly dodged around Yi Fan, and burrowed into her mother Luo Xiaoxi's embrace, burying her face in her mother's stomach, refusing to lift it no matter what. Her timid appearance left Yi Fan equally at a loss. He rubbed his nose helplessly, feeling deeply embarrassed. Luo Xiaoxi, seeing his awkwardness, couldn't help but let out a laugh. The daughter in her arms, hearing her mother laugh, curiously raised her little head to look at her, and asked in confusion, Mom, who is he really? Yi Fan, standing nearby, heard his daughter's question, and immediately turned to Luo Xiaoxi, clasping his hands together in a pleading gesture. Seeing his look, Luo Xiaoxi had no choice but to say to her daughter, Fei Fei, haven't you been looking for your father? Well, this shameless father of yours is back. The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. Hearing her mother say that this big villain was her father, the little girl couldn't believe it at first. She turned to look at Yi Fan, stared for a long time, still felt it unreal, then looked up at Luo Xiaoxi, as if seeking confirmation. Luo Xiaoxi, seeing her daughter's expression, nodded, giving her a definitive answer. Only then did Fei Fei confirm that her father had truly returned. The father she had been longing for all these years, the one she wanted to stand up for her when other kids mocked her for having no father, had truly come back. Her little mind couldn't process so many thoughts at once, and it seemed to freeze. After a long pause, she looked at Yi Fan, confirmed he meant no harm, and slowly extended her small hand. Seeing this gesture, Yi Fan understood that the little girl was trying to accept him. He was nearly moved to tears, but forced himself to hold back. Afraid of startling the little girl, who had finally gathered her courage, he also slowly reached out. After a long wait, his big hand finally met her small one. Yi Fan scooped his daughter into his arms. The feeling of blood ties was something he had never experienced in his life, and in an instant a sense of happiness filled his entire heart. At first, the daughter in his arms was still a little distant, intense, her small body clinging tightly to him. But as she gradually relaxed, her little mouth twisted, and she burst into sobs. The sound of her crying nearly broke Yi Fan's heart. It carried grievance, the longing of all these years, and a hint of fear that he might leave again. Her tiny hands gripped Yi Fan's clothes tightly, as if afraid that if she let go he would vanish once more. Listening to his daughter's cries, Yi Fan could no longer hold back. His eyes turned red, and 2 tears fell. He held the little one tightly in his arms, as if at that moment he had no more regrets. The daughter sobbed as she spoke. Dad, you finally came back. Why did you disappear for so many years? Don't you like Fei Fei? Other kids all have dads, but I don't. Fei Fei has been so sad. Hearing his daughter's tearful complaint, Yi Fan was momentarily speechless. His mouth opened and closed, but not a word came out. Finally, he could only apologize helplessly. I'm sorry, Fei Fei. It's all Dad's fault. I'm sorry to you, and I'm sorry to your mother. I've made you two wait so long. But don't worry, from now on Dad won't go anywhere. I'll stay with you too. Luo Xiaoxi sitting there witnessed this scene, and her eyes reddened slightly. She was so moved that she almost shed tears. She finally understood how much her daughter had been suppressing inside. She had asked Fei Fei if she missed her father, and each time her daughter said dad was out working that she didn't miss him, and that she was happy just being with mom. But only now did she realize that her considerate daughter had been comforting her all along. And so father and daughter held each other, and cried for a long time, before slowly calming down. Yi Fan wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes, turned to look at Luo Xiaoxi, and asked, after all this time, I still don't know my daughter's name. Luo Xiaoxi gave him a glare, and said, you still have the nerve to ask. Whose fault is it? Yi Fan replied sheepishly, my fault, my fault. Alright, 1,000 wrongs are my fault. So tell me what's my daughter's name. Luo Xiaoxi, seeing his impatient and perfunctory manner, curled her lips, but still answered, she takes my surname. Her name is Luo Fifan, and her nickname is Fei Fei. When Yi Fan heard the name, he felt something was off. He himself was called Yi Fan, and his daughter was Fifan. He looked at Luo Xiaoxi suspiciously. Is there any meaning behind it? Luo Xiaoxi gave a mischievous smile, and said guess. Yi Fan was baffled. How was he supposed to guess? He had no idea what her mood was when she chose that name, but he was sure she must have hated him to death. Seeing Yi Fan completely at a loss, Luo Xiaoxi let out a laugh, and finally explained, Luo Fifan, as the name implies, even without you Yi Fan, I can still raise my daughter on my own. So I'm not necessarily dependent on you. Later I gave her this name. What do you think? Does it sound nice? She said this looking at him with a hint of pride. Yi Fan was left speechless by her words. He had no choice but to accept it. After all, he was the one at fault, and the child's name was naturally up to her mother. Just then Fei Fei in his arms cautiously called out Dad. Hearing that word, Dad, Yi Fan felt as if he had been elevated. His heart was filled to the brim with those two syllables, and for a moment he felt as if he were floating on clouds. He looked down at his daughter in his arms, and answered, what is it, my dear? The little girl then made a timid request, can I take you to Zhuang's house? Yi Fan was puzzled. Who is Zhuang? Why go to his house? Fei Fei explained, Zhuang is the chubby kid at the west end of the village. He always mocks me for not having a father, and says in front of others that I'm a child with a mother, but no father. I want you to come with me to his house and tell him that I do have a dad and my dad is back. How could Yi Fan refuse such a request from his daughter? He immediately nodded, sure, whenever you say we go, okay. Hearing his doting and unreserved agreement, his daughter nearly bounced with joy in his arms, squirming about incessantly. Luo Xiaoxi sat there quietly watching the father and daughter play. This scene was something she had fantasized about for so long. Now that it was happening before her eyes, it felt surreal, almost unbelievable. She had dreamed of this countless nights. After a while, the little girl, probably tired from playing, turned to Luo Xiaoxi and said, Mom, I'm hungry. Luo Xiaoxi, as if suddenly snapping out of a daze, froze for a moment, and then glared at Yi Fan. It's all your fault. This commotion made me forget to make dinner for our daughter. She stood up as she spoke. Wait, I'll warm up the leftover dumplings from lunch. She was about to head to the kitchen when Yi Fan stopped her. Forget it, it's too much trouble. Let's eat out. Hearing his words, Luo Xiaoxi narrowed her eyes slightly, wearing a somewhat dangerous expression. Oh, are you that rich? Having raised her daughter alone, she had long developed a habit of thrift. Hearing Yi Fan suggest eating out suddenly made her a bit displeased. But Yi Fan was busy coaxing his daughter in his arms, and didn't notice her reaction. He was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reached into his pocket and pulled out a wallet. Without even looking, he handed it directly to Luo Xiaoxi. Luo Xiaoxi was confused by his sudden gesture. Why was he handing her his wallet? She looked at him questioningly. What do you mean? Yi Fan continued to soothe his daughter in his arms as he said, my ID card and bank cards are all inside. The password is my birthday. All my savings from these years are in there. From now on, I'm entrusting everything to you. Hearing Yi Fan say this, Luo Xiaoxi only grew more confused. She casually handed the wallet back to Yi Fan, gazing at him with a calm that slowly turned cold. Yi Fan, do you think that by singing a couple of songs there and using that note I wrote in my youthful ignorance, I would forgive you and get back together with you? If you really think so, you've disappointed me. I find you a bit ridiculous now. I thought that after all these years you would have grown up being a father, but instead you've become more childish, eh? Hearing Luo Xiaoxi's cold words, Yi Fan sighed inwardly. Was it really not working? He had been prepared for it, knowing that his little tricks and clever games. Certainly, it wouldn't be so easy to earn Luo Xiaoxi's forgiveness. 5 years. 5 years Luo Xiaoxi living in the countryside, unmarried and pregnant. How much gossip and slander had she endured? How could it be so easily compensated? His act of handing over the wallet was also a test. If Luo Xiaoxi had taken it, even hesitating before returning it, it would mean she at least didn't reject him. Earlier, when Luo Xiaoxi led him into the house, Yi Fan understood that it wasn't forgiveness. She was making a decision for their daughter. The little girl was still young, naive, and in need of a father's love. She didn't want to selfishly deprive her daughter of paternal love because of her own resentment, leaving the child's childhood lacking that crucial care. But Yi Fan didn't give up either. Seeing Luo Xiaoxi return the wallet, he took it without a moment's hesitation and tucked it back into his chest. This matter couldn't be rushed, there was plenty of time. As the old saying goes, even a virtuous woman fears a persistent suitor. He had succeeded once in winning her over, he could surely do it again. Just as his father had said, it was merely a matter of adjusting to the game's hard mode. There was no need to rush now, haste makes waste. So Yifan quickly changed the subject, returning to the previous matter. Oh, don't cook at home today. Let's eat out. To prevent Luo Xiaoxi from continuing, he used their daughter as an excuse, saying to Fei Fei in his arms, Fei Fei, Daddy will take you to eat something delicious, okay? The little girl who was currently nestled in Yifan's arms clutched tightly at his clothes, pressing her little head against his chest, as if holding onto a long-lost treasure, afraid that if she let go it would sprout wings and fly away. Upon hearing that Daddy was going to take her to eat something delicious, the little girl immediately lifted her adorable face, staring at Yifan with surprise. Really, Daddy? Yifan looked at his daughter, cupped her little bottom, rose from his squatting position, and held her securely in his arms. He said gently, Of course Daddy would never lie to you. Today is Daddy's treat. Whatever Fei Fei wants to eat, Daddy will buy it for you, okay? The little girl heard this and immediately cheered yay. Then she turned and looked at her mother with longing eyes. Luo Xiaoxi saw Yifan using their daughter as a shield and rolled her eyes helplessly. What could she say? She could only nod. Seeing that her mother agreed, the little girl grew even happier, squirming in Yifan's arms, bouncing up and down while hugging his neck, nearly bumping into his nose. Yifan quickly steadied himself to prevent the wriggling little girl from falling, tightened his hold on her, and then strode out. Luo Xiaoxi followed behind him step by step, then suddenly asked, Since you're back, aren't you going to treat your brothers to a good meal? You know, all these years you were away, your brothers have helped take care of us. We should thank them properly. Hearing this, Yifan suddenly remembered. He had almost forgotten. He had drunk at noon today, and even after sleeping all afternoon, he probably still had alcohol in his system. He couldn't drive, so he needed someone to pick him up. But when he thought about Luo Xiaoxi's suggestion to treat the brothers, he recalled the incident at noon. They had actually gathered at noon, but the meal was far from pleasant, and he had even hit someone. The worst part was that the person he hit was the one he should never have hit. Luo Xiaoxi's own younger brother, his soon-to-be brother-in-law. He remembered that he had even overturned the entire table of food onto him, soup and sauce all over his face. Yifan's heart sank. What was he going to do? No wonder Qin Zhanfei had said at the time that he would regret hitting him. Now he truly regretted it. Luckily the brothers had stopped him, otherwise the consequences were unthinkable. But now the situation was hard to resolve since he had already offended him badly. Thinking of this, Yifan's face was filled with embarrassment, and his expression as he looked at Luo Xiaoxi was particularly conflicted. Luo Xiaoxi noticed Yifan's strange look and asked in confusion, What's wrong? Yifan really didn't know how to answer, so he scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Nothing, just thinking about what to eat later. Luo Xiaoxi saw his expression but didn't think much of it, casually saying, Whatever, it's up to our daughter. Yifan's heart was bitter. What should he do? He could only take it one step at a time. At worst he would apologize to this brother-in-law later. Though his heart was churning, his face showed nothing. He looked down and asked the little girl in his arms, Fei Fei, tell Daddy, what do you want to eat? The little girl looked up at him, put her finger in her mouth, pondered for a moment, and said, I want to eat egg tarts. Zhuang said his dad took him to eat them, and he brags about it every day. I've wanted to eat them for a long time, but Mommy said they're too expensive. Hearing his daughter's words, Yifan's heart ached. He hugged the little girl tighter and said indulgently, It's okay, Daddy is back. From now on you can eat whatever you want and Daddy will buy it all for you, okay? The little girl was thrilled and immediately shouted, Long live Daddy. Yifan smiled indulgently, took out his phone, thought for a moment, and decided to call Ma Yongxiang. After all, almost everyone had been drinking at noon, except Ma Yongxiang and his brother-in-law Luo Xiaohao. The call connected quickly and Ma Yongxiang's cheeky voice came through. What's up, brother Fan? Did you soothe sister-in-law? Yifan just smiled slightly and said, Not bad. Yeah, your sister-in-law said we should go out to eat. I thought maybe we could get the brothers together again and also thank them for everything before. Ma Yongxiang understood immediately what Yifan was referring to and chuckled. Brother Fan, you're being too formal. We're brothers, no need. Then he casually mentioned, should we call Xiaohao? Yifan's heart began to churn again at the mention of that name. If he came, what if he complained to his sister? After thinking, he said, Call him. Have him let me know before he comes so I can talk to him first. Ma Yongxiang understood immediately and replied, Got it, I'll handle it. Then he hung up. After the call ended, Luo Xiaoxi, standing nearby, asked, Who did you call just now? Yifan, while playing with his daughter in his arms, casually replied, I called Yongxiang. We all drank at noon, but he didn't, so I asked him to come pick us up and also notify the other brothers. Luo Xiaoxi just hummed in response and said nothing more. In truth, she didn't have much to say to Yifan. After all, their relationship had just begun to thaw, and she hadn't truly accepted him yet. Yifan understood this too, so he didn't say anything more. He simply held his daughter in silence and walked out. Soon the two walked out of Luo Xiaoxi's house, which was also the old residence of Yifan's family, one after the other. They followed the alley towards where Yifan had parked earlier. Luo Xiaoxi followed step by step behind Yifan. At this moment, the most excited was the daughter cradled in Yifan's arms. Ever since the little girl heard from her mother's own lips the confirmation that Yifan was her father, she clung to him like glue, wrapping her arms around his neck and refusing to let go. Yifan did not feel the slightest annoyance. On the contrary, he found it quite enjoyable to have his daughter cling to him, feeling that holding his little cotton-padded jacket made him happier than holding a gold brick. Along the way, he teased the little girl, making her giggle. Just as Yifan left the old house and walked towards his car, nearing the parking spot, he encountered an elderly woman who who looked to be over 60. She was carrying a basket and coming from the other side of the alley, meeting him head-on. Yi-Fan quickly recognized her as the neighbor living behind Luo Xiaoxi's house, surnamed Wu. He didn't know her full name, only that everyone used to call her Wu Leo Tatai Old Lady Wu. Yi-Fan naturally wouldn't address her as Old Lady Wu. He smiled and greeted, "Hey Annie Wu, where have you been?" Wu Leo Tatai was startled by the greeting, then looked closely and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, isn't this Xiao Fan? When did you come back? I'm old and my eyesight is poor. I really didn't recognize you from afar just now." Yi-Fan smiled and replied, "Yeah, I came back yesterday." Wu Leo Tatai laughed and said, "Oh, look at your outfit. So stylish. You must have made a fortune out there, right?" Yi-Fan waved his hand. "Not at all, just barely making a living." At this moment, Wu Leo Tatai probably noticed Fei Fei in Yi-Fan's arms and Luo Xiaoxi following behind him. Her expression suddenly shifted slightly, but the old woman reacted quickly, immediately pretending nothing was wrong. She just smiled at Yi-Fan and said, "You go ahead. My grandson is about to get out of school, so I need to rush back to cook for him." Yi-Fan nodded with a smile. "All right, you get busy." With that, they passed each other. In truth, Yi-Fan had already noticed the momentary change in Wu Leo Taitai's expression. After all, having worked in sales for years, he might not have other skills, but he had a sharp eye for reading people's expressions. However, Yi-Fan said nothing, his face still wearing a cheerful smile. Only after Wu Leo Tatai pushed open her door and went inside did Yi-Fan wait for Luo Xiaoxi to catch up and ask, "What's wrong? Do you have a conflict with that old lady?" It seemed like her expression towards you was off. Luo Xiaoxi glanced towards Wu Leo Tatai's house and sighed. "That old woman has a sharp tongue. She often gossips about me, spreading rumors around the village saying I'm shameless for living in someone else's house without being married." Yi-Fan's face gradually darkened upon hearing Luo Xiaoxi's words. He thought for a moment, then stepped forward and smiled at Luo Xiaoxi. "Come Fei Fei, let mommy hold you. Daddy is a bit tired, his arms are sore, let him rest a while." The little girl nodded understandingly at Yi-Fan's words. Then Yi-Fan handed his daughter to Luo Xiaoxi. Luo Xiaoxi was a bit puzzled. Judging from Yi-Fan's condition, just now holding his daughter for such a short time shouldn't have made his arms sore. A grown man couldn't be that delicate. But Yi-Fan didn't explain. However, soon Luo Xiaoxi would understand why he said his arms were sore. Yi-Fan, after handing his daughter to Luo Xiaoxi, picked up a brick from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and without hesitation hurled it at the window glass of Wu Leo Taitai's house. With a loud crash, the glass of Wu Leo Taitai's window was shattered on the spot. This was only the beginning. Yi-Fan then picked up 2 more bricks, and starting from the first window, smashed all 3 consecutive windows into pieces. After doing this, Yi-Fan smiled with satisfaction, clapping his hands, as if he had completed a work of art. Seeing this, Luo Xiaoxi was stunned by Yi-Fan's actions, completely dumbfounded. She simply couldn't understand how Yi-Fan could have changed so drastically. One moment, he was cheerfully greeting and chatting with someone as if they were long-lost relatives, and the next, he was smashing windows with bricks, his decisiveness, as if dealing with a mortal enemy. At this point, she couldn't imagine what Yi-Fan had experienced during his years working away from home. The more she thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. Thus, under Luo Xiaoxi's shocked gaze, Yi-Fan patted his hands, then took his daughter back from her arms, as if nothing had happened. That decisiveness, especially how he retaliated without hesitation upon learning someone was spreading rumors about Luo Xiaoxi, made her normally calm heart skip a beat. Nevertheless, she didn't say much, just gave Yi-Fan a serious look. Meanwhile, back at Wu Leo Tatai's house, as the windows were smashed one after another, when the first brick flew in, she almost cursed it out loud. But then she suddenly realized that she had only encountered Yi-Fan in the alley just now, so the bricks must have been thrown by him. Recalling Yi-Fan's reputation from before, she swallowed the curse that was about to escape her lips. Adults are sometimes like that, no need to say much. Especially for an old busybody like her who had lived most of her life, what didn't she understand? She certainly knew why Yi-Fan had smashed her windows, so she didn't dare to make a peep throughout. On this side, Yi-Fan took his daughter back and walked towards his car. When he reached the vehicle, he held his daughter with one hand and reached into his pocket with the other for the car keys. At this moment, Luo Xiaoxi was again astonished. She stared blankly at Yi-Fan, then at the majestic black Audi parked in front of them, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Earlier, judging from Yi-Fan's attire, she had guessed that he might be doing well and earning some money over the years, but she had never imagined he could be this successful. Although she didn't know much about cars, just from the car's imposing presence and rugged appearance, she knew it must be expensive. Filled with surprise, she couldn't help asking, "Is this your car?" Yi-Fan had already taken the keys out of his pocket, and as if responding to Luo Xiaoxi's question, he pressed the button. With a beep, he unlocked the car. He reached out to open the car door and carefully placed his daughter in the back seat. The little girl could barely contain her excitement and almost screamed. To be honest, she had seen other parents drive before, but never such a nice car. The little girl didn't know the make of the car, but she felt it was incredibly luxurious, especially after climbing inside. It exuded an aura far superior to the cars of her friend's parents. After Yi-Fan placed his daughter in the back seat, he let the little girl jump around, touching everything left and right, full of wonder. She chattered excitedly, "Daddy, is this our car?" Yi-Fan played along with the little girl's excitement. "Of course, little princess. This car is yours from now on. Wherever you want to go, Daddy will take you there." Luo Xiaoxi stood aside, so stunned she didn't know what to say. She just looked around, occasionally reaching out to touch the outy, feeling as if she were in a dream. Yifan stood there with a cheerful smile, occasionally teasing his daughter. Just as Luo Xiaoxi was looking at Yifan and about to ask something else, Ma Yongxiang came riding over on an electric scooter from a distance. When he arrived, he looked at Yifan and said, "Brother Fan, I'm here." Yifan turned around and saw it was Ma Yongxiang and greeted him with a smile. He wasn't surprised that Ma Yongxiang had arrived so quickly because the two villages were very close. Ma village, where Ma Yongxiang lived, and Huanya village, where Yifan lived, were separated by just a river only a few hundred meters apart. So when he drove that morning, Yifan had thought of Ma Yongxiang first. Another point among the brothers, only Ma Yongxiang didn't drink. He couldn't call Luo Xiaohao after all the previous incident was unresolved. He had beaten Luo Xiaohao and needed to find a way to appease him, but he couldn't let Luo Xiaoxi know about it, otherwise the newly eased relationship might plunge back to freezing point. So Yifan said to Ma Yongxiang in a calm tone, "Well, I drank at noon, as you know, so I won't be able to drive later. You drive. You drive with your sister-in-law to the restaurant where we had lunch. I'll wait here for Monkey and Zhanfei and the others. By the way, I asked you to notify them earlier. Did you?" Ma Yongxiang thumped his chest. "Don't worry, Brother Fan. How could I forget what you asked? I called them earlier. They'll be here soon." Yifan nodded in satisfaction. "All right." Then he turned to Luo Xiaoxi and said, "Xiaoxi, why don't you go ahead with them? I'll wait here, so they won't be lost about where to go." Luo Xiaoxi was a bit surprised. "Can't you just send a WeChat location? How could they not know where to go?" But seeing Yifan's serious expression, she felt a bit puzzled. After thinking it over, she said, "All right." With that, she opened the car door and got in. After seeing Luo Xiaoxi seated, Ma Yongxiang grinned and gave Yifan a wink, making an okay gesture to mean, "Don't worry, mission accomplished." Then he took the car keys from Yifan, walked around to the driver's seat, and slowly started the car. Almost as soon as Ma Yongxiang drove off, Yifan saw a vehicle resembling Chun Haonan's mobile office approaching from the other end of the village entrance. He knew without looking that it must be Qin Zhanfei and the others. Considering their numbers, an SUV alone wouldn't be enough. They had to use a van or similar vehicle. Yifan wondered to himself how they had gotten back at noon. Just as he was thinking this, Qin Zhanfei and his crew pulled up beside Yifan in their van. With a screech of brakes, the vehicle came to a smooth stop right next to him. The van door slid open with a clatter and 5 or 6 people climbed out one after another. If Yifan hadn't known it was Qin Zhanfei and the others coming to see him, he would have thought he was about to be ambushed. Once most of them had gotten out, Yifan noticed that the driver remained inside. Without a doubt, it was Luo Xiaoxi's younger brother Luo Xiaohao. Glimpsing through the window, Yifan saw the guy had changed clothes and was still glaring at him with that same resentful look. It made Yifan feel awkward, and he couldn't help rubbing his nose in embarrassment. There was really no helping it. After all, he had played the part of a bully at lunch, not only striking first, but also overturning the table and dumping a mess of food and soup on the guy's head. While Yifan was mulling this over, Qin Zhanfei, who had just gotten out of the van, scratched his head and asked, "Hey, Brother Fan, where are Houzi and Yongxiang? Yongxiang called earlier and said to meet at your village, and he specifically told us to bring Xiaohao." Yifan smiled. "Yongxiang took my car and left with your sister-in-law. I'll go with you all later. As for Houzi, who knows where he is? Give him another call." As he spoke, he gestured with a wink. They had all arranged it beforehand. Qin Zhanfei pulled out cigarettes and passed them around. "Brothers, let's go have a smoke over there and let Brother Fan have a chat with Xiaohao." Watching them move aside, Yifan didn't hesitate. He walked to the passenger side of the van, opened the door, and sat down. Seeing the others suddenly disperse, and Yifan staying behind to get into the van, Luo Xiaohao grew tense. Since they had been talking far from the van with the door closed, Luo Xiaohao hadn't heard their conversation. He had no idea Yifan had already apologized to his sister, nor that Yifan and his sister had a daughter together. Right now, he only felt that the crowd had suddenly thinned out, and his heart raced with suspicion. What's this? Did dumping soup on my face this morning not satisfy him? Is he going to beat me up again? He even suspected that Qin Zhanfei had called him out just to get him beaten up. In truth, he had regretted throwing water at Yifan's face the moment he did it. Back then, he had acted purely out of anger for his sister, wanting to vent his frustration. It was a rash impulse. Later, facing Yifan's dark expression, he had almost been scared out of his wits, but he still forced himself to stand his ground with a stiff neck. After returning home, the more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Yet he still felt his sister's grievance needed to be addressed, leaving him in a terrible dilemma. But Qin Zhanfei had promised to help resolve it, so he had no choice but to trust him. When Qin Zhanfei called him out just now, he said nothing, simply found a van, brought a few buddies along, and came. Now that Yifan had sent everyone else away and sat alone with him in the van, it was hard not to imagine the worst. Yifan, seeing how nervous Luo Xiaohao was, felt even more awkward. How should he even begin? The man's sister had given birth to his daughter and raised her all these years with hardship, and now he had just come back and beaten up her brother. No matter how you looked at it, he was in the wrong. But he couldn't avoid this issue. At tonight's dinner, he would have to face his sister face to face, and when everything came out, the thought of that scene alone made Yifan feel overwhelmed. So after sitting in the passenger seat, Yifan looked at Luo Xiaohao, mentally rehearsed his words, then slowly curved his lips into a forced, ingratiating smile. That smile was anything but reassuring. It almost gave Luo Xiaohao a heart attack. It was way too creepy, who knew what it meant. Startled, Luo Xiaohao pressed himself against the door, his hand gripping the handle tightly. If Yi Fan made any move to attack, he would yank the door open and bolt. Having spent years in Modu, Yi Fan could easily read Luo Xiaohao's expression and body language. To avoid making him even more nervous, Yi Fan didn't make any further moves. Instead, he shifted to the other side, giving Luo Xiaohao enough space so he wouldn't actually run away in fright. Sure enough, seeing Yi Fan move away, Luo Xiaohao's tension eased a bit, though he still watched him warily, waiting to see what he would do next. Yi Fan then took out a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Luo Xiaohao. Confused by the gesture, Luo Xiaohao nevertheless took it instinctively. Seeing him accept the cigarette, Yi Fan pulled out a lighter, flicked it on with a click, and cupped his hands as he offered the flame, his attitude utterly sincere. Even more bewildered, Luo Xiaohao still put the cigarette in his mouth and leaned in to light it. After Luo Xiaohao had lit his cigarette, Yi Fan lit his own, took a deep drag, and finally spoke his first words. Xiaohao, what happened at noon today was a misunderstanding. Let me, your brother, apologize to you here. Don't take it to heart and don't hold a grudge against me. We've been brothers for so many years, and you know I don't lose my temper easily unless I have no other choice. Hearing this, Luo Xiaohao remained wary and his expression was strange, but after understanding what Yi Fan said, he couldn't help curling his lip in contempt. He didn't believe a single word of Yi Fan's speech. After all, Yi Fan had never been a good guy back in the day. His academic record aside, he was truly ruthless when provoked. He had beaten up nearly every small-time thug in the area. Those his age, those 5 or 6 years older, those younger. Everyone in the nearby villages knew Yi Fan's name. Seeing the expression on Luo Xiaohao's lips, Yi Fan knew his words didn't hold much weight, so he changed the subject and began to explain why he had been angry. Xiaohao, you must know about what happened between your sister and me back then. I wanted to go out to work, but she wouldn't let me. At that time I had a falling out with your uncle, my father, over something you know about. It got to the point where it was almost irreconcilable, so we went our separate ways. As for your sister's temper, I don't need to tell you. She's as stubborn as a mule. Because I didn't listen to her and insisted on leaving to work, we barely spoke a single word over the past few years. Moreover, she warned my father that if he ever told me about her pregnancy, she would take Fei Fei and disappear, never letting him see his granddaughter again. So my father didn't dare tell me, and the other brothers were also warned by your sister, so they didn't breathe a word either. I had absolutely no idea she was pregnant and had given birth to Fei Fei. Later, Hosey called me saying my father was sick and telling me to come back quickly. That must have been arranged by you and Jean Fei. I understand that. After I came back the next morning, I went to Jean Fei's place to see how his wedding preparations were going, and I ran into Fei Fei at the village entrance. Hosey only said that she was your sister's child, so I misunderstood. I thought that while I was away your sister had gotten married. I thought I could only wish her well and blame it on our lack of fate. I never imagined she was my daughter. So you know what happened next. At Jean Fei's doorstep you acted hostile toward me, and I was a bit angry, but out of respect for our brotherhood, I held back then. But at Jean Fei's place, when I offered to treat everyone to a meal, you snapped at me. Later at the table you threw water in my face. That's when I couldn't hold back and lost my temper with you. Yi Fan's skill as a top salesman was no joke. He explained the entire chain of misunderstandings clearly and logically. Luo Xiaohao went from initial wariness and suspicion to stunned disbelief, and by the time Yi Fan finished, his face was left with only a mixture of ruefulness and speechlessness. He silently rolled down the window, flicked the ash from his cigarette, and looked at Yi Fan with a helpless expression. So you're saying I got beaten for nothing? Yi Fan sighed. I didn't actually hit you, brother. I had the thought, but I didn't follow through. Luo Xiaohao exploded, half in genuine anger, half in mock fury. Bullshit. You dumped the whole meal on my face and nearly threw the table at me. And you call that not hitting me? Yi Fan was left even more speechless by his retort. He was clearly in the wrong, so what could he do? He helplessly put his cigarette in his mouth and took a deep drag. I'll apologize to you again here, brother. No matter what, it's my fault. How about this? Tell me what compensation you want. I won't say a word against it. Luo Xiaohao, seeing his sincere apology, thought for a moment and sighed. Forget it. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's leave it at that. Let's put that aside for now. Since you already know about my sister, what are you planning to do about it? Yi Fan, hearing this, put on a troubled expression and sighed. What can I do? On the way back this afternoon, Hosey told me about your sister. Once I knew the whole story, I apologized to her. I even sat outside her door for over an hour, but she refused to forgive me then. At this point, Yi Fan saw Luo Xiaohao open his mouth to speak and quickly interrupted. I know it's my fault. There's nothing to say about that. So just now I took 2 big speakers and in front of the whole village apologized to your sister again. Yi Fan omitted the part about singing a love song. Telling his brother-in-law about that would be too embarrassing. In the end, your sister forgave me on behalf of little Fei Fei and agreed to let me see her. But I know she still has a knot in her heart. That's why I set up this dinner tonight. First, to treat you all to a meal properly, especially to apologize to you. Second, to ask you to help me talk to your sister. Luo Xiaohao nodded silently, took one last deep drag of his cigarette until it was burned down to the filter, then flicked the butt out of the van. He looked at Yi Fan with a serious expression. That's no problem. But I have to ask you this. At the dinner table earlier, you said you had a girlfriend outside. What about her? Don't tell me you're planning to have one here and one there. If you dare do that, even if I can't beat you, I'll fight to the death to take you down. I'll say it again, I'm not joking. If you betray my sister, I'll make you pay. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow at Luo Xiaohao's words, muttering to himself that the splash of water to his face that noon must have been related to this matter. Luo Xiaohao nodded, offering no denial. Yi Fan merely hummed in acknowledgement before beginning his explanation. Well, after breaking up with your sister, I met a girl 2 years into working away from home. We dated for a while, but don't worry, we've already split up. Hardly had Yi Fan finished speaking when he caught the look of contempt on Luo Xiaohao's face. He hurriedly pointed a finger at him and said, "Don't give me that look. My breakup had nothing to do with your sister. It happened before I even came back, before Monkey called me." Luo Xiaohao merely responded with a non-committal, "Oh," leaving Yi Fan uncertain whether he believed the explanation. Either way, Yi Fan didn't bother pressing the matter further. He'd said his piece and considered the conflict largely resolved. Yi Fan rolled down the car window and called out to the group outside. "Alright, that's all settled. Get in the car, let's go eat." At Yi Fan's call, those still standing around smoking quickly flicked their cigarettes away and hurried toward the minivan, piling in one after another with a clatter. Yi Fan also noticed that Monkey had arrived sometime during the commotion. "What's going on?" he asked, giving Monkey a sidelong glance. Monkey chuckled sheepishly. "Relatives came to visit from out of town, so I got held up." Yi Fan nodded. "Alright then, let's head to our usual spot. The same restaurant as always." Luo Xiaohao, who was driving, merely grunted in acknowledgement and shifted the van into gear to pull away. But just then Yi Fan glanced into the rearview mirror and suddenly called out, "Wait a moment." Luo Xiaohao looked at him with a puzzled expression. "What is it?" "My dad's here," Yi Fan said, pointing toward the back of the car. He promptly opened his door and stepped out. It was only then that Luo Xiaohao, glancing into the rearview mirror, noticed Yi Fan's father Yi Lijun had silently appeared, walking toward them with his hands clasped behind his back. Without hesitation, he braked and set the handbrake. One by one, the others emerged from the vehicle. Meanwhile, Yi Lijun had indeed been out searching for his son. With mealtime approaching and his son having announced earlier that he was going after the daughter-in-law, though whether he succeeded remained unclear, Yi Lijun had grown restless and set out to check on things. But it wasn't long before he spotted Yi Fan stepping off the van at the intersection near the eastern edge of the village, his companions trailing behind. Noticing his father approaching, Yi Fan hurried forward. "Dad, where have you been? I didn't see you anywhere earlier." Truth be told, he'd been curious about it. Earlier, when he'd gone singing to apologize to Luo Xiaoxi, the whole affair had stirred up quite a stir, drawing half the village to watch, and yet his father had been conspicuous by his absence. Yi Lijun's expression grew slightly awkward at his son's question. "Oh well, I popped over to Uncle Guochuan's place in the western part of the village to ask if there's any odd work available these days." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan immediately understood. He also knew the man his father referred to, Yi Guochuan, who led a small contracting crew taking on construction jobs in the countryside. His father had likely worked as a mason under him before, but with the spring festival approaching and the bitter cold setting in, the work in the area had long since come to a halt. The reason his father gave, going to inquire about work from Yi Guochuan, struck Yi Fan as nothing more than a convenient excuse to avoid the gathering. After all, Yi Fan knew full well that both he and his father shared the same vanity, unwilling to face public scrutiny, a trait Yi Fan had clearly inherited. Noticing the skeptical look his son was giving him, Yi Lijun felt the heat rise to his cheeks. Rubbing his hands together, he quickly diverted the conversation. Glancing at Qin Zhanfei and the others who had just disembarked from the minivan behind Yi Fan, he asked curiously, "Where are you heading?" "We're heading to town for lunch. It's about time, actually," Yi Fan replied offhandedly. "Dad, don't bother cooking at home. Come along with us." At his son's invitation, Yi Lijun hastily waved his hand. No need. You young ones go ahead. I'm just an old man, what would I add to the fun? You go on without me, I'll just make do at home." Before Yi Fan could press further, Luo Xiaohao's voice came from behind. "Uncle, why not join us? My sister and Fei Fei are coming too." Hearing Luo Xiaohao's persuasion, Yi Lijun smiled warmly. "Oh, you're here too, Xiaohao. Alright then. I was actually planning to stop by and see little Fei Fei anyway. Since she's coming with you lot, I suppose I might as well tag along." With that, he no longer hesitated, following Yi Fan and the others into the minivan. Yi Fan and Qin Zhanfei squeezed into the back, while Yi Lijun took the passenger seat beside Luo Xiaohao, who remained behind the wheel. The ride itself was marked by an awkward silence. With Yi Lijun aboard, neither Monkey nor Yi Fan knew what to say, and the rest of the group kept quiet. Yi Lijun looked at them with a wry smile. "I told you I didn't want to come, but you insisted on dragging this old man along with you. Look at all of you sitting there like quails with your beaks shut, acting like I'm not even here. Go ahead and chat about whatever you were discussing." The others chuckled at his teasing remark. "Nothing like that at all." Seeing the awkwardness on their faces, Yi Fan hastily changed the subject. "By the way, Zhanfei, how's the wedding prep coming along? If there's anything we can help with, don't keep it to yourself. Just tell us, and we'll figure something out." Qin Zhanfei pondered this for a moment before replying. "Most everything else is taken care of, but we're still short a groomsman and haven't sorted out the lead car for the procession. But now that you're back, Fanji, the lead car issue is solved. We can just use your car. Actually, Fanji, would you be willing to serve as my groomsman?" Yi Fan considered this for a moment. "Will my car be decent enough as the wedding lead car?" Should I try to arrange something better? Qin Zhanfei immediately shook his head and waved his hand. No way, Fanji. This car is already impressive enough. You know, for a wedding people use cars worth 20 or 30,000 yuan as the lead vehicle. Yours is worth 40 to 50. It's already quite respectable. Yi Fan thought about it and agreed. After all, this was a rural wedding. In the countryside, a car worth 10 or 20,000 yuan would typically suffice for the lead vehicle. For families with a bit more means, a car worth 20 to 30,000 was already quite presentable. His own 40 to 50,000 yuan car serving as the wedding lead vehicle was more than decent. Truth be told, Yi Fan had gotten a favorable deal when purchasing the vehicle, partly thanks to his connections, partly because of his status as top salesman. Under normal market conditions, an Audi Q7 like his could easily fetch 6 or 700,000 yuan, depending on the configuration. With the lead car matter settled, there remained only the question of whether Yi Fan would serve as groomsman. Qin Zhanfei pressed the point once more. Fanji, can you be my groomsman? This question gave Yi Fan pause. He glanced over at his father in the passenger seat. By the way, Dad, can someone like me who has a child but isn't married yet serve as a groomsman? Yi Lijun chuckled at his son's question. Of course you can. I won't even speak to city customs. According to rural tradition, as long as you're unmarried, there's no issue with being a groomsman. Hearing his father's reply, Yi Fan turned to Qin Zhanfei beside him. Since the customs allow it, then rest assured, I won't let you down, brother. Qin Zhanfei smiled broadly. Thank you, Fanji. Yi Fan hurriedly waved his hand. Save it. We're brothers, what's there to thank you for? The group carried on their cheerful banter until they soon arrived in town, pulling up outside the restaurant called Xiao Xiaobing, the same place they had eaten at that afternoon. Hardly had the van reached the entrance when Yi Fan, peering through the window, caught sight of something that made his heart ache. There, parked outside the Xiao Xiaobing shop, was his black Audi. Beside it, Luo Xiaoxi was reprimanding his daughter, the little girl standing there sobbing uncontrollably. As a new father, the sight tore at Yi Fan's heart. Before the van had even come to a complete stop, Yi Fan was already throwing open his door and rushing out. Little Fei Fei, who had been weeping breathlessly moments before, suddenly fell silent upon seeing the van pull up nearby and her father stepping out. As though she had found a treasure she thought was lost forever, her tiny legs carried her forward at top speed toward Yi Fan. Seeing his daughter racing toward him, Yi Fan quickly crouched down and scooped her up into his arms. Gently wiping away her tears, he asked tenderly, "What's wrong, sweetheart? Who upset our little princess? Tell Daddy, and I'll make sure they're properly taught a lesson." Hearing her father's words only made Fei Fei cry harder. She buried her face against his chest, hiccuping between sobs, her speech becoming slurred and incoherent. Just then Luo Xiaoxi approached, giving Yi Fan a pointed look as she said with exasperation, "When we arrived, she saw you weren't with us and started crying for her daddy. I told her you'd be here soon, but that stubborn child wouldn't hear a word of it. She demanded you right then, and they're throwing a tantrum on the ground no matter how much I pleaded or reasoned with her. I was about to give her a spanking myself if you hadn't shown up." At this, Yi Fan straightened his back, slightly lifting the little girl higher so he could see her tear-stained face. He asked gently, "Is that true, Fei Fei? Tell Daddy, did you miss me?" Perhaps having cried herself out, the little girl managed a hesitant before whispering, "Daddy, you never come. I thought you didn't want me anymore." Those words struck Yi Fan like a physical blow, bringing tears to his eyes once more. Truthfully, ever since learning he had a daughter, he simply couldn't bear to hear those words, "You don't want me anymore," coming from her lips. So Yi Fan tightened his hold on the little girl in his arms, soothing her gently. "What are you saying? Even if I were to abandon myself, I would never abandon our Fei Fei. Stop crying, okay? When you cry, it hurts me too." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the little girl gradually stopped sobbing. She rubbed her face against Yi Fan's chest, wiping away her tears, then tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, refusing to let go. Just then Luo Xiaohao, who had just stepped out of the van, witnessed this scene. As if jealous, he cast a sidelong glare at the little girl in Yi Fan's arms. He deliberately teased, "Little brat, you only see your father. Don't you see your uncle is here too? You little ingrate, I've spoiled you for nothing." Hearing Luo Xiaohao's words, the little girl in Yi Fan's arms lifted her head to look at him. Moments ago she was crying with a runny nose and teary eyes, but now she grinned at him and said, "Fei Fei doesn't want uncle. Fei Fei only loves daddy." At these words, Luo Xiaohao's face instantly darkened. But Yi Fan burst into hearty laughter. Holding the little girl, he proudly raised his eyebrows at Luo Xiaohao and said triumphantly, "She's my daughter after all. How could you, her uncle, compare to our father-daughter bond?" Yi Fan's words were as childish as a little kid's, making Luo Xiaohao both annoyed and amused. Watching the two of them bicker and play the fool, Luo Xiaoxi could only shake her head as she stepped forward. She first nodded to Yi Fan's father in greeting, then said to Yi Fan, "You two are old enough. Stop acting like children. By the way, it's packed inside. If we want to eat, we'll have to wait until a table opens up." Hearing this, Yi Fan looked at Luo Xiaoxi with confusion, then glanced at Ma Yongqiang, who had driven them here, and asked, "There's no room in the main hall either?" Ma Yongqiang stepped forward and nodded. "I just asked the owner. The main hall is full too. It's almost New Year, so many migrant workers have come back early, and there are an unusual number of people treating guests to meals. It's been full since 6 o'clock, and it's almost 7 now. If we want to eat, we'll have to wait." Yi Fan pondered for a moment, then asked, "Waiting isn't the problem. How long will it be?" Ma Yongxiang continued. I asked the owner. It depends on where we want to sit. If we eat in the main hall, it'll be about half an hour. If we want a private room, at least an hour. Yi Fan thought about it and understood. After all, in their small town, this restaurant Little Sesame Cake was one of the few decent places. So Yi Fan said to Ma Yongxiang, here's the plan, Yongxiang. Go inside and tell the owner to reserve a private room for us. We can wait a bit longer. Since we have a large group sitting in the main hall would be inconvenient. It's better to wait for a private room. Ma Yongxiang nodded. Got it, brother Fan. I'll go right now. With that, he turned and went back into the restaurant. Then Yi Fan turned to the others behind him and asked, do you want to wait here or stroll around the streets? We still have an hour before dinner. I plan to take my daughter for a walk. Understanding immediately that Yi Fan wanted to spend time with his daughter and foster some connection with his wife, the group quickly said, brother Fan, go ahead. We'll wander around town and see if there's anything to buy. Seeing how perceptive they were, Yi Fan winked at them, then turned to his father Yi Ligua and asked, Dad, do you want to come with us? We can buy you some clothes too. Yi Ligua, a seasoned man, understood immediately that his son wanted to bond with his daughter-in-law. Not wanting to intrude, he quickly waved his hand. You go ahead. Don't worry about me. Since I'm in town, I'll go chat with my old friends. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked away. Seeing that everyone had dispersed, Yi Fan said to his daughter, Fei, let's go buy you some new clothes, okay? And we can get whatever you want to eat. Daddy will buy it all. Though he spoke to his daughter, his words were meant for Luo Xiaoxi, hoping to use the child's excitement to forestall any objections from her. Sure enough, before Luo Xiaoxi could speak, the little girl in his arms exclaimed excitedly, Great Daddy, are you going to buy me yummy treats? I want candied hawthorns and cotton candy and... She paused, unable to remember, and began counting on her fingers in Yi Fan's arms, looking so adorable that Yi Fan burst into laughter. Luo Xiaoxi shot a glare at the little girl. What do you want to eat? You're only a few years old. Aren't you afraid of ruining your teeth? Scolded by her mother, the little girl pouted and hugged Yi Fan tighter. Receiving his daughter's signal, Yi Fan immediately retorted, Oh, it's fine. A little won't hurt her teeth. Come on, let's take a walk. With that, he carried his daughter down one end of the street. Luo Xiaoxi watched his retreating figure, feeling helpless, but having no choice. So she silently followed. And so began Yi Fan's first shopping trip with his daughter. Yi Fan turned into a doting father. Along the way, if his daughter pointed at something, or even lingered on it for a moment, he bought it immediately. This drove Luo Xiaoxi, who was walking beside them, to constantly nag him. But Yi Fan just grinned and let her words go in one ear and out the other, promising, Okay, this is the last one. No more. Then moments later, when his daughter expressed interest in something else, he bought it again. Luo Xiaoxi could only fume in frustration. Still, time passed quickly, and over an hour went by. Only after Luo Xiaoxi's impatient reminder did Yi Fan stop shopping. By then, both his hands were laden with bags, and he couldn't carry his daughter anymore, so he let her ride on his shoulders. Even Luo Xiaoxi was carrying 2 bags filled with snacks, drinks, and clothes. The three decided to head back. To be honest, Yi Fan felt a bit tired, drenched in sweat, but his heart was sweet. Listening to the giggles of the little girl perched on his neck, he felt it was all worth it. Soon they returned to the restaurant entrance. He found that the group of brothers had already returned and were waiting by the door. Seeing Yi Fan approach, several of them hurried over to take the bags from his hands and Luo Xiaoxi's 2 large parcels. They walked to Yi Fan's car, opened the back door, and placed the items inside, filling the entire trunk, a testament to how much he had bought. After everything was settled, Yi Fan looked at Ma Yongxiang and the others and asked, Is the private room ready? Before Ma Yongxiang could answer, Qin Zhanfei replied first, Don't worry, brother Fan. The room has been cleared. The waitress is cleaning it now. We can go in right away. Without further hesitation, Yi Fan carried the little girl and followed the brothers back into the restaurant. Guided by Qin Zhanfei and the others, he discovered that the private room was on the 2nd floor of Little Sesame Cake. Entering the room, the waitress had already cleaned up the remnants of the previous diners. Yi Fan noted that the room was quite spacious, with a large round table surrounded by a dozen or so chairs. Seeing everyone still standing, Yi Fan gestured, Why are you standing? Sit down and order. Soon the waitress handed over the menu. As the host, Yi Fan began ordering. After placing his order, he casually handed the menu to Luo Xiaoxi, who was sitting beside him. She took it and gave it a quick glance. Her heart stirred slightly, but she said nothing. On the menu, she noticed that several of her favorite dishes had been marked, obviously chosen by Yi Fan. She didn't comment and passed the menu on. Soon the dishes were selected. The waitress asked, What would you like to drink? Yi Fan looked at the others. They quickly waved their hands. Forget it. We're still feeling the effects of lunch. Just some food will do. Yi Fan thought for a moment, considering he had a child with him, and said to the waitress, Bring us a few bottles of drinks. No alcohol. The waitress nodded, said they would be right there, and left with the menu. As soon as the waiter left, the private room fell into an instant silence. Everyone exchanged awkward glances, unsure of what to say, the atmosphere thick with unease. After all, they used to joke around and tease each other with titles like Godfather and Godson, without any real consequence. But now that Yi Fan's father Yi Ligua was sitting right there, such jests were no longer appropriate. And if they tried to crack a risque joke, their sister-in-law Luo Xiaoxi was present along with her child. Thus everyone was momentarily at a loss. They fiddled with their phones, or whispered among themselves, appearing somewhat idle. Sensing the stifling atmosphere, Yi Fan decided to break the silence. He reached for the little girl's utensils beside him, peeled off the plastic wrap, and rinsed them with hot water, while casually asking, "Hey, I haven't asked you all yet. What have you brothers been up to all these years? Where are you making your fortune?" The moment Yi Fan spoke, the whispers ceased, and all eyes turned toward him. Monkey grinned, and chimed in first, "Making a fortune? I'm just mooching off my parents helping my old man with the pig slaughtering. Speaking of which, the pork for Jean-Fei's wedding came from our place." Jean-Fei immediately laughed, and replied, "Now that you mention it, Monkey, I've been patronizing your family business. Shouldn't you call me godfather for that?" They wouldn't dare joke like that with Yi Fan, since his father Yi Liguo was right there. But among themselves they had no such reservations. So Monkey feigned indignation. "Bullshit. You've got some nerve. I sold you that pig at cost price, and my old man nearly killed me for it. I didn't even ask you to call me godfather, and you're pulling this crap. Have you no conscience?" Jean-Fei gave an embarrassed chuckle. "Come on, Monkey, don't be mad. Let me say a few words. I'll toast you." With that, he picked up another kettle, poured himself a cup of tea, and made a show of raising it to toast Monkey, using tea as a substitute for alcohol. But Monkey waved him off dismissively. "Get lost. Your belated flattery is worthless." Nevertheless, their exchange broke the ice, and the room gradually grew lively. Everyone started chatting one after another. Someone mentioned that Ma Yongxiang had gone to Guang province to learn car repair, while another said Gangzi had taken a job at a factory screwing bolts. They all shared their work experiences over the years. As they chatted, Ma Yongxiang suddenly recalled something, and asked slyly, "By the way, brother Fan, what are you doing in Shanghai? To be honest, you sing really well. I never knew you could sing before. You're not in that kind of business, are you?" He didn't specify what that kind of business meant, but everyone present was adult enough to catch his implication instantly. Hearing Ma Yongxiang's teasing remark, even Luo Xiaoxi turned her gaze toward Yi Fan, her eyes filled with a strange mix of misunderstanding and disdain. That almost made Yi Fan curse out loud. But he glanced at the little girl beside him, who looked up at him with wide, innocent eyes, and held back the profanity that was about to slip out. He shot Ma Yongxiang an annoyed glare, knowing full well that the guy was always loose-lipped, and had gotten beaten up more than once for it. So he didn't really get angry, just retorted, "Have you run out of things to say?" Then he turned to Luo Xiaoxi, who was still staring at him with that contemptuous look, and explained, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I'm just doing some sales work in Shanghai. If you don't believe me, look," he said, pulling out his phone to show her a selfie from work. But Luo Xiaoxi waved her hand. "What are you doing? Why are you explaining to me? I couldn't care less." Yi Fan felt like he had punched a pillow, nowhere to vent his frustration. He turned his gaze back to the sly Ma Yongxiang and glared at him. Given Yi Fan's eloquence, he wasn't about to let the guy off easily, especially since Ma Yongxiang had started it. He shifted the topic. "Speaking of which, I'm curious, Yongxiang, with that sly mouth of yours, didn't your master beat you to death when you learned car repair? Your family must have spent a fortune on you." Sure enough, this counterjab silenced Ma Yongxiang. He scratched his head sheepishly and patted his own mouth. Brother Fan, let's call it even. I was out of line. I'll drink this tea as a fine." With that, he poured himself a cup of tea and pretended to take a sip. Yi Fan thought the matter was settled. Even Luo Xiaoxi, who had been looking at him with such a strange and contemptuous expression, averted her gaze. He had just let out a soft sigh when another wave hit. Luo Xiaohao suddenly asked, "Brother Fan, you can sing. When did you sing? How come I didn't know? You never sang before." Hearing this, Yi Fan's face darkened. He thought to himself, why does he have to bring up the exact thing I don't want to talk about? The brothers nearby couldn't help but snicker. Luo Xiaoxi, hearing that her brother had started it, chimed in with a teasing tone, "I'm actually curious too. You've picked up quite a few skills during your years away from home. Even learned to sing." Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. To be honest, he had no idea how to explain it. After all, in all his years working as a salesman, he had accompanied countless clients to KTV, but never once sang a song himself. He always went with a purpose, not for fun. He was essentially a cheerleader. No matter how well or poorly the client sang, he would clap and compliment them, providing emotional value. As for being able to sing so well, that was because he had bound the strongest dad system and received the singing skill from the newbie gift pack. But he couldn't explain that. How could he tell Luo Xiaoxi that he was bound to a system and it rewarded him with singing skills? She'd think he was crazy. Just as he was at a loss for words, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. It was a godsend, a chance to avoid answering Luo Xiaoxi's question. He quickly pulled out his phone to see who was calling. But when he saw the caller ID labeled Auntie, his eyes widened, and he nervously glanced at Luo Xiaoxi beside him. He quickly composed himself, making sure Luo Xiaoxi didn't notice. "You guys keep chatting. I'll take this call outside. It's probably about work from my boss," Yi Fan said casually, then stood up to leave. The little girl Fei Fei, who had been sitting beside him all along, grew anxious when she saw her father about to leave. She reached out and grabbed his clothes. Yi Fan looked at his daughter's worried face, smiled warmly, and patted her head, soothing her. "Fei Fei, be good. Daddy will be right back after taking this call, okay?" The little girl relaxed and nodded. "Daddy, you have to come back." "Don't worry, I'll be back soon," Yi Fan promised. He then got up, left the room, and found a quiet spot to answer the call. Truth be told, he was quite curious. Usually, if he didn't answer a call, the other person wouldn't call again. Based on his understanding of this person, they would have waited for him to call back. And the person labeled Annie was none other than Bai Weiwei's mother, Lin Lanji. He had met her a few times when he was dating Bai Weiwei, and even visited her home, but she had never thought highly of him. Bai Weiwei's family was well off. Both her parents were locals in Shanghai with decent jobs, so they looked down on him as a poor country boy. Every time he visited, she wore a sour expression. That was why Yi Fan had such a strong impression of Lin Longji as being disdainful. But this time was different. He and Bai Weiwei had already broken up, so logically, she would want to stay as far away from him as possible. Why would she suddenly call? Yi Fan couldn't figure it out. He put the phone to his ear and answered. Soon a voice came through the phone tinged with arrogance, but clearly struggling to control its emotions laced with a Shanghai accent. It sounded like someone who didn't want to talk to you, but had to filled with reluctance and compromise. Is this Xiao Fan? It's Auntie Lin. Hearing Bai Weiwei's mother's voice, Yi Fan was no longer as polite as before. Since he had broken up with Bai Weiwei, there was no need to endure that condescending attitude anymore. So he replied in a flat tone, Yes, I'm Yi Fan. Auntie Lin, is there something you need? Is this Xiao Fan? It's Auntie Lin. Hearing Bai Weiwei's mother's voice, Yi Fan was no longer as polite as before. Since he had broken up with Bai Weiwei, there was no need to endure that condescending attitude anymore. So he replied in a flat tone, Yes, I'm Yi Fan. Auntie Lin, is there something you need? Perhaps never having experienced Yi Fan's indifferent attitude, Lin Longji seemed choked for a moment, remaining silent for a long time. After all, in the past, every time Yi Fan called her, his attitude was so cautious, respectful, and polite, far more deferential than he was to his own clients, those so-called moneybags. This was not to say that Yi Fan was particularly courteous, rather he was exceptionally serious about every relationship, especially his feelings for Bai Weiwei, for whom he had truly done everything within his power. Thus it was Yi Fan's opening words that left Lin Longji speechless. Yi Fan held the phone for a while, hearing no response from the other end. He glanced at it in confusion. The call was still connected. Thinking it might be a poor signal, he pressed the phone back to his ear and said, Hello. Can you hear me? Lin Longji on the other end seemed to snap out of her daze, hastily replying, Oh yes, I can hear you. Yi Fan, even more puzzled, asked, Then why didn't you say anything? Without any pretense, he directly asked, Aunt Lin, what exactly do you want from me? Just as he finished, as if a sudden thought struck him, he added, If it's about Weiwei, you can rest assured. No need to warn me anymore. We've broken up. I won't bother her again. Hearing Yi Fan's blunt words, Lin Longji, who had been pondering why his attitude was so poor, finally came to her senses and quickly said into the phone, Xiao Fan, don't say that. Auntie didn't mean it that way. I didn't call to tell you to stay away from our Weiwei. In the past, I admit I was too harsh with you. I apologize for that. Yi Fan merely let out a cold laugh. You don't need to apologize. I can't bear it. Besides, I figured it out these past 2 days. You were right back then. We were never meant to be. I was a toad lusting after a swan trying to climb the social ladder. It was I who was blind. Now that we've broken up, it's what you wanted. You should be happy, right? These barbed words from Yi Fan left Lin Longji completely at a loss for words. From the very beginning, Yi Fan had firmly seized the initiative, showing Lin Longji just how sharp the sales champion's tongue could be. Killing without drawing blood, every sentence dripping with venom, each word like a steel knife stabbing straight into her heart. Because everything Yi Fan said now was exactly what she had once used to mock him, now returned to her verbatim. How could she not feel the sting? But what could she do? She had no choice but to humble herself, all for her daughter's sake. Actually, it all started yesterday afternoon. When Yi Fan discovered Bai Weiwei was on a blind date with someone else, he broke up with her in a fit of rage, not even giving her a chance to explain. What followed was quite dramatic. When Yi Fan went to the office, Bai Weiwei went to their place looking for him, just missing each other. When Bai Weiwei went to his company, Yi Fan returned to their apartment, again missing each other. Not until Bai Weiwei learned from Yi Fan's manager that he was going back to his hometown did she panic and rush back to the apartment, but by then Yi Fan had already driven off toward his hometown. Bai Weiwei tried countless times to call Yi Fan and explain, only to find she had been blocked. This plunged her into even deeper despair. She stayed in the room they had once shared, waiting through the entire night, endlessly hoping it was just a nightmare, that once her boyfriend calmed down he would return and accept her apology. Then they would go back to the way things were, as if nothing had happened. But imagination is beautiful, while reality is cruel. Reality was often far more brutal than fantasy. Everything was real, and Yi Fan did not come back. In that room, clutching the pillow he had once slept on, she cried the whole night through. By the next morning, Yi Fan had not returned. Having not slept a wink all night, Bai Weiwei was convinced that he had abandoned her completely, never imagining that he had only left temporarily and would come back. As for the manager's words that he had merely gone back to his hometown to handle some matters, she took them only as empty consolation. So after spending the night in the room, utterly hopeless, she had no choice but to drag her exhausted body home in a taxi. Bai Weiwei's mother, Lin Longji, was initially delighted to see her daughter suddenly return. Because the day before, when her daughter had called to say she and Yi Fan had broken up, she had sobbed heartbreakingly. Lin Longji had thought her daughter must hate her. But to her surprise, her daughter came back today, which meant everything she had done had succeeded. She had always looked down on that poor boy Yi Fan, believing he could only drag down her daughter's quality of life and give her nothing. In her eyes as a parent, if a poor boy like Yi Fan wanted to be with her daughter, he should at least own a house, shouldn't he? After all, in Modu today, the most ordinary 130 square meter apartment would cost at least 10 to 20 million. With Yi Fan's salary at the time, frankly speaking, he could work his whole life and still not afford a house in Modu. So when Yi Fan first started dating her daughter, she was fiercely opposed. But she couldn't stand against her precious daughter's affection, so she had no choice. Back then she had said many harsh words to Yi Fan, like a toad lusting after a swan, and trying to climb the social ladder, hoping he would take the hint and leave voluntarily. But at that time Yi Fan simply didn't care. He said he only wanted to be with her daughter, swore he would treat her well, and promised he would work hard to give her a happy future. Her daughter was also determined to marry no one but Yi Fan. If she tried to break them up, it would be like forcing her daughter to die. She had no choice but to convince herself to accept it, or what else could she do? She couldn't really drive her own daughter to death. Fortunately, Yi Fan turned out to be relatively ambitious. From an ordinary person earning a few thousand a month when he first arrived in Modu, he gradually worked his way up to sales department manager, making over 2,000 a month. After deducting rent and living expenses, he could save 1 or 2 million a year, a barely passable achievement in her eyes. But as a native of Modu, she harbored a natural sense of superiority and looked down on Yi Fan as a country bumpkin from the bottom of her heart. So even knowing her daughter was in a relationship with Yi Fan, she would seize every opportunity to introduce other men to her daughter, always putting on an air of, "It's for your own good." This time was no different. While her daughter was visiting, she secretly introduced her to a friend's son, a proper returnee from overseas studies with a well-off family. In her eyes, matching such an outstanding person with her daughter was a perfect match made in heaven. Besides, her daughter had been with Yi Fan for 2 or 3 years. She should have seen through him by now. Yi Fan was nothing but a poor boy's fate. She had built a ladder for her daughter, and her daughter climbed it, using this opportunity to break up with the poor boy. How nice. But she never expected things to turn out like this. She was happy her daughter had come home, but as soon as she arrived, she locked herself in her room and refused to open the door no matter how much she called. Afraid something might happen to her daughter, she finally managed to find a spare key and opened the door, only to find her daughter lying motionless on the bed like a zombie. At first she thought her daughter just couldn't accept it and decided to give her a day to calm down. But after a whole day, her daughter still lay there, not touching her phone, not eating or drinking, ignoring all her pleas. That really scared her. She sought out her husband, but instead of helping to console their daughter, he scolded her for making trouble out of nothing. That's how she ended up calling Yi Fan. Truth be told, she was quite helpless. If not for being terrified by her daughter's state and having no other option, she would never have swallowed her pride to call Yi Fan. She wished nothing more than for Yi Fan to break up with her daughter so she could introduce her to a more outstanding man. Even if Yi Fan had now become a sales department manager earning over 2,000 a month, in her eyes, he was still a country bumpkin who couldn't be taken seriously. As a native of Magic City, that pride was branded into his bones, innate, and carrying a trace of regional superiority. Taking the initiative to call Yi Fan this time was in her eyes a step below her dignity. But what choice did she have? Her daughter's soulless, devastated appearance pricked at her heart like a needle, making her restless with worry. So even though every word from Yi Fan on the other end carried no politeness at all, each one laced with thorns and bitter enough to sting, for her daughter, this mother bit back her words, stifled the anger welling in her chest, stayed on the line, and patiently listened until he finished speaking. Once Yi Fan's voice faded, Lin Longji drew a breath. She could scarcely steady, summoning a gentleness and patience she had never mustered before, her tone soft and measured. "Little Fan, don't blame Wei Wei. It's truly my fault as a mother. I understand you're still harboring resentment about this matchmaking arrangement. Blame only me. I orchestrated this from start to finish. I even pressured her into attending. Wei Wei is innocent. You can't take out your frustration on her." On the other end of the phone, Yi Fan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh after hearing Lin Longji's words, a laugh thick with sarcasm. To his ears, Lin Longji's tone seemed to paint him as a petty, calculating man who would shatter his relationship over a trivial blind date and hold a grudge against his future mother-in-law, a provincial fool oblivious to the times. They had schemed behind his back to arrange the date, yet now she would twist everything to make him the villain, while casting herself and her daughter as wrong victims. Especially that line, "If you're going to blame someone, blame me, not Wei Wei. She's innocent." What magnificent self-sacrifice she painted, as though he were the one driving a wedge between mother and daughter. Perhaps that logic could have trapped someone else. This was Lin Longji's familiar tactic of retreating to advance. But these tactics held no power over Yi Fan. After years of battling alone in Magic City, from having no one to rely on to finally finding his footing, he had seen every type of person. What twists and turns had he not navigated? Those grotesque figures and false niceties had long forged his shrewdness. Yi Fan wasted no time holding back, firing words sharper and more cutting than her own. Each sentence a precise little knife piercing through her hidden schemes. Yi Fan gave a cold snort. Enough. What innocence? Where's there any innocence? For one, you're a mother who arranged a blind date knowing full well her daughter has a boyfriend. What do you take me for? And what do you think you're doing to your own daughter? This shows a complete lack of basic respect for how people ought to be treated. You've also succeeded in making me lose the most fundamental respect due to an elder, because you're not worthy. You call Wei Wei innocent. Where's the innocence in that? She knew you'd arranged a blind date for her, yet she didn't even bother telling me. She went ahead and played along all on her own. She thought she was sacrificing so much for their relationship, believing herself so noble, bearing everything in this love story. But to me, all she's doing is moving herself with her own performance. I see nothing wrong with ending this. Upon hearing this, Lin Longji grew frantic, her voice trembling. But little Fan, do you know? Ever since you brought up the breakup yesterday, she's thrown herself into my arms and cried her heart out. In all her life, this is the first time she's ever lashed out at me, her own mother. She's done all of this for you. And when she got home today, she locked herself in her room. It's been a whole day. She hasn't eaten or drunk anything. No matter how I urged her, nothing worked. If this continues, something terrible will happen. After all these years together, can't you do this for me and try to reason with her? As she spoke these words, Lin Longji felt she had crossed every line imaginable for Yi Fan's sake. The woman who had always been proud and seldom spoke with any softness felt she had reached the very limits of pleading. Yet on the other end of the phone, Yi Fan's tone showed not the slightest concession, not an ounce of softening. Yi Fan knew well that once a relationship had such a fracture, like a shattered mirror, no amount of persuasion could restore it to what it once was. Unless he himself agreed to reconcile with Bai Weiwei, and that was absolutely impossible. Besides, there was another woman here, his daughter's mother, who was waiting for him to win her back. And setting that aside, just the time he had spent with Bai Weiwei, where she constantly spouted, "My mother said this, and my mother said," that was enough to make Yi Fan feel suffocated, especially unable to accept. An adult with no basic capacity for independent judgment, relying entirely on her mother's arrangements for everything. Such a relationship, even if forced to continue, was destined never to endure. In the past, Yi Fan had still harbored a faint hope that with dedicated love and gentle guidance he could one day help her develop her own mind. But reality proved him wrong. Some people's ways of thinking were like nails already driven home, set in stone, nearly impossible to change. Bai Weiwei had again and again bent to her mother's demands and turned around to make all sorts of requests of Yi Fan, trying to make him meet every criterion her mother held for an ideal son-in-law. Yi Fan had gritted his teeth and endured each demand, continually striving toward that standard. But at this point his voice grew colder. "I've compromised enough, I think. But what about her? She wouldn't even leave me with the most basic decency. You claim she went on the blind date because of your demands, yet she clearly had the right to refuse, and chose not to exercise it." Having said this, Yi Fan suddenly felt a wave of weariness. There was no point in going further. So he told Lin Longji on the other end, "Annie, I've said what needs to be said. I can't help you. Our relationship has reached its end. In the rest of our lives, all we can do is leave each other alone." Hearing Yi Fan's merciless words, Lin Longji finally understood. He truly had no intention of helping her persuade her daughter. Panic seized her, her tone tinged with supplication. "But Weiwei is in real danger right now. She hasn't eaten or drunk anything all day. If this continues, her health will surely suffer." Yi Fan merely smiled faintly at those words, his voice devoid of emotion. "Stop making such a fuss. She listens to you so much. Just talk some sense into her. I have things to attend to, so I'll hang up now." Having said this, Yi Fan hung up before Lin Longji could respond. His urgency stemmed from a fleeting glimpse he had just caught. A small, unsteady figure stumbling down the corridor near the private room, making its way toward him. One look was enough for him to recognize. The little one was his precious daughter Feifei. The little one padded along on tiny legs, head tilted forward, as though searching desperately for something. At every doorway she passed, she would crane her neck to peek inside, and when she didn't find who she was looking for, she would continue onward. Watching this scene stirred a mixture of emotions in Yi Fan, touched, amused, yet tinged with worry and mild annoyance. He couldn't help but wonder how Luo Xiaoxi and the others were watching the child, if they had let her wander off by herself. Just then he noticed someone trailing a short distance behind the little one. The sight of that person gradually dissipated his irritation. It was his father Yi Ligua, following at a leisurely pace behind the little girl, his eyes fixed on her the entire time. Yi Fan ended the call, slipped his phone into his pocket, and quickened his steps toward them. The little one was still peering into each private room, searching for her daddy. When she suddenly spotted Yi Fan approaching nearby, her face burst into a delighted smile. With a giggle, she broke free like a rabbit escaping its cage and scampered straight toward him. Yi Fan, seeing his daughter running toward him, feared she might trip from the haste. He quickly stepped forward, bent down, and lifted her securely into his arms. A tender smile crossed his face as he pressed a kiss to her cheek. "Feifei, why aren't you staying in the private room? What are you doing out here looking for Daddy?" The little one pouted, her voice dripping with grievance in that adorable baby tone. "Daddy's a liar. You said you'd be back in a moment, but the food has been here forever, and you still haven't returned. Feifei wanted to come find you." Hearing this, Yi Fan's heart melted completely. He lovingly ruffled his daughter's hair and cooed softly, all right, it's Daddy's fault. I got caught up on the phone and lost track of time. It's okay now. Let's go back and eat, shall we?" The instant she heard Yi Fan's words, the little one's tears vanished into a radiant smile, and she eagerly chirped in affirmative. Yi Fan gathered her in his arms and turned back toward the private room they had come from. Just then Yi Ligua, who had been trailing behind the little girl, caught up. Seeing Yi Fan, a gratified smile spread across his face as he walked alongside them. "Look at how close this little one is to you. Hardly a moment apart, and she's already rushing out to find you." Yi Fan chuckled at his father's words, pride evident in his tone. "Of course. She's my daughter. Naturally she'd be closest to me." With that he looked up at Yi Ligua and said, "Dad, let's head back and eat." But barely had the words left his mouth when his father reached out and gently tugged at his sleeve. Yi Fan paused and turned his head, confusion on his face. "Dad, what's wrong?" Yi Ligua hesitated, uncertain whether to bring up the matter, his expression fraught with inner conflict. Seeing his father's demeanor, Yi Fan instantly understood. He had something to say, but found it inconvenient to voice. He smiled reassuringly and said, "It's okay, Dad. Just say whatever you need to. Between father and son, what is there to hide?" Hearing Yi Fan's words, Yi Ligua pondered for a moment before deciding to speak his mind. "Well, it's like this. While you were out on the phone, just now Xiao Hao asked about your singing. Your brothers then told him about the time you sang to apologize to Xiao Shi. Normally it's no big deal. Everyone would just laugh it off. But Xiao Hao, perhaps because of some past grievance between you two, or out of concern for his sister, wanted to stand up for her. He said that when you return to the dinner table he'll embarrass you by making you sing again to humiliate you properly. Xiao Fan, I know you've always had strong self-esteem. You would never abandon your principles for the sake of feelings, so I'm afraid you might clash with them at the table. I wanted to warn you in advance." After listening to Yi Ligua, Yi Fan's cheerful expression born from holding the little girl instantly soured. He sighed, inwardly pondering whether he had been too accommodating. Or perhaps he had appeared too eager, making them think he was desperate for her. Yes, he admitted it. 5 years away, failing to fulfill his role as a father was his fault. But didn't she already know it was all a misunderstanding? Did she bear no responsibility at all? If she hadn't stopped her father and brothers from telling him, would he have stayed away for 5 years without returning, leaving her to raise the child alone? Even now, for the sake of the child, he had swallowed his pride and apologized. Was that not enough? To trample on his dignity again and again, did they derive some twisted pleasure from it? Thinking this, Yi Fan decided he would no longer grovel. After all, this matter couldn't be blamed on one person alone. He let out a soft sigh, glanced at the little girl in his arms, then turned to his father. "Yi Ligua. Dad, I bought some snacks for the little one earlier. They're in the trunk of the car. Could you go get them for me?" Then he said affectionately to the little girl, "Fei Fei, Daddy suddenly craves that chocolate bar we bought together. Could you go get it for me? Go with Grandpa, and bring it back, and we'll share it, okay?" The little girl's face lit up at the mention of chocolate. "Okay. Fei Fei will go get it with you." Yi Fan quickly praised, "Fei Fei is such a good girl." Then he added, "Go with Grandpa." Yi Ligua understood immediately. Yi Fan wanted to shield the little girl from whatever might happen next. He meant to keep adult matters away from the child. Without a word, he sighed, took the little girl from Yi Fan's arms, and silently turned to descend the stairs. Yi Fan watched them go, then straightened his clothes and headed toward the private room. He soon reached the door, pushed it open, and entered. Glancing inside, he noticed that all the dishes on the table had been served. He noted a detail: Luo Xiaoxi and her brother Luo Xiaohao were already eating with chopsticks, occasionally chatting and laughing. His own brothers, meanwhile, were huddled together, whispering, their phones in hand. The tableware before them was still clean. They had been waiting for him, not starting without him. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, silently taking his seat. Luo Xiaoxi glanced at him briefly, then continued eating. Luo Xiaohao, seeing Yi Fan sit down, quickly put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and smiled. "Brother Fan, we were just talking about your singing." Yi Fan, hearing him bring it up again, remained silent, and merely smiled nonchalantly. And then, "Oi." Luo Xiaohao grinned smugly. "Well, I wasn't there, so I didn't get to hear it. They said you sang beautifully, and I missed out. I even asked my sister, and she said you sang well, but she hasn't had enough. She'd like you to sing another one here." Yi Fan's expression turned subtle. He leaned back in his chair, fingers lightly tapping the table, and asked lazily, "Oh, what song does your sister want to hear?" He didn't address the question to Luo Xiaoxi beside him, but directly to Luo Xiaohao, making his stance clear. He was tired of being made a fool. Yi Fan's brothers exchanged glances, then met his eyes, but said nothing. They were all adults, spelling things out would only ruin the mood. But Luo Xiaohao, oblivious to social cues, cheerfully continued, "I discussed it with my sister. How about you sing 'Wife is the boss, husband is the most foolish' for her and apologize again. Maybe she'll really forgive you." Hearing this, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and turned to Luo Xiaoxi. "Is that what you think too?" Luo Xiaoxi responded to his question with a light hum, saying nothing, as if echoing her brother's words. Seeing his sister's reaction, Luo Xiaohao quickly chimed in. "See, she didn't object. Just sing. I want to hear if you're any good. Everyone, don't you agree?" He tried to stir up the crowd, but no one responded. They all kept their heads down, fiddling with their phones. This annoyed him, and he clicked his tongue. "You guys are such a downer." Then he turned back to Yi Fan. "Go ahead, sing. My sister didn't say no. You should be smart. This is your only chance to apologize." Yi Fan's earlier good mood had already been soured by Lin Lanzi's emotional manipulation on the phone, and now Luo Xiaohao's antics completely wore down his last shred of patience. But he restrained himself and said, "We're eating now. The brothers are hungry, and the food will get cold. Let's eat first." He was giving Luo Xiaohao an out. Yet Luo Xiaohao, whether genuinely clueless or simply obtuse, refused to take the hint, as if determined to embarrass Yi Fan. "Eating isn't important. Sing first." Yi Fan laughed coldly to himself. "Eating isn't important? Then what were you two just stuffing into your mouths?" His demeanor gradually cooled. He looked calmly at Luo Xiaohao and said, "But I don't want to sing now." "What now?" Luo Xiaohao reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Are you sure? This is your only chance to apologize. Don't you want my sister's forgiveness?" Before coming, Yi Fan had asked Luo Xiaohao to help mediate, but the guy's mind was clearly set on humiliating him, not on reconciliation. Did stepping on someone's face really bring them joy? Yi Fan decided to stop pretending. He straightened up, placed both hands on the table, resting his chin on them, and turned to look askance at Luo Xiaoxi beside him. Why must I seek her forgiveness? And do you really think from start to finish this was entirely my fault? Luo Xiaoxi, who was reaching for another bite with her chopsticks, paused mid-motion. Her beautiful eyes widened as she glared at Yi Fan. What do you mean by that? Yi Fan responded with a faint smile. Nothing much. Just want to make something clear to you. This afternoon I apologized to you in front of the whole village, not because I was wrong, but because I pity the hardship you endured raising our daughter alone all these years. And I wanted to prove to everyone that the fault lies with me. Even though I took all the blame, ask yourself honestly. In this whole affair, were you not at fault at all? Before Luo Xiaoxi could respond, Luo Xiaohao across the table couldn't contain himself. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up, glaring at Yi Fan. What do you mean? What fault does my sister have? Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively. A loud voice doesn't make you right. Think carefully. If you had told me she was pregnant back then, I would have come home immediately. Would all this have happened? You refused to tell me, and even threatened my father and brothers not to let me know. That's why I stayed away for 5 years. Because of that, I missed the most important 5 years of my daughter's childhood. And now you blame me for being irresponsible about raising her alone all these years. But ask yourself, was that really my irresponsibility? How could I take responsibility when I didn't know a damn thing? Now that I'm back and know the truth, I want to take responsibility, and I'm trying to make amends. Have you ever considered that this whole mess wasn't entirely my fault? Luo Xiaoxi, you brought this on yourself. Forget it. You gave me a precious daughter, so I'll choose to bear it. Let's just say it's all my fault. But what have you done? Damn it. You've pushed and pushed, humiliating me again and again. Does that make you happy? Hearing Yi Fan's vehement, profanity-laced outburst, almost a tirade, Luo Xiaoxi seemed somewhat taken aback. For a moment, she stood there stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yi Fan's demeanor now was the polar opposite of his humble, apologetic self at her alleyway entrance that afternoon. It was as if he were a completely different person. She even wondered if he might be schizophrenic. After a long pause, Luo Xiaoxi finally snapped out of her daze. Furious, she abruptly stood up, slammed her chopsticks onto the table, and pointed a trembling finger at Yi Fan, demanding, Yi Fan, what do you mean by that? Yi Fan merely glanced at her indifferently and said, nothing much. I just feel I've done enough. I took everything upon myself thinking you'd at least give some response. Before coming, I even planned to talk to your brother beforehand, have him smooth things over, say a few good words, so we could reconcile quickly and give Fei Fei and you a complete family. As the saying goes, better to patch up a marriage than to tear it apart. After all, he is my brother-in-law. But I was wrong. You seem to take my concessions for granted. Hearing this, Luo Xiaoxi's anger flared even more. She pointed at Yi Fan, tears instantly welling in her eyes. Fine. Just as you said. For 5 years I gave birth to Fei Fei alone and raised her by myself. It's all my own fault, I deserve it. But if 5 years ago when I begged you not to leave you hadn't been so heartless, would any of this have happened today? So ultimately the fault lies with you. How can you have the nerve to say it's not all your fault? Yi Fan chuckled bitterly at her twisted logic. No, what you're saying is really strange. What? Just because you don't want me to leave I can't. We're not even married yet. I have my own choices. Let alone the conflict with my father back then which forced me to leave. Look at the present. So many people go out to work. Does every one of them have to stay in their hometown scraping a living just for their partner? That life of toiling under the sun, facing the soil and the sky, is your idealized existence, not mine. You're a college graduate. Why are your thoughts so futile? Can you please stop imposing your views on me? When it came to eloquence, who could outtalk a top salesperson like Yi Fan? The sibling duo was no match for him. With just a few words, he left them speechless. Luo Xiaoxi racked her brain for countless arguments, but each one was shot down by Yi Fan, none holding water. She stood there dazed, tears streaming down her cheeks, her mouth trembling, unable to utter a word. Seeing her like that, Yi Fan delivered the final blow, securing his victory in what he deemed a debate. He said coldly, this afternoon at the village entrance, you should have realized from our dating days to now, when have I ever groveled like that? I went so far as to lower my dignity and beg you shamelessly, yet you still put on that sour face. Who are you showing it to? In a game there's a progress bar, but you showed me no hope at all. I tried to find a breakthrough through your brother, hoping he'd talk some sense into you. But I never expected you two to be cut from the same cloth. Forget it. Let me be clear, I'm done tolerating this. If you want to reconcile, fine. If not, suit yourself. And don't threaten me with our daughter. After all these years, others may not know, but you should. When have I ever been threatened by anyone? If it comes to that, we can just go our separate ways. As for threatening my father, saying you'll take our daughter far away, go ahead, I don't care. He said this, but it was a risky gamble. He knew Luo Xiaoxi wouldn't dare leave with their daughter. In truth, saying he didn't care about her was a lie. Who wouldn't cherish their little princess, afraid to drop her, or even breathe on her? But what could he do? He had hoped to find a way through her brother, but seeing his pathetic attitude, he knew it was just retaliation for Yi Fan overturning the table earlier and splashing soup on him at noon. So Yi Fan decided to take a gamble to provoke her, putting on the facade of a heartless man unwilling to accommodate her anymore. He simply spread his hands, said, whatever, then picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Looking up, he saw his brothers still staring at him in disbelief, eyes wide and mouths agape. Yi Fan glared at them and said, what are you looking at? Aren't you hungry? Eat, eat. Then he continued eating. Qin Zhanfei sat there initially perplexed by the back and forth. But after hearing Yi Fan's lengthy speech, he found it quite reasonable. Luo Xiaoxi was indeed being a bit too dramatic. At first, when Luo Xiaoxi presented her side, everyone felt sympathetic and admired her sacrifice, raising their daughter alone, hiding it from Yi Fan. They thought Yi Fan had wronged them. But after Yi Fan told his side, they began to think, wasn't she the one causing all this trouble? He never said he wouldn't take responsibility. If she had told him from the start that she had given birth to his child, wouldn't he have rushed back from wherever he was? Now who was to blame? Ultimately, it was a family matter. Though they were brothers, it wasn't their place to interfere. At Yi Fan's invitation, they all silently picked up their chopsticks and began eating. Only Luo Xiaohao and Luo Xiaoxi remained standing awkwardly. They stared at each other, eyes wide. Luo Xiaoxi, full of grievance, couldn't find the words. Finally, her brother Luo Xiaohao looked at Yi Fan, realizing he was determined not to indulge his sister anymore. If they kept this up, the relationship would only worsen. So Luo Xiaohao grew wise. He pulled out a chair, walked over to his sister, tugged her sleeve, and whispered something in her ear. Yi Fan didn't catch it. He pretended to eat, but inwardly he was anxious, fearing Luo Xiaoxi might storm off and take their daughter away, leaving him helpless. Luckily, his gamble paid off. After Luo Xiaohao finished speaking, Luo Xiaoxi seemed to remember something, a worried expression crossing her face. She looked down at Yi Fan, who was eating indifferently, his face devoid of concern. Her anxiety deepened. Finally, with a resigned sigh, she plopped down onto a chair, acting as if nothing had happened, and picked up her chopsticks to eat. But when she held her chopsticks in midair, unsure what to pick, Yi Fan knew that her worry was even greater than his own. Now the initiative was in his hands. The one who should be worried was Luo Xiaoxi. She was probably afraid he would truly act like a scoundrel, walk away, and never care about her and their daughter again. After all, such things were not uncommon in the countryside. Even married men fooled around, let alone those like Yi Fan who had achieved a measure of success. So Luo Xiaoxi became anxious, wondering if her behavior that afternoon had been too excessive. Women are strange creatures. If you treat them too preciously and put them on a pedestal, they take you for granted. But once you decide to let go and ignore them, they start wondering if you've stopped loving them, becoming anxious. That was the effect Yi Fan wanted, and his feigned indifference worked. Seeing Luo Xiaoxi holding her chopsticks, unsure what to eat, revealed how conflicted she was inside. Then Yi Fan performed a masterstroke. He casually picked up a dish and placed it in Luo Xiaoxi's bowl. That simple gesture brought a spark of light to her confused eyes. She turned to look at him, and the tears of grievance finally burst forth. Seeing her like this, Yi Fan's side pretended to reach out and wipe her tears, and said gently, "Okay, stop crying, let's eat." Meanwhile, the brothers watched Yi Fan's moves in silent awe, thinking, holy shit, that's amazing. He can even defuse this. No wonder he's our fan go. It was truly an unexpected twist that caught me off guard. This textbook-level brilliant maneuver would take them a lifetime to learn. Meanwhile, after comforting Luo Xiaoxi, Yi Fan happened to look up and saw his brothers all staring at him with wide eyes. Their gazes clearly revealed an admiration for an idol impossible to conceal. Yi Fan returned a look that seemed to say, "Learn from me, you lot." Then he turned to his brother-in-law Luo Xiaohao, who still stood there awkwardly at a loss. At that moment, no one was more embarrassed than Luo Xiaohao. He had intended to make Yi Fan look foolish, but instead both siblings were completely outmaneuvered by Yi Fan. Even his own sister had chosen to reconcile with Yi Fan. Hadn't he noticed that when she cried, Yi Fan reached out to touch her face and wipe her tears, and she didn't resist at all? That said a lot. But what was he supposed to do? After the awkward scene earlier, he truly didn't know how to face his brother-in-law Yi Fan. Yi Fan, however, had no intention of making things difficult for him. Although the young man was already over 20 in Yi Fan's eyes, he was still the same kid who followed him around, calling him brother-in-law all day long, utterly immature. So Yi Fan didn't bother to hold a grudge. Instead, he graciously gave him a way out, casually saying, as if nothing had happened, "Xiaohao Feifei said she wanted to get some snacks from the car, so I asked my dad to go with her. Why hasn't he come back after so long? Go check on them." Hearing this, Luo Xiaohao finally stopped pretending to be clueless. His mind quickly caught on, and he realized that Yi Fan was giving him an exit to avoid further embarrassment. He shot Yi Fan a grateful glance, smiled, and replied, "Sure, I'll go right now." With that, he hurried past the others, pushed open the private room door, and left. Yi Fan heard him call out, "Brother," and couldn't help but smile. He said nothing more, instead turning to Qin Zhanfei, Houzi, and the others to stop gossiping and start eating. Soon that little episode passed, and the atmosphere in the private room grew lively again. Yi Fan chatted casually with his brothers, the conversation mostly revolving around Qin Zhanfei's wedding. The men would present gifts tomorrow, then the bride's pickup, and the formal ceremony the day after, along with various details. Yi Fan talked with them off and on, occasionally serving Luo Xiaoxi some vegetables, his attention to detail impeccable. By now, Luo Xiaoxi no longer wore that cold expression. She ate whatever Yi Fan put on her plate, and every now and then she would sneak a glance at his profile. But whenever Yi Fan noticed and looked back, she would act as if nothing had happened and continue eating. This little gesture made Yi Fan smile slightly, but he said nothing. Just then the little girl Feifei pushed open the private room door and walked in, followed by Yi Ligua and Luo Xiaohao. As soon as the little girl entered, she rushed over on her short legs, threw herself against Yi Fan's legs, and began complaining, Daddy Grandpa is so clumsy. It took him forever to open the car door, and Uncle had to help. I was so impatient. Hearing his daughter's complaint, Yifan looked up at his father Yi Ligua, who had just come in. Their eyes met, and they both smiled, saying nothing. Yi Ligua pretended to be angry and said, "Oh, you little rascal, you come in and tattle on Grandpa already. Then Grandpa won't spoil you anymore." The little girl wasn't afraid at all. She snorted and said, "Fei doesn't need Grandpa's spoiling anymore. Fei has Daddy." Then she snuggled into Yifan's arms and giggled. This adorable sight made Yifan laugh heartily. He echoed her words, "That's right, Fei has Daddy to spoil you." Then he pulled her into his arms and asked, "What does Fei want to eat? Daddy will get it for you, okay?" And so the dinner passed without further incident. Throughout the meal, Yifan took care of the little girl, serving her food and occasionally brushing Luo Xiaoxi's hair aside. Every small gesture was perfectly timed. Luo Xiaoxi's gaze grew softer and softer, almost melting. After dinner, Yifan checked the time. It was already 9:30, nearly 10 o'clock. Time to head back. Yifan paid the bill, and they gathered at the restaurant entrance. Ma Yongxiang scurried over, offering to take the keys and drive for him, but Yifan waved him off. He decided to drive himself. Ma Yongxiang looked at him worriedly. "Are you sure you can manage?" Yifan patted his shoulder with a smile. "The lunch drinks were 8 or 9 hours ago. I'm perfectly fine to drive now." Then he asked them to take his father Yi Ligua home. Hearing this, the group exchanged glances and understood. Yifan wanted some time alone with Luo Xiaoxi. So they stopped pressing him, assured him it would be fine, and told him not to worry. Yi Ligua also waved his hand, saying not to worry about him, and urged Yifan to drive slowly and be careful. Then he got into the minivan that Qin Zhanfei and the others had driven and left. After they left, Yifan said to Luo Xiaoxi and the little girl, "Come on, let's head home too." He walked to his car, opened the rear door for them, and gestured for them to sit in the back so Luo Xiaoxi could take care of their daughter more easily. Seeing his thoughtfulness, Luo Xiaoxi smiled gently and got into the back seat with her daughter. Yifan closed the door for them, walked around to the driver's seat, opened the door, got in, fastened his seatbelt, started the engine, and drove off slowly. Along the way, Yifan drove very slowly because he had noticed that the little girl seemed tired. She had yawned as soon as she got in the car. He didn't want to wake her, so he took his time driving carefully to avoid disturbing her sleep. Yifan and Luo Xiaoxi didn't speak, and the car remained quiet the whole way. Yifan had thought that they would drive home in silence, and that was fine. He was tired too. But just as they neared the entrance of the village, a gentle voice suddenly broke the silence. "Yifan, do you still love me?" Hearing this unexpected question, Yifan was momentarily startled. He glanced over in confusion and noticed that at some point Luo Xiaoxi had leaned close to the driver's seat, gazing at him tenderly. He had been too focused on driving to notice. Instinctively, he wanted to reply yes, but Luo Xiaoxi's next words stopped him. "I don't want you to lie to me. Answer honestly." At that, Yifan found himself at a loss for words. To be honest, he still had feelings for Luo Xiaoxi, but those feelings were rooted in the past. A first love, a lost love, a sense of unfulfilled longing, a regret for what could have been. But that was the past, and 5 years had passed. To say he still loved her now would be a stretch. Even to himself it felt insincere. In his view, their relationship now was mainly bound by the kinship of having a daughter together, an unbreakable familial bond. But how should he answer? Should he really say, "I don't love you anymore"? That would be too cruel to say. So he fell into a long silence. Seeing his reaction, Luo Xiaoxi seemed to sense something. She sighed and finally said softly, "Oh, I knew it." Hearing that, Yifan instinctively pulled over to the side of the road, engaged the handbrake, and turned to look at her, confused. "What do you mean? What did you know?" Luo Xiaoxi looked at his expression, brushed a strand of hair from her temple, and sighed. "I was afraid of this, and it happened anyway." Upon hearing Luo Xiaoxi's words, Yifan cast a skeptical glance at her, his mind churning with confusion. What on earth was this woman up to now? She was truly capricious. Yet if he didn't resolve the issue at hand, he dreaded to think what other schemes she might devise to torment him. So Yifan let out a silent sigh, glanced at their daughter sleeping soundly in the back seat, and whispered, "Let's talk outside the car. Don't wake the child." With that, he pushed open the door and stepped out. The weather was indeed biting cold, especially now nearing 11 at night. As soon as Yifan stepped out, the chilly night wind sent a shiver through him, instantly dispelling the warm, languid comfort he had felt inside the car with the air conditioner running. He instinctively wrapped his coat tighter around himself and surveyed the surroundings. Beyond the eastern edge of the village lay a straight road flanked on both sides by endless wheat fields. Unlike the city, the countryside lacked comprehensive facilities. Apart from a few streetlights within the village, once beyond its borders, everything was plunged into darkness. Yet this pitch-black environment didn't frighten Yifan. Instead, it gradually calmed the restless heart that had been churning for years after striving outside. Out of habit, he reached into his coat pocket, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and instinctively placed one between his lips. Bowing his head, he took out a lighter and attempted to light it. Perhaps the night wind was too strong. Yifan clicked the lighter repeatedly, but the flame kept being extinguished. The cigarette remained between his lips unlit. A trace of irritation crept into him. Just then Luo Xiaoxi approached, unzipped her coat, and shielded him from the wind. Taking advantage, Yifan lit the cigarette. He looked up at her with a puzzled expression, but said nothing. Luo Xiaoxi, seeing his cigarette lit, refastened her coat, and stood silently nearby. The two stood like fools on the ridge at the eastern edge of the village in the dead of night, letting the bitter wind sting their faces. After a long silence, Yi Fan finally broke it. He truly couldn't fathom what was going on in her mind. She had said those inexplicable words in the car. Now that he had given her a chance to speak, she remained mute. Helpless Yi Fan asked, "What did you mean by what you said in the car? What do you mean by the thing I feared has happened?" Luo Xiaoxi didn't answer directly. Instead, she asked in a low voice, "When did you learn to smoke?" Yi Fan couldn't understand her. He failed to see the connection between his question and his smoking habit, but he replied, "I picked it up while working outside. The pressure was too great." "What's the matter? What does that have to do with my question?" Hearing his answer, Luo Xiaoxi let out a quiet sigh. "Do you know why I tried everything to stop you from leaving to work outside back then?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, looking at her in confusion. "Why, oi? Because I loved you too much. I was afraid." This reply left Yi Fan even more astonished. "Afraid? Afraid of what?" "I was afraid you'd be dazzled by the outside world, afraid that one day the unique place I held in your heart would be taken by someone else. I couldn't bear that." As she spoke, Luo Xiaoxi's eyes reddened, brimming with tears. But it was night, and though the car's headlights cast some illumination, she stood beside the vehicle in a dimmer spot. Yi Fan didn't see her tears. He took a drag of his cigarette and said casually, "You're overthinking it. You know I'm not that kind of person." Yet Luo Xiaoxi shook her head. "I know the you of those days wasn't that kind of person, but I didn't dare gamble. I've seen it happen in real life. My cousin and his wife. Their story was almost identical to ours. They met in school as kids and fell in love. But after my cousin went to work outside, he gradually changed. At first he'd come back for holidays and New Year's. Later he stopped coming home altogether. My cousin's wife couldn't take it anymore and went to find him at his workplace. But to her horror, he had already started a new family there. She broke down on the spot and confronted him. And guess what happened?" Yi Fan held the cigarette, listening intently. He took a slow drag and then tilted his chin, signaling her to continue. Luo Xiaoxi's voice trembled as she spoke, as if she had personally experienced the ordeal. "My cousin said he had found true love again and asked his wife to let him go." Does that sound like something a human being would say? But what could be done? In the countryside, many marriages don't even have a marriage certificate. In the end, it just fizzled out. Besides, my cousin and his wife already had 2 children. She had no choice but to return to the village and raise the kids alone. Now her life is utterly miserable. See, our story is so similar to theirs. We knew each other since childhood, then fell in love. You know what? Back then, because I loved you so much, I even chose the same university as you when filling out my college application, terrified you might change your heart. In college, I kept telling you that after graduation, we should develop our lives in our hometown. You agreed back then. But then all of a sudden you told me you wanted to go out and work. The image of my cousin and his wife immediately flashed before my eyes. How could I not be afraid? But no matter how hard I tried to stop you, I couldn't change your determination to leave. In the end, I felt utterly desperate. I even had the illusion that you were drifting further and further away from me. But then unexpectedly the tide turned. Shortly after you left, I discovered by accident that I was pregnant. Yi Fan, do you know? I wasn't afraid at all, though I was overjoyed. Because this little life created an unbreakable bond between us. It was my last hope to keep you. All of this only because I loved you too much. Hearing this, Yi Fan let out a silent sigh. Then why didn't you tell me back then? If you had, I might have come straight back and not gone out. Luo Xiaoxi's voice turned bitter with indignation. Bullshit. I know you better than anyone. Once you make a decision, 10 oxen couldn't drag you back. What if you knew I was pregnant and told me to abort it? I couldn't bear to let my last shred of hope shatter. So, I didn't even dare tell you about the pregnancy. To keep the secret, I even asked your brother and my father to keep it from you, threatening them not to breathe a word. Yi Fan was even more bewildered. I understand that you were afraid I'd make you abort during the pregnancy. But why didn't you tell me after she was born? If I had known, then I would have come back to take care of you and our daughter. Luo Xiaoxi's voice choked with emotion. I thought about that too. But after giving birth to Fei Fei, for some reason, I became extremely sensitive. I did everything cautiously, constantly overthinking, terrified that you had already found someone new. I couldn't bear it. Back then I was afraid I might do something impulsive and regret it, so I kept comforting myself, waiting for you to come back on your own. When you finally discovered the truth, if you were still single, I would choose to reconcile and pull you back. If you no longer love me, I wouldn't blame you. Your life is your choice. I didn't want our relationship to weigh you down, or to emotionally blackmail, or morally bind you. After all, isn't there a saying, the greatest love is to let go? Hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but think to himself, this silly girl. He silently pulled out another cigarette. Though he hadn't finished the previous one, he lit another. Then why, when I came back and apologized, wanting to reconcile, did you refuse and make things so difficult for me? Even when I humbled myself and set aside my pride. Luo Xiaoxi wiped the tears that had grown cold on her face and said in a hoarse voice, at first I thought that if I made you grovel and apologize, it would make me feel better. But when you actually did it, I found it strange. Because the Yi Fan I loved wasn't like that. He was proud, fearless, someone who would sacrifice everything for his pride, always brimming with vitality. But the way you behaved then felt so alien to me. I couldn't accept it at once. What you had experienced outside all those years and how you had changed, I couldn't fathom. So I kept testing you over and over to see how far you would go. Do you know? The more you humbled yourself and apologized regardless of consequences, the more unfamiliar you seemed, and the more uncomfortable I felt. But just now in the private room you reverted to your original state, and I saw the familiar side of you. The proud, unyielding Yi Fan who would bow to no one had returned. That made me incredibly happy. I felt that you hadn't changed, you were still you. Hearing this, Yi Fan felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. At first he had tried so hard to get Luo Xiaoxi and their daughter to accept him, but that approach had backfired. Instead, later in the private room, when he had shown a whatever I don't care attitude, a typical playboy demeanor, Luo Xiaoxi had softened. Just as she said she liked the way he used to be, so spirited and confident. How pathetic. As the old saying goes, women are like that. The more you treat her as everything and throw away your dignity to pursue her, the more she might look down on you. You have to show your strengths and personality. That gives you a better chance. This strange contradiction is truly beyond comprehension. Unable to fathom the reason, Yi Fan decided to stop pondering over it. Recalling what Luo Xiaoxi had said in the car earlier, Yi Fan asked, "You said I'm still the same person I was back then, with the same temperament you liked, unchanged at all. But what you said in the car just now seems a bit contradictory, doesn't it?" Luo Xiaoxi, upon hearing Yi Fan's words, lowered her head, lost in thought, occasionally kicking a clod of dirt by the field with her toe. After a while she spoke softly, "I used to think that way too. The way you lost your temper at me was exactly the same as before you left. But when I asked you in the car just now if you still loved me, your silence told me that my worst fear had come true. Those 5 years didn't just take away your youthful spirit, they also took away your love for me. Don't deny it. I can feel it." Hearing Luo Xiaoxi's words, Yi Fan was momentarily speechless. He couldn't deny it. What she said was the truth. Indeed, during the years he was away, she had secretly given birth to their daughter and raised her all alone without anyone knowing. He couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt and indebtedness toward her, always wanting to make it up. But Yi Fan also knew clearly that it wasn't love, it was responsibility. Seeing Yi Fan sink into silence, Luo Xiaoxi, standing beside him, couldn't help but tremble. Whether it was from the cold night wind or the chill of his attitude, the deep-seated fear of losing him made her shiver uncontrollably. She finally voiced the question that had haunted her for so long, but which she had never dared to ask: "Can you still love me?" Upon hearing this, Yi Fan froze completely, even the motion of smoking ceased. He could certainly tell the difference between "do you love me" and "can you still love me?" The former was a question of fact, the latter a hope-filled plea, a search for an answer. Yi Fan was startled for a moment, then gave a clear answer. He threw the cigarette but on the ground, crushed it with his foot, and looked at Luo Xiaoxi with solemnity, saying, "I will fall in love with you again. Can you accept my love? Or rather, do you still love me?" Upon hearing these words, Luo Xiaoxi could no longer hold back her suppressed emotions. She burst into tears, rushed into Yi Fan's arms, and pounded his chest with her fists. "Yi Fan, you jerk. You utter bastard. Use your brain. If I didn't love you when I found out I was pregnant and my parents pressured me, why didn't I abort the child? Because I knew it was our only hope, the only bond that could keep us connected. I've spent years without demanding a title, giving birth to your daughter in your own home, and raising her all this time. Do you know how many disdainful looks I've endured living in your house all these years? What do the villagers think of me? How many people have cursed me behind my back for being shameless, bearing a child without being married? In the countryside, can you imagine the consequences? And you still ask me if I love you. What do you think?" Luo Xiaoxi sobbed on Yi Fan's chest, as if venting all the grievances of these years. Listening, Yi Fan's heart ached too. He hugged Luo Xiaoxi tightly, who was sobbing uncontrollably, and sighed silently. He didn't say much more, just gently patted her back. He truly didn't know how to comfort her, though any words at this moment seemed pale and powerless. What she needed now wasn't comfort, it was release. Yi Fan understood this, so he held her quietly, saying nothing. After a long time, Luo Xiaoxi, perhaps having cried enough, gradually stopped sobbing, leaving only intermittent sniffles. Yi Fan, sensing the time was right, gently patted her shoulder and said softly, "All right, let's go home." He didn't say anything extraneous, just that gentle phrase, "Let's go home," and Luo Xiaoxi seemed to have found the answer she needed. She softly hummed in agreement and obediently stepped back from his embrace. The night beside the field was pitch black, with only the car lights revealing vague outlines. He couldn't see her face clearly, but he knew it must be streaked with tears. Yi Fan unbuttoned his coat and gently wiped the tears from her face with the hem. Luo Xiaoxi stood there obediently, watching his movements, savoring the tenderness that rightfully belonged to her. After drying her tears, Yi Fan gently took her hand, walked to the car, and opened the rear door. Luo Xiaoxi slid in, noticing their daughter Feifei lying asleep in the back seat, her adorable appearance bringing a satisfied smile to Luo Xiaoxi's lips. From that moment on, she had already obtained the answer she sought. Although Yi Fan hadn't said when he would marry her or give her a title, that phrase, "I will fall in love with you again," said it all. Hadn't she been waiting for these very words all these years? Yi Fan watched Luo Xiaoxi settle and smiled, and gently closed the car door, careful not to wake their sleeping daughter. Then he walked to the driver's seat, opened the door, got in, started the car, and drove toward the village. Soon they arrived, and Yi Fan parked the car at the entrance of the alley leading to Luo Xiaoxi's home. After parking, he got out first, walked to the rear door, and opened it for Luo Xiaoxi. As she got out and bent down to pick up their daughter, Yi Fan gently patted her shoulder to stop her. He whispered in her ear, "Let me do it." Luo Xiaoxi naturally didn't object. She gave a tender smile and stood aside watching. Yi Fan bent down, gently supporting the little girl's legs with one hand and cradling her head with the other, carefully lifting her as if handling a priceless treasure, his movements so gentle that she didn't stir at all. The little girl remained fast asleep even after being lifted. Yi Fan carried her gently, nudged the car door shut with his foot, and walked along the alley toward Luo Xiaoxi's home. Luo Xiaoxi silently watched all this, her face radiant with happiness as she followed behind Yi Fan. The dim streetlight in the alley cast their shadows. A perfect picture of a family of three, warm and beautiful. But suddenly a loud banging noise shattered the serenity. Afraid of waking the little girl in his arms, Yi Fan stopped walking and looked up toward Luo Xiaoxi's house. Under the dim streetlight, he saw a burly man, seemingly drunk, staggering in front of her door, occasionally taking a running start and kicking the gate, cursing under his breath. They were still a distance apart, so Yi Fan couldn't make out the exact words, but they were certainly not pleasant. Fearing he might scare the little girl, Yi Fan didn't approach. Instead, he slowly backed away, turned, and walked back toward the car, silently pointing behind him at Luo Xiaoxi, and then at his car before returning to the vehicle. Luo Xiaoxi understood his intention. She saw the man kicking the door, her face turning pale with anger, and silently followed Yi Fan back. Back at the car, Yi Fan fished out the keys, unlocked it, opened the door, gently placed the little girl back in the back seat, and closed the door to block out the noise, ensuring she wouldn't wake up. He let out a soft sigh, then turned his face dark and asked Luo Xiaoxi, "Who is that?" His grim expression wasn't directed at her. It was fear that someone might bully her and their daughter when he wasn't around. This time he happened to witness it, but what about the times he wasn't there? Luo Xiaoxi understood his concern and sighed with grievance. Who else could it be? It's that Wu woman's son, Yi Sangyu. Hearing the name, suddenly Yi Fan felt a bit unfamiliar. Who was Yi Sangyu? It took him a while to remember. The reason for the unfamiliarity was that when Yi Fan had left, Yi Sangyu was only 12 or 13 years old, completely from a different generation. They had rarely interacted, only occasionally seeing each other around the village. Normal enough. Yi Fan quickly grasped the situation. He guessed it was probably retaliation for breaking the window of his house earlier today. Didn't his mother tell him who broke the glass? Where did this little punk get the nerve? Thinking this, Yi Fan's face grew even darker. Damn it. In the years I've been away, have I lost my edge, or have these people gotten too cocky? Even a little punk dares to mess with me. After all, Yi Fan's reputation in his younger days was far from wholesome. Though his academic performance was unquestionable, he was also no slouch in a fight. Any thug from the surrounding villages who dared to provoke him ended up taught a lesson. Eventually, the mere mention of his name would make the local punks wet themselves. But Yi Fan didn't rush over to teach Yi Sangyu a lesson. Instead, he looked tenderly at the aggrieved Luo Xiaoxi and asked gently, "Does he do this often?" When Yi Fan asked about this matter, Luo Xiaoxi nodded gently, then spoke as if she were a child who had been bullied outside and was now telling her parents about it. Before you came back, he and his mother played the classic good cop bad cop routine. His mother went around the village saying I was indecent, that I had a child before marriage and moved in with someone else's family, and that I had no shame. He, on the other hand, pretended to be a kind person, coming over to comfort me with sweet words every now and then. But I knew exactly what he was like, so I never paid him any attention. Yet that guy is incredibly thick-skinned. It's so annoying, and he keeps doing it, leaving me with no way to deal with it. Your father knew about this too, and even spoke to him. But every time that mother and son would throw a fit. You know, Yi Sanggu's father died in an accident at a construction site when he was young, so it's just the two of them. So whenever they had a conflict with the villagers, his mother would lie on the ground kicking and screaming, accusing everyone of bullying a widow and her orphan. Most villagers, worrying about their reputation, would rather avoid the label of bullying the helpless, so they usually just let it go. Because of these people's easygoing retreats, it actually emboldened them. The mother and son became even more aggressive, and whenever things didn't go their way, they would claim they were being bullied because they had no man. In the end, everyone kept their distance. Your father once tried to reason with them, but he ended up getting dragged into trouble. After that, I just stopped bothering, let them say whatever they wanted, and ignored all their fabrications. When that guy came over again pretending to be nice, I wouldn't even listen, or I just shut the door on him. Before, he had some restraint and would just shout a few times outside. But today, I don't know what got into him. He actually dared to kick our door. Yi Fan finally understood and nodded knowingly. All right, I see. Then he pulled Luo Xiaoxi into his arms, gently patting her back to comfort her. Don't worry, it won't happen again. After that, he said softly, "You sit in the car first. I'll handle this." Luo Xiaoxi looked at him with worry, but before she could speak, Yi Fan gave her a reassuring glance. "Don't worry," I said, "I'll handle it. You have to trust me." Seeing this, Luo Xiaoxi could only cast a worried look at Yi Fan before opening the car door and sitting inside. No matter what, with Yi Fan around, she had a pillar of strength. Yi Fan watched Luo Xiaoxi get into the car and lock the door before he confidently strode into the alley. He soon approached Luo Xiaoxi's home. Under the dim streetlight at the entrance, he saw a man about 1.7 meters tall with a messy bird's nest of hair, wearing a shabby gray-brown cotton coat. It was too dark to see his face clearly, but even if he could, Yi Fan probably wouldn't recognize him. When he left, this guy was just a 12 or 13-year-old brat. If not for Luo Xiaoxi's reminder, he wouldn't have known this was Yi Sanggu. At that moment Yi Sango was pressing his face against the door of Luo Xiaoxi's house, squinting through the crack, and occasionally pounding on the door, while spewing obscenities. Luo Xiaoxi, you slut, don't think hiding inside will save you. Damn it, I heard you found some wild man, didn't you? Fine. But did you let that bastard break my window? Do you think I'm easy to push around? If you've got the guts, come out. Fuck you, you slut. Back when I was chasing you, you pretended to be so innocent, but now you've finally shown your true colors. Stop playing dead. Get out here, and let me see what your wild man looks like. But after cursing for a long time, there was no response from inside. His hands were getting numb from pounding, so he stepped back a few paces ready to land a fierce kick on the door. Probably fueled by alcohol, he had thrown all caution to the wind. But as he stepped back, he felt someone behind him. He spun around abruptly, and found Yi Fan staring at him with a dark expression. It was past 11 at night, and most villagers were already asleep. Suddenly having someone appear behind him gave him a huge fright. After recovering, he blurted out, "Oh, what the hell, who the fuck are you? Trying to scare your daddy to death? Don't you know it's terrifying to sneak up on someone in the middle of the night?" Yi Fan heard his curses, but only stared at him with a grim face, too lazy to say a word. He raised his hand and delivered a heavy slap across Yi Sango's face. Yi Sango had been drinking not long ago, so his mind was still fuzzy and disoriented. Startled by Yi Fan, and with the dim alley light, he couldn't make out Yi Fan's features. He craned his neck curiously to see what Yi Fan looked like. But before he knew it, Yi Fan's slap nearly spun him around. He crashed to the ground with a thud, clutching his face and groaning in pain. Yi Fan couldn't care less about him, and this was far from enough to satisfy his anger. So he walked up and delivered a vicious kick to Yi Sango's face. The kick was powerful and landed squarely on his still groaning mouth. A muffled cry escaped Yi Sango as he immediately covered his mouth, but blood slowly seeped through the gaps between his fingers, accompanied by his painful whimpers. After that kick, Yi Fan felt a bit of relief, but when he thought about how this man had bullied Luo Xiaoxi and her daughter during his absence, the anger that had subsided slowly began to rise again. So he bent down, intending to grab the guy by the hair and haul him up. But the next scene nearly made Yi Fan sick to his stomach. He didn't know how long it had been since the guy last washed his hair. It felt greasy enough to fry food. When Yi Fan grabbed it, his hand just slipped right off, failing to get a grip, and instead covering his palm with oil. Yi Fan was disgusted to the point of nearly vomiting. He wiped his hand on the guy's clothes, then grabbed him by the collar of his cotton coat, yanked him up, and punched him twice in the stomach. Yi Sango doubled over in agony, barely able to cry out, spitting blood from his broken mouth. After all, this was a society governed by law, and Yi Fan couldn't really cause him serious harm. He had to be restrained, only inflicting superficial injuries. He could claim self-defense and find some excuses. The guy couldn't do much about it. In the countryside, there were no surveillance cameras, and the footprints on Luo Xiaoxi's door would speak for him. So Yi Fan beat him without restraint. After this round of punches and kicks, he finally vented his pent-up anger. Then he looked at Yi Sango, who was sprawled on the ground, and simply dragged him by the clothes like a dead dog, heading toward the direction of his home. Soon they arrived at Old Lady Wu's house. Seeing the door slightly ajar, Yi Fan delivered a decisive kick, and with a loud bang, the two wooden doors flew open under his powerful strike. Then he dragged Yi Sango, who looked like a dead dog, into the yard, and threw him in the middle. The commotion had already woken up Old Lady Wu, who had been asleep. She rushed out of the house in a panic, shouting, "What's going on? What's happening?" But when she saw her son's miserable state and Yi Fan's grim expression, she cried out in anguish, "Oh my heavens, murder! Help! Everyone come see! This bastard wants to kill us, a widow and her orphan. Is there anyone to save us?" Yi Fan originally thought that even if she wailed and lamented, he wouldn't bother with her, given that he had already beaten her son. After all, she was an old woman. There was no need to stoop to her level. Hitting her son was one thing, but hitting her was different. She was old, and if something went wrong, it would be hard to explain. But then the old saying proved true, like mother, like son. Her son was no good, and neither was she. However, the worst thing she could have done was to curse Yi Fan's mother in her first sentence. That touched a raw nerve. The anger that had subsided surged back up like a flame. He almost instantly lifted his leg and delivered a powerful side kick aimed directly at Old Lady Wu's mouth. The old woman, who had been sitting on the ground slapping her thighs and throwing a tantrum, thought Yi Fan wouldn't dare touch an old lady like her, so she cursed recklessly. After all, earlier that afternoon, even though Yi Fan knew she often spoke ill of Luo Xiaoxi, he only dared to smash her window to scare her not to lay a hand on her. So when her son came back, she badmouthed Yi Fan in front of him, urging him to take revenge, thinking Yi Fan wouldn't dare harm a widow and her orphan. But she never expected things to go far beyond her imagination. Yi Fan not only beat her son to a pulp, leaving him lying there barely conscious, but also aimed a kick straight at her mouth. An old woman in her 50s was no match for Yi Fan's kick. Blood spurted from her mouth, and with a scream, she fell backward, rolling on the ground in pain. Watching old woman Wu roll on the ground in agony, her wretched appearance did not stir a single shred of pity in Yuan Ye's heart. Instead, the ruthlessness in his eyes grew heavier. The truth was, his mother's passing had long been an indelible scar in Yuan Ye's heart, a wound that never healed. Because of this, he had even turned against his own father. Had it not been for the thin thread of rationality that still held him back, he might have laid hands on his own father, let alone an outsider. At first when he started beating them, Yuan Yi still retained some rationality. He kept his blows measured, telling himself that injuring them was sufficient. Certainly no vital organs should be targeted. But gradually as blood appeared, his adrenaline surged, and he began to lose control, slowly slipping from reason. Seeing old woman Wu lying on the ground, her face covered in blood still rolling and wailing, a dark thought began to surface in Yuan Ye's mind. He wanted to leap up and stomp down with both feet on her head, delivering a crushing blow. Just as this urge threatened to overwhelm him, a familiar scream erupted from behind. Hearing the scream, Yuan Yi froze mid-motion. A tall figure rushed toward him and wrapped her arms around his waist, crying out, "Xiao Fan, don't." Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxi, who had been waiting in the car, grew increasingly restless as he failed to return. From the distance through the car window, she had caught a vague glimpse of Yuan Yi near their home, seemingly in conflict with that Yi Sengu. Fearful that Yuan Yi might be hurt, she had considered going down to check, but then reminded herself that he had never lost a fight in all her life. During their relationship, from middle school through high school and into college, how many thugs who harassed her had Yuan Yi simply beaten away? So she trusted him completely. Besides, there was a significant age gap. Yuan Yi was now in his mid-20s while Yi Sengu was merely a brat of 17 or 18. If they truly clashed, Yi Sengu would be crushed. This reassurance settled her, and she figured it would serve Yi Sengu right to get a lesson he wouldn't forget. Perhaps it would finally stop his relentless harassment. She settled in the car to wait, but when Yuan Yi still hadn't returned, her anxiety returned. It wasn't fear for his safety that worried her. It was the possibility that he might lose control and seriously harm Yi Sengu. That thought left her uneasy, so she pushed open the car door and stepped out hurriedly. But barely had she shut the door when a piercing scream echoed from the alley entrance. It sounded more like Yi Sengu's mother, old woman Wu, than Yi Sengu himself. Luo Xiaoxi understood immediately that something was wrong. Without hesitation, she stumbled toward old woman Wu's house. Fortunately, old woman Wu's place was only about 100 meters from the intersection. Luo Xiaoxi reached the doorway in barely any time, discovering both wooden doors already kicked open. No doubt Yuan Ye's doing. This only heightened her alarm, and she ran inside without another moment's hesitation. There she stumbled upon Yuan Yi brutally beating old woman Wu. Seeing the old woman lying on the ground, her face covered in blood, and wailing in agony alongside her son, Yi Sengu, Luo Xiaoxi's heart leaped into her throat. Especially when she saw Yuan Yi about to deliver another vicious blow to the old woman, Luo Xiaoxi barely had time to think before screaming, "Stop hitting her." She rushed forward and wrapped her arms around his waist, terrified he might do something reckless. "Xiao Fan, stop. If you keep this up, someone could die. Think of me at least, but more importantly, think of our daughter. What would become of us if something happened to you?" At that moment, Yuan Ye's anger began to subside as Luo Xiaoxi held him. When he heard her mention their daughter, he finally calmed down. Panting heavily, he turned to look at her worried face, her hands trembling uncertainly at her sides. He gently patted her hands around his waist to signal that he was regaining control. Luo Xiaoxi likely sensed that the impulsive fury had faded from Yuan Ye's eyes, replaced by reason. Only then did she reluctantly release her grip on his waist, though she still clung to his arm, afraid he might resume his assault on the mother and son. Seeing her tension and fear, Yuan Yi patted her shoulder reassuringly and leaned close to whisper in her ear, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Go back to the car and wait for me. I'll be there shortly, and I won't lay another hand on them." Luo Xiaoxi remained somewhat anxious, but when she met Yuan Ye's earnest gaze, she finally let go. She took a few steps away, glancing back repeatedly, fearing he might deceive her. Yuan Yi watched her depart, her worried expression lingering, and offered her one more reassuring nod. Only then did Luo Xiaoxi turn and leave with a measure of peace of mind. After all, their daughter waited in the car, and Luo Xiaoxi feared the child might grow frightened alone. Unable to stay away too long, she trusted Yuan Yi enough to return to the vehicle. Once Luo Xiaoxi had gone, Yuan Yi turned his attention back to Yi Sengu and his mother still writhing on the ground. Only now, calm from Luo Xiaoxi's reminder about their daughter, did he fully see the damage. The mother and son's mouths were badly beaten. Yi Sengu had been rolling on the ground, clutching his face, and several teeth lay scattered on the ground. Old woman Wu fared no better. Though no teeth had fallen out, her hands were drenched in blood, seeping through her fingers as she pressed them to her face. Now composed, Yuan Yi realized the gravity of the situation. Hitting someone could lead to serious legal consequences, potentially imprisonment. Even without permanent injuries, the severity of the beating could mean months behind bars. His immediate concern was figuring out how to handle this. Could he pay compensation? But considering the mother and son's character, if he showed weakness, they would likely exploit it to extract every penny from him. Yuan Yi decided he couldn't back down. Since he'd already crossed this line, he might as well press his advantage to the end. An alternative solution came to mind, one he'd witnessed countless times in the countryside after street fights. He adopted a ruthless expression, crouched down, and sneered at the mother and son. "Shut your fucking mouths. Say another word, and I'll kill you both, you hear?" True to his threat, the mother and son fell silent instantly, like ducks with their necks grasped. They continued to whimper in pain, hands pressed to their battered faces, but dared not make another sound. Seeing his intimidation work, Yuan Yi pressed on his gaze, cold and menacing. "You bastards. While I was gone, you dared to harass my woman. Have you lost your damn minds? Especially you, old witch Wu. You've been spreading lies about my wife everywhere. Don't think I don't know what you've been doing. And you hairless pup, you should stay out of trouble instead of going around harassing my wife. Consider this a warning. Next time I'll pay someone to finish you off and dump your bodies in the river. Think I wouldn't. As expected, Yuan Ye's threats made the wailing mother and son shudder with fear. Yi Sangwa, barely 18 and accustomed to petty thuggery, had never encountered someone as ruthless as Yuan Yi, so quick to threaten violence. His words suggested this was nothing new to him. He recalled his mother telling him this afternoon that Yuan Yi had struck it rich and returned in an expensive car. Back then he had dismissed it, believing the old saying that wealthier men are more afraid of death, and thus more cowardly. That arrogance had emboldened him to provoke them, openly thinking he could intimidate Yuan Yi and Luo Xiaoxi with his street thug persona and possibly extort some money. Instead, he had been savagely beaten and now faced death threats. Now thoroughly terrified, he finally understood the true danger of real wealth. He wouldn't gamble on whether Yuan Yi would actually follow through on hiring someone to kill him. He immediately stopped his wailing, scrambled to his feet, and dropped to his knees before Yuan Yi's head bowed in desperation. Brother Fan, I was wrong. I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. Please have mercy. If you want to beat or curse me, direct it at my mother. She's the one who told me to cause trouble. This isn't my fault. Meanwhile, old woman Wu was already terrified by Yuan Ye's threat to pay for her death. As a rural elderly woman, she might not understand legal consequences, but the promise of being killed for money was clear to her. Hearing her son blame her for everything, she was consumed by both fear and fury, wondering how she had raised such an ungrateful son who would sacrifice his own mother in a crisis. But her own terror of death left no room for scolding him. Seeing Yuan Ye's lethal intent, her stout figure forgotten the agony of rolling on the ground, she began to stir. She crawled to her feet and begged Yuan Yi, little Fan, all the blame falls on us, mother and son. Please show mercy as a generous person would. You're a successful businessman now. Don't hold a grudge against us poor widows. Have the compassion of a prime minister and spare us. She struck her forehead against the ground in supplication, visibly shaken. Yuan Yi watched their terror and allowed a satisfied smile to touch his lips. To ensure their silence, he added a final threat before leaving. Go ahead and call the police. I've got connections inside. Eliminating you both would be nothing for me. The threat intensified their fear, and they desperately shook their heads and bowed. We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare. Satisfied with their terror, Yuan Yi spat on the ground near them and turned to leave. Just as he stepped out of Yi Sangwa's house and reached a corner, the arrogant, flushed look on Yi Fan's face vanished instantly. In its place was a pallid, sickly weakness, his lips slightly purple and cold sweat beading on his forehead. In truth, all his frantic actions earlier had been a desperate facade, and he was still maintaining it, fearing that the mother and son might see through his outward strength and inner frailty. Thus, suppressing the unbearable discomfort in his body, Yi Fan trudged step by step toward where his car was parked. Halfway there, he could no longer hold back. He bent over and spat out sour bile from his stomach. He propped himself weakly against the cold ground, feeling dizzy and light-headed, barely able to stand. The reason for this was that he had long since been at the end of his tether. All these years of hustling in Modu, achieving a monthly salary of over 20,000, becoming the top salesperson and department manager, none of it came without a price. Yi Fan could no longer remember how many times he had accompanied clients for drinks, drinking until his stomach cramped, rushing to the restroom to vomit until the world spun, then washing his face and forcing a smile to return as if nothing had happened, all to satisfy the clients. It could be said that every penny he earned was bought with his life. Consequently, his body had long been drained. On top of that, he had drunk at noon, and after waking up he was already feeling fatigued. Then he went shopping with his daughter for food, drinks, and clothes, which further drained his energy. So when he fought Yi Sangwa, he didn't waste words, he struck first. As the old saying goes, he who strikes first gains the advantage, he who strikes later suffers. In his younger days, he was full of vigor, and taking on 2 or 3 brats like Yi Sangwa was a piece of cake. But now it was different. If he hadn't acted first, Yi Fan himself couldn't be sure he could win. Losing would have been a disgrace. So from start to finish, he was merely putting on a brave front. Even when he grabbed Yi Sangwa by his clothes and dragged him, a man weighing over 130 jin, for dozens of meters back to his home, Yi Fan was already exhausted. But he couldn't afford to show weakness at that moment. If he displayed any sign of frailty after beating the man like that, mother and son might have torn him apart. So he kept up a fierce demeanor, and the threats that followed were all bluff. Enough to intimidate the cowardly mother and son who were already scared out of their wits. Anyone else would have called the police by now. But once it was over, as Yi Fan walked out of their house, the tension released, his adrenaline faded, and he felt dizzy and disoriented. His body had reached its limit, and he even spat out sour bile. Yet he couldn't collapse now. Gritting his teeth, Yi Fan pressed against the cold ground, mustering the last shred of strength to slowly rise to his feet. He moved to the side, leaned against the wall behind Yi Sangwa's house, and took a few heavy breaths before feeling slightly better. Rubbing his pallid face, he staggered toward his car. Even though he tried his best to hide it from Luo Xiaoxi, his unsteady gait was unavoidable. He hadn't gone far when Luo Xiaoxi spotted him approaching the intersection from a distance. Without a second thought, she pushed open the car door and ran over. Because it was late and the streetlights were dim, she couldn't see the awful look on his face. She was only worried that after beating Yi Sanghua and his mother Yi Fan might get himself into trouble. So she cautiously tugged at his arm and asked, "Yi Fan, you beat them up like that. Are you okay? Will they call the police?" Hearing her worried question, Yi Fan's throat was hoarse as he replied with difficulty, "No. It's fine. They wouldn't dare." Luo Xiaoxi paused, sensing something off in his tone. She stared at him uneasily, but the light was too dim to read his expression. Still anxious, she asked, "Are you all right?" Hearing the concern in her voice, Yi Fan forced a smile. "I'm just a bit tired. Go ahead, hug our daughter. Let's go home." Though skeptical, Luo Xiaoxi obediently turned and ran to the car. She opened the back door and gently lifted their daughter Feifei into her arms. By then Yi Fan had reached them. He closed the car door, pulled out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and walked ahead to light the path so mother and daughter wouldn't trip. Thus Yi Fan led the way and Luo Xiaoxi followed, holding their daughter. Several times along the way she noticed his unsteady steps and wanted to say something, but the words died on her lips. With the baby in her arms, it wasn't convenient to speak. She didn't want to wake the child, so she held back and followed him back to their doorstep. Then she took out the keys from her pocket and handed them to Yi Fan, since she couldn't open the door while holding their daughter. Yi Fan understood. He took the keys, opened the gate with practiced ease, and walked in to turn on the hallway light. Instantly the dark courtyard was illuminated, revealing Yi Fan's appearance. Luo Xiaoxi was shocked. His face was as pale as if he had a severe illness, with veins bulging on his forehead and beads of cold sweat. This was definitely not normal. She couldn't help but grow tense, and her hands holding the baby began to tremble. Yi Fan noticed her reaction and understood. He stepped forward, patted her shoulder, and forced a painful smile, then gestured with his eyes toward the daughter in her arms, signaling that everything was fine. "Don't worry." Luo Xiaoxi caught on and tightened her hold on the baby. She calmed down a little, but the worry in her eyes was still palpable. Seeing her like that, Yi Fan helplessly shrugged, pointed at the room, then at the child in her arms. Luo Xiaoxi understood, and without hesitation carried the baby into the house. Yi Fan quietly locked the gate behind them and walked toward the main hall. When he entered, he saw the light on in the bedroom and knew that Luo Xiaoxi must have put their daughter to bed. He went to the sofa on one side, plopped down, and lounged lazily, closing his eyes. He felt completely drained, as if all his bones had been pulled apart. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxi, having settled their daughter in the bedroom, hurried out. Seeing Yi Fan sitting there, especially his pallor that hadn't faded, she went over to him, knelt down slowly in front of him, looked up at him with eyes full of concern, and asked softly, "Are you okay?" Hearing her anxious question, Yi Fan opened his tired eyes, looked at the crouching Luo Xiaoxi, and forced a smile. "I'm fine, just really tired." She wasn't fooled. Her lips quivered, and she was on the verge of tears. "What's wrong with you? Is there something you can't tell me?" Seeing her so worried, Yi Fan had no choice but to tell a small lie. "It's nothing serious. I just had a good time with the guys at noon and drank a little too much. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep." Luo Xiaoxi clearly didn't believe such a flimsy excuse, but since he wouldn't tell the truth, she had no choice but to sigh. "Wait here." Then she hurried out. After a short while, Luo Xiaoxi returned with a plastic basin. Yi Fan could see steam rising from it, clearly a basin of hot water. He immediately understood it was for him to wash his feet. A warmth welled up in his heart. He tried to stand and take it, but Luo Xiaoxi said gently, "Stay where you are. I'll do it." Since he barely had any strength left, Yi Fan sank back down. Seeing him obedient, she smiled tenderly, then knelt, rolled up her sleeves, gently lifted one of his feet, and softly removed his shoes and socks. She did the same for the other foot, then carefully placed both feet into the hot water. Yi Fan yielded to her care, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. The fatigue, the discomfort, the emptiness inside, all seemed to slowly dissolve. Just then a voice, soft yet gentle, Luo Xiaoxi's, reached his ears. "How do you feel? Is the water temperature comfortable? Not too hot?" Yi Fan merely hummed softly, his eyes squinting with pleasure as he replied, "Just right." He fell silent, quietly savoring Luo Xiaoxi's tender care, and couldn't help but think, with a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? Just as Yi Fan was lost in such thoughts and enjoying the moment, a sudden ding echoed in. The strongest dad system is currently running. It has detected that midnight has passed, and is now calculating the happiness points generated by the host's daily doting actions toward his daughter, as well as the joy she has felt. Ding! The daughter's happiness index has been detected at 10. Reward settlement is now beginning. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was completely stunned. To be honest, he had truly forgotten. When he first reunited with his precious daughter, he had bound himself to the strongest dad system. The newbie gift package had granted him. What exactly? Yes, he remembered now. The skill of omnidirectional singing mastery. But with everything he had experienced today, the emotional tug-of-war with Luo Xiaoxi, he had completely buried the system in the back of his mind. If the system hadn't proactively reminded him at midnight, he would have nearly forgotten it altogether. Such a thing could never be forgotten. It was the very essence of what could carry a host to greatness in a novel. Whether he could climb to the pinnacle of success and provide a good life for his daughter and Luo Xiaoxi depended entirely on the system's reliability. So he emptied his mind and listened carefully as the system announced inside his thoughts. Soon that familiar mechanical voice devoid of any emotion spoke again. Ding. The system rewards have been distributed. 20 free attribute points have been issued to the system warehouse. Please check them. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense is this? What are free attribute points? The newbie package had granted a skill, but the first settlement award gave him free attribute points, whatever that meant. Eager with curiosity, he immediately queried within his mind, System, dear system, what exactly do you mean by free attributes? Almost instantly the system provided an explanation. Returning to the host, free attribute points can be transformed into any desired attribute and allocated to the host's bodily stats. The host's body will generate a panel interface, much like a character profile in a game, including indices for appearance, stamina, height, health, and charm, each with its own separate value. Free attribute points can be assigned to any of these categories as the host sees fit. Yi Fan could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Oh my god." At that moment Luo Xiaoxi, who was still washing his feet, froze in surprise. She widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Yi Fan as if something dawned on her. Her delicate face began to turn crimson. Yi Fan too realized something was amiss. His exclamation had escaped before he could restrain himself, and it was already too late to take it back. He opened his eyes and looked at Luo Xiaoxi with embarrassment, wanting to say he had spoken carelessly, yet struggling to find the right words. Yet Luo Xiaoxi simply sat there, her face flushed, glancing at him with a slight scowl, saying nothing and lowering her head to continue washing his feet. That single gesture sent Yi Fan's heart pounding. What did it mean? What did it signify? The implication was unmistakable. However, Yi Fan was far too exhausted to ponder further. His attention had already been entirely captured by the system panel described moments before. He closed his eyes once more and communicated with the system. Come on system, please open my panel. Let me take a look at what it shows. Honestly, I am quite curious. Following Yi Fan's command, the system quickly displayed an image within his mind. A clear, neatly bordered panel appeared. Name Yi Fan. Gender male. Age 26. Height 1.81 meters. Weight 70 kilograms. Appearance 75 points. Health 45 points. Charm 60 points. Stamina 50 points. Note: excluding age, height, and weight, the standard qualified threshold for normal humans is 50 points. Values below 50 are considered substandard. Host, please take note. Yi Fan gazed at the panel the system had generated, somewhat bewildered and puzzled. Wait, system, explain this to me. Are charm and appearance not the same thing? Why list them separately? And what about health versus stamina? What's the difference? If one is healthy enough, stamina should naturally be good as well, right? To his question, the system promptly replied, returning to the host, appearance is appearance, and charm is charm. Appearance reflects the host's facial features and conventional aesthetic appeal. Charm represents social ability, personal aura, and the overall attractiveness conveyed through one's temperament. Yi Fan now understood being handsome did not guarantee that others would like him. It merely meant people found him pleasing at first glance. Charm, however, was different. It signified the ability to blend into crowds more easily, reflecting personality, social skills, emotional intelligence, and a unique charisma that drew others closer. After grasping this, Yi Fan could also understand the distinction between stamina and health. Stamina referred to one's endurance, which did not necessarily equate to good health. For instance, a person suffering from illness, unless it was so severe as to cause complete loss of mobility, would likely not experience a dramatic decline in stamina, yet their health would undoubtedly be affected. In other words, the 20 free attribute points he had received could be randomly distributed across any of these categories except age, yet he could not allocate them carelessly. Take height, for example. What was the point of adding to height now? He was already 1.81 meters tall. Adding 20 points to his height would push him close to 2 meters. Absurd. At 2 meters tall and only 140 gene, he would look as thin as a bamboo pole. The mere thought made Yi Fan shudder. What he most needed right now was undoubtedly health. He had been worrying over the damage his years of drinking had done to his body, and now, just as he wished, the solution appeared. Without hesitation, Yi Fan began frantically tapping the plus sign next to health on his personal panel in his mind. Originally, Yi Fan had intended to allocate all 20 points to health, for his current health index of 45 looked genuinely alarming, as if his body were on the verge of collapse at any moment. But suddenly Luo Xiaoxi's flushed face from earlier flashed through his mind. At that thought, he silently and instinctively shifted his fingers to the stamina category and added 5 points. After doing so, Yi Fan even justified it to himself in his mind. I accidentally clicked the wrong thing. Oh well, whatever. The moment he finished inputting those numbers, a wave of warmth surged through his body, an extraordinarily wondrous sensation, as if he had swallowed a bowl of steaming hot egg soup on a frigid winter day. The comfort permeated from his core all the way to his very soul. Especially around his kidneys, between his 2 kidneys, a steady stream of heat coursed through, as though someone were pressing a hot water bottle against that area. Even his lower abdomen grew warmly soothing, and he nearly let out a soft groan. But thankfully, remembering what had just happened, he managed to restrain himself this time. As time passed, the warmth coursing through his body gradually restored color to his previously pale complexion, which had resembled that of someone gravely ill. The purplish hue faded from his lips, revealing their natural light red tone. More remarkably, even the dark circles from his long hours of overtime labor began to slowly dissipate. Once everything settled, Yi Fan quietly reopened his personal panel in his mind and began reviewing the changes. The panel now displayed name Yi Fan. Age 26. Height 81 meters. Weight 75 kilograms. Appearance 80 points. Health 60 points. Charm 65 points. Stamina 55 points. Yi Fan was perplexed. Had he not only added points to health and stamina, why had his weight, appearance, and charm increased as well? What was going on? Confused and at a loss, Yi Fan turned to the system once more. System, what's happening? Why have my weight, appearance, and charm increased without any reason? Yi Fan did not find the increases unwelcome. Rather, it was the inexplicable nature of the changes that left him slightly unnerved. Soon the system explained. Returning to the host, the system detected that the host was previously in a suboptimal health state, causing certain statistics to reflect abnormal values. Now that the host has recovered his health, the previously suppressed data has correspondingly returned to normal. Yi Fan understood immediately. It was likely that during his time in Shanghai, his relentless social drinking to meet performance targets had gradually destroyed his body, triggering a chain reaction that also lowered his appearance, weight, and charm. Now that his health had been restored, these values had quickly returned to their original state. Yi Fan closed his eyes, enjoying Luo Xiaoxi, washing his feet, while pondering matters in his mind. Suddenly a sharp sting from his hand snapped him out of his reverie. Coming to his senses, he looked down at his hand, and discovered that Luo Xiaoxi had somehow produced a bottle of iodine, and was gently and carefully wiping his wound. Only then did he realize that in his rage while beating Yi Sangu he had lost control, and completely failed to notice the leafless weeds lining the alley, bare branches from the harsh winter that had accidentally scratched his hand. At the time, Yi Fan's attention had been entirely on Yi Sangu, completely ignoring the minor injury. He never expected that Luo Xiaoxi, who was washing his feet, would spot it. Now she was tenderly holding the iodine, carefully applying it to his wound, with a look of deep concern. Noticing her focused and pained expression, Yi Fan gave her a gentle smile. It's nothing, just a small scratch. It'll heal in no time. There's no need to fuss over it. Luo Xiaoxi shot him and pretended angry glare. Nothing. Look at that. It's clearly from those weeds by the alley. Do you have any idea what filth might be on them, since no one clears the weeds near the entrance? What if it gets infected? And you didn't even say anything. While scolding him, she didn't stop her hands. After carefully wiping the iodine on his wound, she thoughtfully applied a bandage and inspected her work with satisfaction. She then rose and gracefully walked to the tea cabinet in the main room, opened a drawer, and put the iodine and bandages back in their place. It was only then that Yi Fan noticed this cabinet in Luo Xiaoxi's main room was the same old piece from the ancestral house. Worn and shabby, yet meticulously clean, its cracked varnish silently narrating the passage of years. Seeing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but study the surroundings of the old house's main room more closely. Decay and rot marked everything. The front door was missing a corner, paint peeled from the walls, and even the sofa he sat on had a broken leg patched together with twisted wire. A wave of heartache washed over Yi Fan as he took it all in. He could hardly imagine that a mother and daughter had endured living in such conditions for 5 entire years. Was this even a place fit for humans to live? The old house had been left vacant since his grandparents passed away. Though his mother used to come and clean from time to time, a house without residents was bound to fall into disrepair. One could only imagine how much hardship these two had endured over the years. The more he thought about it, the heavier his heart grew. Just then Luo Xiaoxi turned around after returning the iodine and noticed Yi Fan surveying the room. She saw the concern in his eyes and simply offered a tender smile. She softly approached. Yi Fan bent down and lifted his feet from the now cool wash basin. As she gently dried the water from his feet, she said, "It's all right. We've grown accustomed to it. I think this place is quite nice. Don't you find it cozy?" If she hadn't said that, Yi Fan might have managed, but now his pity only deepened. His throat tightened, his voice hoarse with sadness as he sighed. "You mother and daughter have suffered so much." Hearing Yi Fan's words of compassion, a flash of grievance flickered across Luo Xiaoxi's eyes, as if all these years she had been waiting for this very sentence. A smile of quiet fulfillment graced her face. She brushed a strand of hair from her cheek and went to pour out the foot-washing water. At that moment her gaze accidentally fell on Yi Fan's face, and she froze mid-motion, her hands suspended in the air, her expression one of utter disbelief. Seeing Luo Xiaoxi stunned, Yi Fan asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" She pointed at his face and exclaimed, "What happened to your face?" Yi Fan touched his face in puzzlement. "What do you mean? I don't feel any different." Luo Xiaoxi shook her head. "Impossible. When you just came back you looked half dead, your complexion terrifyingly pale. Yet after a simple foot bath you're rosy-cheeked and full of energy. Don't tell me a hot foot bath has such power. I wouldn't believe it." Yi Fan had no explanation ready. Earlier he had used the system to restore his health value to 60 points. Anything below 50 was considered sub-healthy. 60 points already exceeded the normal range by 10, meaning his body was now genuinely healthy. A rosy complexion was only natural. No wonder Luo Xiaoxi was so astonished. As for his earlier excuse about drinking, he had no doubt Luo Xiaoxi wouldn't buy it. That sort of fairy tale might fool an ignorant young girl, but she was a mother of a 4-year-old. What had she not seen? She knew well what a drunk person looked like. While a hangover brought discomfort, it never left someone looking as though half their life had been drained away, exactly as Yi Fan had appeared beforehand. But Yi Fan's current state defied her understanding, leaving her utterly baffled. Seeing Luo Xiaoxi's jaw drop with astonishment, Yi Fan thought for a moment, and said, "Perhaps I didn't rest well after driving back combined with drinking some wine. Now that I've rested and soaked my feet, my body has gradually recovered." "Is that so?" Luo Xiaoxi listened to his explanation with half-belief. Unable to figure it out, she decided to let it go and bent down to carry the wash basin, but Yi Fan gestured to stop her. "Never mind, I'll do it myself." Yi Fan refused to let Luo Xiaoxi serve him again, not after everything she had done. Earlier she had helped bring the water because he had genuinely felt terrible, and by the time he recovered his senses, she had already carried it in. There had been no chance to stop her. Now that he had recovered, he certainly couldn't ask her to continue waiting on him. He simply didn't have the face for it. To his surprise, Luo Xiaoxi firmly shouldered him aside, pouting playfully. "Oh, just sit still right there. Let me handle it." With that, she decisively snatched the wash basin from Yi Fan and hurried out, her steps light and graceful. Watching Luo Xiaoxi's elegant figure disappear, the complexity in Yi Fan's eyes deepened. He felt he owed her more and more, fearing he could never repay her in this lifetime. Granted, it had been Luo Xiaoxi's stubborn choice not to let his father know about the pregnancy, all her own doing truly. But she had given him a daughter, and on that alone Yi Fan felt indebted to her. "I'll forget it," he thought. "I still have the rest of my life ahead. I'll make it up to this pitiful mother and daughter slowly." Rising, Yi Fan stretched his long-neglected healthy body, twisting his waist and rotating his neck, hearing satisfying cracks echo through the room. He had not experienced such physical lightness and well-being in far too long. As Yi Fan was lost in thought, Luo Xiaoxi returned from pouring out the foot water. She glanced at Yi Fan still twisting his waist and neck, smiled, and said tenderly, "Stay the night. It's too late to go back now. I'll tidy up the other room, and you can sleep here." As she spoke, something seemed to occur to her, and her cheeks flushed once more. Hearing Luo Xiaoxi's words, Yi Fan readily agreed. He had no intention of refusing. A sly smile flickered in his eyes. The old house's bedroom had 2 rooms, one east, one west. Luo Xiaoxi normally stayed in the west room with her daughter, while the east room remained empty. Though no one had slept there, the diligent Luo Xiaoxi had kept it spotlessly clean. The only thing missing was a set of bedding, but in the countryside, quilts and blankets were the easiest things to come by. Soon Luo Xiaoxi efficiently prepared Yi Fan's sleeping quarters. Yi Fan stood quietly behind her the entire time, his gaze growing ever softer, nearly overflowing with tenderness. When Luo Xiaoxi turned and caught Yi Fan's gentle stare, her face burned as though it might melt. She felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Yi Fan of course noticed. He merely smiled warmly and, fabricating a rather clumsy excuse, cleared his throat. "Your daughter is already asleep. Why risk waking her by going back to your room? Just make do here for tonight." Hearing Yi Fan's woefully inadequate reasoning, Luo Xiaoxi's eyes widened in astonishment. She stared at him in disbelief, utterly baffled as to how anyone could possess such an impenetrable thickness of skin. If such a face were turned into bulletproof armor, even a sniper's rifle might fail to pierce it. How could he utter such a flimsy excuse? Yet Yi Fan was too lazy to mind Luo Xiaoxi's peculiar gaze. After all, they were an old married couple with a child. What was there to be shy about? At that moment, he paid no heed to Luo Xiaoxi's shocked and incredulous expression. He strode forward, wrapped his arms around her, cradled her delicate face in his hands, and pressed a kiss onto her luscious lips. The gesture caught Luo Xiaoxi completely off guard. She had never imagined Yi Fan would be so bold. Although she knew that after their reconciliation, intimate contact would inevitably resume, she had assumed it would take a few days of adjustment, at least until she and her daughter had fully accepted him. But to her surprise, Yi Fan never played by the rules. He had returned home at noon on the first day, apologized in the afternoon, and then pulled such a stunt in the evening, leaving her utterly unprepared. Yet Yi Fan had no patience for her to mull it over. He simply held her and kissed her. Luo Xiaoxi felt her mind go blank, and in a daze, she spent the entire night entwined with Yi Fan. The next morning, when Yi Fan awoke again, it was already broad daylight. He turned his head left and right, but Luo Xiaoxi was nowhere to be seen. She must have risen early. He rubbed his tousled hair, picked up his phone from the bedside, and glanced at it. It was already past 9 in the morning. Reluctantly, he got up to dress. As soon as he crawled out from under the covers and exposed his upper body, he shivered from the cold. After all, in Jiangbei in winter, the world inside the blanket and the one outside were entirely different. It was like crossing a dimensional barrier. Leaving the bed felt like stepping straight into the Antarctic. The bone-piercing chill could make one enjoy the cold to the marrow. And this was only indoors. Outside it would be even colder. Even though it was only November, temperatures of -7 or 8 degrees, or even around -10 were common. Yi Fan had wanted to sleep longer, but remembering he had things to do today, he forced himself to get up and dress. Just as he had pulled on his pants and was about to put on socks and shoes, Luo Xiaoxi walked in from outside. Seeing Yi Fan already up and dressing, she recalled the wildness of the previous night, and her well-nourished face flushed slightly. Yet she feigned composure and said, "Hurry up, wash your face, and eat breakfast. I've already prepared the water for you." Yi Fan, who was putting on his socks, heard her instructions and chuckled. "Wife, you're too good to me. You'll spoil me rotten." Hearing Yi Fan change his address from Xiaoxi to wife, Luo Xiaoxi blushed again and pretended to scold him playfully. "Who's your wife? Who are you calling? We're not even married yet. Don't call me that." Yi Fan grinned shamelessly. "We already have a child. It's only a matter of time. By the way, after breakfast, let's go to the county town together." Luo Xiaoxi was taken aback and looked at him in confusion. What for? Is there something? By then Yi Fan had already put on his socks and shoes, bounced up and down a bit to loosen up, and then said to Luo Xiaoxi to buy clothes, of course. Otherwise how could I have the face to go to your parents' house and propose marriage dressed like this? At Yi Fan's explosive news, Luo Xiaoxi was momentarily stunned, as if she hadn't heard correctly. She asked again, what did you just say? Yi Fan adjusted his clothes and looked at her tenderly. I said let's go to your place later, sincerely apologize to your parents and discuss when we'll tie the knot. We can't keep putting this off. Our child is already this big. It's not right, don't you think? Hearing this, Luo Xiaoxi froze completely. Her beautiful, captivating eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yi Fan. Gradually a mist formed in her eyes, and finally 2 tears of gratitude slid down from the corners of her eyes. Seeing this, Yi Fan sidestepped forward and gently embraced her. He pressed his lips to her ear and whispered softly, I'm sorry. Maybe this is a bit rushed. But I can't wait any longer. I want to give you and our daughter a complete family. Though this day has come far too late, you won't miss out on anything you deserve. I will propose to you in front of your parents, and then give you a grand romantic wedding. I promise. Luo Xiaoxi could no longer hold back. No matter how strong a woman is, she can't withstand this. She threw herself into Yi Fan's arms and sobbed uncontrollably. No one knew how long she had waited for this day. Countless nights she had dreamed of this moment, only to wake up to an empty bedside and weep with a pang of sorrow. But now that it was truly happening, she could no longer suppress her emotions and cried like a child. Yi Fan held her, feeling both helpless and distressed. He gently patted her back to soothe her. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. Alright, stop crying. If your eyes get swollen, how am I going to explain to your parents? If they think I bullied you right after coming back, they might break my legs when we visit your house. Hearing Yi Fan's teasing words, Luo Xiaoxi finally couldn't help it. Amidst her sorrow, she burst out laughing, then raised her little fist and punched him hard on the chest. You rascal. She wiped her eyes with her sleeve, but then a trace of hesitation crept in. Yi Fan noticed her expression and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Is something off? Luo Xiaoxi thought for a moment, then spoke out in her tangled state. It's like this: after you left back then, I had a huge falling out with my parents. I don't know if they'll even acknowledge me now. I was so stubborn back then that I hurt them deeply. Yi Fan patted her shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry, I'll face it with you. At worst, I'll slap myself in front of them. If they still refuse to give me their daughter's hand, I'll keep hitting myself until I look like a pig's head. Hearing Yi Fan's half-joking, half-serious words, Luo Xiaoxi's worries vanished. She pulled his arm and said, alright, stop clowning around. Go have breakfast before it gets cold. Yi Fan grinned, and they walked out of the room side by side. As soon as they reached the main hall, they saw his father, Yi Ligua, holding their daughter Fei in his arms. He was scooping up a spoonful of 8 treasure congee, blowing on it gently, and then feeding it to the little girl. Yi Fan was taken aback at the sight and asked in confusion, Dad, why are you here? Before Yi Ligua could answer, the little girl in his arms piped up, snorting at Yi Fan naively. Grandpa bought breakfast early this morning. Unlike Daddy, who's a big lazybones and only got up now. Fei doesn't like Daddy anymore. Yi Fan laughed and asked, what's this? Just because I got up late you don't like Daddy anymore? That would break my heart. He pouted, pretending to look hurt, but his antics didn't change his daughter's mind. Fei continued in her childish, naughty voice, Daddy is a big meanie. Don't try to fool Fei. Fei won't forgive you. The little girl's manner made Yi Fan even more puzzled. He turned to Luo Xiaoxi beside him and asked, what's going on? What's wrong with our daughter? Luo Xiaoxi looked equally baffled. I don't know. This morning the little one was already all huffy and puffy. When I asked her, she wouldn't say. I really can't understand a child's mind. Yi Fan sighed helplessly. He first walked over to the basin of water, washed his face, dried it with a towel, then returned to where Yi Ligua was holding the little girl. He crouched down and asked gently, Fei, tell Daddy, what are you angry about? Why do you say Daddy is a meanie? The little girl snorted angrily. Don't try to fool me. I know everything. You bullied Mommy. Yi Fan was even more confused. Thinking back to the previous day, when he went to beat up Yi Sango, his daughter had been asleep in the car and hadn't woken up at all. Besides, he hadn't bullied her mother at all. He grew even more perplexed. What's this? When did I bully your mother? Little Fei's next words were nothing short of astonishing. I got up to go to the bathroom last night, and I heard Mommy crying. That's because you bullied her, Daddy. You won't even admit it. Hearing his daughter's innocent, blunt remark, Yi Fan felt as if struck by lightning. He was so embarrassed that his toes could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground, and he wished he could bury his head in his pants. He quickly stepped back, looking left and right as if searching for a mouse hole to crawl into. Luo Xiaoxi, who had been listening curiously, blushed from her neck to her face the moment she understood what her daughter was saying. Seeing the daughter she usually cherished so dearly, she now felt a sudden urge to give her a beating. But the little girl was being held in her father-in-law's arms, so it was clearly not the time for discipline. She glanced at Yi Fan, who stood nearby with a look of awkwardness, and her anger flared. It was all his fault. She slipped a small hand into his thick cotton jacket, found a patch of soft flesh, and gave it a twist to vent her frustration. Yi Fan was startled by the sudden move. A cold little hand slipping into his clothes was already freezing enough, and he nearly yelped, but managed to hold it in. The twist on his soft flesh hurt so much that he kept sucking in cold air. But with his father still sitting there, he had no choice but to tough it out and pretend nothing was wrong. If we talk about the most awkward person in the family, it has to be Yi Fan's father Yi Ligua. Early in the morning, he got up and bought breakfast, specially bringing it over for his little granddaughter. On one hand, he wanted to cheer up the little girl. On the other hand, he was taking care of the mother and daughter on behalf of his son. Over the years, this had long become a habit. When he came this morning, he carried his granddaughter's favorite 8 treasure porridge and sugar cakes, thinking that this time he would surely win the little one's favor. But to his great surprise, the little girl was inexplicably upset. She refused to say anything when asked, simply sitting there with a pout. Yi Ligua was filled with confusion but could do nothing about it. When Yi Fan got up, washed his face, and came out to ask why his granddaughter was unhappy, Yi Ligua also pricked up his ears to hear the truth. What could have made his precious granddaughter so angry? But upon hearing the reason for his granddaughter's anger, Yi Ligua's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. It was simply that his son and daughter-in-law had slept together last night. But how could such a matter be spoken so bluntly, especially in front of him, the grandfather-in-law? However, a child's words were innocent, and he couldn't blame his little granddaughter. Besides, he couldn't bear to. For a moment, he was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. He only secretly gave Yi Fan an encouraging look, as if to say, "Good lad, nicely done. Just like your father in his prime." From start to finish, he said nothing, as if deaf, quietly scooping a spoonful of 8 treasure porridge, blowing on it, and feeding it to his granddaughter. As for Yi Fan, it was truly a case of pressing his left cheek against his right. Shameless on one side, brazen on the other. Being pinched by Luo Xiaoxi until he couldn't bear it, he grimaced and gently patted her arm, begging for mercy incessantly. In front of her father-in-law, she couldn't go too far. Besides, Yi Fan had already begged for mercy, so Luo Xiaoxi withdrew her cold little hand from his clothing. Yi Fan chuckled, not taking it to heart. He took Luo Xiaoxi's hand and walked to the coffee table, sitting down. He picked up a fried dough stick his father had bought that morning and began eating, asking as he ate, "By the way, Dad, I plan to go to the county town with Xiaoxi later. Do you want to come along?" Yi Ligua heard this and thought his son and daughter-in-law were taking their granddaughter on a date. While feeding his granddaughter, he casually said, "You go ahead. I won't go. I still need to go to the west end of the village later. I've arranged to play chess with Uncle Quan and the others." Yi Fan heard this and had to give up. He thought for a moment and nodded, "All right." Then he brought up another matter. "Also, Dad, this old house of ours is too old. I plan to rebuild it, and I'll choose the site of the new house. After all, our house isn't exactly new. It's time for a change." Yi Ligua was stunned at first, then suddenly seemed to think of something, hesitating. He sighed, showing a troubled expression, and said hesitantly, "Does it have to be at the new house? The old house is fine too. I've grown attached to the new house, I don't want to tear it down." Yi Fan was puzzled upon hearing this. If there was any attachment, it should be to the old house. After all, that was where his grandparents raised him. How could he have any attachment to the new house? But seeing the concern on his father's face, Yi Fan misunderstood, thinking he was reminded of his mother's matters. So he dropped the subject and said, "Then let's do the old house." They didn't notice the fleeting look of grievance and unspoken secret on his father's face. Yi Fan turned to Luo Xiaoxi and said, "We'll move to the new house later and temporarily demolish the old house to rebuild it. What do you think?" Luo Xiaoxi, taking small bites of her breakfast, said gently, "Whatever you say." Previously, she hadn't moved into Yi Fan's new house because Yi Fan wasn't home. She was alone with their daughter, and living with Yi Fan's father would have been inconvenient. Now that Yi Fan was back, there were naturally no concerns. Wherever he went, she would go. Besides, after the passionate night they had spent together, many knots had been untied. She no longer had so many tangled thoughts. Her heart was completely filled with Yi Fan. To her, a woman born and raised in the countryside, her man was the sky, the earth. Whatever Yi Fan said went. And so breakfast was quickly and happily finished as the family of 4 chatted while eating. After breakfast, Yi Ligua intended to clean up the leftover bags and trash, but Luo Xiaoxi stopped him, saying she would handle it. Yi Ligua looked at his considerate daughter-in-law and couldn't help but sigh. "For our Xiao Fan to find you, it's truly the blessing of 800 lifetimes." Luo Xiaoxi heard her father-in-law's praise, couldn't help stealing a glance at Yi Fan, and her face immediately reddened. Seeing this harmonious scene, Yi Ligua said, "I'm off to play chess with Uncle Quan," and walked away with his hands behind his back, beaming. After Yi Ligua left, Luo Xiaoxi shyly glanced at Yi Fan, recalling what her daughter had said earlier. She felt that the girl had simply mentioned the very thing that shouldn't be mentioned. She had actually blurted out such an embarrassing matter in front of her father-in-law. So she simply lowered her head and began to tidy up the remaining breakfast bags. Yi Fan, having nothing to do on the side, intended to help with the cleanup, but Luo Xiaoxi slapped his hand away and told him to go play. With nothing to do, Yi Fan had to go amuse his daughter. At this moment, little Fei Fei still felt that her father had bullied her mother last night. She was puffing with anger, glaring at Yi Fan with an adorable expression, still looking upset. Yi Fan was both embarrassed and helpless. With a child, what else could he do? Coddle her. He crouched down to hug the little girl, but she pushed at his chest, not letting him. Yi Fan explained, "Fei Fei, Daddy tells you Daddy didn't bully Mommy." As soon as the words left his mouth, his daughter retorted, "Daddy is lying. I heard everything last night. Mommy clearly said no, but Daddy still bullied Mommy." Hearing this, even with his thick skin, Yi Fan felt extremely embarrassed. But he gritted his teeth, veins nearly popping on his forehead, forced a smile, and said gently, "Little Fei Fei, Daddy tells you you misunderstood. Daddy was giving Mommy a massage. Mommy was very tired yesterday, and Daddy might have used a bit too much force. When Mommy said no, she meant it hurt a little, okay? As Yi Fan made up this lie, Luo Xiaoxi, who had just returned from throwing out the trash, happened to hear it. She was so embarrassed that she looked around everywhere, but dared not meet Yi Fan's eyes. After hearing Yi Fan's words, the daughter stared at him suspiciously, then looked at Luo Xiaoxi, as if seeking confirmation, and asked, "Is that true, Mommy? Daddy said he was giving you a massage last night." Luo Xiaoxi shot Yi Fan a glare but still smiled, and said, "That's right, it's exactly what Daddy said. Daddy was giving Mommy a massage." After saying this lie, Luo Xiaoxi felt so embarrassed that she was about to break down. She just wanted to change the subject quickly. Discussing this matter in front of her daughter was simply too mortifying. Fortunately, the little girl didn't dwell on it this time. She just said, "Oh," winked at Yi Fan mischievously, and said, "All right then, Fei Fei will trust Daddy this once. Daddy must not lie to Fei Fei." Yi Fan quickly promised, "Absolutely not." Only then did they finally move past the topic. By then Luo Xiaoxi had also finished cleaning. Seeing her tidied up, Yi Fan said cheerfully, "All right, we don't have much time. It's best to be back before 12 noon. Look, it's already 9:30, almost 10. The drive takes half an hour, leaving us just over an hour to buy clothes. It's really tight on time and a heavy task." Hearing him speak so urgently, Luo Xiaoxi asked, "Does it have to be today? Can it be tomorrow? And why must we be back by 12? Yi Fan said helplessly, "It has to be today. Because I came back yesterday. If I go a day later, your parents will think I lack sincerity. Why didn't I go on the first day I returned? Besides, you know that if we visit relatives and miss lunch, it will seem too casual and insincere. We must arrive before mealtime." Luo Xiaoxi nodded upon hearing this. "All right, whatever you say." With that, she untied her apron and followed Yi Fan, who was holding their daughter, as they walked out step by step. They walked out the main gate, locked the door, and headed along the alley toward where the car was parked. Passing by Yi Sangu's house, they happened to run into Yi Sangu, who was holding a bowl of kanji in one hand, slurping it noisily. Only his mouth, swollen from Yi Fan's kick yesterday, rivaled the look of Ouyang Feng, played by Tony Leung in the Eagle Shooting Heroes. Yi Sangu saw Yi Fan and recalled the terror Yi Fan had brought yesterday, instantly becoming so frightened that he wanted to run back into his house with his bowl. On the other side, Yi Fan, holding his daughter, happened to see Yi Sangu. The daughter in his arms immediately started giggling, pointing at Yi Sangu and saying, "Daddy, Daddy, look. His mouth looks like two sausages." Yi Fan smiled and said nothing, walking straight toward his car. Luo Xiaoxi, following behind, only glanced briefly at the pitiful Yi Sangu, said nothing, and silently followed Yi Fan to where the car was parked. The two quickly arrived at Yi Fan's black Audi. Yi Fan took out the car key, pressed the unlock button, opened the rear door, and prepared to put the little girl in the back seat. However, unexpectedly, that little girl was extremely mischievous, clinging tightly to Yi Fan's neck and refusing to let go, still clamoring to sit in the front seat. Yi Fan exchanged a glance with Luo Xiaoxi, who stood nearby, and both of them smiled helplessly. There was no other choice. They had to reluctantly carry the naughty little girl back to the front passenger seat. He opened the door, placed her inside, and carefully fastened her seatbelt. Then he and Luo Xiaoxi got into the car, one after the other. Soon Yi Fan started the engine and drove toward the county town. The county where Yi Fan's hometown was located was called Dake County. Although it was merely a fourth-tier city, it was reasonably well developed. Along the entire road, there were only flat and wide asphalt paved paths. On both sides of the road, green belts suitable for autumn and winter were planted, looking both pleasing to the eye and comfortable. Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly that his hometown had indeed developed quite well in the past 2 years. He still remembered that when he left 5 years ago, the roads in this small county were riddled with potholes everywhere. Let alone green belts, as soon as a car drove by, thick clouds of dust would billow up. If you dared to open the window, it would choke you until you could barely breathe. Unlike now, everything was clean and tidy. The entire journey was about 30 kilometers, and Yi Fan arrived in less than half an hour. The purpose of this trip was a commercial pedestrian street in the county. He wanted to take his wife and daughter to buy some decent clothes so they wouldn't look too shabby when visiting her parents' home and lose face. After all, it had been many years since he had stubbornly followed his own path. Luo Xiaoxi had fallen out with her parents because she was pregnant with his child. This time they had to at least maintain appearances and not dress too shabbily. When it came to buying clothes, they could also do it in the town. However, most clothes in the town cost only a few dozen or 100 yuan, and it was rare to find something that cost 200 or 300. Moreover, physical stores were now severely impacted by e-commerce, making business difficult. Apart from some branded clothing, fewer and fewer people were opening shops. Although the county didn't have particularly high-end stores, it did have well-known mass-market brands such as Adidas and Nike. Soon Yi Fan brought Luo Xiaoxi and his daughter to the place. This time Luo Xiaoxi wasn't as reluctant to spend money on everything as before. She also understood that Yi Fan wanted her to save face when returning to her parents' home, so she was much more generous while shopping. To save time, basically, as long as the style was acceptable, the price was reasonable, and it was from a suitable brand, she would buy it if she fancied it. In no time, Yi Fan, like a revolving lantern, took Luo Xiaoxi and his daughter to buy several pieces of clothing each, along with some accessories. In total, they spent about 7,000 or 8,000 yuan. In this small county, that was already a considerable amount considered high consumption. Throughout the trip, the little girl was incredibly excited, her eyes narrowed into slits from laughter. Originally, Yifan had planned to finish everything in about an hour, but then he accompanied Luo Xiaoxi to get her hair done and bought some health supplements for his parents. One thing led to another, and nearly 2 hours had passed. By the time they headed back, it was almost noon. There was no helping it, these items were necessities. They couldn't very well go to his in-laws' house empty-handed. Even if it was a bit late, there was no other choice. When Yifan finally drove laden with bags and packages to Luo Xiaoxi's parents' house, it was already 12:30 noon. The village where Luo Xiaoxi's parents lived was called in village, a large village that could be considered the biggest in their town, Jiang Town. Calling it a village at scale was almost comparable to that of a town. The reason it was so large, according to the elders, was that a village was formed by merging 13 smaller villages. Because of this, some rival villages had made up a rhyme to mock them, and village nest rabbits abound. A string of 13 dens. Chase from the front, catch from behind. See who can catch the most. This also indirectly confirmed that their village was indeed formed from the merger of 13 villages. Luo Xiaoxi's family lived right next to the cement road leading to Jiang Town at the west end of the village. When Yifan was dating Luo Xiaoxi, he used to come here often. But back then, they didn't dare to admit their relationship and only used the pretext of visiting her younger brother. It wasn't until later, when Yifan left and Luo Xiaoxi became pregnant, that her parents realized their little cabbage had been rooted up by the pig that often came to their house to play. But by then it was too late to say anything. Enough digression. At this moment, Yifan drove with Luo Xiaoxi and his daughter along the cement road and parked the car in front of Luo Xiaoxi's house. The car had barely stopped when Luo Xiaoxi's younger brother Luo Xiaohao, who seemed to have been waiting there, hurried over. Seeing Yifan open the door and get out, he grinned and walked up to greet him. "Why are you so late? We've been waiting for you for ages." Hearing Luo Xiaohao's words, Yifan looked at him with confusion. "Did you know we were coming?" Luo Xiaohao chuckled. "Of course. Yesterday you and my sister made up, so I guess you'd definitely come to our house today. So I told my parents and they bought groceries to prepare. But we waited and waited and you didn't show up. Just now my dad was scolding me, saying I was making things up. But you're finally here, or else I might have gotten a beating today." As they were chatting happily, the little girl in the passenger seat couldn't wait any longer. She hurriedly got out of the car, ran over, and sweetly called out to Luo Xiaohao, "Uncle." Luo Xiaohao, upon seeing the little girl, quickly stepped forward, scooped her up, pinched her cheek, and said affectionately, "Little rascal, why are you so late?" Hearing this, Yifan interjected at the right moment. "We went to the county to buy some things and got delayed." As he spoke, he walked to the rear door, opened it, and began to unload the items. At this point, Luo Xiaoxi also got out of the car and came over to help Yifan carry the gifts prepared for her parents. Luo Xiaohao, who had been holding the little girl, quickly put her down upon seeing this. He glanced at his sister and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh sis, when did you get your hair done? It looks really nice." Luo Xiaoxi, while moving the gift, smiled slightly at Luo Xiaohao. "I just had it done in the county. Looks good, right? You have good taste." Then the three of them, chatting and laughing, carried the bags and packages toward Luo Xiaohao's house. Luo Xiaohao's house was a typical rural two-story villa with a large courtyard built quite impressively. The reason they could afford such a grand house was that their family owned a shop in the town specializing in oil pressing, processing peanuts, sesame, and the like for customers. People from all around came to their place for oil pressing. In good years, they could earn 70 to 80,000 yuan annually, which was considered a high income in the countryside. Just as Yifan, following Luo Xiaohao, was about to reach the front door, two elderly people around 50 years old hurried out from inside. Yifan recognized them at once. They were Luo Xiaoxi's parents. He had met them before when he was dating Luo Xiaoxi, so he didn't feel unfamiliar. However, Luo Xiaoxi's parents looked completely different from when he had seen them years ago. He still remembered the last time he had seen them before he left. Back then, both were in their 40s, in the prime of their lives. Luo Xiaoxi's father, Luo Hongqi, was now 47 years old, about 1.7 meters tall, and weighed around 170 pounds. He was a chubby old man with a perpetually stern expression. When Yifan was dating Luo Xiaoxi in secret, a large part of his fear came from him always feeling that he looked at everyone as if they owed him money. In contrast, Luo Xiaoxi's mother was the complete opposite. Her name was Zhou Xuemei, about 1.5 meters tall, a small and thin middle-aged woman. But now only 5 years had passed, and Yifan felt that the old couple had aged a lot, with much more gray hair, looking like people in their 50s or 60s. Seeing this, Yifan understood perfectly well. Although they claimed to have severed ties with their daughter, what parent in the world could truly stop worrying about their child? Thinking of this, Yifan couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. After Luo Xiaoxi's parents came out and spotted Yifan and the others, they hurried over. As they approached, before they could greet, the little girl toddled over on her short legs, running toward Zhou Xuemei while sweetly calling out, "Grandma, I'm here." Zhou Xuemei, upon seeing the little girl, immediately forgot about greeting Yifan and the others. She bent down, scooped up the little girl, pressed her cheek against the child's, and exclaimed in delight, "Oh, our little Fei Fei is here. Do you miss Grandma?" The little girl, hearing her grandmother's words, replied in a sweet childish voice, "Yes." Zhou Xuemei pretended to be angry. "You miss me, but don't come to see me. You little ungrateful one, all my love for you is wasted." While she was amusing herself with the little girl, Yifan, carrying the gift, stepped forward, a bit awkwardly smiled, and respectfully said, "Mom, we're here." Yes, Yi Fan directly called her mom. He did this to express his attitude, that he was not an irresponsible person, that he intended to marry her daughter and to give them a clear stance. Another reason was to take the initiative to avoid awkwardness later. If there was to be awkwardness, he would rather bear it first. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Fan called out Mom, Zhou Xuemei's playful actions with the little girl came to a halt. She paused for a moment, quickly recovered, and responded. This, was her acknowledgement of Yi Fan as her son-in-law. Seeing that she had accepted his identity, Yi Fan turned to look at Luo Xiaoxi's father Luo Hongqi, and similarly called out affectionately Dad. Hearing Yi Fan's dad, Luo Hongqi remained expressionless, his face somewhat grim, apparently still angry about what had happened before. At this point, Zhou Xuemei glanced at her husband and gave him a disdainful look. You old fool, the child is calling you. Are you mute? Then she lightly tapped his leg with her toe. Only then did Luo Hongqi reluctantly grunt an which was his way of acknowledging Yi Fan's dad. This was considered his acceptance of Yi Fan as his son-in-law. Seeing that her husband had finally responded, Zhou Xuemei smiled and said to Yi Fan, come on in, the food is ready. Yi Fan quickly replied, okay mom. Then carrying the gifts, he followed Luo Xiaoxi and the others into the house. Luo Xiaohao, still holding the little girl, whispered to her, see, I told you grandpa would be happy. The little girl nodded seriously, not fully understanding. Inside, the table was already set with a feast. Luo Hongqi sat at the head, his face still stern, but the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, betraying his inner joy. Hearing his father-in-law's response, Yi Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that this implied the matter had been settled, at least for now. What he feared most was the scene where someone silently turned their back and walked away. If that had happened, neither he nor Luo Xiaoxi would have been able to save face today. Fortunately, although his father-in-law's attitude wasn't exactly friendly, he hadn't given him the cold shoulder on the spot. At the very least, face had been preserved. Seeing that his father-in-law had responded and hadn't embarrassed him, Yi Fan quickly seized the opportunity, with a smile reaching into his pocket for a cigarette. Here Dad, have a smoke. He respectfully offered one, but this time Father Luo Hongqi wouldn't comply with his wishes. He simply gave him a calm look, declined the cigarette, and waved his hand dismissively before speaking coldly. Come inside, it's quite cold out here. After saying this, he turned around and walked home with his hands behind his back. Yi Fan froze, feeling extremely awkward. He didn't take the cigarette, nor did he say anything else, which indicated there was still some resentment beneath the surface. However, he didn't mind. He had gotten another man's daughter pregnant, and she had borne his child, yet still had no formal status. His father-in-law had every right to be angry. Yi Fan smiled as if nothing had happened, and placed the cigarette back into the pack. Mother-in-law Zhou Xuemei nearby noticed his embarrassment, and holding the little girl stepped forward to comfort him. Little Fan, don't hold it against your father. The old man has his stubborn ways. Let's go home. Understanding the nuances of human relationships, Yi Fan could clearly distinguish between them. His father-in-law's invitation to enter the house was a guest welcome tinged with lingering discomfort, while his mother-in-law's home signaled genuine acceptance from the heart. He hastily offered a respectful smile and said, that's not it. Dad's anger toward me is justified. As he spoke, he bent down to pick up the health products he'd brought from the county town for the elderly couple. Mom, I just returned and came in such a rush. I don't even know what you two prefer. Knowing how much you've worried about this family and how hard you've worked, so I picked some nourishing and beauty-enhancing items, just as a small gesture. I'm not good at choosing things like this. Please don't think less of me for it. Zhou Xuemei listened and smiled, even brighter, playfully scolding. You child, why bring gifts when you could just come empty-handed? Is this shark fin and bird's nest? Oh my, this looks very expensive. Why did you buy this? What a waste of money. Your father and I are getting old. We can't even finish these things. Yi Fan quickly interjected, oh, Mom, what are you saying? That's precisely why we need to nourish ourselves as we age. Besides, these aren't expensive. It's just my heartfelt intention. Take good care of your health. It gives us children peace of mind seeing you both well, doesn't it? Hearing this, Zhou Xuemei's eyes squinted into happy slits. Little Fan, you really know how to speak. Mother likes you. She glanced at her son Luo Xiaohao standing nearby and reprimanded him sharply. Why are you still standing there idle? Can't you see your brother and sister carrying all those bags? Go help them. Luo Xiaohao, chided by his mother, hurriedly scratched his head in embarrassment, stepped forward to take the things from Yi Fan's hands, and turned to lead the way. Let's go home. With that, he headed toward the courtyard. Yi Fan didn't immediately follow, but silently turned and walked to Luo Xiaoxi's side, smiled, took the things from her hands, and then followed the group into the courtyard. This small detail didn't escape Zhou Xuemei's eyes as she held her granddaughter. Her smile deepened, and she called out as they walked, Let's go home. And so the group entered the courtyard, chatting and laughing. Passing through his mother-in-law's gate, Yi Fan's eyes caught a beautiful screen wall at the entrance painted with a majestic Huangshan pine, welcoming guests with 5 characters carved above. Harmony in the family leads to prosperity in all endeavors. The sight evoked warmth and a sense of being welcomed. To the left of the main door, a 3-wheeled electric vehicle was parked. Walking past the porch into the courtyard, Yi Fan noticed the entire ground was paved with cement, appearing particularly smooth. As he was observing the courtyard's layout, Zhou Xuemei called out from nearby, Xiao Fan, go inside and keep your father company. Chat with him, have some tea. I'll go heat up the dishes and we'll eat soon. Yi Fan quickly snapped out of his thoughts and said with a smile, Mom, let me help you. Zhou Xuemei laughed and waved her hand. No need, everything's already prepared. Just need to heat it up. Go keep your father company, chat with him. As she spoke, she handed the little girl in her arms to Luo Xiaoxi, giving her a meaningful glance. Go chat with your brother in his room. Let Xiao Fan have a moment alone with your father. Have tea and talk. No one present was foolish. They immediately understood this was the mother-in-law deliberately creating a private moment between Yi Fan and Luo Xiaoxi's father. Some words remain unspoken. Grasping his mother's intention, Luo Xiaohao immediately approached Luo Xiaoxi, smiling. Sis, ever since we finished building this house, you haven't visited yet. Come take a look at how I've decorated my room. I'll tell you, when renovating, Dad actually listened to my preferences. It's very personalized. After saying this, he pulled Luo Xiaoxi toward a room on the side. In the courtyard, only Yi Fan and Zhou Xuemei remained. Yi Fan glanced at his mother-in-law, took a deep breath, and said, Mom, I'm going in. He looked as though he were heading to battle. Zhou Xuemei watched him, smiling. Go ahead, go ahead. Then she gave him an encouraging look and added, have a good talk with your father. He's getting older and has a stubborn temper. Be patient with him, don't argue with him. Yi Fan nodded to show he understood. He steadied himself, took a deep breath, and strode toward the living room. To be honest, he was truly nervous at this moment. Back when he worked in Shanghai, no matter how powerful the executives or wealthy the bosses, he always carried himself with ease and confidence, never once faltering. But now, facing this test with his father-in-law, he couldn't help but feel a certain trepidation. It wasn't about his father-in-law's authority. Deep down, Yi Fan felt genuinely guilty and wrong. He had gotten another man's daughter pregnant, and she had borne his child, yet there was still no formal commitment. This had driven a wedge between her and her own father, causing a scandal that left the village gossiping. Now the man was demanding answers, and that was entirely reasonable. Despite his nerves, there was no escaping this confrontation. Soon enough, Yi Fan arrived at the entrance to the main hall. Standing at the doorway, he looked into the hall and saw a distinctly Chinese-style arrangement. A television cabinet positioned against the wall directly ahead. A 50-plus-inch LCD television sat atop the cabinet, while across from it in the center of the hall stood a large coffee table roughly 1.5 meters wide, flanked by long upholstered sofas on either side. His father-in-law Luo Hongqi was seated on one of the sofas holding a glass teapot and pouring freshly brewed green tea that still steamed into the air. Noticing Yi Fan, Luo Hongqi's expression remained impassive as he gestured him over and pointed to the sofa across from him, speaking in a measured tone, Stop, standing there like a fool. Sit. Yi Fan didn't hesitate at the invitation, walking over and taking a seat across from his father-in-law, with visible restraint, his eyes unable to meet Luo Hongqi's gaze, as tension showed plainly on his face. Observing Yi Fan's discomfort, Luo Hongqi said nothing further, but quietly slid a freshly poured cup of tea toward him, remarking simply, Have some tea. Warm yourself up. Yi Fan quickly accepted the cup with both hands, offering a respectful, Thank you, Dad, before cautiously blowing on the tea and taking a couple of sips before setting it down. Barely had he set down the cup when his father-in-law across from him spoke in what sounded like casual conversation. When did you get back? Yi Fan promptly replied with respect, I arrived the night before yesterday. Once those two brief exchanges were made, silence fell between them once more. Yi Fan felt the atmosphere in the hall grow heavy and oppressive, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Luo Hongqi remained silent, contentedly sipping his tea as if lost in thought. After a considerable pause, Luo Hongqi finally set down his cup and sat up straighter, his tone carrying a serious edge as he asked, What are your plans regarding Xiaoxi? As he asked, his slightly stocky frame, previously reclined, now leaned forward with hands clasped behind his head against the sofa cushions. His direct gaze fixed on Yi Fan across from him, and an undeniable pressure radiated from the confrontation. The pressure was palpable, and while Yi Fan's face betrayed a hint of nervousness, he managed to maintain his composure rather than succumb to outright panic. Composing himself, he responded with clear reasoning, Father, regarding the matter with Xiaoxi, you and Mother already understand the situation. We've moved past assigning blame. Whatever needs to be done, that's what I'll do. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, do whatever needs to be done, Luo Hongqi, who had been closely watching the changes in his facial expression, immediately darkened his already stern face. His somewhat chubby face began to twitch with hidden menace, his small eyes narrowing into slits, and his slightly bulky body tensed up straight, as if he was ready to fight Yi Fan at any moment. Perhaps too furious, his voice came out a bit hoarse. I don't quite understand what you mean. Come on, kid. Explain to me what the hell does do whatever needs to be done mean. As he said this, Luo Hongqi's fat body leaned forward, and his hand unconsciously grasped a cup of freshly poured hot tea on the table. He assumed a posture ready to fight at any moment. If Yi Fan answered poorly, the scalding tea in his hand would definitely be splashed onto his face in the next second. He was determined to scald this bastard who had bullied his daughter and tried to shirk responsibility. At this moment, Yi Fan, seeing his father-in-law suddenly erupt, was also startled and completely baffled. What was happening? Everything was fine just now. Why did he turn hostile so suddenly? He replayed his previous words in his mind and suddenly realized his father-in-law probably misunderstood him. The phrase do whatever needs to be done did sound like being evasive and unwilling to take responsibility. Realizing this, Yi Fan immediately waved his hands, signaling his father-in-law not to act rashly. Dad, don't misunderstand. What I meant by do whatever needs to be done is that we'll follow the proper procedures, and everything that should be done will be done without omitting a thing. Don't worry, what others have we will definitely have, what others don't have I will also prepare for Xiaoxi. I will never let her suffer any grievances because of me. Upon hearing Yi Fan's explanation, Luo Hongqi, though not fully understanding what procedures specifically referred to, could tell that he intended to take full responsibility. He let out a slight sigh of relief, his expression softening. He loosened his grip on the teacup, brought it to his lips, took a sip, and then asked, "What exactly are these procedures you mentioned? What do you mean by what others have we have, or what others don't have we also have?" Hearing his father-in-law's tone soften, Yi Fan knew the misunderstanding was finally resolved. "Fortunately, I explained quickly, otherwise if that hot tea had been splashed on my face, it would be a disaster upon disaster. I would be more wrong than Do-Yi herself." With that thought, he quickly explained, "It's like this. Xiaoxi has been in our family all these years, and without my knowledge, she gave birth to our precious daughter and raised her alone. She has indeed endured a lot of grievances, and my heart aches for her. So I plan to find a matchmaker to come to the house for a formal proposal in a couple of days. Once it's settled, I will bring my father and the elders of the family along with the 3 letters and 6 gifts to formally finalize the marriage. Then you and my father can meet, and the 2 families can have a meal together to discuss thoroughly. We'll pick a time, set a date, and then start the wedding proceedings. And Dad, rest assured, I will definitely marry Xiaoxi in a grand style. I promise that the bride price will be double, and I will use an 8 palanquin to escort her home. What do you think of this arrangement? Is there anything else you'd like to add? If there's anything, please feel free to mention it, and I will have no objections." Yi Fan's words were full of sincerity, and Luo Hongqi's expression finally turned completely pleasant, showing the first smile since meeting Yi Fan. He reached out, picked up the cigarette pack on the coffee table, and took out one to hand to Yi Fan. Seeing his father-in-law offer a cigarette proactively, Yi Fan understood. This was an implicit acknowledgement of him. Earlier at the gate, when he offered a cigarette, his father-in-law hadn't even taken it. Now he was offering one himself. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Adults' expressions sometimes really don't need many words. A single gesture can convey many things. Having survived in Modu for so many years, Yi Fan was naturally no fool. He quickly pulled out a lighter and lit his father-in-law's cigarette first. Seeing Yi Fan's considerate behavior, Luo Hongqi couldn't help but smile, and his tone became much friendlier. "You little rascal, don't you go bragging to me. You're making all these grand promises now, but if you go back on your word later, I won't let you off easily." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan quickly assured, "Dad, don't worry about that. 8 palanquin, double bride price, everything will be done to the highest standard. If I fail to fulfill even one of the things I just said, you can slap me in front of all the elders and folks, and I won't utter a word of objection." Luo Hongqi, hearing this, completely shed his earlier sternness and said with a chuckle, "You little brat, there's no need. I don't want to put too much pressure on you. As for the double bride price you mentioned, forget it. Just do things as they should be, follow the proper norms. Our girl, all these years since she was little, I've been holding her in my hands, afraid she might fall, keeping her in my mouth, afraid she might melt. I've never dared to let her suffer the slightest grievance. And what happened? Because we spoiled her rotten, she ended up with a little rascal like you, and even gave birth to your child. Back when she first got pregnant, I told her to have an abortion, or at least call you to come back. But this girl, she's as stubborn as a mule. I don't know who she got that temper from." Yi Fan almost burst out laughing at these words, but he quickly suppressed it. He just secretly glanced at his father-in-law with a slightly odd expression, said nothing, and continued listening in silence. Luo Hongqi took a deep drag on his cigarette and sighed. "She's stubborn, fine. I have no choice but to go along with her. But at least the child's father should know, right? So back then we wanted to call you, but she stopped us and even threatened to hang herself if I did. Tell me, is that proper? I, Luo Hongqi, have been around for so many years. Go ask anyone in Jiang Town who has ever threatened me. But she's my daughter, damn it. I really had no way to deal with her. In the end, with no other choice to keep her from being drowned in the gossip of the village gossip mongers, I had to make a decision. Drive her out of the house. I said I drove her out, but what father can truly be heartless enough to ignore his own daughter? After all, she was my precious daughter whom I had doted on since childhood. So secretly, I had our Xiao Hao contact your buddies and tell your father about this. That's how everything later came about. Otherwise, think about it. How could a naive girl like her have raised a child for so many years? This silly girl still thinks that when she was in confinement, her mother secretly went to take care of her without my knowledge. Tell me, if I hadn't secretly helped behind the scenes, what household matter could have been hidden from me, her father? Yi Fan, hearing this, took a heavy drag on his cigarette and sighed along, thinking to himself, truly parents' love knows no bounds. This father-in-law of his had also had a hard time over the years, and truly couldn't be faulted when it came to his daughter. Sometimes paternal love is like this, never spoken, but silently given. Yi Fan understood this well. Therefore the respect in his eyes when he looked at his father-in-law deepened even more. Finally, feeling that he had said enough, Luo Hongqi spoke to Yi Fan from the heart. As for the bride price you mentioned, I don't care about it at all. I only care about one thing, that you must treat my daughter well from now on. Otherwise, he was about to threaten Yi Fan a bit more, but remembering the car Yi Fan drove when he arrived, he changed his tone. Xiao, she hasn't suffered much in our home. When she goes to your family, you must not let her suffer. You shouldn't let her suffer. Yi Fan quickly nodded and promised, Dad, rest assured. Watch my actions from now on, as saying more now is useless. Luo Hongqi, hearing his assurance again, said nothing more. He silently picked up the tea that had cooled on the table and took a light sip. Feeling the tea was cold, he picked up the teapot and added some hot water. Just then a voice came from outside. Are you two done chatting? If you're done, I'll start preparing the meal. Yi Fan turned around and saw his mother-in-law, Zhou Xuemei, standing at the entrance of the living room no one knew when. Before his father-in-law could answer, Yi Fan interjected, We're done. Rising to his feet, he added with a grin, You two chat, I'll go fetch the dishes from the kitchen. Before his mother-in-law could speak, he had already briskly walked toward the kitchen. He did this because he knew perfectly well that the words his father-in-law Luo Hongqi had just shared were likely pre-agreed between the old couple, merely delivered by the patriarch. Thus he needed to leave them space to talk. This way, when they sat down to eat, no awkwardness would linger, and the meal could be enjoyed with lighter hearts. Sure enough, after Yi Fan left, the old couple exchanged a glance watching his retreating figure, and couldn't help but smile at each other. Zhou Xuemei spoke first. That boy is truly clever and considerate. Our daughter didn't choose wrong. Luo Hongqi didn't contradict his wife's words, he merely hummed softly in agreement, adding, Indeed. I could tell from our conversation just now. This boy is no longer the reckless young lad who used to visit our home. I wonder what he's been through all these years. His words are so polished, so smooth, that I felt like I was dealing with a wily old fox. Hearing her husband praise their son-in-law so highly, Zhou Xuemei didn't follow the thread, but instead changed the subject. By the way, how did your talk go? Did he mention when he'll register the marriage with our daughter? The child is already this big, we can't delay any longer. Luo Hongqi waved his hand reassuringly at his wife's concern. Don't worry, I asked him. He's not unreasonable. He said he'd arrange for a matchmaker to come propose in a couple of days to formally marry our daughter according to tradition. And he assured me that every proper step would be taken, even mentioning a bridal sedan chair. He couldn't help but chuckle himself. That boy didn't let our daughter's devotion down. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xuemei's eyes reddened instantly. She wiped the corner of her eye with her sleeve, her voice choked with emotion. Our poor girl has finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel. Luo Hongqi chimed in, Indeed, who could deny it? Just then Yi Fan reached the kitchen door at the side of the yard. From afar he heard the little girls crying, I want to play with Daddy. Then came the soothing voice of his brother-in-law, Fei, be good. Your dad is talking with Grandpa. When he's done he'll come play with you, okay? Uncle will play with you for now. Clearly the words didn't work. The little girl cried, even louder, I want Daddy now. I don't want to play with Uncle. Immediately after, from the kitchen came Luo Xiaoxi's impatient scolding, Luo Fifan, are you asking for a spanking? Sure enough, at Luo Xiaoxi's sharp reprimand, the little girl was startled into silence, her cries abruptly ceasing. By then Yi Fan had quickly reached the kitchen entrance, witnessing the little girl's pitiful expression, pursing her lips, wanting to cry, but afraid to. The little girl spotted Yi Fan at the door, and as if finding a stronghold, burst into a loud wail, running toward him on her short legs. Yi Fan quickly crouched down, opened his arms, and caught the rushing little girl, lifting her up. Listening to her aggrieved cries, he soothed her. Oh, Fei, don't cry. Daddy's here. Hearing her father's gentle voice, the little girl gradually quieted her sobs and began to pour out her grievances. Daddy, Fei, couldn't find you earlier. I wanted to play with you, but Mommy and Uncle wouldn't let me, and Mommy yelled at me. Hearing his daughter's complaint, Yi Fan quickly wiped her tear-streaked face, then turned around and pretended to be stern. Who yelled at my daughter just now? Apologize now. Seeing Yi Fan's indulgent attitude toward the child, Luo Xiaoxi shot him a glare and said, You just spoil her. One day you'll ruin her. Yi Fan didn't agree, patting the little girl's back affectionately with one hand, retorting, How old is my girl? What does she understand at this age? And you? Can't you speak more softly? Why scare the child for no reason? The little girl nestled in Yi Fan's arms felt emboldened when her father stood up for her, and she broke into a smile through her tears. She pointed at Luo Xiaohao and tattled, Daddy and Uncle, he's a bad guy too. He held me back and wouldn't let me go find you. Hearing his daughter's words, Yi Fan pretended to be angry and said to Luo Xiaohao, You rascal, daring to bully my girl. Just wait, I'll give you a beating later. With that he freed one hand and made a mock fist in the air, shaking it as if to intimidate. This action successfully made the little girl giggle. She clung even tighter to Yi Fan's neck, nuzzling her face against his chest affectionately. Daddy is the best. Daddy loves Fei the most. This scene left Luo Xiaoxi and her brother both exasperated and amused, especially at Yi Fan's childish way of comforting his daughter. Luo Xiaohao pouted and pretended to be angry. You little ingrate. Have you forgotten how much Uncle used to dote on you? After just one day with your dad, you've forgotten all your uncle's kindness, haven't you? Uncle won't be nice to you anymore. The little girl, unimpressed by Luo Xiaohao's words, snorted defiantly. Fei doesn't need Uncle's love. Fei only wants Daddy's love. As she spoke, she hugged Yi Fan's neck even tighter, making Yi Fan burst into laughter, his expression one of smug triumph. Just then mother-in-law Zhou Xuemei walked in from outside, saw them, and said with a smile, Don't just stand there. Time to eat. Bring the dishes. Hearing this, Yi Fan knew the old couple had finished their talk. He bent down to put the little girl down so he could help with the dishes, but she clung to his neck, refusing to let go no matter what. Helpless, Yifan had to coax her. Fei, be good. Daddy needs to eat. Daddy is hungry. You don't want Daddy to go hungry, do you? The little girl seemed to make a great sacrifice, sighing like a small adult, and said in her babyish voice, "Okay, but after you finish eating you can't run away. You have to play with Fei." Yifan quickly assured her, "Don't worry, Daddy won't run off." Only then did the little girl let go. Watching the father-daughter exchange as if they were negotiating something important, everyone present couldn't help but laugh, filling the small kitchen with a cheerful atmosphere. Hearing the laughter from the kitchen, father-in-law Luo Hongqi was drawn in. He happened to witness the scene and said with a hint of envy, "No wonder they say a daughter is her father's little cotton-padded jacket. It's absolutely true. But unfortunately my little jacket has a hole in it, leaking wine all over. It's not even as good as a pair of shorts." Luo Xiaoxi, standing nearby, blushed at these words, understanding that her father was indirectly criticizing her. She pretended not to hear, lowered her head, and busied herself picking up 2 plates and heading for the living room. As she passed her father Luo Hongqi, she didn't say a word, clearly still harboring resentment over being driven out of the house years ago. Knowing the full story, Yifan saw Luo Hongqi's awkward and somewhat forlorn expression. He took the little girl's hand and walked over to comfort him. "It's okay, Dad. Xiaoxi just doesn't understand your good intentions yet. I'll talk to her later." Luo Hongqi sighed, then said with relief, "I don't mind. As long as she's happy and content, that's all that matters." He then turned to tease the little girl who was holding Yifan's hand. "Little Fei, call me Grandpa, and I'll buy you some candy, okay?" Unexpectedly, the little girl, just like her mother, refused to give him face. She deliberately turned her head away and snorted, "Don't bother me." Seeing this, Yifan quickly interjected, Fei, be good. Call Grandpa. You can't be rude." Hearing her father's instruction, the little girl reluctantly tugged at Yifan's hand and mumbled a reluctant "Grandpa" under her breath. Her perfunctory tone and unwilling expression were unmistakable, yet endearing in their own way. To break the awkwardness, Yifan quickly smoothed things over. "Come on, let's bring the dishes. I'm starving." He walked to the stove, picked up 2 plates, and headed for the main hall. All the way the little girl followed closely behind him, tugging at his clothes and refusing to let go, as if she feared he might disappear if she released her grip. Yifan had no choice but to slow his pace. Soon everyone had carried the dishes to the coffee table in the main hall, which was now laden with food. At mother-in-law Zhou Xuemei's instruction, they all took their seats. Yifan glanced at the dishes on the table, a glance that surprised him. There were over 20 dishes in total. A coffee table over 2 meters long was laden with dishes to the brim, as if the father-in-law himself might have been braised and served next. After all, these were merely the cold appetizers. The hot dishes and hearty mains had yet to arrive. At a scale like this, for hosting a son-in-law in a rural setting, anyone could see how much thought and care the elderly couple had invested, and how highly they valued their future son-in-law. A wave of warmth surged through Yifan's heart. As he savored this emotion, he noticed the cold dishes were all served, yet his father-in-law was nowhere to be found. With a hint of confusion, Yifan glanced toward his mother-in-law and asked, "Mom, where's my dad?" Before she could respond, the bedroom door on one side of the hall swung open. There stood his father-in-law, waddling out with his large belly, carrying a big glass jar in his hands. Peering through the glass jar, his father-in-law carried Yifan spotted ginseng, caterpillar fungus, goji berries, and other ingredients steeping inside. No need to guess, this was medicinal wine. The thick layer of dust on the bottle told the story. This wine was treasured, saved for special occasions, and had likely been aging for years. The fact that he was bringing it out today showed just how pleased he was. Like something precious, his father-in-law approached the TV cabinet, pulled out a cloth from a drawer, and carefully wiped away every speck of dust from the bottle before smiling as he carried it to the coffee table. Watching from directly across from Yifan, his brother-in-law grumbled, "Dad, what are you messing with that medicinal wine for again? You know full well I came by car and can't drink, so there's no way I'm joining you." Luo Hongqi shot his son-in-law an irritated glare and kicked at him. "What do you know? Scram and mind your own business. Besides, you're not having any of this food. How's that fair?" The brother-in-law had no choice but to mutter under his breath before moving to sit elsewhere. Zhou Xuemei, the mother-in-law, had always disliked her husband drinking, and in the past would nag him whenever he touched that medicinal wine. But this time she remained completely silent, sitting quietly beside him while drawing the little girl into her arms and softly asking what she wanted to eat, offering to serve her. Even Luo Xiaoxi, seated beside Yifan, furrowed her brows at the sight of her father bringing out such a large jar of medicinal wine. Her mouth opened as though to say something, but for some reason she seemed to reconsider, silently swallowing her words and lowering her head in silence. Meanwhile, Yifan remained focused entirely on his father-in-law, watching his every move with a smile, completely unaware of the shifting expressions on Luo Xiaoxi's face beside him. Only when he set down the wine jar did Yifan notice its size, his lips twitching slightly. A rough estimate put the contents at over 10 gin of liquor. Yifan felt a quiet relief, grateful for the physical enhancement he'd received from the system the night before. Had he been in his old condition, even the medicinal ingredients alone would have overwhelmed him. The old saying went that a weakened body couldn't tolerate tonics. That was precisely the situation. Luo Hongqi set down the jar, smiled at Yifan, then bent to open a drawer beneath the coffee table and retrieved 2 glasses. Noticing those glasses, Yi Fan's brow twitched again. They weren't drinking glasses at all, but teacups. Each one could hold at least 2 liang of baijiu if filled to the brim. Before he could dwell on it, his father-in-law had already poured the glasses full and turned to Yi Fan with a smile, asking whether he could drink. Yi Fan managed a bitter smile inwardly. This wasn't really a question. His brother-in-law had already pointed out he'd driven here, yet his father-in-law insisted on producing the wine. It was clear Yi Fan had no choice but to drink. He only asked after pouring, leaving no room for refusal. Refusing wine poured by one's father-in-law meant losing face. Yi Fan could only smile helplessly and agree that he could drink. Satisfied, his father-in-law chuckled. Good, then drink a couple with me. Raising his glass, he added, you managed to win over my daughter so completely that she's head over heels for you. As her father, I admire that. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he downed the glass in one gulp, his expression unchanged, breathing steady, as if it were nothing more than plain water. Considering his stout frame with its large head and thick neck, such drinking ability wasn't entirely surprising. Yet watching this unfold, Yi Fan's lips twitched once more. He'd lost count of how many times his father-in-law's actions had made his mouth twitch since sitting down. It was approaching internet meme levels now. Combined with the subtle barb in those words and the sheer force of that single gulp, it was obvious his father-in-law wanted to vent. After all these years, his precious daughter had followed him without formal recognition, even bearing his child. How could a father not feel resentful? Yi Fan understood perfectly and could only raise his glass, drinking it down in one gulp. The burning liquid slid down his throat like molten lava. Drawing on his years of experience in Shanghai's social scene, he estimated this was at least 55% alcohol, a truly potent spirit. Yet Yi Fan's tolerance was no joke either. His previous intoxication came from a body that couldn't handle it. Now with his enhanced constitution, even 2 liang of this liquor only flushed his cheeks slightly, far from affecting him. Luo Hongqi noticed immediately. He'd only wanted to test his son-in-law. If Yi Fan couldn't handle it and offered some flattering words or a humble apology, Luo Hongqi wouldn't press him further. After all, the old saying went that a son-in-law was half a son. But Yi Fan had actually matched him drink for drink, which pleased him greatly. His refined manners and straightforward drinking style won him over even more. Smiling, he said, not bad, lad. Eat something first to settle your stomach, then we'll continue. He refilled Yi Fan's glass as he spoke. Yi Fan couldn't help but think inwardly, how could he survive dealing with a heavy drinker like this without solid tolerance? But outwardly he flattered, oh, I'm nowhere near your level, sir. Those words struck exactly where they should. Luo Hongqi, already pleased by Yi Fan's drinking capacity, found his smile widening even more. As he dispensed more wine from the jar's spigot, he chuckled to Yi Fan, no wonder you won, my daughter. Your smooth tongue is something else. I'm impressed. Handing over the filled glass, he poured one for himself and said cheerfully, eat quickly, then we'll properly enjoy another round together. Yi Fan understood perfectly. His father-in-law wanted to vent. So he picked up his chopsticks and began eating. Drinking on an empty stomach was something he truly couldn't handle. Years of navigating drinking occasions had taught him that baijiu needed something in the stomach to go down smoothly. Soon they'd finished eating, and as expected, Luo Hongqi raised his glass again with a grin. Come on, don't just eat. We need to keep pace with the drinking. Yi Fan, never one to back down, clinked glasses with him, and both drained their drinks nearly simultaneously. Thus began their drinking contest. 2 bites of food, 1 glass down. They went through 4 or 5 rounds, each consuming well over a jin using those 2 liang glasses. Even with their considerable tolerances, they were starting to feel it. Yi Fan managed relatively well, just a slight dizziness and rosy cheeks. After all, he was young and had built up his tolerance through frequent social drinking in Shanghai over the years. The medicinal wine was particularly potent. Not just the alcohol, but the herbs inside were stirring his qi and blood throughout his body. Luo Hongqi wasn't faring as easily. Bloodshot eyes and a face flushed deep red like a monkey's rear. Seeing this, Yi Fan thought it was enough. He feared something serious might happen if they continued. Pretending to yield, he said, Dad, I get it now. You're showing me there's always someone better. I concede. I'll finish this glass, but I really can't have another or I'll embarrass myself. But Yi Fan had misread the situation this time. If he'd been dealing with a boss or client, this approach would have worked. They'd appreciate his tact and recognize he'd given face while steering things well. However, he'd consumed over a jin and was starting to feel it himself, forgetting that this was his father-in-law, a man determined to get him drunk. Would Luo Hongqi be satisfied without seeing him thoroughly intoxicated? What's worse, Yi Fan had actually finished 1 more glass than him. And looking at Yi Fan's face, there wasn't a trace of drunkenness. How was he supposed to interpret that? At least pretend to be a bit tipsy. So despite his red glazed eyes, slurred speech, and breath heavy with alcohol, Luo Hongqi still pushed forward defiantly. Just what do you mean by that, you kid? Disrespecting your own father. They say a man who boasts about his drinking capacity should be able to match 3 glasses for every one he claims. I may not be able to drink 3, but 1 is nothing for me. You as my junior claimed to concede, but somehow finished 1 more than me. That simply won't do. Come on. Your old man will go another round with you. With that, he raised his glass and downed the full measure of baijiu in 1 gulp. After finishing that glass of wine, Yi Fan could clearly see that his father-in-law's eyes were beginning to glaze over. Even when he tried to pick up some food to settle his stomach, his chopsticks shook uncontrollably, wobbling for a long time without managing to grasp anything. His mother-in-law, who was holding the little girl nearby, couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up in exasperation. "I told you, if you can't hold your liquor, don't force it. What are you trying to prove? At your age, you're still acting like a child." His father-in-law, already tipsy and not thinking clearly, had lost all restraint. Provoked by his wife's words, he shot back without hesitation. "What do you know, you old woman? Come on, let our son-in-law be the judge. Am I drunk? This is nothing." Yi Fan, hearing his father-in-law's question, didn't know how to respond and could only laugh apologetically. "Dad, you have a legendary tolerance. You're definitely not drunk. But I'm a bit tipsy myself. My head is spinning. I really can't drink anymore." Hearing this, his father-in-law seemed to receive a gratifying compliment, puffing up like a victorious general. He grinned with satisfaction and turned to his wife, chin raised. "See, even the kid says I'm not drunk." Zhou Xuemei pursed her lips. She wanted to scold him, but held back, fearing she might scare the little girl in her arms. Lowering her voice, she said, "Luo, fatty, am I giving you too much face? The kid is just saving your dignity. That's enough, all right." Scolded by his wife, the old man felt a surge of defiance and was about to retort, but when he turned and caught sight of her darkening expression, the alcohol in him seemed to dissipate by half. He gave Yi Fan an awkward grin. "All right, son. That's enough for today. We've had our fun. Next time we have a drink, your mother won't be too happy if we continue." Yi Fan quickly chimed in. "You're right, Dad. There's plenty of time. We can drink whenever we want. I'll come visit you often, and you mustn't get tired of me." His father-in-law beamed even more and waved his hand. "What are you saying? A son-in-law is half a son. I'm overjoyed to drink with you. How could I ever get tired of you? Then come over often and have a couple of drinks with your old man. By the way, that reminds me. How is your father doing these days?" Yi Fan smiled and replied, "He's fine. He eats well and feels great." His father-in-law chuckled, "Glad to hear he's in good health. To be honest, your drinking capacity really runs in the family. Back in the day, your father was one of the top drinkers for miles around. If it weren't for..." Just as he was about to continue, Zhou Xuemei's expression shifted. She suddenly realized that her husband, drunk and loose-lipped, was about to say something inappropriate. She quickly tapped her bowl with chopsticks. "That's enough. Your mouth is like it's rented and you're in a hurry to return it. You just keep jabbering on. Can't even food shut you up." Then she turned to Yi Fan with an apologetic smile. "Don't mind your father. That's just how he is. Once he's had a few drinks, he can't keep his mouth shut and says whatever comes to mind." Listening to his mother-in-law scold the old man, while also explaining to him, Yi Fan understood perfectly. What his father-in-law had almost blurted out was about the time his father, drunk, caused his mother to fall and fail to receive timely medical treatment, ultimately leading to her death. That had once been a thorn in his heart, but after so many years, especially seeing his father's hair turned half white from guilt, he had long since let it go. When he heard his father-in-law's words, Yi Fan's expression did stiffen for a moment, but he quickly regained his smile. He waved his hand and said with a laugh, "It's fine, Mom. That's all in the past. We've made peace now, so it doesn't matter." Seeing that Yi Fan truly didn't mind, Zhou Xuemei seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "It's good that you've made up. Father and son never hold grudges overnight, right?" She had heard from her son before that Yi Fan had gone out to work largely because of this incident. If he could fall out with his own father, he might be even less forgiving with his father-in-law. When her husband almost brought it up, she had been nervous despite being mentally prepared. Fortunately, her son-in-law Yi Fan was sensible and didn't take it to heart. She quickly said with a smile, "We've eaten enough. There's soup simmering on the stove. I'll go get some for you. A bowl of soup will help settle your stomach after the alcohol." Yi Fan immediately stood up. "Mom, let me come with you." But Zhou Xuemei waved him off. "You stay here and chat with your father." Then she called out, "Little, she come with me to the kitchen to get the soup." Luo Xiaoxi, upon hearing the call, stood up and glanced at Yi Fan with an unreadable look in her eyes. Without a word, she followed her mother into the kitchen. Yi Fan didn't notice the change in Luo Xiaoxi's expression. After all, he had just drunk nearly half a kilo of medicinal liquor with his father-in-law. Though the alcohol hadn't directly made his head heavy, the medicinal potency had warmed his entire body, bringing a mild intoxication. He wasn't dizzy enough to be drunk, just pleasantly tipsy, which was just right. His father-in-law, seeing his wife and daughter go to the kitchen, picked up a cigarette from the table, handed one to Yi Fan, and lit one for himself. Taking a deep drag, he used the alcohol as an excuse to ask casually, "Tell me, son, that promise you made about a grand wedding procession to marry our Xiaoxi, was that for real? You're not just messing with me, are you?" Yi Fan had just taken the cigarette and lit it. Hearing this, he was momentarily stunned. He wasn't really drunk, and he instantly understood. So that was why his father-in-law had been pouring glass after glass, and even his mother-in-law hadn't stopped him. They were setting him up. Old Ginger is indeed spicier. They clearly wanted to get him drunk and make him spill the truth. They probably hadn't expected him to hold his liquor so well. His mother-in-law hadn't intervened until the old man was about to get too drunk, which meant she had given up trying to get him drunk and only stopped her husband when he was about to lose control. This was medicinal liquor, potent both in alcohol and herbs. His face was flushed, and they might have thought he was truly drunk or at least tipsy enough to speak without caution. Thinking deeper, his father-in-law's mention of his family matter might have been a test to see if he would get angry. If he did, it would mean he was truly drunk. If not, he was still in control. But when he heard those words, his expression had clearly shifted, though he quickly recovered. The old couple must have noticed, so they thought he was a bit tipsy and might reveal the truth if asked. With this in mind, Yi Fan pretended the alcohol was finally hitting him. He leaned back on the sofa, let out a slight burp. The medicinal liquor didn't go to the head immediately, but would intensify over time, so his state seemed plausible. Then feigning a slurred voice, he said, "Dad, that's not fair. How could I lie to you old folks? Besides our child is already this big. Do I have any reason to lie?" Hearing Yi Fan's alcohol-laced assurance, especially seeing his tipsy demeanor, Luo Xiaohao and his father Luo Hongqi, who hadn't left, exchanged glances and broke into relieved smiles. They could finally rest easy. And Yi Fan, lying there feigning confusion, knew in his heart that this last hurdle had been cleared. Just then his mother-in-law and Luo Xiaoxi walked in carrying a large bowl of soup, followed by Luo Xiaoxi holding a stack of small bowls. The mother-in-law, walking ahead, didn't forget to warn the little girl beside her, "Little Fei, stay back. The soup is hot. Be careful not to burn yourself." After bringing in the soup, the sober brother-in-law Luo Xiaohao had already cleared the leftover dishes from the table, making space. His mother-in-law set down the soup bowl, and Luo Xiaoxi, holding the smaller bowls, began ladling soup for everyone. The mother-in-law exchanged a glance with her husband. Seeing him nod, she finally relaxed completely. Her smile widened as she urged, "Xiao Fan, have some soup. You must be feeling awful after drinking so fast. Try my sour and spicy egg drop soup. Let me tell you, this is my specialty. It'll settle your stomach for sure." Luo Xiaoxi, who was ladling the soup, echoed her mother's words with conviction. "Indeed, I dare say nothing else, but my mom's egg drop soup is absolutely unparalleled. When my brother and I were little, this was our favorite, the egg drop soup she made. Back then, before morning self-study, she would often prepare a bowl for each of us. After drinking it, our spirits would be lifted for the entire day. You'll see when you try it." As she spoke, her hands kept moving, and she had already filled a bowl of the soup. Just then Luo Hongqi, the father-in-law sitting across from Luo Xiaoxi, seeing his daughter, had finished ladling a bowl, straightened up in anticipation, ready to take the freshly poured soup from her hands. To his utter astonishment, his daughter Luo Xiaoxi picked up the bowl, turned around, and walked straight over to sit beside Yi Fan. She gently scooped up a spoonful, blew on it, and gave Yi Fan a tender smile. "It's a bit hot. Let it cool for a moment before you drink, so you don't burn yourself." Meanwhile, Luo Hongqi remained frozen in place, still sitting upright with his hands raised mid-air, completely stunned. In his mind, whether out of politeness or filial piety, the first bowl of soup from his daughter should have been offered to him, her own father. But who would have thought that his tattered little cotton-padded jacket wouldn't even bother to pretend, directly handing the first bowl to Yi Fan and even blowing on it for him? It was both murderous and heartbreaking. After a long pause, Luo Hongqi finally reacted, his hands trembling as he pointed at his daughter. You. This tattered little cotton-padded jacket of mine is indeed letting in the wind." Watching this scene, the mother-in-law Zhou Shuamei couldn't help but let out a snicker. To ease the old man's embarrassment, she quickly stood up and smoothed things over. All right. At your age, still waiting for someone to serve you." With that, she picked up a small bowl, ladled some soup, handed it to her husband, then filled one for herself and began feeding the little girl. The most awkward one at this moment was the younger brother-in-law Luo Xiaohao. He sat there glancing at his sister and brother-in-law, then at his parents. Everyone had a bowl of soup in hand, leaving him alone as if he had been forgotten by the world. He looked dazed and at a loss, completely bewildered. After a long time with no one paying him any attention, he muttered in frustration, "I'm just saying, Mom, is this really necessary? Since everyone's going to drink, why not serve everyone at once?" Zhou Shuamei, who was feeding the little girl, shot him a displeased glance. "Don't you have hands? If you want someone to wait on you, go find yourself a partner. A grown man, still single, and you have the nerve to complain. Look at your sister and learn from her." Having been force-fed 2 bowls of dog food, and then scolded by his mother, Luo Xiaohao looked particularly aggrieved. He pursed his lips, muttered something under his breath, and reluctantly got up to ladle himself a bowl. Holding the soup, he crouched by the entrance of the hall to drink, unwilling to sit with the others. Yi Fan almost burst out laughing at the sight. Still, he found this family atmosphere quite heartwarming. Soon after finishing the soup, his mother-in-law began clearing up. Yi Fan was about to get up and help, but Luo Xiaoxi stopped him. Besides having drunk alcohol, though not intoxicated, the medicinal effects surged through him, leaving him warm and languid. So he shamelessly remained seated. At first he chatted intermittently with his father-in-law, but gradually drowsiness crept in. Yi Fan felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, his whole body warm and cozy, with a particular part feeling slightly swollen. To suppress this urge and avoid making a fool of himself, he tried to control himself, letting the drowsiness take over, and slowly closed his eyes, wishing to sleep. Luo Xiaohao, who hadn't drunk, had been idly sitting aside after finishing his soup. With his mother and sister busy cleaning, he had nothing to do, so he sat there playing on his phone. But seeing Yi Fan like this, he was perceptive enough to ask, "Bro, are you sleepy? Want to take a nap in my room?" He knew Yi Fan had been drinking, and that it was normal to feel sleepy. Hearing the suggestion, Yi Fan didn't object, and nodded. "All right, I'll go to your room for a bit." With that, he stood up and walked out of the hall. Outside, he saw the little girl squatting on the ground, poking at the dirt with a stick. Looking at that small, adorable figure, Yi Fan felt an urge to hug her. He found it strange. His daughter, who usually loved to cling to him, had been deliberately keeping her distance throughout the meal, refusing to come close. He had noticed it during the drinking, but he was too busy dealing with his father-in-law's drinking challenges to pay much attention to the little girl. Now that he had some free time, he walked over, touched the little girl who was still drawing circles on the ground, and said, "Sweetheart, come here, let daddy hold you." Hearing Yi Fan's words, the little girl who had been drawing circles with a twig didn't rush over as usual. Instead, she stood up and trotted away on her short legs. This puzzled Yi Fan greatly. What's going on? Earlier she was clinging to me, about to cry if I didn't play with her, and now she's avoiding me. As he wondered, the little girl soon gave him the answer. She pinched her cute little nose with one hand, a hint of disdain in her eyes, and said, "Fei doesn't want daddy to hold her. Daddy drank, and he smells stinky." Hearing this, Yi Fan suddenly understood. It was because he had been drinking, and the smell of alcohol on him was unfamiliar to the little girl, so she had been subtly avoiding him since he started drinking. Realizing the reason, Yi Fan didn't force it. He smiled and said, "All right, daddy won't drink anymore, okay?" The little girl nodded like a little adult. "Daddy said so. From now on, if daddy drinks, Fei won't let daddy hold her." Hearing the little one's half-serious, half-threatening words, Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Daddy promises no more drinking. Obviously, even he didn't believe that promise. But dealing with children, you go along with their words first. Then Yi Fan walked toward his brother-in-law's room. His brother-in-law's room was in the western wing of the courtyard. During the earlier chat, he had learned that the guy used to be restless every night, either singing loudly into his phone or playing games, which got him scolded by his father every few days. So when the house was being renovated to avoid getting beaten by his parents, he deliberately placed his room farther from the main house, which saved him a lot of trouble. Soon Yi Fan pushed open the door and entered his brother-in-law's room, taking a look around. The decoration was typical of a rebellious teenager style, about 15 square meters. In the center was a large bed, 8 meters wide and 2 meters long. At the head of the bed was a bookshelf, but there wasn't a single book on it. Only figures from anime like Naruto and One Piece. Yi Fan wasn't interested in those. By now, drowsiness was overwhelming him, so, without ceremony, he walked over to the bed, lay down, without even taking off his clothes, and drifted off to sleep. When he woke up again, it was to the sound of a phone ringing. Half asleep, Yi Fan didn't even open his eyes. He instinctively reached for his phone in his coat pocket, only to realize that at some point his coat had been taken off, and a blanket had been tucked over him. He thought about it. Who could be so considerate? Either his mother-in-law or Luo Xiaoxi. Listening to the phone ring, he looked around, and saw his coat hanging on a nearby rack. Rubbing his slightly throbbing head from the alcohol, Yi Fan threw off the blanket, got up, walked to the rack, and pulled his phone out of the coat pocket. He saw it was Qin Zhanfei calling. Without hesitation, he answered, and put it to his ear. As soon as the call connected, Qin Zhanfei's urgent voice came through. "Fan Go, where are you? I went to your place, but couldn't find you. You didn't answer my calls either. What's going on?" Hearing this, Yi Fan replied in confusion, "What's wrong? I brought Xiaoxi back to her parents' house. When you went to my place, didn't my dad tell you?" On the other end, Qin Zhanfei sighed helplessly. "When we went to your house, your dad wasn't home either. The front door was locked." Yi Fan didn't want to dwell on that. He asked directly, "What's the matter? Why are you looking for me?" Qin Zhanfei was exasperated. "Come on, Fangirl, are you really that clueless, or just pretending? Don't tell me you forgot." Yi Fan was even more confused. "What? Make it clear. What did I forget?" Hearing this, Qin Zhanfei sighed on the phone. "Alright, you really did forget. Bro, I'm getting married tomorrow. Have you forgotten the tradition back home?" The bed pressing. At Qin Zhanfei's words, Yi Fan suddenly remembered. Indeed, there was an unwritten rule in their hometown. On the night before the wedding, the groom must find a few unmarried brothers to sleep with him on the newlywed bed, symbolizing many children, a happy marriage, and a prosperous family. Initially, the groom would choose children from the same village or relatives. But later, because children were too rowdy and often messed up the bridal chamber, the custom gradually changed, and older, more sensible children were chosen. Eventually, it evolved into the groom finding his unmarried brothers to play the role of bed pressers. But this didn't make sense either. Why was the bed-warming ritual being assigned to him? To be fair, although he had never officially married, his child was already so old. It hardly made a difference now, did it? Doubt gnawed at Yi Fan's mind, and he couldn't help but ask Zhanfei for the bed-warming ceremony. "Couldn't you just ask Hosey and the others?" He even feigned lifting his foot as if to kick him. Qin Zhanfei just grinned wickedly, spun around, and dodged away effortlessly. "Why me? Besides, even though I never officially got that marriage certificate, my child is already this old. Doesn't that make it a bit awkward at least?" On the other end of the line, Qin Zhanfei heard Yi Fan's words and chuckled in reply. "Relax, brother Fan. I asked my dad about it. He said people aren't so traditional these days anyway. As long as we haven't signed the papers, whether there's a child or not doesn't matter. Besides, all the brothers are already here. It'd be no fun without you." He paused and glanced at his watch. "And look at the time. It's already this late. Hurry over. The boys are all waiting at my place. Get your act together. I've got to run. Talk to you later." Before Yi Fan could even respond, he hung up with a sharp click, as if afraid his friend would refuse. Listening to the dial tone in his ear, Yi Fan gazed at the darkening phone screen and offered a helpless smile. That kid. Just then, perhaps having heard the sound of his call, she knew he had finally woken up. "Luo Xiao," she pushed open the door and stepped inside. Noticing the phone still clutched in Yifan's hand as though he had just ended a call, she couldn't help but asked curiously who was that. Need something from you. Yifan lifted the phone slightly and smiled. Who else but Zhang. He called to say the guys are all here and want me to come over tonight to sleep at his place for the bedwarming ritual. Isn't his wedding tomorrow? Luo Xiao, she let out a soft "oh," then added, you've been drinking, so you can't drive. How about I have Xiao Hao go with you in a bit and drive for you? As she spoke, her gaze began to wander, unwilling to meet Yifan's eyes, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Yifan had initially been inclined to agree with her suggestion, but seeing her furtive, guilty demeanor instantly piqued his curiosity. They had been together for years, even shared a child. They knew every inch of each other. Were they not effectively an old married couple by now? What was there left to be shy about? So he reached out, cupping her soft cheeks in his palms. What's wrong? Why are you blushing like that? Caught off guard, Luo Xiao, she grew even more flustered, her words tumbling out in a stammer. It's just that, when you were sleeping earlier I came in and noticed you hadn't pulled the covers up. Afraid you'd catch a cold, I took off your jacket. And just as I was about to tuck you in, I saw you, your brother, standing there like a spear. It looked kind of angry. She paused, her voice dropping even lower. After all, we're at my mother's house right now. You know the custom back home. Better to shelter a funeral than a wedding pair. So a married couple shouldn't sleep together here. I didn't know what to do, so I just forced the blanket over you. Now I'm wondering, is your little brother okay? Could holding it in cause any problems? With those words out, her face was so crimson it seemed ready to bleed, and she wished she could simply vanish into a crack in the floor. Yifan, upon hearing this, was momentarily dumbfounded. What brother? What's standing like a spear? But when he noticed Luo Xiao, she repeatedly sneaking glances toward his lower half, the veteran of life instantly understood exactly what she meant. It had to be the medicinal wine his father-in-law had fed him. The stuff was packed with potent tonics. Add to that the restless vigor of youth, and a reaction was only natural. Caught between speechless embarrassment and amusement, he helplessly drew Luo Xiao she into his arms, pressed a kiss to her porcelain cheek, and whispered against her ear, don't worry. It's not going to break that easily. If you don't believe me, I'll have my brother demonstrate a staff routine for you later, and you'll see for yourself. The moment those words left his lips, Luo Xiaoxi's composure shattered entirely. Terrified that his brother might immediately subject her to some variation of the Wulong 8 trigram staff technique. Granted, they had already practiced the night before and meticulously explored the profound depths of their martial techniques. But this was her parents' home. If anyone happened to walk in on them, she'd never live it down. She quickly slipped from Yifan's embrace and fled, as if fleeing danger, calling over her shoulder, it's getting late. To keep things safe on the road tonight, I'll go tell Xiao Hao now, so you two can head over together in a bit. Yifan watched her hurried, retreating figure, smiled, and said nothing more. He simply grabbed his coat from the rack, threw it over his shoulders, and followed her out. Stepping into the courtyard, Yifan finally realized the sky had already begun to dim. The lamp inside the room had distracted him earlier. He glanced at his phone and saw it was nearly 6 o'clock. No wonder Qin Zhanfei had sounded so urgent. Lost in thought, he saw Luo Xiao, she lead her younger brother Luo Xiao Hao through the doorway. No sooner had Luo Xiao Hao spotted Yifan than he asked excitedly, bro, did my sister just say you're taking me along to do the bed warming for brother Zhanfei? Is that true? Yifan nodded. Yeah, Zhanfei just called me. He then turned to Luo Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, do you want me to drive you two back home, or stay another night at mom's place? Luo Xiaoxi waved her hand dismissively. You two go ahead and get busy. Xiaofei and I will stay at mom's place tonight. You can pick us up tomorrow and come to Qin Zhanfei's wedding. All right, Yifan replied Xiao Hao, and I will head out first, then come back for you tomorrow morning. With that, the two of them prepared to step out, but right at the entrance they ran into their mother-in-law Zhou Xuemei returning from outside. Zhou Xuemei asked curiously, where are you off to? Dinner's about to be served. Don't run around aimlessly. If you want to go out, wait until after you've eaten. Before Yifan could explain, Luo Xiao Hao beat him to it. Mom, we're not eating at home. My bro's classmate Qin Zhanfei is getting married tomorrow. We're going over today to do the bed warming ritual, so dinner will probably be at the groom's place. Zhou Xuemei nodded. Very well. Drive carefully on the way. The two of them acknowledged her and headed toward Yifan's car. At the car, Yifan tossed the keys to the impatient Luo Xiao Hao and teased with a grin, I'm just saying it's not your wedding. What's the rush? Luo Xiao Hao shot back with a cheeky grin, of course I'm eager. Even if it's not my wedding, I can still learn a thing or two. One day I'll be tying the knot myself, might as well gain some experience. Yifan burst out laughing at the kid's audacity, opened the passenger door, and slipped inside. Luo Xiao Hao climbed into the driver's seat, started the engine, and soon they were speeding toward Qin Zhanfei's place. The car ride was quiet. Yifan had just woken up, and the lingering effects of the morning's drink left his head feeling heavy and uncomfortable. Noticing this from the driver's seat, Luo Xiao Hao kept quiet, merely gripping the steering wheel in silence. Not long after they arrived at the intersection near Qin Zhanfei's residence. In the distance, several cars were already parked along the curb. Yifan guessed they belonged to the family's relatives. He instructed Xiao Hao park alongside them near the roadside. Don't block the way. Got it. Luo Xiao Hao replied, veered the car to the curb, found an empty spot behind the others, and brought it to a stop. Once parked, the two stepped out and walked toward Qin Zhanfei's house. Before they even reached the gate, an inflatable archway stood about 10 meters ahead, spanning the road. Embroidered across it were the words "Congratulations to the groom, Qin Zhanfei, and the bride Su Lily on your happy wedding." To be honest, Yi Fan was only learning the bride's name now, Su Lily. He had never bothered to ask before. Without crossing 10 steps past the archway, they arrived at the main entrance of Qin Zhanfei's home. On one side of the entrance stood an oversized poster featuring Qin Zhanfei himself, smiling broadly, while embracing a delicate, lovely girl. Yi Fan strolled up to the poster, took a look, and remarked with a chuckle, "You know that fatty actually photogenic. Usually he looks like a hulking tauren from the abyss." Luo Xiaohao nearby burst out laughing. "Bro, you're not wrong. You've got a real gift for descriptions. Ha ha, abyssal tauren got me." Their banter was cut short by a teasing scold echoing from the courtyard. "Brother Fan, why go and say that? Who are you calling fat? I'm not fat at all." There was no need to guess who it was. It had to be Qin Zhanfei and his crew. Sure enough, a crowd poured out into the courtyard with Qin Zhanfei, Houzi, and Ma Yongxiang leading the charge. They quickly closed the distance, stopping before Yi Fan. Qin Zhanfei pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offered one to him, and asked with a mischievous gleam in his eyes, "Brother Fan, how'd it go visiting your in-laws today? Did your father-in-law and mother-in-law give you a good old-fashioned double scolding?" Yi Fan was momentarily at a loss for words, shooting back with an exasperated laugh, "Can't you shut up for 5 seconds?" Seeing him dodge with a smile, Yi Fan didn't press further, merely asking curiously, "How are preparations coming along?" Upon hearing Yi Fan bring up the serious matter, Qin Zhanfei immediately dropped his joking expression. After a moment's thought, he said with a serious face, "Most of the preparations are already done. I've been tied up with organizing the wedding car issue. Since you're back, we can use your car as the lead vehicle. It's perfect. As for the groomsmen, it'll be the 5 of us brothers plus your brother-in-law, Xiaohao, making 6. The bridesmaids will be arranged by my partner's side. We won't worry about that. As for the wedding procedures, they're handled by a professional agency." Yi Fan nodded in understanding after hearing Qin Zhanfei's explanation. He knew that specialized wedding companies often prepared more thoroughly than the families themselves, offering comprehensive services ranging from MCs to attire and props, requiring little effort from the hosts. Just as he was lost in thought, Qin Zhanfei's impatient voice came from beside him. "What are you standing around for, Brother Fan? Let's go inside. It's freezing out here." Without waiting for a reply, he grabbed Yi Fan's arm and pulled him toward the courtyard. Stepping into the courtyard, Yi Fan immediately noticed a modest stage set up on one side of the main hall, which actually looked quite professional. At the top was an ornate carving of dragons and phoenixes bringing prosperity, with a hanging ornament below inscribed with the words, "Eternal Union of Hearts." A red carpet stretched from the main gate to the stage, flanked on both sides by large speakers. Yi Fan recognized them, well, having borrowed these very ones when he sang for Luo Xiaoxi. The group bustled into the courtyard and was making their way toward the main hall when a man in his 40s emerged from inside. Yi Fan immediately recognized him. It was none other than Qin Shuji, Qin Zhanfei's father. Upon seeing Yi Fan, Qin Shuji approached with a warm smile, saying, "Oh, little Yi has arrived. I was just saying that all of you brothers had gathered except for you." Yi Fan also stepped forward respectfully and responded, "Uncle Qin, I went back to my wife's family this morning and got held up with something. When Zhanfei called me, I rushed over as soon as I could." Hearing this, Qin Shuji quickly smiled and said, "Good, you're here now. Come inside quickly, it's cold outside. Later let Zhanfei treat you boys to a few drinks. We'll need your help tomorrow." "That's only right," Yi Fan replied with a smile, then followed Qin Shuji into the main room. Passing through the doorway adorned with 2 happiness characters, Yi Fan found a large table already set inside, laden with an array of dishes. Seeing this, he finally understood why Qin Zhanfei had been so rushed on the phone. The meal was about to start, and they were waiting just for him. Qin Zhanfei turned to organize things, saying, Come sit down. Don't just stand there. We're all close friends here." Hearing this, everyone took their seats in order. Qin Zhanfei then went into the adjacent room and returned with 2 bottles of wine, grinning at the group. "Brothers, nobody's leaving early today. One and all were drinking together." Witnessing this display, Yi Fan's lips twitched. Honestly, he had no desire to drink again. These past 2 days back had been non-stop. 3 meals consumed already. Especially the gathering at his father-in-law's place moments earlier. The old man had served medicinal wine, and the burning sensation in his lower abdomen lingered. If he continued like this, he'd become a proper drunkard, worse than his days of social drinking and MOing. Yet watching Qin Zhanfei's determined expression, refusal wasn't an option. After all, the man was the groom. How could he decline such an occasion? After a moment's thought, Yi Fan suddenly had an idea. He feigned a cough into his hand and rose to address Qin Zhanfei. "Brother Zhanfei, we can drink any time, but not today. Tomorrow we're going to pick up the bride for you. Do you want us all stumbling around half-drunk and listless when we go? Does that seem appropriate?" Hearing Yi Fan's words, everyone agreed it made sense and began urging, "That's right, Zhanfei, skip drinking today. Let the brothers enjoy a proper meal and rest well, so tomorrow we can confidently bring your bride home. Wouldn't that be better than anything? After your wedding, don't worry. You won't escape. We'll drink until our heart's content." They chuckled among themselves. Qin Zhanfei found Yi Fan's words reasonable. Liquor could always wait. He smiled and said, "All right, I'll listen to Brother Fan. No drinking tonight. Let's eat well and save our strength. Tomorrow I'm counting on you all to make me look good." Thus Yi Fan managed to avoid the drinking session, and everyone enjoyed their meal in good spirits. After dinner, the group rowdily made their way to Qin Zhanfei's bridal chamber. For the tradition of pressing the bed, everyone would surely sleep in the newlyweds' room. Yi Fan followed behind the crowd into the room. Everything inside was much the same as when he had come 2 days prior. If there was any difference, it was on one white wall of the bridal chamber. Previously bare and clean, it now featured an oversized poster of 2 adorable chubby children, smiling together, radiating festivity. Seeing the poster, Yi Fan paused momentarily. Frankly, it seemed somewhat out of place against the room's overall aesthetic. The wedding room's decor leaned heavily toward modern youthfulness, full of personality. Though blending Eastern and Western elements, it was clearly crafted by young hands. Yet this particular poster stood out as strikingly incongruous. Noticing Yi Fan staring at the poster after entering the room, Qin Zhanfei approached with a resigned expression, patting his shoulder with a wry smile. No use complaining. My mom put it up. She insists it's festive and carries good meaning. Watching his friend's helplessly comical look, Yi Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Patting Qin Zhanfei's shoulder while laughing, he said, "Your mother is absolutely right. No flaws in her reasoning. It is indeed festive with auspicious meaning. Looks like she's eager to hold a grandchild. Then let me also wish you a happy marriage and early fatherhood." Hearing Yi Fan's teasing, the others chuckled as well. Once the laughter subsided, Yi Fan asked, "By the way, have you discussed this beforehand? How should we handle matters on the bride's side tomorrow when we go to pick her up?" Upon hearing Yi Fan's question, the group exchanged bewildered glances, unclear what he meant. Seeing their dumbfounded expressions, Yi Fan covered his face with one hand, ashamed to look further. "Don't tell me you haven't even rehearsed, haven't discussed anything at all?" Qin Zhanfei asked curiously. "Brother Fan, what exactly should we discuss?" Covering his face, Yi Fan said helplessly, "Haven't you considered who should distribute wedding candies, who hands out cigarettes, who opens car doors, and who tackles the challenges? Haven't you discussed any of this in advance?" Hearing Yi Fan say this, the group looked utterly confused, leaving Yi Fan exasperated. He pointed at them and said, "None of you have been married, but haven't you attended weddings before? Going in this chaotic manner without knowing the procedures will only lead to embarrassment." The men continued exchanging glances. Finally, Qin Zhanfei spoke up. "Brother Fan, honestly, we really didn't know. Since you brought it up, you must have experience. Please take charge and tell us what each of them should do." Yi Fan sighed helplessly and had no choice but to accept. Grumbling to himself, he wondered why the elders at home hadn't made proper arrangements and given clear instructions beforehand. In truth, Yi Fan didn't realize this couldn't be blamed on Qin Zhanfei's elders. According to rural customs, young men in their 20s should know everything. Surely they had discussed it privately long ago. Who would have guessed this bunch was so carefree, never giving it a second thought? Ultimately, Yi Fan stepped up to organize everything. First came the tasks of distributing cigarettes and wedding candies, face-saving duties that required someone articulate. Without hesitation, Yi Fan entrusted this to Ma Yongqiang, who was known for his glib tongue. Though often sharp-tongued, his flattering words could be quite pleasant to hear. When learning auto repair outside, he had frequently charmed his masters into teaching him everything without reservation. Next was opening car doors. This role had to go to his young brother-in-law Luo Xiaohao. The young man had a charming baby face, perfectly festive. For the remaining brothers, Hosey Wang Gang and Wang Mengtao, Yi Fan assigned duties according to their respective strengths, finally exhaling in relief. Hearing they all had tasks, everyone turned to Yi Fan with curiosity. "Brother Fan, what will you do?" Yi Fan shot them an exasperated glance. "While you're busy with specific tasks, I'll be adapting to situations and managing the whole operation. I'll move around wherever needed, providing support as required." Speaking of which, Yi Fan suddenly remembered something important and asked, "By the way, Zhanfei, what time do we set off tomorrow morning to pick up the bride?" "You never mentioned it." Qin Zhanfei was taken aback by the question and replied, "My dad said we need to leave at 6 in the morning." Yi Fan nodded. "All right, if we leave at 6, then we have to get up at 5. Have you prepared the best man suits?" Qin Zhanfei shook his head no. Hearing this, Yi Fan was a bit surprised. "What do you mean?" "You mean you're picking up the bride tomorrow morning, and you still haven't prepared the best man suits?" Seeing Yi Fan's misunderstanding, Qin Zhanfei quickly explained, "It's like this, Brother Fan. The wedding company originally prepared best man suits, but they were all thin suits. You know, it's almost New Year and it's freezing in the morning. The guys can't handle it. So I discussed with my dad and we decided not to wear the suits. Instead, we'll just pin a best man badge on our chests so the brothers don't catch cold." After hearing the explanation, Yi Fan nodded in understanding. In Jiangbei province, it's common to have temperatures of -7 or 8 degrees, even -10 something in the morning. Even a cotton coat feels cold, let alone a regular suit. After clearing everything up, Yi Fan said, "Since everything is ready, brothers, don't stay up too late tonight. Get some rest early so you'll have enough energy for tomorrow's wedding." Everyone agreed. They didn't take off their clothes, just their jackets, and prepared to squeeze onto the bed. After all, they were all young men, no reservations, no one minded each other. The wedding bed was big enough, 2 meters 20 wide and 2 meters long, more than enough for the 6 of them. Just as they had taken off their jackets and laid down, there was a knock on the door. Soon Qin Zhanfei's father, Secretary Qin, pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing them like this, he smiled and said, "Are you all ready to sleep? By the way, I forgot to tell you what the best men need to do tomorrow morning when picking up the bride. Look at me getting old and muddled when busy. Let me tell you the details now. Hearing this, Yifan was a bit speechless. Truly like father like son, Qin Zhanfei's natural simpleton personality must have come from his dad. How could he forget something like this? Never mind, he was his brother after all. Yifan was about to tell Secretary Qin that he had already arranged everything, but before he could speak he heard Qin Zhanfei grumble discontentedly, "Dad, honestly, how could you forget something so important? Thank goodness Brother Fan told us in advance, or we'd have made a huge fool of ourselves tomorrow during the bride pickup." Secretary Qin shot his son an annoyed glare. "What are you yelling about? You have these brothers here after all. You can adapt on the spot, it's fine. And even if I didn't say it in advance, the wedding photographer would remind you at the right time." With that he turned to Yifan with a warm smile. "I knew you were a man who gets things done, attentive, and you thought of it. Alright, nothing else. Get some rest early." With that Secretary Qin turned and left the room, closing the door behind him. After he left, Yifan glared at Qin Zhanfei. "How dare you blame your dad? You, even if you've never been married, haven't you been to a wedding before? Haven't you seen what best men do at other people's weddings?" Qin Zhanfei was cowed by Yifan's scolding and muttered quietly, "I just forgot." Yifan shot him another glare. Too lazy to deal with this simpleton turned his head away and lay on his side ready to sleep. To be honest, the medicinal wine he had drunk at his father-in-law's house at noon still hadn't worn off, and he was too lazy to argue with them. He just wanted to rest early so he could handle the bride pickup tomorrow. The remaining Qin Zhanfei and the others exchanged glances. Seeing that Yifan had fallen asleep just like that, they looked at each other. Originally they thought it was normal for young people to play a couple of rounds of games before bed, but Yifan hadn't even given them that chance. Helpless to avoid waking Yifan, they had to take off their jackets and squeeze onto the bed, forcing themselves to sleep early. But falling asleep on command wasn't their habit, so they had to tough it out. Yifan slept at the very edge, lying on his side and listening to the sounds behind him. Actually, he hadn't fallen asleep at all. The medicinal wine from his father-in-law had taken effect, burning him from the inside, as if his body was on fire and his heart was restless. How could he fall asleep just like that? But he had to sleep, and he had to force the brothers behind him to sleep as well. Just as he was half closing his eyes, gradually drifting into drowsiness, about to fall asleep, the phone in his jacket pocket on the bedside table suddenly rang. This shattered the hard-won drowsiness of everyone, and Yifan was instantly furious. With the anger of being woken up just as he was about to sleep, he walked to the bedside, picked up his jacket, and pulled out his phone. He looked at the caller ID. It was a stranger, and the number showed it was from Modu. Yifan was a bit surprised. Could it be about work? Thinking it might be work-related, his anger subsided a little. He pressed the answer button and brought the phone to his ear. As soon as it touched his ear, he heard a very familiar voice, weak and choked with sobs, hoarse, and with a hint of caution, as if afraid he would hang up. "Xiao Fan, are you really going to abandon me? 3 years of feelings, 3 years. Can't that earn me a chance to explain? Won't you even give me a chance to explain?" The moment he heard the voice, Yifan recognized it. Wasn't it by Wei Wei? She must have called from an unfamiliar number, because her own number, including her mother's, had been blocked by him. He couldn't understand. They had already made it clear. Since she chose to go on a blind date, she couldn't blame him for decisively breaking up. He had also made it clear enough to her mother before. Why was she still calling? But he really didn't want outsiders to know about her matters. He turned his head and glanced at the brothers lying on the bed pretending to sleep, but actually eavesdropping on his call, especially his brother-in-law Luo Xiaohao. Subconsciously he turned down the phone volume and said to the ones pretending to sleep, "It's a work call. I'll take it outside. You guys go to sleep." With that, without waiting for anyone to respond, Yifan put on his jacket, pushed open the door, and walked out. As soon as he reached the yard, he ran into Qin Zhanfei's father, Secretary Qin, who was busy with relatives making preparations for tomorrow's wedding. Seeing Yifan, Secretary Qin smiled and asked, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Yifan pointed at his phone. "Someone from work is looking for me. I'll take the call." Secretary Qin nodded and made an okay gesture, signaling him to go ahead. Yifan then walked out the gate. Leaving Qin Zhanfei's house, he followed the concrete road to an empty field beside the crops, and only then pressed the phone back to his ear. To be honest, he really didn't want to tangle with this woman by Wei Wei anymore. In his view, since she chose to listen to her mother and go on a blind date behind his back, she was already prepared to break up. In the adult world, there are no complicated twists and turns. If you want to be together, if not break up. Talking about feelings and love is too childish. Yifan had always been quite pragmatic. To say he didn't like Bai Weiwei was unlikely. After all, they had 3 years of feelings. But to say he would give up everything for love, he wasn't that foolish. The real world isn't like in novels where people can throw caution to the wind for love. Everyone considers their own interests. Just like now, even though it was freezing cold, he still came out to make things clear with Bai Weiwei to cut ties cleanly, so as not to have a tangled mess later. Yifan pressed the phone to his ear and said in a crisp tone, "Bai Weiwei, what do you mean by calling me now? I think I've made it clear enough. What do you mean by 3 years of feelings and not giving you a chance to explain? You went on a blind date with someone else, and you still want to explain to me? Are you going to say that your mother made you go, that you were just going through the motions, that you're the most aggrieved one, right?" Hearing Yifan's sarcastic remarks, Bai Weiwei on the other end of the phone was already sobbing uncontrollably, her voice tinged with a deep weakness, yet still carrying a heartbroken plea. "Yifan, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once. That day I really didn't react in time. When you caught me, I was completely stunned, so it made you misunderstand. And you have to believe me. I only agreed to meet him for my mom's sake, and I didn't even keep his contact info. Please don't break up with me, okay? I truly love you. Give me another chance, just one more chance. On this side of the phone, Yi Fan listened to Bai Weiwei's heart-wrenching sobs, his own feelings a tangled mess. He stood on the concrete road, not far from Qin Zhanfei's house, letting the cold night wind whip against his cheeks, his fingers gripping the phone, turning pale. Subconsciously, he kicked a frozen clod of dirt by the roadside, his tone still resolute and devoid of emotion. Bai Weiwei, before I caught you, didn't you ever think this day would come? You went on a blind date behind my back, only explained when I found out, and now that we've broken up, you beg for forgiveness. What do you take me for? On the other end, Bai Weiwei, her voice hoarse from crying, still clung to a sliver of hope, sobbing as she explained. Xiao Fan, listen to me, it's not what you think. I really didn't mean to. I just didn't dare to stand up to my mom. You know how strong-willed she is. I've been obeying her my whole life. But I truly love you, you know that. From start to finish, you're the only one in my heart. She insisted, refusing to give up. Yi Fan let out a cold laugh. Have me in your heart. Then why did I see you laughing and chatting with someone else in the coffee shop? Have me in your heart. So you use just going through the motions as an excuse to trample on my self-respect. It's not like that. Bai Weiwei tried to defend herself, but Yi Fan cut her off again. Don't bother explaining. Yi Fan's voice was utterly flat. Breaking up was my decision the moment I saw you sitting with him. Your so-called, I'm sorry, is too late, too cheap. I don't need it, and I don't want to hear it. And your mom was right. I've always been the one reaching above my station, a toad lusting after a swan. You've always listened to her, so you should stick with that. Falling for my childish love is laughable. That's it. The road is long. May you find happiness in the future. After saying that, Yi Fan took a deep breath as if trying to expel all the bitterness in his heart, his tone still icy. I warn you one last time, we're over, Bai Weiwei. From now on, I don't have to meet your mom's unreasonable demands anymore. I'm just a country boy born and bred, and I'll never be the Modu's noble son-in-law she dreams of. Our relationship was a mistake from the start. The moment you agreed to sit at that table with your blind date, our ridiculous love story was already over. Alright, I'm hanging up. Don't call me again. With that, Yi Fan hung up without hesitation and blocked the number. After doing all this, he stood there frozen for a long time. Staring at the endless fields before him, his emotions were a turmoil. Now he understood all too well. This incident might have been a misunderstanding, but it was beyond repair. Both of them were at fault. Bai Weiwei's mistake was that she always believed everything her mother did was for her own good, so she obeyed unconditionally, including when it came to their relationship. She truly loved Yi Fan, but her mother looked down on him, seeing him as nothing but a poor country boy. She refused to accept it, thinking she could transform Yi Fan into the son-in-law her mother would approve of through her own efforts. And Yi Fan's mistake was that he knew from the start that Bai Weiwei's mother despised him, yet he stubbornly refused to give up, desperately striving to become the ideal son-in-law. After all, birds of the mountains and fish of the sea traveled different paths, destined never to meet. The two were like opposite ends of the same rubber band, pulling in different directions until it stretched taut. When an accident snapped it, the break was irreversible, and the blind date was the scissors that cut the band. Sometimes Yi Fan felt he was being hypocritical too. He recalled 3 years ago when they first met in the procurement department of a construction company. They had argued fiercely over their respective companies' business, each trying to push their own product with all their might. In the end, Yi Fan gained the upper hand by leveraging his brazen persistence as a man and successfully signed a contract. Afterward, they grew familiar through this incident. Back then, Yi Fan didn't know Bai Weiwei was a local of Modu. He thought she was just another young person like him striving to make it in the city. A girl who could match him in verbal sparring to such an extent with that fierce determination truly captivated him. Affection gradually grew, and soon they went from acquaintances to lovers. It wasn't until they moved in together that Yi Fan learned Bai Weiwei wasn't an outsider working in Modu. She was a local, and her family was very well off. But by then their feelings were already deep, and Yi Fan's innate refusal to admit defeat was ignited. He believed that with his own efforts he could become worthy of her. From then on he embarked on this proving journey which lasted 3 years. During those 3 years he worked diligently, never daring to slack off, and finally gained a foothold in Modu from a low-level clerk to department head, and even becoming the top salesperson. Every step consumed his heart and soul. But just as he was about to reach success, he stumbled upon the person he loved most going on a blind date behind his back. The pain of that moment was beyond words for Yi Fan. Even though he now knew it might have been a misunderstanding, Bai Weiwei was just going through the motions for her mother. So what? She was still following the path her mother had drawn, never once considering that they should have a future of their own. Different paths, no common ground. If 3 years couldn't change things, then there was no need to keep trying. Besides, Yi Fan knew he was somewhat hypocritical, because he realized there was another girl back home worth loving, one who would never go on a blind date behind his back, a girl whose heart belonged entirely to him. While Yi Fan's thoughts were churning on the other side, at the entrance of a convenience store below a residential building in Modu, Bai Weiwei, clad in a thin pajama suit, sat like a lost child, dazed, clutching the phone that had just been hung up. She looked up at the pitch-black sky, her eyes vacant like a child who had lost her way home. Over and over Yi Fan's words echoed in her mind. We're breaking up. Don't contact me anymore. Those words exploded in her head like thunder, leaving her stunned and helpless. She had chosen to call now because last night her mother Lin Longji told her she had compromised. She had called Yi Fan and explained the whole story, but Yi Fan still refused to forgive and insisted on breaking up. Anyway, I've done what I can. Believe it or not, it's up to him. That's what her mother said. Bai Weiwei knew her mother's personality too well, strong-willed and stubborn. How could she ever compromise for her sake? She didn't believe it at first, but after agonizing for a whole day she finally couldn't hold back and wanted to confirm with Yi Fan herself. Even if it was a misunderstanding, would he still break up with her? So she went to the convenience store downstairs, bought a new SIM card, registered it, and called Yi Fan. The result was what had just happened. Now she was finally crushed. So their love had truly come to an end. Suddenly her heart felt hollowed out, like a mirror shattering into countless pieces, leaving only a mess on the ground. After an unknown amount of time, a cold breeze blew, jolting Bai Weiwei out of her stupor. She stood up numbly, step by step, like a marionette, dragging herself toward home. What she didn't know was that upstairs 2 pairs of concerned eyes were watching her, her parents. How could the old couple feel at ease seeing their daughter in such a state? But knowing their daughter wouldn't want to be followed, they quietly trailed her downstairs, saw she was only sitting at the convenience store, not going anywhere else, then quietly returned home, keeping watch by the balcony window, staring down at the street. Only when they saw Bai Weiwei make a phone call, sit by the convenience store for a while, and then go home, did they finally breathe a slight sigh of relief. To be honest, they were genuinely afraid their daughter might do something foolish in a moment of despair. Only when they saw her sitting there for a while before making her way back home, did the couple finally set their minds at ease. Bai Weiwei's mother Lin Longji watched her daughter, shuffling home, as though she'd lost her soul, and her temper flared instantly. I still can't figure out what kind of bewitchment that country bumpkin poured into our girl's head, she complained bitterly. Look at what he's done to our child. Bai Weiwei's father heaved a heavy sigh at his wife's tirade, his tone brimming with exasperation. And you have the nerve to say that? Who else arranged those pointless blind dates for her? Look at what's happened to our daughter now. Keep this up and you'll tear this family apart. Stung by her husband's accusation, the already sharp-tongued Lin Longji couldn't let it go. She fired back immediately. What do you mean by that? How is this my fault? I was only looking out for our daughter. Just look at that poor boy from the countryside. What does he have going for him? If our daughter stays with him, her whole future will be ruined. And as for you, the father, you didn't even try to talk sense into her. You just stood by and did nothing. How can you call yourself a father? Our daughter ended up like this, and a big part of that is on you. Bai Weiwei's father was already troubled by worry, and the sight of his daughter's condition pierced his heart. When his wife showed no remorse and instead shifted the blame onto him, his anger flared instantly, and they began arguing heatedly right then and there. Their argument escalated with each passing remark, and neither noticed Bai Weiwei pushing open the door and stepping inside. Having just arrived home, Bai Weiwei witnessed her parents in this state, and her mother's relentless use of insults like country bumpkin and rural peasant only deepened her frustration. Her face darkened with barely concealed rage. She remained silent and retreated to her room without a word. It wasn't until the bedroom door slammed shut that her parents finally snapped out of it, standing frozen and exchanging bewildered glances. Meanwhile, far away from all the commotion, Yi Fan had been standing silently, chain-smoking ever since he hung up on Bai Weiwei and blocked her number. This was his 3rd cigarette in a row, yet his thoughts remained as tangled as ever. He had to admit, the moment he spotted Bai Weiwei on a blind date in Shanghai, his heart had ached so fiercely it stole his breath. The memories of everything they'd shared together crashed down on him, making all those years feel like they'd amounted to nothing. He told her coldly right then that it was over between them, priding himself on handling matters with restraint and logic. Over the years, navigating the cutthroat world outside had taught him one unwavering truth. Love should be passionate and wholehearted, but if it must end, it should be clean and absolute with no lingering attachments. Yet today, when her call came through and he heard the fragile tremor in her voice, he had to concede that his composure had cracked. His usual composure and decisiveness had melted away, and he'd nearly given in to her plea for reconciliation. But the moment he thought of Luo Xiaoxi and her mother, his resolve hardened, once more his gaze steady and resolute. He'd already made one mistake, and he wouldn't make it twice. Whatever grievances Bai Weiwei might harbor, it was simply fate that they were never meant to be together. If anyone deserved the blame, it was himself for being so callous. Even he acknowledged that his behavior bordered on cruel. But such was life, and there was nothing he could do about it. Some things simply cannot have it both ways. If she chose to fall for someone like him, well, that was her misfortune. Lost in his swirling thoughts, Yi Fan was startled by his brother-in-law's voice. Bro, what are you doing out here? It's freezing. Why aren't you inside? I've been watching you finish that call ages ago, just standing here smoking. He hadn't even noticed his brother-in-law Luo Xiaohao slipping on his clothes and coming out to find him. From afar, Xiaohao had spotted Yi Fan standing at the intersection chain-smoking and lost in thought, so he'd approached to ask what was wrong. Hearing the question, Yi Fan quickly pushed aside his tangled thoughts, wiped his face, and forced a strained smile. It's nothing. Just a call from the company. It's been bothering me a bit. Since the boy was his own brother-in-law, Yi Fan offered a half-truth. Xiaohao, taking the explanation at face value, nodded knowingly. Let's head back then. It's too cold out here. Don't catch a cold. Yi Fan acknowledged the concern with a grunt, turning to head back. Aren't you supposed to be sleeping inside? Why'd you come out? Xiaohao fell into step beside him as they walked back. Oh, don't get me started. After you left, no one kept those guys in line in Zhanfei, and the gang started causing trouble. They won't sleep. They're planning to play cards. Yi Fan's expression darkened at this. What nonsense is this? They need to wake up at 5 tomorrow morning, and it's almost 10 o'clock now, and they're not sleeping. If they cause any trouble tomorrow, I'll deal with those brats. Seems like I've been away working for too many years and these kids have gotten too arrogant. Come on, let's go back and have a heart-to-heart with them. Hearing this, his brother-in-law Luo Xiaohao trailing behind, let a mischievous grin spread across his face, as though he'd just pulled off some kind of scheme. What Yi Fan didn't know was that Luo Xiaohao had only sought him out, because when the guys were playing cards earlier, Xiaohao had wanted to join in, but they dismissed him as just a kid and shoved him aside, telling him to mind his own business. That had really rubbed Xiaohao the wrong way. In truth, these guys were only 3 or 4 years older than him, yet they constantly flaunted their seniority. So he decided to fetch Yi Fan and have him give them a lesson. Since they wouldn't let him play, he'd have his brother-in-law have a little chat with them about life and dreams. While Xiaohao was lost in these thoughts, Yi Fan had already led him back to the courtyard of Qin Zhanfei's house. At some point, the adults who had been bustling about earlier at Qin Zhanfei's place had retired for the night, leaving the courtyard quiet for a moment. Seeing no one in the yard, Yi Fan instructed Luo Xiaohao to lock the gate on his way back, then quietly made his way toward Qin Zhanfei's bridal chamber. As he approached the door of the bridal chamber, before he could even push it open, loud voices erupted from within. The loudest of all was unmistakably Qin Zhanfei, tomorrow's groom. He could hear Zhanfei roaring, "Monkey, what the fuck are you thinking? Yongxiang's the landlord. Why the hell did you bomb me?" Then Monkey's grievous voice followed. "I had no idea you were going to run." Just as Qin Zhanfei was about to spring up and hurl more curses, Yi Fan pushed the door open and stepped inside, locking eyes with the rising man. Zhanfei, who had been red-faced with anger, suddenly choked off his words, staring at Yi Fan with an embarrassed expression. Meanwhile, Yi Fan leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed, silently watching them, a dangerous smile playing on his lips, a smile that was chilling in its intensity. Spotting that smile, Zhanfei quickly stammered, "Our brother Fan, after you left, the guys had nothing better to do and couldn't sleep, so we just wanted to play a few rounds. It's still early, really. Don't worry, we won't let it affect tomorrow." Yi Fan regarded him with a cold smirk. His irritation from the Bai Weiwei incident had found an outlet. He flashed a grin at Zhanfei, quirking his lips. "It's fine, right? Just playing around. Besides, tomorrow's your wedding, so what if we're a bit late? You're the one getting married after all." Picking up on the sarcasm in Yi Fan's tone, Zhanfei immediately protested. "We're not playing anymore, we're not. Brother Fan said it's too late." He even pretended to yawn, covering his mouth theatrically. But Yi Fan wasn't about to let him off that easily. With a cold chuckle, he said, "Oh, come on, you can't just stop whenever you want. Let's play. I'll join you." He stepped forward and shoved Monkey aside. He hardly knew how to play Dodiju and had been completely outplayed by the other two. For all his street smarts, Monkey lacked real intelligence. After all, his family ran a pig-selling business. How could he possibly outwit the other two? One was a mechanic with silver-tongued persuasion, while the other came from a grain-purchasing family and had absorbed his father's sharp business acumen from childhood. Playing cards with them was like being ripped off, while happily counting the stolen money for your tormentors. That's why Yi Fan immediately pushed Monkey aside and took his seat. Zhanfei and Yongxiang froze in confusion at Yi Fan's sudden entrance. Pointing at the table, he ordered, "Sit down. You wanted to play? Fine, I'll play with you. But no money this time. Lose a round and you get tapped on the forehead according to how many points you lost." The two men who had been shouting mere moments ago suddenly broke into cold sweats, the pressure Yi Fan had once instilled in them during their school days flooding back. There was no escaping it now, so they sat down, gingerly forcing weak smiles. "Brother Fan, can we skip this? We're really tired and want to sleep." Yi Fan returned a cold smile. "Tired my ass. We're playing. Whether you enjoy it or not, I'll make sure you learn your lesson." The threat only deepened their panic, but they had no choice. As expected, Yi Fan thoroughly outplayed both of them. Yi Fan called "landlord" nearly every hand, then rapped both their foreheads repeatedly. The room echoed with their pitiful cries of ouch. Of course, with Zhanfei's wedding the next day, Yi Fan spared him the worst, tapping his head instead of his forehead. The hair would hide any bumps that might form. Even with hair cushioning the blows, it hardly lessened the pain. Each flick Yi Fan delivered made the two men wince and bare their teeth in agony. After playing 5 or 6 rounds consecutively, each of them had received at least a dozen flicks on the forehead from Yi Fan. Their heads were left with bump after bump, resembling the Buddha statue, as if their hair had somehow grown a few centimeters taller. Seeing this, Yi Fan felt it was enough. After the final round, the frustration pent up within him found a reasonable outlet. Time to rest now. They would need energy tomorrow for Qin Zhanfei's wedding arrangements. Just then, Yi Fan happened to notice something. Ma Yongxiang was up to his old tricks again. He had caught Ma Yongxiang secretly positioning the jokers during the shuffle. Having worked in the city for years, Yi Fan had seen this kind of card manipulation countless times. Yi Fan did not hesitate. He tapped the lightly and spoke coldly. "Little Chong, did I go too easy on you earlier? Making you uncomfortable?" What? Ma Yongxiang, already unsettled from his sneaky maneuver, froze completely at Yi Fan's threatening words. He turned mechanically toward Yi Fan, forcing an awkward stiff smile. "What's wrong, Brother Fan?" Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and let out a series of cackling laughs reminiscent of those creepy old eunuchs in the palace. Ma Yongqiang shivered uncontrollably at the sound, terrified out of his wits. Still squinting, Yi Fan spoke with menace. Playing these childish tricks in front of your brother Fan. That's like a mouse licking a cat's nose, just asking for trouble. Aren't you afraid I will return the favor using the methods from northern Myanmar? Hearing this, Ma Yongqiang could no longer hold himself together. Clasping his head with both hands, he pleaded repeatedly, Brother Fan, I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. I will not play. Without waiting for Yi Fan's response, he bolted to the bed, lay down, closed his eyes, and pretended to be dead. Yi Fan glanced at the fool, shook his head, and dismissed him. Turning to Qin Zhanfei, who looked absolutely terrified, Yi Fan's eyes darted toward the fleeing Ma Yongqiang, as if to say, this guy has no loyalty whatsoever. Just as the saying goes, better the other fellow suffers than yourself. Running away without even warning his so-called father, now he was left alone to face Yi Fan. What should he do? Seeing Qin Zhanfei's panicked expression, Yi Fan decided to cut him some slack. After all, today was his wedding day, and he owed him a bit of courtesy. So he asked coldly, satisfied now. Qin Zhanfei immediately understood the implication and nodded vigorously, like a pampered dog. I'm satisfied, Brother Fan, I was wrong. We're going to sleep right now. Saying this, he threw his jacket aside and collapsed onto the bed, closing his eyes as if instantly fallen asleep. Yi Fan observed his behavior, then turned to the other onlookers. At his gaze, they immediately lay down in a row like well-behaved children, not daring to protest. Yi Fan shook his head helplessly at these fools. He removed his jacket, tossed it on the rack, and slipped into the inner side of the bed, pulling the covers over himself as he drifted toward sleep. With Qin Zhanfei and Ma Yongqiang as cautionary examples, Yi Fan's companions dared not misbehave anymore. They settled down quietly, and soon snoring filled the room. Yi Fan also slipped into slumber. He expected to sleep until morning, but had forgotten the system's announcement came at midnight. Just past midnight, when the clock struck 12, Yi Fan was jolted awake by a mechanical voice echoing in his mind. Ding! The ultimate dad system is now active. Having detected the passage of midnight, settlement commences for the host. In the new day, the host's doting actions toward the daughter have generated a happiness value of. Startled by the sudden system announcement, Yi Fan nearly called out instinctively, but quickly covered his mouth with his hand to avoid waking the brothers sleeping nearby. Composing himself, Yi Fan closed his eyes and listened to the system's report. After detection, today's doting actions toward the daughter have resulted in a happiness value of only 8 points. Initiating random reward distribution. Yi Fan paused in surprise. Yesterday, he had spent only an afternoon with his daughter and received 10 happiness points, yet today, he had been with her nearly all day and received only 8. Unable to accept this, Yi Fan immediately asked the system in his mind, System, what is going on? Why only 8 happiness points? Did you eat the other 2? But after asking, the system went completely silent, ignoring him entirely. Helpless, Yi Fan could only quietly replay the day's events in his mind, trying to recall what he had done with his daughter. After thinking it over, he finally began to grasp the situation. He had a few theories. Perhaps this morning his daughter suspected he had bullied her mother, leaving her somewhat discontent, or maybe drinking at his father-in-law's house today had displeased her. Regardless of which factor was responsible, none of them explained why the happiness value had not reached 10 points. While Yi Fan was pondering these possibilities, the system promptly announced the reward, settlement complete. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 health attribute points now available in the system warehouse. Please claim them. Yi Fan froze upon hearing this, struggling to believe what he was hearing. It was not that he thought the amount insufficient. Yesterday's 10 happiness points had granted 20 free attribute points, but today's reward came as a fixed allocation with no freedom to distribute. He stood frozen, calling out to the system in his mind, System, what is going on? Just 2 points of happiness difference, and the gap is this drastic. 20 points versus 10, one freely distributable and the other completely restricted. Is this really fair? But no matter how much he called out, the system remained indifferent as before. After a long while with no response, Yi Fan muttered curses under his breath, resentful of the system's silence. The cursing proved futile, so reluctantly, he prepared to access the system warehouse to claim his reward, when suddenly the system spoke again, with an eerie resurrection. System has detected that the host has fostered excessive dependency in the daughter today. As a special reward, 10 appearance attribute points are granted. The reward has been deposited into the system warehouse. Please claim it promptly. Yi Fan's sour expression instantly melted away. His face, previously drawn tight as a donkey's, transformed into a grinning mess the moment he heard the announcement. He eagerly summoned the system in his mind, calling out, System Father, thank you, System Father. Your son kowtows to you here. Thank you, System Father. Fortunately, the system was an emotionless entity, otherwise it would have surely scolded him for his fickle nature, and might even have quipped, I preferred you when you were rebellious and untamed. Yi Fan was practically ecstatic at this point. Though the current rewards fell short of yesterday's more flexible allocation, it was still preferable to receiving nothing at all. Quickly, Yi Fan accessed the system warehouse with growing excitement to claim his rewards. The moment the reward was claimed, Yi Fan felt an intense heat surge through his entire body, far more overwhelming than the medicinal wine his father-in-law had brewed. From the tips of his hair to the soles of his feet, he felt as though he were about to catch fire. This burning sensation was not static. Gradually, he became acutely aware of the heat converging toward his lower abdomen. Yi Fan harbored a fleeting impression that he might be undergoing the very transformation described in those cultivation novels, transcending into an immortal and forming a golden core. Though he had no first-hand knowledge of what forming a golden core actually felt like, the sensations he was experiencing now bore an uncanny resemblance to those legendary accounts. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the concentrated heat in his lower abdomen began swelling with increasing intensity. Yi Fan quickly recognized something was wrong. Without hesitation, he threw off the covers, sat up, pulled on his shoes, and sprinted toward the toilet at Qin Zhanfei's house. The sudden commotion jolted Luo Xiaohao, his closest brother-in-law, fully awake. Luo Xiaohao watched in confusion as Yi Fan dashed frantically toward the bathroom. Half asleep and unwilling to process what was happening, he mumbled incoherently and immediately collapsed back onto the bed, drifting back into slumber. Meanwhile, Yi Fan burst out of the bedroom and made a beeline for the toilet, kicking the door open without bothering to close it behind him. He hastily lowered his pants and dropped onto the toilet seat. The moment Yi Fan's bottom touched the toilet seat, a thunderous fart erupted from the rather cramped toilet at Qin Zhanfei's house. The commotion was so startling that even those sound asleep in the wedding room were jolted. If any of them had been a lighter sleeper, they would surely have been shaken awake. One by one, they rubbed the sleep from their eyes, blinking blearily around the room, convinced they had dreamed a nightmare. In unison, they sighed and flopped back onto their pillows, drifting off once more. Meanwhile, Yi Fan in the toilet was just as startled by his own emission. To make matters worse, he could feel a burning sensation in his rear. Along with that deafening fart, an indescribably foul odor began to fill the small toilet, pressing desperately against the door. Luckily, it was already past midnight, and Qin Zhanfei's courtyard was empty. Otherwise, Yi Fan doubted whether Qin Zhanfei's relatives could withstand a fart almost as vicious as a biological weapon. Even he himself was struggling to endure it, nearly gagging from the stench. He couldn't fathom why his own fart could be so revolting. Just as he was trying to endure the odor, his stomach suddenly gurgled loudly, as though the waters of the Yellow River were surging down from heaven, desperate to burst forth. Then came a relentless succession of wet, sputtering sounds. Yi Fan felt as though he might be drained of all strength. It was fully 5 minutes before he stopped, having wiped the cold sweat from his face repeatedly until he felt every last trace of discomfort had been purged from his gut. Afterward, wave after wave of warmth surged through his entire body, as though the stagnant heat that had pooled in his lower abdomen had finally scattered outward, swiftly healing every ache and discomfort. Recovering his strength, Yi Fan rose casually, grabbed some tissue to clean himself, and turned to survey the aftermath. He had barely looked when he nearly retched again. The toilet was overflowing with something black and viscous like crude oil. The stench continued to assault his nostrils, and Yi Fan could bear it no longer. He immediately pressed the flush button. After 3 full flushes, the toilet was finally clean. Yet he did not return to bed right away. It was not that he was not sleepy, nor that he could not fall asleep. Rather, he feared that the foul odor had soaked into his very clothes, and if he went back now, he would surely wake every last one of Qin Zhanfei's buddies. So he decided to stand in the courtyard for a while and let the smell dissipate. Besides, after that wave of warmth had spread through his body, he did not feel cold at all. Although it was deep into the night, likely well below freezing, Yi Fan wore only thin clothing and yet felt wonderfully warm all over. He stood in the courtyard for over 10 minutes, lifted his sleeve to his nose to check, and finding no lingering odor, strode lightly back toward the wedding room. Returning to Qin Zhanfei's wedding room, Yi Fan carefully slipped past the sleeping figures and gently lay down on the inner side of the bed. But he did not fall asleep immediately. Instead, he summoned his personal panel in his mind. As his thoughts took shape, the system manifested a personal panel before his mind's eye, displaying the following stats. Name: Yi Fan. Height 1. 81 meters. Age 26 years old. Weight 80 kilograms. Appearance 90 points. Health 70. Charm 70. Stamina 60. Witnessing such an impressive panel, Yi Fan nearly gasped aloud. However, not wanting to disturb the others, he forced himself to stay silent. Actually, he had anticipated this. Based on how his attributes had shifted last time, Yi Fan already knew that increasing health caused all other statistics to rise accordingly. Now, although the system had only awarded 10 points each to health and appearance, every other stat had climbed, as well, with the lowest gain being 5 points, excluding height, of course. Yi Fan pondered inwardly. It seems health is the foundation upon which all physical attributes rest. Raise the foundation and everything else follows, though the increase must have its limits. Once health reaches a certain threshold, perhaps the other attributes will no longer automatically improve. As for height 1, 81 meters might already be sufficient to support further physical enhancement. Whether his height would change as his stats improved remained uncertain. Either way, Yi Fan decided to take things one step at a time and not dwell on it too much. Lost in these thoughts, drowsiness slowly crept over him, and before long, he drifted into slumber. That night, Yi Fan slept more comfortably than he had in a long time. Though no vivid dreams visited him, the sensation was like bathing in a hot spring, enveloped in a soothing warmth throughout his body. It was not until the next morning that a piercing scream jolted him awake. He was so startled that he sat bolt upright and immediately glanced toward the source of the scream. It was his brother-in-law Luo Xiaohao, closest to him on the inner side of the bed. Luo Xiaohao stared at Yi Fan as though he had seen a ghost pointing a trembling finger at him while stammering, "Ew," unable to form a single coherent sentence. Impatient Yi Fan swatted away the pointing hand, glared at him, and asked, "What's wrong? Did you see a ghost this early in the morning? Keep pointing and see if I don't punch you." By past experience, Yi Fan knew that such a threat would normally make the kid drop his hand in terror. But this time the result defied all expectations. Luo Xiaohao seemed to have heard nothing, his eyes bulging wildly, still pointing at Yi Fan with a shaking hand, his lips quivering. This confused Yi Fan as well. At that moment the other brothers stirred awake and followed Luo Xiaohao's finger, turning their gaze toward Yi Fan. The instant they saw him, Yi Lingfei, Monkey, Qin Zhanfei, and Ma Yongxiang all wore the exact same expression, eyes wide as saucer's jaws dropped, as though an egg could fit inside, frozen in utter disbelief, speechless. Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine at their reaction and feigned anger, barking, "What are you all staring at? Speak up, keep silent, and I'll rattle each of your skulls with a slap." At this threat, the others finally snapped out of their stunned silence. As understanding dawned, they surged forward in a group, surrounding him like spectators at a zoo, marveling at a panda tugging at Yi Fan and examining his face from every angle as though they had discovered some extraordinary phenomenon. Their behavior only deepened Yi Fan's bewilderment. Irritated, he shoved aside those crowding closest and demanded, "What's going on? Talk, or I'll start hitting." Hearing this, Yi Fan's brother-in-law Luo Xiaohao spoke first. "Brother, what happened to your face?" Yi Fan was taken aback by the absurd question and instinctively touched his own face, finding nothing unusual. Seeing his reaction, everyone realized Yi Fan himself had no idea what was happening. It was not that Yi Fan didn't know. He had simply been so thrown off by Luo Xiaohao's dramatic outburst that he had completely forgotten the system had boosted his appearance the previous night. Just then Ma Yongxiang, clever and quick-witted as ever, suddenly understood. He grabbed a small hand mirror from the bedside table in Qin Zhanfei's wedding room and held it out toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan caught it absent-mindedly and raised it to his face, hoping to see what was wrong. But the instant his reflection appeared in the mirror, he too froze. Only then did he remember the appearance boost the system had granted him the night before. He had anticipated that 10 extra points would push his appearance score past 90 and make him handsome. But he never imagined it would be this extraordinary. What he saw in the mirror was a face so strikingly handsome it seemed almost unreal. Sword-like eyebrows sloped sharply above luminous eyes, his lips were rosy, his teeth pearly white, and his nose high and straight. His skin was as smooth as a peeled egg, and his jawline was carved with the precision of a blade, forming a flawless curve. Even the stray hairs framing his forehead fell at a perfectly graceful angle, exuding an effortless, captivating handsomeness that left one momentarily speechless. Though not conventionally soft or delicate, his features possessed an extraordinary, breathtaking beauty. Deep-set brow bones and subtly sunken eye sockets gave his face a refined intensity. When he smiled, the corners of his eyes would curve, gently softening his sharpness and leaving behind only a charm so arresting it made one's heart skip a beat. To call him a walking masterpiece would be no exaggeration. Even Yi Fan himself found it hard to believe. Staring at his reflection, he was momentarily transfixed, utterly captivated. He even felt that his appearance now rivaled that of the gentleman in the stories readers adored. It truly echoed the line, "A young master of unmatched elegance, a jade-like figure among men." As he stood lost in contemplation, Luo Xiaohao shook his arm, pulling him back to reality. Fanji, what's going on? You slept for one night, and your face looks like it's been filtered. Wait, how did you even do that?" Faced with Luo Xiaohao's relentless questioning and the same bewildered stares from the others, Yi Fan had no idea how to explain. The truth was, this was a system-granted appearance boost, something he simply could not reveal. At that very moment, Yi Fan felt as though his head might split open. To be honest, Yi Fan had no idea how to explain the matter of the system granting him enhanced good looks. But if he kept quiet, the curious stares from those fellows made him deeply uncomfortable, as though they were about to tear open his clothes to scrutinize the truth. After pondering for a moment, Yi Fan suddenly realized something. Why would the big brother need to explain himself to anyone? To what end would he explain? At this thought, the corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled into a faint smile. His strikingly handsome features and roguish grin left even the self-proclaimed straight men like Qin Zhanfei feeling their hearts skip a beat, almost tempted to question their own sexuality. Yi Fan casually handed the mirror back to Ma Yongxiang, who had just handed it to him, saying dismissively with a smile, "Making such a fuss over nothing. How could this possibly be achieved? This is simply how I have always looked." Previously, the long hours of overtime work and late nights out in the world had worsened my dark circles, causing my appearance to somewhat diminish. Now that I've had a proper sleep, I have naturally returned to my original state. Do you truly think I would look like those horrid goblins you see around here? What's wrong with you lot? Have you all become so deeply inferior upon seeing your brother Fan's looks? There's no helping it. Envy me all you wish. This is a gift of nature, something I cannot teach you. Hearing Yi Fan's boastful words, they all glared at him with eyes brimming with envy and resentment. Although they did not believe it, there was no way to dispute the matter. Moreover, Yi Fan had been lying in the same bed with them from beginning to end. There was simply no time for any cosmetic surgery. Would Yi Fan really have taken the time to apply makeup while they slept? They certainly would not think their brother Fan was such a tedious person. Ultimately, with no other recourse, they had no choice but to accept Yi Fan's explanation. Seeing the suspicion fade from everyone's faces, Yi Fan breathed a silent sigh of relief and quickly changed the subject, saying, "Let's check the time. Hurry up and get ready, or we'll delay picking up the bride." At that, everyone snapped out of their daze and began searching for their respective mobile phones. Soon Qin Jianfei was the first to find his phone, since he had been using his jacket as a makeshift pillow. He quickly pulled out his phone, glanced at the screen, and smiled, saying, "It's only past 5. There's no rush." Yi Fan nodded in agreement. "Very well, then we should get up. Everyone wash your faces and have something to eat to tide you over, as there will be much to attend to shortly." Without objection, the brothers rose from their beds and began dressing according to Yi Fan's instructions. Soon the group emerged from Qin Jianfei's bridal chamber one by one. Upon stepping into the courtyard, they discovered that Qin's parents and relatives had long since risen and were busy with preparations. The cook was adding coal to a large stove over which sat a massive iron wok, its contents bubbling steadily. Qin Jianfei's father, noticing the group, had risen, approached, and greeted them warmly. "Everyone up. Did you sleep well yesterday?" Hearing Secretary Qin's words, they promptly nodded and smiled, saying, "Yes, we slept quite well." Secretary Qin smiled and said, "The washing water has already been prepared for you. Hurry and freshen up, then have something to eat before we set off." Following Secretary Qin's arrangements, they found an oversized wash basin half filled with steaming hot water. Being a group of hardy young men, none harbored any qualms, and they gathered around the large basin to wash their faces. Afterward, Qin Jianfei's father brought them disposable toiletries. Soon after finishing their wash, the cook, who had been preparing food earlier, began making breakfast for them. Breakfast was simple. A large iron basin carried a hearty mixed vegetable dish, with each person receiving a steamed bun and a bowl of porridge. Everyone gathered around the table to eat. By the time they finished breakfast, it was nearly 5:40, and the time had come for the vehicles to depart. At this point, Qin Jianfei's father approached, carrying a plastic bag filled with corsages adorned with the character for joy. He selected several appropriate corsages from the bag and handed them out to Yi Fan and the others one by one. Each corsage was roughly the size of a palm, bearing the character for joy on top, and the words, "Best Man," hanging beneath. Qin Jianfei had previously informed them that there was no need to wear formal best man suits. For convenience, simply pinning on a corsage would suffice. The group had no objections taking the pins from the corsages and fastening them to their chests. With that done, Qin's relatives began preparing supplies for the groomsmen's departure. Once everything was ready, Qin Jianfei's mother approached and asked, "Who among you will be in charge of handing out wedding candies and cigarettes?" Yi Fan had already assigned this duty to Ma Yongxiang the day before, so he naturally did not decline. Smiling warmly, he stepped forward and said, "Auntie, it's me." Qin Jianfei's mother nodded approvingly at Ma Yongxiang with a smile. "Then I'll trouble you later." Ma Yongxiang quickly waved his hands. "It's my duty, truly my duty." With that, she handed Ma Yongxiang 2 large bags of wedding candies and several packs of cigarettes, then proceeded to assign tasks to the rest, who would distribute red envelopes, who would carry the bridal bouquet, who would handle the fireworks, and who would manage the firecrackers. Each person had their own duty. Soon all the assignments were settled. With the crisp sound of firecrackers echoing from outside, everyone knew it was time to depart, and they filed out without waiting for any particular order. Outside the main gate, Yi Fan noticed that the vehicles were already lined up in front of Qin Jianfei's house, including his own Audi Q7, of course. However, the lead vehicle was not his. It was a black Audi A3. This was not the principal car, but rather the photography vehicle dispatched by the wedding company, typically occupied by a photographer and a relative from the groom's family responsible for guiding the way. The second vehicle was the true bridal car, primarily used for transporting the newlyweds. As Yi Fan was contemplating this, the relatives from Qin Jianfei's family began arranging seating. As the chief groomsman, Yi Fan would certainly ride with the groom, Qin Jianfei, in the same car, though the driver would not be Yi Fan, but rather one of Qin's uncles or elder relatives. Following the guidance, Yi Fan approached his vehicle and saw a large red flower tied to it, with 2 smaller flowers tied to each rearview mirror with butterfly ribbons, giving it a particularly festive appearance. Without hesitation, he pulled open the door and settled into the front passenger seat, while the groom, Qin Jianfei, opened the rear door and took his place in the back. Once everyone was aboard, and with another auspicious burst of firecrackers, the lead photography car began to move forward slowly. The principal car, carrying Yi Fan, driven by the elder relative whose exact title remained unclear, followed in due course. Thus a row of 8 vehicles formed a neat straight line heading toward the bride's residence. Since they had departed early, it was only just past 6 in the morning. Moreover, they avoided the main streets of the town, so the road was clear and the journey proceeded smoothly. During the journey, Yi Fan turned to look at the groom, Qin Jianfei, seated in the back. The young man's face was flushed red, so nervous that his hands and feet seemed nowhere to rest, constantly glancing about, entirely unaware that Yi Fan was watching him. Before Yi Fan could speak, the driver himself broke the silence, remarking with emotion, "Defei, you rascal. Time flies, doesn't it? Over 20 years have passed in a blink, and the little fellow I once held in my arms begging for candy is now about to get married." At the driver's teasing, Qin Jianfei finally came to his senses and scratched his head awkwardly. Third uncle, I'm 27 this year. In terms of age, I'm actually a year older than brother Fan. Is it not perfectly normal that I'm getting married? In our countryside, this is considered quite late. Yi Fan then learned that the driver was Qin Zhanfei's third uncle. Hearing Qin shift the topic onto him, he retorted gruffly, I'm the one being talked about. Why drag me into this? With that, he winked at Qin Zhanfei and added, from now on you can't hang out with us anymore. You're a man with a family now. You have a wife to keep you in line. At Yi Fan's teasing, Qin Zhanfei scratched his head, embarrassedly at a loss for words. The scene delighted Qin Zhanfei's third uncle, who burst into hearty laughter. You youngsters are truly amusing. Clearly this brother of yours is the youngest, yet everyone calls him brother. It seems he is the leader among you lot. Hearing the third uncle's jest, Yi Fan also smiled and replied, not at all. Leader or not, these fellows simply enjoy playing jokes on me. Third uncle Qin Zhanfei offered a non-committal smile at Yi Fan's modest remark. While driving, he feigned casualness and said, come on boys, stop pretending to be humble in front of your third uncle. I've lived long enough to see everything. Whether someone is being genuine or putting on a show, I can tell the difference. Those kids call you brother every time they see you. I've been watching. They mean it completely. No pretense whatsoever. To be honest, having a group of true brothers like that is your blessing. And Da Fei and the others are equally fortunate to have such a good older brother like you. While seeing his third uncle keep circling back to him, Yi Fan felt somewhat embarrassed and changed the subject, asking, third uncle, listening to you talk like this, I get the feeling you've got your own stories, don't you? Third uncle Qin Zhanfei, old and shrewd as ever, could certainly detect the topic shift. So he kept driving and chuckled, no wonder you're their boss. You've got sharp wits, one trick after another. Hearing his third uncle say that about him, Yi Fan grinned. Third uncle, don't say that, or I'll sue you for defamation. I'm such a pure and innocent person, and you're calling me scheming. Just as the two were chatting, Qin Zhanfei in the back seat heard his phone's WeChat notification, glanced at the message, and his expression suddenly changed. He urgently shouted to Yi Fan, brother Fan, something's wrong. Hearing Qin Zhanfei's panicked yell, third uncle Qin Zhanfei, who was driving, nearly slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, he recovered in time and only tapped the brake before releasing it, but the sudden deceleration still threw Yi Fan forward violently. He almost crashed into the windshield in front of the passenger seat, saved only by his seatbelt. Both men in the front seat cursed almost simultaneously. What the hell are you shouting about? Third uncle, being an elder, restrained himself after his momentary loss of composure. Through the rearview mirror, he gave Yi Fan a look, meaning it was improper for an elder to discipline him, so Yi Fan should handle it. Having received the order, Yi Fan, who was already fuming, showed no mercy. He turned to look at Qin Zhanfei in the back seat, his eyes dangerous, and said, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Don't think I won't beat you just because you're the groom today. An older brother disciplining his younger brother. What can even an uncle say? Perhaps to play along, the driving third uncle merely coughed twice and said nonchalantly, I didn't see anything. You boys wrestling is none of my business as long as it doesn't affect my driving. Facing this coordinated intimidation, Qin Zhanfei couldn't care less and only urged desperately, brother Fan, I'm serious. Something really bad has happened. My brother-in-law just messaged me saying that my fiancé's best friend is planning to block the door and make things difficult for us. She won't let us take Lily away that easily. Yi Fan was genuinely puzzled. What's going on? Is your fiancé's best friend trying to stop the wedding? That's not impossible. Haven't you heard the saying online? Beware fire, beware thieves, and beware your best friend. Sometimes a best friend's happiness pains her more than her own suffering. Hearing Yi Fan's question, Qin Zhanfei said uncomfortably, actually it's not like that. I offended her best friend, so she's using my wedding day to teach me a lesson. Intrigued, Yi Fan pressed, what happened? Qin Zhanfei then explained reluctantly. It turned out that Qin Zhanfei and his fiancée had met through a matchmaking arrangement. Whenever they went on dates, her best friend would tail them like a shadow, which greatly annoyed Qin Zhanfei, yet he dared not say anything. After all, the friend always played the role of, I'm only protecting my best friend from being bullied. However, as the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Qin Zhanfei eventually used a few tricks to shake off the friend, and the couple secretly went on dates inseparable. But that wasn't all. Afterward, Qin Zhanfei shamelessly bragged in front of the friend, who immediately shot back. You little punk, daring to play tricks on me. Just wait. When you get married, I'll give you an unforgettable lesson. At the time, Qin Zhanfei took it lightly, thinking he was dating Su Lily, not her friend. What could she possibly do? But just now his brother-in-law sent a WeChat message saying that the friend he had outsmarted had enlisted other bridesmaids to block the door and prevent him from entering to pick up the bride. This threw Qin Zhanfei into a panic. After all, bridesmaids blocking the door is a custom in rural areas, and even in the city this tradition exists. He had no grounds to argue. They were using this very excuse against him, which is why he had shouted out in desperation. After hearing the whole story, Yi Fan could only stare blankly. What an idiot. Looking at Qin Zhanfei's flushed and anxious face and remembering that the man was his own brother, he knew he couldn't just stand aside. Yi Fan began thinking about what to do. This situation could escalate quickly. There had been cases where bridesmaids blocking the door caused the wedding to miss its auspicious timing. They absolutely could not afford any delay. So Yi Fan racked his brain, trying to find a solution for his brother. Just as he was pondering, the car suddenly stopped, jolting him. Curious Yi Fan turned to look at Qin Zhanfei's third uncle, who was driving. The man pointed ahead and explained, turning up ahead. Only then did Yi Fan notice they were almost at the bride's village. Seeing the car ahead, inspiration suddenly struck him, and a faint smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Yi Fan's expression, Qin Zhanfei, who had been worried, immediately realized his brother Fan had a plan. He eagerly asked, Bro, do you have an idea? Quick, tell me. Yi Fan, seeing his impatience, remained calm, and said, What's the rush? Then he glanced around the car and told Qin Zhanfei, Open the armrest box in the middle of the back seat. Without hesitation, Qin Zhanfei obediently opened the armrest box. Inside, he found a plastic bag which he took out and handed to Yi Fan. Yi Fan unwrapped it and discovered a large pack of face masks and a hat, leftovers from a severe cold incident years ago, which had been kept in the car ever since. Who would have thought they'd come in handy now? Seeing Yi Fan pick up the hat and mask, Qin Zhanfei asked confusedly, Brother Fan, what are you going to do with these? Yi Fan smiled and said, Aren't they blocking the door from the inside? How about we pull off a coordinated attack, inside and out? Hearing this idea, Qin Zhanfei became even more curious. What do you mean? How do we coordinate? Yi Fan grinned, simultaneously removing the groomsman's corsage from his chest, and explained, Those bridesmaids are blocking the door to stop the groom from entering and picking up the bride. But they probably wouldn't stop the photographer, would they? Qin Zhanfei seemed to catch on, letting out an "oh" with his mouth forming a circle, then giving Yi Fan a thumbs up. Brilliant. Brother Fan, you're awesome. How did you come up with this? Meanwhile, third uncle Qin Zhanfei, still driving, also raised his thumb toward Yi Fan with one hand while steering with the other. You boy, your brains are certainly sharper than our Dafei's. Yi Fan simply smiled at their praise, then told Qin Zhanfei, When we enter the village and the car stops, I'll go to the lead car, grab the photographer's camera, disguise myself as the photographer, and slip into the bride's house for a coordinated strike. Qin Zhanfei immediately objected, That's so troublesome. Why can't we just stop now and you go straight to the photographer's car? Yi Fan, nearly driven mad by this naive question, resisted the urge to smack him on the head. After all, it was a joyous occasion. Glancing at him as if looking at a fool, he retorted, Have you never seen a pig run at least? Can the wedding convoy stop on the way? Even the driving third uncle chimed in. Exactly, Zhanfei, you really are immature. During the wedding procession, the cars cannot stop. They must keep moving until reaching the bride's doorstep. Stopping midway is considered ill omens. Just follow Brother Fan's plan. When we arrive at the bride's house, he'll go straight up and borrow the photographer's camera. Qin Zhanfei scratched his head embarrassingly. I really didn't know about this rule. He then pulled out his phone to make arrangements, calling the photographer in advance to avoid any awkward misunderstanding later. Soon after everything was settled, Qin Zhanfei finally felt somewhat relieved and grinned at Yi Fan. Brother Fan, the rest is up to you. Yi Fan gave him an okay gesture. With that, the car soon arrived at the entrance of the village where the bride's family lived. As they drew closer, the road on both sides grew lively. Most of the people were the bride's relatives watching the wedding procession. Someone was even assigned to guide them, ensuring the cars found the right parking spot. After all, wedding pickups often dragged on for over an hour. That's exactly why it would be troublesome if there were a traffic jam. After all, neither family wanted to add any unpleasantness on such a joyous day. Guided by the bride's relatives, the wedding procession soon found a suitable parking spot. By then, Yi Fan was already prepared. He felt as if he had armored himself to the teeth, not only wearing a baseball cap, but also a black mask covering his face completely. In truth, even without this, Yi Fan had intended to wear a mask when picking up the bride. With his current looks, he would have completely stolen the groom's thunder. If he walked ahead, everyone's gaze would undoubtedly be glued to his face, putting his good brother Qin Zhanfei in an awkward position. On the wedding day, no one pays attention to the groom. Yi Fan, considering himself rather socially savvy, would never commit such a tactless blunder. Thus everything was set. As soon as the car stopped, Yi Fan was the first to push open the door and step out. His brothers, having prearranged the plan, also grabbed their respective items and followed suit. They exchanged knowing glances. Led by Ma Yongqiang, they picked up cigarettes and candies, walked toward the bride's side of the crowd, and began their performance. Calling out uncle, elder, and auntie, with the sweetest tone, they scattered candy as if it cost nothing and handed out cigarettes without pause. Meanwhile, the others were not idle, each attending to their own duties. The elders from Qin Zhanfei's side also found the bride's family elders to engage in small talk. Amid the bustling crowd, no one noticed Yi Fan. He silently approached the photographer's car and exchanged a knowing smile with the photographer who had just stepped out. The photographer leaned in and whispered a few instructions on how to use the camera. In truth, it was simple. Everything was preset, and Yi Fan only needed to keep the lens steady. He nodded imperceptibly, acknowledging the instructions. Then he took the camera, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and walked toward the bride's house with a practiced air. Along the way, people greeted him, and he responded cheerfully. Soon he arrived at the bride's doorstep, which was tightly packed with a crowd several layers deep. The elders from both families were chatting at the entrance. When they saw Yi Fan approaching with the camera, they all smiled and greeted him, making way for him. Yi Fan didn't stand on ceremony. He simply thanked them and stepped inside. The bride's house was a typical rural single-story home with a small courtyard. As soon as Yi Fan entered the courtyard, a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s came up to him. Seeing the camera on his shoulder, she immediately understood he was the photographer. She smiled and said, "The bride is in the east room, just knock on the door." With the direction given, Yifan nodded, said, "Thanks," and walked toward the main hall, soon arriving at the bride's bedroom door. At the door, he heard lively chatter inside, guessing it was the bridesmaids talking with the bride. Without hesitation, he steadied the camera with one hand and knocked twice on the door with the other. The chatter inside abruptly ceased at the knock. Then a sweet female voice asked, "Who is it?" Yifan replied casually, "Please open the door. I'm the photographer, and I need to document the groom's arrival." The bridesmaid inside seemed skeptical, waiting a long time before cautiously opening the door a crack. A quiet-looking girl peeked out through the gap, a lovely oval face, black hair draped over her shoulders, and a pair of black-framed glasses with gold edges, giving her an exceptionally refined and ladylike aura. She stuck her head out, her round eyes wide, and examined Yifan's outfit. Without any suspicion, she immediately opened the door and let him in. The reason she let down her guard so easily was twofold. First, Yifan's appearance was too professional. A black cap and mask covered his face completely, leaving only a pair of deep eyes hidden behind plain glasses, and with the camera on his shoulder, no one would guess he was a groomsman sent by the groom to pull a surprise attack. Getting married, and they were already studying military tactics. Second, though the bridesmaid wouldn't admit it, even with his face hidden, his overall presence was unmistakably attractive. That kind of feminine intuition was hard to explain. So she opened the door without hesitation. Yifan, seeing the door open, calmly strode in, with steady steps, the camera still on his shoulder. As soon as he entered, he heard the bridesmaid who had let him in quickly shut the door again, as if afraid the groom, Qin Zhanfei, and his party would rush in and snatch the bride away. Seeing her urgency, Yifan's mouth twitched slightly, but his mask hid it from everyone present. He then turned to survey the room. It was about 20 square meters, quite spacious. A 1.8-meter wide, 2-meter long bed was against the wall, and the bride sat in the center dressed in a red wedding gown. Around her were 5 beautiful women, all in their early 20s, dressed in their own clothes with bridesmaid corsages pinned to their chests, just like Yifan and his companions. After all, the groom's and bride's families had agreed beforehand not to have matching bridesmaid and groomsman outfits to avoid any awkwardness if one side had them and the other didn't. While Yifan was sizing them up, they were also assessing him. The bride was the first to speak. "Hello, handsome, shall we start recording now?" Yifan shook his head and replied casually, "Not yet. I'll start when the groom knocks on the door." The bride, Su Lily, nodded understandingly and said with a smile, "All right, then you can rest there for a while, handsome. The groom probably won't be here for a bit." Yifan nodded in acknowledgement, walked over to a stool, and sat down, pretending to fiddle with the camera equipment from time to time. In truth, there was nothing to adjust. The camera had been recording nonstop since the moment he entered. Seeing him engrossed in adjusting the equipment, the bridesmaids and the bride turned their attention away from him and continued their earlier conversation. One of the bridesmaids, with a chic short black haircut, wearing a pink down jacket and black dress pants, looked exceptionally sharp and stylish. If not for a closer look, one might mistake her for a boy. She was hugging the bride and whispering coquettishly, "Oh Lily, you promised me. You can't back out? That jerk is so annoying, you have to help me get back at him. We've been besties for years, you can't just abandon me for a guy." The bride, Su Lily, was helpless under her friend's clinginess. She sighed and said, "Chi-Chi, we've already discussed it. I'll let you vent a little, but don't go too far. After all, today is my wedding day. If it turns unpleasant, I'll never speak to you again." Hearing this, the girl called Chi-Chi beamed and hugged the bride, rubbing her head against her chest in a playful manner. "I knew you were the best. You're truly my ultimate bestie." Yifan, who had been sitting with his head down, heard these words and immediately understood. This must be the friend of the bride's best friend whom Qin Zhanfei had offended during a date, as he had mentioned. So Yifan began to sneak a few glances, curious to see what this girl who had managed to drive his brother to his wits' end actually looked like. Just as he was stealing a look, the bridesmaid, Chi-Chi, still nestled in the bride's arms, happened to glance up and met his eyes. Seeing Yifan's deep eyes, Zhao Chi-Chi, who had been playfully clinging, froze. Unbeknownst to herself, her face flushed and her heart pounded wildly. The bride, Su Lily, feeling her close friend's sudden change, looked down curiously to see what was wrong. Why had she stopped talking? She saw her best friend Zhao Chi-Chi staring unblinkingly at the photographer beside them. Su Lily followed her gaze and glanced at Yifan without seeing anything special. She lowered her head and whispered to her dazed friend, "What are you looking at?" Though the voice was low, it startled Zhao Chi-Chi, as if her little secret had been discovered. Her face reddened even more. But unlike other shy girls, she was naturally bold. Instead of hiding it, she leaned in and whispered a few words in Su Lily's ear. Su Lily listened, then stared at her in disbelief. "How do you know?" Zhao Chi-Chi replied triumphantly, "Of course I know. Don't forget what my family does." Hearing her best friend Zhao Chi-Chi's confident words, the bride, Su Lily, seemed to suddenly recall something, turning her head with curiosity to stare at Yifan, who was still casually adjusting the camera as if nothing were amiss. Yifan naturally noticed this as well. He had done his utmost to keep a low profile, yet he had drastically underestimated just how compelling the system-enhanced attractiveness attribute was to the opposite sex. But with no other option, he could only feign nonchalance there, pretending not to notice the two women stealing glances at him, hoping they would quickly shift their attention elsewhere. However, reality seldom unfolds as desired. The bride Su Lily and the maid of honor Zhao Qiqi kept whispering mysteriously, occasionally leaning in to confide in each other, which had already drawn the attention of several other bridesmaids. One must understand that once a woman's curiosity is piqued, it is nearly impossible to quell, especially when dealing with a group of girls in their 20s whose natural sense of wonder runs particularly deep. Furthermore, given their close ties to the bride Su Lily, some as classmates, others as relatives from the same village, they felt no hesitation and swiftly gathered around in a cluster. Like cats catching a scent, their eyes sparkled with intrigue as they clamored to find out what secret conversation had been exchanged between the two. Being among friends, Su Lily naturally had no intention of keeping secrets. She recounted Zhao Qiqi's earlier speculation in its entirety, though she did so in hushed tones against their ears. Upon hearing the bride's words, the bridesmaids reacted in near unison, their eyes lighting up instantly as they fixated on Yi Fan, who was pretentiously adjusting the camera. Their gaze was that of explorers venturing into uncharted territory, their thirst for knowledge nearly overflowing. This bold maneuver thoroughly disrupted Yi Fan's composure. What they failed to realize was that Yi Fan's physical attributes had been enhanced by the system. A normally healthy person scores around 50 points, but he had already reached 70, a full 20 points above average, roughly equivalent to a soldier with 2 years of military training. His hearing was exceptionally sharp, and given the small room and close proximity, he had easily caught every word of their whispered conversation. When he focused his attention, no wonder he felt unsettled. It turned out that Zhao Qiqi had leaned conspiratorially close to Su Lily's ear and whispered, "Lily, I'll let you in on a secret." Su Lily immediately perked up and eagerly asked, "What secret?" Zhao Qiqi revealed that she had noticed the photographer was likely an exceptionally handsome man, truly breathtakingly good-looking. Su Lily had initially doubted this, given that Yi Fan wore a face mask and a baseball cap pulled low. Curious, she asked, "How do you know?" Zhao Qiqi promptly reminded her not to forget what her family did for a living. The moment the bride Su Lily recalled her best friend's circumstances, she believed her completely. The reason she trusted her best friend's speculation so readily was that she had just remembered Zhao Qiqi's family operated the only internet cafe in Jiangtown, the very town where Yi Fan hailed from. Scarcity bred demand, and her family's cafe thrived with constant crowds. Where there were so many people, troubles were inevitable. Pickpockets were a frequent occurrence. Consequently, Zhao Qiqi had developed an exceptional talent for reading people from a young age. Whether one wore a mask and cap with part of the face exposed, or even a bandit's hat revealing only the eyes, she could discern one's general appearance at a glance, and even faintly guess what they looked like. That fleeting eye contact with Yi Fan moments ago, his eyebrow shape, his deep pupils, had been enough for Zhao Qiqi to conclude he was undoubtedly a man of extraordinary handsomeness. Yet speculation remained mere speculation. Though confident in her judgment until she saw Yi Fan's face with her own eyes, an itching curiosity gnawed at her incessantly. She had immediately confided in her best friend Su Lily. However, Yi Fan cared little for such matters. So what if they guessed? They were merely a bunch of girls. Surely they wouldn't come ripping off his mask, would they? Hence he had remained relatively composed, somewhat surprised, yet hardly flustered. But he had miscalculated. Among the bridesmaids present, others might lack such audacity, but Zhao Qiqi feared nothing. Her nature was to act on impulse without regard for consequences. So while the others merely wondered what Yi Fan looked like, she had already set her plan in motion. She climbed down from Su Lily's bed, slipped on her shoes, and approached Yi Fan with a bright smile. However, her greeting method left him completely bewildered. "Hello, big brother. May I ask what you do for work?" Yi Fan, who had been pretending to fiddle with the camera, froze at her words, momentarily forgetting his act. He looked up in utter astonishment at the girl crouching before him, who regarded him with an expression of earnest curiosity. He nearly questioned his own hearing, wondering if he had misunderstood her entirely. He glanced at the camera tucked under his arm, then back at the curious Zhao Qiqi, utterly speechless. Wasn't that obvious enough? Noticing Yi Fan's peculiar expression, as though she were some fool, did Zhao Qiqi finally realize she had asked a tremendously silly question. Yet her free-spirited nature meant she took it in stride, feeling no embarrassment whatsoever. The very notion of awkwardness seemed entirely absent from her worldview, or perhaps more plainly, she simply possessed an unshakable thick skin. She quickly pivoted, pressing her question to Yi Fan with unabated persistence. "Photographer, why do I get the sense you're being so mysterious? You're wearing a mask. Could you take it off so we can see?" Yi Fan found himself bewildered by such an audacious request. How forward could a woman possibly be? Honestly, he had prepared himself for every conceivable mishap beforehand. Perhaps someone would deduce and expose his false identity, photographer, or even force him to leave. All of these scenarios he had anticipated, but never once did he foresee that his striking appearance would stir the bridesmaids' curiosity. Particularly this one, the mastermind behind tormenting his good friend Qin Zhanfei, the companion who always tagged along on Qin Zhanfei's dates. With no choice, he had to think on his feet. After a moment's thought, aiming to extinguish the curiosity of this androgynously dressed bridesmaid, he cleared his throat and feigned indifference. "I'm sorry, but removing my mask isn't part of my job description." Anyone with even a modicum of social awareness would have recognized that his crisp rejection and icy demeanor signaled a desire to end the conversation, prompting them to retreat with grace. Yet Yifan's coolness only intensified Zhao Qiqi's fascination, making her find his demeanor all the more appealing. In fact, he seemed to embody every criterion on her romantic checklist. Refusing to accept defeat, she began pleading sweetly, "Oh, please don't be so cold. Just take it off for one quick peek, will you? Just one look, I beg you." As she spoke, those large, glistening eyes never blinked as she pressed her case with practiced innocence. And at that very moment, observing their companion take the lead, the remaining bridesmaids similarly rose from the bed, donned their shoes, and surrounded Yifan, echoing her coaxing tone. "Yes, please, just let us see for a moment. We beg you, don't be so aloof." This predicament left Yifan utterly at a loss. Such a situation had never crossed his mind, and he felt as helplessly besieged as Tang Sung surrounded by the spider spirits in their cave. Just as Yifan stood flustered and uncertain, a knock echoed from the doorway, followed by Qin Zhanfei's voice brimming with excitement. "Wife, I've come to pick you up. Open the door." At Qin Zhanfei's call, expressions diverged sharply between Yifan and the bridesmaids. The latter, their fun abruptly interrupted, turned toward the door with irritated scowls. Yifan conversely struggled to conceal his relief, silently thinking to himself, as expected of a true brother. He arrived at precisely the right moment. Yet hidden behind his mask, the bridesmaids present failed to catch this expression. Seizing the opportunity, he rose with feigned purpose and addressed the surrounding women. "Apologies, but I must return to work. Kindly step aside." With that, he hoisted the camera onto his shoulder and pretended to begin recording. The bridesmaids, observing Yifan's deliberately feigned earnestness, harbored no suspicion, merely assuming he was meticulous in his work. Yet inwardly they were filled with regret. So close. Just a little more, and they would have seen the face of the photographer whose stunning looks had been speculated upon by her best friend Zhao Qiqi. But what happened? The groom chose that exact moment to appear, abruptly cutting short their curiosity about the handsome stranger. Annoyance flickered across their faces, but there was nothing they could do. They knew their priorities. This was his wedding after all. No matter how childish, they understood what mattered most. So suppressing their irritation, they abandoned their fixation on Yifan's appearance and flocked to the door. The most frustrated of all was Zhao Qiqi. She was just a hair's breadth away from glimpsing Yifan's face when Qin Zhanfei chose that inopportune moment to arrive. "Why does he always ruin my plans?" as she muttered to herself. Truly, it's like that saying, enemies are destined to meet. At the door, she was the first to speak. She let out a cold laugh and shouted at Qin Zhanfei outside the door. "Oh, look who's here. The groom. I haven't settled the score with you for offending me earlier. Now I've got my chance. Let's settle old and new scores together. Want to marry our Lily? Have you figured out how to get past me?" Outside, Qin Zhanfei heard this, and a helpless wry smile spread across his face. He had long anticipated this situation, but he wasn't too worried. His strategist and boss had already infiltrated the enemy's ranks. Now it was just a matter of opening the door sooner or later, he was confident. Still, he had to go through the motions. Couldn't let things get too awkward and upset the bridesmaids. Otherwise, his wife would have his head when she got home. So with an apologetic smile, he addressed the bridesmaid Zhao Qiqi inside the door. "Qiqi, I was wrong about what happened before. I apologize here and now. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Consider me in your debt today. Just open the door, okay?" Inside, Zhao Qiqi and the others heard Qin Zhanfei's sincere apology, but they weren't about to let him off so easily. Instead, they replied with even more sarcastic tones, "Oh my. Our great groom actually bends the knee today? That's a rare sight. Where's that swagger you had before? You need to stand tall. I still prefer your rebellious side. Bring it back." Hearing Zhao Qiqi's barbed words from inside, Qin Zhanfei felt his head spin. He was never good at charming girls, and his eloquence was a weak point. He could manage a little cleverness, but in situations like this he was at a loss. However, the man standing beside him was a master at this. Seeing his good friend's predicament, Ma Yongqiang stepped forward with a chuckle, gently patted Qin Zhanfei's shoulder, and gave him a knowing look. Qin Zhanfei immediately understood, gave an okay sign, and stepped aside, letting Ma Yongqiang engage the bridesmaids. Ma Yongqiang cleared his throat and spoke cheerfully, "Dear fairy bridesmaids, please have mercy on us. As the saying goes, better to end a feud than to keep it going. Our Fae was a bit clueless before and inadvertently offended you lovely ladies. We apologize here and now. To show our sincerity, we've brought plenty of sincerity along. Please, beautiful and kind bridesmaids, give us a chance. Just open the door first, okay?" Indeed, Ma Yongqiang's eloquence was something Qin Zhanfei could never match. After his speech, Zhao Qiqi and the other bridesmaids inside couldn't help but curl their lips into smiles at his honeyed words, their earlier displeasure vanishing. They exchanged glances revealing satisfied expressions, and their tones softened. "Open the door?" Not so easy, they still refused. "The sincerity hasn't been shown yet. Want us to open the door? Show us your sincerity first." Hearing this, Qin Zhanfei and the others outside knew the bridesmaids were relenting. Qin Zhanfei secretly gave Ma Yongqiang a thumbs up and whispered, "Brother, well done. That's why you're you." Then smiling, he stepped forward, pulled out the red envelopes he had prepared in advance, and slipped them one by one through the crack in the door. Exactly 6 red envelopes, one for each bridesmaid. Of course, he had prepared more. This was just a test to gauge their reaction. If not enough, he could add more. Sure enough, Zhao Qiqi and the others inside saw only 5 or 6 envelopes and pouted in dissatisfaction. It wasn't about the money. They just felt the small number showed a lack of sincerity. Zhao Qiqi called out to the door, Groom, is this all the sincerity you've got? Then you'd better wait outside. There's no way we're opening the door. Hearing this, Qin Zhanfei and the others weren't angry. This was exactly the expected testing ground. Qin Zhanfei pulled out another 7 or 8 red envelopes and slipped them through the door. After this round, the bridesmaids' tones softened. That's more like it. All right, you've passed this round. Next, the second round. Qin Zhanfei and his team had just breathed a sigh of relief for passing one round when they heard there was a second round, and they were all taken aback. They knew that at a wedding time couldn't be wasted. Missing the auspicious hour would be troublesome. Qin Zhanfei quickly shouted, "Bridesmaids, that should be enough, right? Forgive and forget, we've given the red envelopes. What else isn't satisfied? Hurry up and say the word okay. Don't let us miss the timing." Hearing this, Zhao Qiqi hesitated for a moment, then turned to her best friend, the bride Su Lily. Su Lily met her friend's worried gaze and gave her a reassuring gesture. She wasn't trying to make things difficult for her soon-to-be husband. It was just that time wasn't tight yet, and a little fun wouldn't hurt. It was just a way to tease her future husband. Zhao Qiqi got the okay signal from her friend and instantly understood that Qin Zhanfei was bluffing about the time. She felt emboldened and said bluntly, "Anyway, I don't care. If you want to come in, you have to pass our second round. Otherwise, if our Lily is taken away so easily, who knows if you'll cherish and treasure her in the future." Qin Zhanfei quickly promised from outside, "Don't worry. Once we're married, I'll spoil her rotten. Please just open the door, okay?" Zhao Qiqi just chuckled, "Dream on. Promises are useless. Men's words are like ghost lies. I don't believe them. Enough talk, past the second round first." Qin Zhanfei and his team exchanged glances, helplessly gave in. "Fine, tell us, what's the second round?" He knew Zhao Qiqi was still trying to get back at him for earlier wanting to mess with him. Now he had to let her vent. But everyone knew their limits. Even if the door opened late, it would open eventually. They wouldn't go too far, so he wasn't too worried. Soon the bridesmaids conferred and shouted to Qin Zhanfei outside, "We'll ask you a few questions. If you answer correctly, we'll open the door. If not, you can think it over outside." Trapped outside, Qin Zhanfei and his team had no choice but to agree. "All right, go ahead." The bridesmaids threw out the first question. "Groom and best man, listen up. First question, what are the last 6 digits of our Lily's ID number?" Hearing this, Qin Zhanfei and the others were instantly stunned. Even the best man, let alone Qin Zhanfei, had never paid attention to the bride's ID number. Who would have thought they'd ask that? They scratched their heads, completely at a loss. Inside, the bridesmaids heard the silence from outside and knew they had stumped them. They grinned mischievously, already planning the next round's tricks. They didn't really expect Qin Zhanfei to answer. It was just teasing. Their real trump card was to hide the bride's shoes once the groom and his party entered. This was a common final challenge in wedding ceremonies. The bridesmaids deliberately hide the bride's shoes for the groom to find. The word shoe sounds like harmony, in Chinese symbolizing a harmonious union until old age. The groom finding the shoes signifies that the couple will walk together through life, a blessing for the newlyweds. At that moment, the bridesmaids were holding Su Lily's 2 wedding shoes, looking left and right, deciding where to hide them. Soon they found satisfactory spots. One was hidden by the left side of the door, the classic dark under the lamp effect, where the most obvious places are the least noticed. The other was even more clever. Zhao Qiqi tucked it directly into her bosom, covering it completely with her clothes. Inside the room, Yi Fan, holding a camera on his shoulders, silently observed everything, a faint smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Good thing he had disguised himself as a photographer and blended into otherwise with those 2 hiding spots. A group of blockheads like Qin Zhanfei would never find them. Moreover, that ID number question had already stumped them. 2 or 3 minutes had passed, and there was still no sound from outside. Yi Fan guessed they couldn't answer. He sighed. His brothers were lost without him. It seemed he would have to rely on himself in the end. Of course, he didn't know the last 6 digits of the bride's ID number either. He pretended to be casual, aiming the camera at the bride and bridesmaids as if engrossed in his work, while slowly edging toward the door. His movements were as natural as if he were just filming, revealing no abnormality. When Yi Fan reached the doorway, he did not immediately open it to let Qin Zhanfei and the others in. He deliberately took 2 steps backward toward the door, his back gently pressing against the wooden panel. His posture resembled that of a photographer seeking the perfect angle to capture a more striking shot. Who would have guessed that this person holding the camera and filming with such earnestness was actually an undercover agent sent by the groom's side? His mission was to quietly unlock the door and allow the groom and groomsmen to slip inside undetected. None of the bridesmaids, led by Zhao Qiqi, noticed Yi Fan's subtle movements toward the door. At this moment, the group of bridesmaids huddled together, whispering animatedly and bursting into fits of silvery laughter from time to time. Their minds were occupied with daydreaming about the scene to come, the groom and groomsmen rushing in, unable to find the bride's shoes, scratching their heads in frustration, utterly helpless, and finally reduced to begging them. The bride, however, was different from the bridesmaids. As the center of attention at this wedding, her sole desire was to capture her most beautiful self in every frame. Therefore, as Yi Fan slowly edged toward the doorway, she kept a close eye on the lens, occasionally turning to present her face for the camera. Especially when she saw Yi Fan deliberately stepping backward and leaning against the door, she couldn't help but think to herself, what a professional photographer. He's deliberately positioning himself to capture better shots. And he was quite handsome too. She wondered how much the bride's family had spent to hire him. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's heart was actually quite tense. The bride kept staring at him, and fearing he might reveal a slip, he could only strive to keep his composure and pretend everything was perfectly normal. He periodically adjusted his stance, as if searching for the perfect angle, either bending down to raise the camera higher or shifting his position to shoot from below. Amidst these seemingly casual movements, Yi Fan's arm brushed against the rotating button on the doorknob, whether deliberately or accidentally, though in truth, it was with clear purpose over and over again. Until a barely audible clicking sound reached his ears, and Yi Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The lock had opened. From here on, it was no longer his concern. Having completed his mission, Yi Fan immediately chose to withdraw, without a hint of hesitation, slowly gliding to the side. Outside the door, Qin Zhanfei and the others were pressing against the wooden panel, racking their brains to solve the riddles posed by the bridesmaids, scratching their heads in desperation and pacing in anxious circles. Last 6 digits of the bride's ID. That's ridiculous. Who could possibly guess that? Someone couldn't help but mutter. There was no way they were going outside to ask the parents-in-law was there. Even if they knew, which was doubtful, they might not tell anyway. Besides, it would be far too embarrassing, making them appear utterly incompetent as a group of grown men. Yet not asking meant the problem was unsolvable, and everyone felt at a loss. At that moment, Qin Zhanfei, who was leaning against the door deep in thought, suddenly heard a faint clicking sound from the room behind him. Hearing that crisp sound of the lock disengaging, Qin Zhanfei's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately realized it must be Yi Fan quietly unlocking the door from inside. An indescribable surge of joy instantly flooded his face. The others beside him, who had been fretting, accidentally glanced up and saw Qin Zhanfei's expression, leaving them utterly bewildered. They asked, "What's wrong?" As expected of my brother Fan. "He's making his move inside." Everyone was left completely confused. "What do you mean he's making his move?" Qin Zhanfei shot them a meaningful look and lowered his voice. "Just watch this." As he spoke, he quietly grasped the doorknob and slowly turned it. Normally, if the door were locked from the inside, the handle would not budge. Yet with a gentle twist from Qin Zhanfei, the door clicked open. Witnessing this, everyone froze for a moment, then chorused in unison, "Brother Fan is incredible." Unable to contain themselves any longer, they let out a triumphant cry and burst through the doorway. Inside the room, Zhao Qiqi and the others were still chattering, excitedly discussing what demands they should make, when the groomsmen couldn't find the shoes, hoping to make those fellows suffer a bit. Unexpectedly, the door suddenly swung open, and a wave of groomsmen enveloping the groom surged forcefully into the room. This caught them completely off guard, leaving them momentarily at a loss. Only after a long while did they snap out of it all, turning their curious stares toward the open door, their faces filled with disbelief as they asked, "How did they open the door? Did they somehow get a key from outside?" "But the keys are clearly in our possession. It's impossible to open from the outside." As they spoke, several bridesmaids simultaneously turned their gaze toward one person, the quiet, bespectacled girl who had let Yi Fan in earlier. This girl was named Su Jingjing, fitting her gentle nature, and she was the daughter of the bride's uncle, making her the bride's cousin. At this moment, Su Jingjing also wore a grievous expression. Seeing everyone's gazes fall upon her, she raised her hands defensively before they could even speak. "Don't look at me. I really did lock the door just now. I have no idea how it opened." Both the bride and the bridesmaids were full of doubts, but there was no time to ponder how the door had been opened. The people had already entered. Zhao Qiqi could only say helplessly to Qin Zhanfei and the others, "I really don't know how you fellows managed to pick the lock. Fine, you win this round. Now comes the final challenge, finding the bride's shoes. Only when you find them can you take our Lily away. If you can't find them, let's just see how generous your red envelopes are." As she spoke, the bridesmaids all flashed mischievous smiles, looking utterly confident. Hearing Zhao Qiqi's words, Qin Zhanfei and his companions showed no sign of worry. Instead, they exchanged glances and revealed equally sly smiles, then collectively turned their gaze toward Yi Fan, who was still holding the camera and filming. Yi Fan, no longer in the mood to pretend, directly held the camera with one hand and pointed toward the doorway with the other. Following his gesture, everyone quickly spotted the first shoe placed at the entrance. This left Zhao Qiqi and the other bridesmaids, including the bride, Su Lily, completely stunned by Yi Fan's actions. Just moments ago, they had thought him quite professional, but now, where was the professionalism to be seen? How could he so openly expose the little game between the bridesmaids and groomsmen? This completely broke the rules. Yet Yi Fan had no intention of explaining. Seeing them find the first shoe, he pointed again at the astonished Zhao Qiqi and said, "The other one is on her." Upon hearing Yi Fan reveal the location of the second shoe, as well, the bridesmaids' shock turned to anger. "What kind of photographer are you?" as someone couldn't help but accuse. "You don't understand the rules at all. How unprofessional. This is a game between us bridesmaids and the groomsmen. How could you say such things out loud?" By now they had long forgotten their earlier whispers about Yi Fan's good looks, their minds consumed entirely by the fire of broken rules, their brows crackling with indignation. Qin Zhanfei approached with a grin and extended his hand toward Zhao Qiqi. "Stop hiding it. Hand it over." Though deeply unwilling and frustrated, Zhao Qiqi still retrieved the bride's shoe from her chest and handed it to Qin Zhanfei, complaining as she did so, "Who is this photographer you hired? He's far too unprofessional, completely ruining the game. I'll definitely be complaining to the wedding planning company about him." Qin Jianfei took the shoe and flashed Zhao Qiqi a cunning smile, who said he was a photographer. Haha, is it possible that he's actually one of us groomsmen? Hearing this, every bridesmaid present, including the bride Su Lily, was left utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Yi Fan in utter astonishment. Just then, as if to confirm Qin Jianfei's words, Yi Fan casually handed the camera he had been carrying to another person who had entered with Qin Jianfei and the others, the real photographer. Meanwhile, Qin Jianfei had already slipped the shoes onto the bride's feet. Then bending down, he scooped her onto his back before the bewildered Su Lily could protest, striding cheerfully toward the door. Only then did the bridesmaids seem to finally realize they had been completely outsmarted by the groomsmen. Their little faces flushed with anger, yet powerless to do anything but follow Yi Fan and the others out, seething with frustration. Outside, the bride's parents and relatives, seeing the groom, Qin Jianfei, carrying the bride out of the room, immediately lit firecrackers. The sharp cracks of "pa pa pa" echoed through the courtyard, filling the entire compound with a jubilant atmosphere. What caught everyone slightly off guard, however, was that the bridesmaids trailing behind all looked as though they had suffered some great grievance, their faces flushed red with anger. But by then the scene was so chaotic that no one had time to step forward and ask what had happened. All eyes were fixed on the groom and bride. Leading the procession were not the newlyweds, but the 6 groomsmen, including Yi Fan. They walked in 2 rows of 3 side by side, moving forward like vanguard pioneers. There was a tradition behind this arrangement. The groomsmen, as the groom's closest brothers, were meant to clear all obstacles from the couple's path, ensuring their marriage would be filled with happiness and bliss. Right behind the groomsmen came Qin Jianfei, carrying the bride on his back. Following them were the bridesmaids. This order had its purpose. The bridesmaids walking behind the bride could tend to the hem of her gown whenever needed. The bride wore a magnificent red wedding dress with a wide flowing train. A moment's inattention could see it snag on a roadside stool or other objects, so the bridesmaids had to stay constantly vigilant. The wedding procession advanced steadily toward the bride's family home. Yi Fan and the other groomsmen at the front occasionally exchanged cheerful greetings with the bride's relatives, casually handing out cigarettes. Upon reaching the main gate, Yi Fan and his companions halted, standing 3 on each side of the entrance, their eyes fixed intently on the awaiting groom and bride. This too carried a deeper meaning. Once a daughter crossed the threshold of her parents' home, she would forever belong to another family. The words sounded harsh, yet they reflected a long-standing rural tradition. Everything was proceeding according to plan, until Yi Fan noticed a disruption. He saw an elderly woman pushing her way through the crowd. Everyone had instinctively stepped aside, creating a clear path for the bride and groom, but this old woman was laboriously forcing her way into the center of the aisle. The moment Yi Fan saw this, he understood exactly what was happening. Though he had never been married himself, he had seen countless such incidents on short videos, and his elders had often warned him. Some unreasonable old folks would deliberately cross in front of the newlyweds just as they were about to step out. This practice was known in some places as stealing the joy, or borrowing the luck. Whether in cities or rural areas, some superstitious elders believed that a newlywed couple embodied a heavenly ordained union, radiating the most potent, living joy in the household. By walking before them, they could absorb this auspicious energy and ward off illness and misfortune. Yet no matter where, such behavior was universally despised. After all, what newlywed couple would willingly lend their wedding joy to someone else? Whether born of superstition or mere psychological discomfort, encountering such a thing felt utterly revolting. Like discovering a dead fly in a bowl of soup just as you were about to finish it, an unbearable disgust. Yi Fan guessed the old woman was precisely up to this scheme. He wasn't the only one who noticed. Qin Jianfei, carrying the bride toward the gate, also caught sight of her. But by now they were almost at the threshold, leaving no room for hesitation. An old saying decreed that the bride and groom must never retrace their steps. Whatever lay ahead, they must press forward without stopping or looking back until the bride was safely seated in the wedding car. He could only watch helplessly, a bitter resignation swelling in his heart, certain that this wretched old woman would spoil the moment. Yet what happened next took everyone by surprise. Just as Qin Jianfei stepped over the threshold of the bride's home, carrying her outward, the old woman in the crowd seized her chance and lunged forward without a care. But Yi Fan, standing nearby, was not about to let his brother suffer such humiliation on his wedding day. He instantly sidestepped, positioning himself beside the old woman. As she lunged forward, Yi Fan almost instinctively raised his hand and pressed it firmly against her face. With minimal force, he shoved her back into the crowd face first. A thud followed by a sharp cry of pain. The old woman crashed heavily into the crowd. Yi Fan, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He pulled a tissue from his pocket and casually wiped the hand that had pressed her face. There was a bit of saliva on it. He said nonchalantly to Qin Jianfei, who was approaching, "What are you staring at? Get the bride into the car." Qin Jianfei was both shocked and deeply moved by what he had witnessed. In this day and age, who would dare to offend an old man or woman? A single fall could lead to a lawsuit that would leave you speechless. Only a true brother willing to risk everything for you would do such a thing. His eyes reddened with emotion, his lips trembling slightly. Finally, he managed only a single word: "Thank you." Yi Fan grinned and nodded at him. They were brothers, no words were needed. Everything was understood without a sound. Then Qin Jianfei, carrying the bride, continued toward the wedding car. Yi Fan and the other groomsmen followed. Seeing the couple heading for the car, Yi Fan first nodded to the bride's parents and said, "Could you two find out which relative that old woman belongs to? Doing something like that on such a joyous day is utterly disgusting. If you can avoid associating with her, it's best to cut ties." The bride's parents nodded repeatedly in agreement. "We noticed it too, but there was no time to stop her. Thanks to you. Or I will take care of it. We'll have a word with her later." What a disgrace. With that, Yi Fan wasted no more time. He led Hosey and the other groomsmen, quickly catching up to Qin Zhanfei, who was carrying the bride, toward the car, even sprinting ahead of him. After getting ahead of the groom, Yi Fan shot a meaningful glance at his brother-in-law Luo Xiaohao. They had already divvied up the tasks beforehand. Luo Xiaohao instantly understood and stepped forward, reaching the lead car of the wedding convoy. He smoothly opened the rear door and stood silently by waiting for the couple to get in. The entire sequence flowed without a single pause. Even the bride Su Lily, who was still on Qin Zhanfei's back, couldn't help whispering in his ear, "Your brothers are really something." They stopped that old woman trying to steal the joy, opened the car door, and handled everything perfectly, as if it had been rehearsed. Hearing his wife's praise, Qin Zhanfei puffed out his chest, though his back was already bent under the weight, and said, "Of course. Who do you think your husband is? The brothers I keep could never be ordinary." The bride chuckled at his boast. "You really have no modesty. Give you an inch, and you'll take a mile." Exchanging these sweet nothings, they strolled unhurriedly toward the wedding car. The bridesmaids following behind were visibly moved by the scene. They were all young women who would one day marry. Naturally, they hoped that when their own wedding day came, their husbands would have such a loyal group of brothers, thoughtful, proactive, doing everything that needed to be done without being asked. With that thought, the displeasure they had felt earlier from being teased by Yi Fan and the groomsmen gradually melted away. But what they saw next made them gasp in astonishment. Luo Xiaohao had opened the rear door of the wedding car. Qin Zhanfei, carrying the bride, was almost at the vehicle when Yi Fan suddenly did something no one expected. Without a moment's hesitation, he lay down flat on the red carpet beside the door. The other groomsmen, including Hosey, were initially stunned by Yi Fan's action, but quickly caught on. Without a second thought, they lay down beside him. 6 men lying side by side on the ground made a spectacular sight. Everyone present was both shocked and moved. Even Qin Zhanfei, carrying the bride, felt his eyes sting with emotion. He understood perfectly what Yi Fan and the others meant. They wanted him and the bride to step on their backs to enter the car. This was also a rural wedding custom, but nowadays people were too concerned with saving face to use this method to honor brotherhood. Moreover, this was not part of the prearranged plan. It was Yi Fan's spontaneous decision. Qin Zhanfei had grown up following Yi Fan since childhood, and he knew Yi Fan's personality all too well. He was a man who valued his pride above all. Yet for his beloved brother, he had gone this far. How could Qin Zhanfei not be moved? In an instant, a mist clouded his eyes. A burly man over 6 feet tall nearly shed tears on his wedding day, his voice choked with emotion. "Fan Guyu." Yi Fan, still lying on the ground, saw Qin Zhanfei hesitating and urged him with a laugh, "Stop your damn nonsense. Hurry up. Don't be a woman about it." In truth, Yi Fan was willing to do this not only because Qin Zhanfei was his lifelong brother, but also because last night Luo Xiaoxi had told him many things, how much these brothers had done for her and her daughter during his absence. They had helped with everything they could, and even when they couldn't, they did their utmost. Whenever the mother and daughter lacked anything, these brothers would find a way to provide without needing to be asked. Knowing all this warmed Yi Fan's heart, and he made the spontaneous decision to repay their kindness in this way. Urged by Yi Fan, Qin Zhanfei took a deep breath, nodded, and carried the bride toward the wedding car. But he did not actually step on Yi Fan and the others' backs. Instead, he navigated through the gaps between the lying men, carrying the bride step by step into the car. At that moment, Qin Zhanfei's uncle also witnessed the scene and was equally moved. He couldn't help but exclaim, "My nephew is truly blessed to have such a group of brothers." Then he added a rhyme. "When the bride and groom step on the backs, their life will be filled with flavor and joy." With Uncle Qin Zhanfei's loud shout, Qin Zhanfei, carrying the bride on his back, also reached the car. Turning around, the bride Su Lily slipped into the wedding car. Seeing his wife seated in the car, without the slightest hesitation, Qin Zhanfei turned around to help Yi Fan and the others who were still lying on the ground. Although he hadn't stepped on their backs when he crossed over them earlier, he still earnestly brushed off the non-existent dust from their backs. Yi Fan understood that Qin Zhanfei was expressing his gratitude in his own way. Sometimes the bond between brothers doesn't need many words. When it was Yi Fan's turn to have his back brushed, Qin Zhanfei's eyes reddened. Seeing this, Yi Fan said irritably, "Damn it, I'm warning you, don't act like a little girl. This is what brothers do. Today is your big day. Brothers wish you a happy marriage." Hearing this, Qin Zhanfei finally cracked a smile and hugged him, saying, "Thanks, Fan, go." Yi Fan gently patted his back. "All right, get in the car and go. It's getting late, and the family is waiting for us to bring the bride home." Heeding Yi Fan's advice, Qin Zhanfei didn't delay any longer. He turned around, pulled open the front passenger door, and sat in. Yi Fan, seeing him settled, closed the door for him. Then from among the bridesmaids at the back of the crowd, a girl carrying a red wash basin walked over. She smiled and nodded at Yi Fan and the others, then opened the rear door and got in. Seeing everyone seated, Yi Fan called out, "Brothers, let's head back." Then Monkey Ma Yongxiang and the others walked back one by one, each picking a car at random to get into. Yifan, needless to say, chose the second car. As the best man, he should have ridden in the lead car to handle any issues that arose. But on the way back, it wasn't possible. The wedding's lead car had to seat the bride, bridesmaid, and groom, and he couldn't drive it either. After all, there was a rural custom: the driver must be married, symbolizing happiness and a good omen. Since Yifan wasn't married, Qin Zhanfei's uncle had to drive. He drove there and would drive back. As the best man, Yifan couldn't stay too far from the lead car. Without hesitation, he chose the second car. Walking up to it, he pulled open the driver's door and sat in. As soon as he sat down, Yifan couldn't help but curse, "Damn it," almost pushing the door open to flee. Because after sitting down, he glanced sideways and found 4 bridesmaids in the car, especially the one in the front passenger seat. He knew her all too well. It was the bride's best friend and bridesmaid Zhao Qiqi. Given her relationship with the bride Su Lily, she should have been in the lead car, but she'd chosen the second car instead. Yifan could figure out why without even thinking. The expression on Zhao Qiqi's face at that moment confirmed it completely. At that moment, Zhao Qiqi was still in the same outfit: short black hair at her ears, a pink down jacket, and tight black dress pants, looking every bit like a handsome young boy. She sat in the front passenger seat, legs crossed, staring straight at Yifan with a mocking gaze that made him feel uneasy. Yifan glanced back at the rear seats. The 3 bridesmaids, though not dressed as boyishly as Zhao Qiqi, were also looking at him with glinting, expectant eyes, as if waiting for a show. This scene left Yifan speechless. He muttered to himself, "Is it really that serious? It was just a small joke. Why make such a fuss?" It made him extremely awkward. Yifan began to act as if nothing was wrong. He rolled down the window to look outside, checked the car, then fastened his seatbelt, putting on a busy air. Zhao Qiqi and the other bridesmaids, seeing his flustered and busy demeanor, couldn't help but smile. "Oh my! Isn't this our great photographer? What a coincidence! How come the photographer is also driving a car? You're quite multi-talented." Zhao Qiqi spoke first, her tone full of teasing. Yifan knew he couldn't keep up the act. He smiled helplessly. "Well, the more you can do, the more you do." Zhao Qiqi pretended to be angry, crossing her arms in front of her chest, and snorted. "Enough. Tell me, how are we going to settle the score for messing with us earlier?" Hearing this, Yifan groaned inwardly. "Qin Zhanfei, you owe me big time. If you don't call me Dad a few times, this won't be over." But this situation had to be faced. Yifan smiled awkwardly. Bridesmaid sister, what happened before was just a joke. Don't take it to heart. I apologize to you. As they say, it's better to make peace than to hold grudges. Let's be friends, okay?" His plea for forgiveness successfully made Zhao Qiqi and the other bridesmaids burst into silvery laughter. After laughing, Zhao Qiqi pretended to be still a bit angry and said, "It's not impossible for us to forgive you. At the very least, take off your mask and hat, won't you? Otherwise, we feel like you're not being sincere at all. There's no sincerity in your apology." She turned to ask the bridesmaids in the back, "Don't you agree, sisters?" The bridesmaids in the back quickly chimed in, Right. To apologize, you have to at least take off your mask and hat." Yifan had no choice. He sighed, took off his cap and mask, and casually placed them on the dashboard near the windshield. Once done, he turned and smiled at them. "Is that enough? Is that sincere enough? I'll say sorry again. Sorry, it was all a misunderstanding. Don't mind it." But the 4 bridesmaids seemed not to hear his apology at all. They were all staring blankly at Yifan's face. Zhao Qiqi was the most exaggerated. Her eyes were nearly popping out, as if they were glued to Yifan's face. Her mouth slowly formed an O shape, and she almost drooled. Based on her earlier guess, Yifan's eyebrows and eyes suggested he was a good-looking guy. But when he actually took off the mask, she realized that handsome was an understatement. Even some young idols in the entertainment industry couldn't compare. Saying he was devastatingly handsome felt like an understatement. Yifan finished his apology, but they didn't respond at all. He realized they were all staring at him, frozen, as if under a spell, and found it somewhat helpless. To be honest, it wasn't that he was being pretentious. The system had really boosted his looks to an exaggerated degree this time. Earlier, before leaving Qin Zhanfei's house, Yifan had washed his face and looked in the mirror. His pores were incredibly fine, and all the spots and dark circles from staying up late had vanished. His skin was as smooth and fair as a woman's. He even had reason to believe that if he dressed up in women's clothing and cosplayed, he could easily charm a bunch of men. Just imagine the famous internet figure, Happy Yuan, to get an idea. Yifan was about to say something when he saw that over by the lead car, the bride's parents had finished speaking with her and were about to start the car. The bride's mother was crying hard tears and snot streaming down. Her father silently turned away and walked off smoking. As he walked, Yifan noticed his eyes were red too. Yifan understood. After all, raising a daughter for over 20 years, and now she was being taken away completely. It would be hard for anyone. But this day had to come. After they finished their farewells, the lead car started and slowly drove forward. Yifan didn't want to think too much. He started the engine and followed. As Yifan drove, he snapped the bridesmaids back to reality. Realizing how they had been acting, they all blushed and felt too embarrassed to look at him again. The almost drooling moment was just too shameful. Especially since it happened right in front of Yifan, which made them even more embarrassed. This made Yifan feel more at ease. Without anyone chattering in his ear, he could focus on driving. How nice. But this quiet atmosphere didn't last long. Most people in such a situation would be too shy to talk to Yi Fan, but Zhao Qiqi was different. Naturally thick-skinned, she didn't care about the embarrassment. She was stunned for only a moment before quickly recovering. Seeing that the three bridesmaids in the back were too shy to speak, she seized the opportunity. Her mouth was like it was rented and needed to be used, quickly firing question after question at Yi Fan, driving him crazy. It wasn't over yet. Just as Yi Fan was at his wit's end from Zhao Qiqi's barrage of questions, the three bridesmaids in the back row, seeing someone take the lead, seemed to receive some unspoken signal. Forgetting their shyness, they began following suit one by one. It truly lived up to the old saying, it takes 3 years to learn virtue, but only 3 days to learn vice. In Yi Fan's eyes, they couldn't even maintain their restraint for 3 minutes before following Zhao Qiqi down the wrong path. Any lingering sense of embarrassment had long been discarded. One after another, they pelted him with bizarre questions like census takers, their noise making his head feel like it might burst. At first, Yi Fan managed to mumble perfunctory responses, but as things escalated further, it quickly crossed the threshold of his tolerance. The reason was simple: answering their questions was pure torture for him. Take Zhao Qiqi's inquiry for instance. "Hey there, handsome, what's your name?" Yi Fan tossed out a casual reply, "Yi Fan." Then they asked about his age. Still keeping his eyes on the road, he answered without turning around, 26. Upon hearing this, the girls burst into surprised laughter, covering their mouths. "Impossible. With that face of yours, even claiming to be 20 might stretch disbelief." Yi Fan found this entirely unsurprising. Ever since the system enhanced his appearance stats, his skin had become unusually fair and smooth, almost like he'd aged backward to 18. So he simply brushed off their skepticism without bothering to explain further, given how little they knew each other. But when Yi Fan ignored them, they pivoted to another question. "Hey handsome, do you have a girlfriend?" Heaving a sigh of exasperation, Yi Fan gave a blunt reply. "I'm married with a 4-year-old daughter." This sparked fresh skepticism from the girls. "Really? I don't believe it. How old are you even? How could you possibly have a daughter already?" But that was merely the beginning. They went on to ask where he lived and what he did for work. Yi Fan could somewhat understand these questions. What drove him to the brink of breaking, though, was Zhao Qiqi in the front passenger seat. Frustrated by his evasive answers, she grew convinced he was stringing her along. Dressed tomboyishly with an equally carefree disposition, even more socially bold than most guys, she had completely shed her boundaries and began scrutinizing Yi Fan's appearance. She leaned over the seat, pressing close to Yi Fan's face and studying his skin intently, wondering if he'd applied makeup before heading out. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Yi Fan's temper flared. He snapped, "What are you doing?" "I'm driving. This is dangerously distracting." Zhao Qiqi barely registered his outburst. Instead, she turned back to the bridesmaids and gushed, "Girls, I checked. He hasn't applied any makeup? Isn't that incredible? How can a guy's skin be this flawless?" With that, she began pawing at Yi Fan, even reaching out to pinch his cheek, eager to test whether his skin was as smooth and fair as she imagined. Finally, losing his patience behind the wheel, Yi Fan exploded, "Are you out of your mind?" Honestly, after years of navigating the workforce, he'd come to regard himself as both articulate and patient. Yet here was a woman who managed to exhaust his tolerance entirely. He realized too late that he'd been mistaken about their restraint. If he hadn't shown his teeth, these bridesmaids would have treated him like it was some casual outing. Yi Fan assumed his sharp reprimand would settle things. Based on his experience with women, even if they didn't openly curse him out, they'd at least spare him a cold shoulder, buying himself some peace and quiet. What he'd overlooked was that such treatment was reserved for ordinary people. His appearance, enhanced by the system to a 90 score level, placed him just a hair's breadth above the average person. The kind of face that commanded admiration rather than dismissal. With looks like his courtesy demanded respect. The force of his outburst genuinely startled Zhao Qiqi and the others. They retreated from their previous boldness, abandoning thoughts of touching his face again. Yi Fan exhaled in relief. Never before had he imagined being pursued by women could be so unbearable. In all honesty, he wasn't the type to remain untouched by female attention, especially given the 4 striking bridesmaids sharing his vehicle. Yet despite his nature, he maintained clear boundaries. Until a relationship truly ended, he would never entertain advances from others. This reflected his fundamental respect for his partner. That principled stance was precisely why he'd reacted so sharply, to sever any lingering complications immediately. Just as he anticipated, the remainder of the journey would pass peacefully, with no further harassment, as they followed the procession to collect the bride and fulfill his duty. That fragile calm shattered within moments. The companions' composure proved fleeting, and soon they reverted to their former behavior. First, Zhao Qiqi approached him cautiously, almost timidly. "Brother Yi Fan, please don't be angry. We simply wanted to chat with you. Think about it. All this driving back is so tedious, we were just trying to pass the time." Yi Fan found merit in her reasoning and replied calmly, "I'm not upset. I merely asked you not to keep asking questions while I'm driving." He believed he'd made himself perfectly clear. She could converse with the others as long as it didn't interfere with his focus on the road. Whether they genuinely failed to grasp his meaning, or simply chose to ignore it the moment they sensed his tone had softened, they pressed forward with another question. "By the way, brother Yi Fan, what kind of girl do you prefer?" Yi Fan felt utterly speechless at this question. Why did the conversation keep circling back to such topics? Deciding to mirror his earlier approach, he remained silent and focused on driving, deliberately ignoring them. When Yi Fan fell silent once more, they resumed their animated discussion, filling the car with chatter that buzzed incessantly around his ears like flies. In that moment, he longed to escape entirely. He finally understood why Sun Wukong in A Chinese Odyssey wanted to strangle Tang Sanzang. Sometimes circumstances leave one with no alternative. They say 3 women make a play, but these 4 were more like a flock of geese honking uncontrollably. When Yi Fan grew weary of their relentless chatter and considered shouting at them to be quiet, though he recognized it was his brother's wedding day and wished to avoid souring the mood, they persisted with their endless questions, constantly disrupting his concentration. Suddenly, he noticed the lead vehicle ahead slam on its brakes. Reacting instinctively, Yi Fan stomped his own brake pedal, sending everyone in the car, including the bridesmaids, lurching backward from the sudden deceleration. The bridesmaids were startled momentarily, fearing Yi Fan had intentionally braked to punish them for their excessive chatting. Before anyone could voice their thoughts, they realized the lead vehicle had simply stopped. Understanding dawned. Yi Fan hadn't acted deliberately. Their attention shifted entirely forward. Yi Fan watched the car ahead, assuming something minor had caused a brief pause that would soon resolve, so he waited quietly. Yet after 2 or 3 minutes, the vehicle remained stationary. More concerning, he observed Qin Zhanfei's uncle exiting the car and failing to return for an extended period. A sense of unease immediately took hold. In wedding traditions, the procession never halted without cause during the journey to fetch the bride. Pushing open his door, Yi Fan stepped out to investigate. Inside, Zhao Qiqi and the other bridesmaids noticed his departure and prepared to follow. Spotting their intention to join him, Yi Fan waved them back. Stay in the car, he instructed. I'll check what's happening and return shortly. Zhao Qiqi and the others complied with a nod, adding a concerned reminder about staying safe, presenting themselves as remarkably well-behaved. Witnessing this display, Yi Fan felt that familiar frustration mounting. Pinching the bridge of his nose in annoyance, he proceeded forward. Blocked by the vehicles ahead, and with the narrow roadway, he hadn't been able to discern what was occurring. Only upon reaching the front did he discover an electric tricycle positioned awkwardly across the intersection's bend, obstructing the path. A banner hung from the tricycle bore the message, "I'm not the groom, but I've loved the bride." Perched atop the vehicle sat a young man with dyed yellow hair and a delinquent air, lounging casually, with a cigarette radiating an insolent confidence. Qin Zhanfei's uncle stood nearby, attempting conversation, but the yellow-haired youth ignored him entirely, maintaining his haughty demeanor. Approaching the lead vehicle, Yi Fan glanced at Qin Zhanfei in the passenger seat and asked, "What's going on?" Qin Zhanfei responded with visible frustration, explaining, "Brother Fan, this individual suddenly drove his tricycle across the intersection, blocking our path. Uncle had no choice but to stop." Yi Fan acknowledged this information and inquired further, "Then what about that banner on his tricycle? Could it be that?" Qin Zhanfei's anger intensified at this question. "Brother Fan, it's not what you're thinking. Lily already explained everything. That man is Su Tailang, a local troublemaker from her village who previously pursued her. As you can see, there's no way Lily could have feelings for someone like him." Despite multiple rejections, he refused to take no for an answer. What's worse, when he learned of her upcoming wedding just days ago, he went to her home, causing disturbances before being driven away by her relatives and friends. At that moment, the bride Su Lily rolled down her rear window and addressed Yi Fan. "My family's relatives and friends had already warned him before. We thought the matter was resolved, but unexpectedly, he came directly here to block our path. Earlier, Zhanfei wanted to go down and teach him a lesson, but uncle insisted on handling it himself to avoid causing trouble on such an important day." After grasping the full situation, Yi Fan nodded understandingly. He recognized Qin Zhanfei's uncle was attempting to avoid complicating matters, further concerned that the younger man might act impulsively, so he chose to handle the confrontation himself rather than involve Qin Zhanfei. Once he understood the complete sequence of events, Yi Fan gave Qin Zhanfei a reassuring nod from beside the vehicle. "All right, leave it to me. I'll go see what's happening." With those words, he turned and walked toward the tricycle. Before he could even get close, Yi Fan heard Uncle Qin Zhanfei's earnest and weighty admonition from afar. "I say, what's the matter with you, young man? As the saying goes, there are plenty of fish in the sea, why cling to this one flower? Besides, what were you doing earlier? She's already married now, and you're still blocking the way. What's the point?" Hearing Uncle Qin Zhanfei's advice, the thug called Su Tailong, whom the bride Su Lily had referred to, not only showed no sign of restraint or heeding the words, but instead grew even more arrogant. He stood on his electric tricycle, looking down from a height, sneering at Uncle Qin Zhanfei, with his nostrils flared, and pointed at him as he cursed. "Oh shit, you old bastard, you dare to lecture me. Let me tell you, I've loved Lily for a long time. We're the real couple. If you know what's good for you, have Lily come out now, and the rest of you can fuck off. Don't waste your damn time here." After hurling those words, seeing that Uncle Qin Zhanfei was about to say something, Su Tailang gave him no chance, and immediately cursed again. "Don't bother spouting that meaningless crap to me. I'll make it clear today, I'm standing here, and no one, not even the Jade Emperor, can take the woman I love away. That's final." Hearing this arrogant and unreasonable tirade, even with the best of breeding, Uncle Qin Zhanfei was furious, his dark, weathered face turning purple with rage. He clenched his molars so hard that his jaw bulged, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the other man, as if he were about to lunge forward and fight. Seeing this, Yi Fan knew that reasoning with such a person was utterly pointless. The only thing they respected was brute force. You had to slap them in the face before they'd listen to any reason. So Yifan, fearing that Uncle Qin Zhanfei might get hurt, stepped forward and said, "Uncle, why don't you go back to the car? Let me handle this." Hearing Yifan's voice, Uncle Qin Zhanfei, who was about to argue further, turned around. Only then did he realize that Yifan had somehow come up behind him. His expression immediately changed, and he forced a smile, saying, "Xiao Fan, just get in the car. This has nothing to do with you. I can handle it." Yifan understood perfectly well. The older man was worried that a young person like him might act impulsively and do something reckless. So he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I can handle it. Trust me, I know exactly how to deal with people like this." Uncle Qin Zhanfei still hesitated at Yifan's words. He naturally couldn't believe that Yifan actually had a way to deal with such a thug. The reason he thought this way was because he didn't know what kind of person Yifan used to be. When he had seen Yifan that morning, Yifan was wearing a pair of small glasses, looking refined and cultured with such a handsome face that he seemed like the perfect other people's child. As the saying goes, a scholar meets a soldier. Reason is useless. So he also feared that Yifan would suffer a loss. Just as he was struggling with indecision, Su Tailong, who was sitting proudly on the tricycle with a head of dyed yellow hair, saw Yifan and couldn't help but let out a snicker. He jumped off the tricycle, came up to Yifan, glared at him with a sideways look, and cursed arrogantly, "Oh, pretty boy, you're not the groom, are you? Take my advice. That woman is not someone you can handle. Hand her over nicely and get lost." Hearing this arrogant curse, Yifan was stunned for a moment before he realized what was happening. It turned out that this idiot didn't recognize him. When he was reasoning with Uncle Qin Zhanfei earlier, he hadn't noticed which car Yifan had come from, so he mistook Yifan for the groom. But Yifan couldn't be bothered to explain. He firmly pushed Uncle Qin Zhanfei aside. Pushed to the side, Uncle Qin Zhanfei didn't feel angry at all at Yifan's action. He also understood that no matter how much he reasoned with such a thug, the guy wouldn't listen, so he silently stepped aside to watch how Yifan would handle it. If Yifan really did get impulsive and start a fight, he would just step in to stop him. He absolutely couldn't let Yifan get into trouble because of his nephew's matter. After all, one must have a conscience, as he saw it. By now, Yifan had already walked up to Su Tailong's electric tricycle. Facing Su Tailong's insults of "pretty boy" right in his face, he didn't get angry. Instead, he looked down at the banner hanging on the tricycle, which read, "The groom is not me, but I once loved the bride." He clicked his tongue in mock admiration. Seeing that Yifan ignored him and kept staring at his banner with that faintly mocking expression, Su Tailong grew even more furious. He pointed at Yifan and burst out cursing, "Pretty boy, I'm talking to you. What the fuck are you looking at? Didn't you hear me, asshole?" Yifan, who had been mocking him, immediately darkened his expression at this curse. To be honest, he could tolerate almost any insult. After all these years, he had faced everything without taking it to heart. But cursing his mother was a line he would not cross. Without a moment's hesitation, in response to Su Tailong's curse, Yifan swung his hand and delivered a sharp slap. You see, Yifan's current physical fitness had already reached a score of 70, a full 20 points higher than an ordinary person. And this slap, delivered in anger, was both swift and vicious. Su Tailong barely had time to react before the heavy slap landed on his arrogant face, sending him sprawling sideways, even flinging off the cotton boots he was wearing. This scene left Uncle Qin Zhanfei, who had been standing nearby, ready to stop Yifan if a conflict broke out, utterly bewildered. To be honest, it happened too fast. He didn't even register it. Yifan didn't even do a wind-up for a skill, nor did he curse back. He just struck with a slap. Moreover, this thug, who in his estimation must have weighed at least 130 or 140 gene, was flipped clean over by that single slap. He found it hard to imagine how Yifan, with such a slim build, could have so much strength. The reason he thought this way was that Yifan was wearing a thick cotton coat, which hid his physique. On top of that, after the system's enhancement of his appearance, Yifan's face was too fair and delicate, making him look like a pretty boy, so no one would guess his real strength. Thus he stood there in shock for a long time before finally snapping out of it. He rushed over and grabbed Yifan. Xiao, you don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. It's not worth it for someone like this." Yifan had intended to go over and kick him a few more times. He had been in a foul mood earlier because of the bridesmaids chattering in the car, and this guy had the audacity to point at his face and curse his mother. If he wasn't going to get beaten, who would? This was a classic case of someone asking for a beating. Pulled back by Uncle Qin Zhanfei, Yifan didn't rush forward immediately. Instead, he turned around and smiled at Uncle Qin Zhanfei, saying, "Uncle, it's fine. I know my limits. Listen, why don't you go wait in the car? Once I'm done, we can set off." Hearing Yifan's persuasion, Uncle Qin Zhanfei naturally wouldn't just go back to the car and wait. He didn't believe a single word of Yifan's "know my limits." A slap that had flipped a grown man. How much strength would that require? So he still clung tightly to Yifan's arm, refusing to let go. Yifan had no choice but to whisper, "Don't hold me back. I won't hit him again. I'll just scare him a bit, okay?" Hearing Yifan's assurance along with his calm eyes, Uncle Qin Zhanfei finally relaxed. He gently released Yifan and whispered, "You must not hit him again. Hurting someone is against the law, and on this happy day, it's not worth it." Hearing his uncle's words, Yifan gave him a reassuring look, then walked directly to Su Tailong's electric tricycle with the banner. He gathered his strength, then lifted his leg and kicked the door, which was pasted with the banner, with all his might. The next scene not only shocked Uncle Qin Zhanfei, but also stunned Su Tailong, who had been knocked to the ground and was about to curse again. Because his electric tricycle, which must have weighed at least 300 kilograms, was kicked clean over by Yi Fan's single blow. It rolled directly into a small ditch beside the field. This terrified Su Tailong, who was lying on the ground. He looked at Yi Fan as if he were seeing a monster. Seeing the terrified look in his eyes, Yi Fan knew he had achieved the desired effect. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward. Watching Yi Fan approach, Su Tailong, who had been frozen in terror, finally snapped out of it. His legs trembling, he scrambled backward, pushing against the ground. He kept shouting in panic, "Don't come near me. Don't come near me." His speech was slurred, and he whistled through the gaps. Yi Fan's slap had knocked out several of his teeth. Yi Fan couldn't care less about his state. He strode over, crouched down, and grabbed him by the collar, snarling, "You little bastard, have you been watching too many triad movies? Turned your brain to mush, you son of a bitch. Acting like a gangster, blocking the road to snatch a bride. Come on, answer me. Still going to block?" Hearing this, Su Tailong was terrified, and even though his legs were shaking, he hurriedly said, "I won't block, I won't block, I won't block. Big brother, please let me go. I know I was wrong." Hearing his plea for mercy, Yi Fan nodded with satisfaction and patted his face lightly. "Read fewer web novels. What era is this? Still pulling that block the road to steal the bride stunt. Besides, do you think you're long out yin from a power fantasy? You idiot, learn your lesson. Not everyone has as good a temper as I do." Just as Su Tailong thought Yi Fan would let him go after that scolding, it wasn't over yet. Yi Fan grabbed him, walked to the edge of the field ditch, and with a flick of his wrist tossed him in. Right on top of his tricycle. After dealing with the thug named Su Tailong, Yi Fan looked as if he had just disposed of a piece of unimportant trash with not a trace of concern on his face. He casually brushed off the non-existent dust from his hands, turned around, and grinned at Uncle Chin, who was still standing there dumbfounded. Hearing Yi Fan's movements, Uncle Chin seemed to snap out of his daze. He first looked at the thug Su Tailong lying in the ditch and groaning, then turned to Yi Fan, who looked completely unconcerned, and said worriedly, "I say, you kid, you're too impulsive. You beat him up like this. If he calls the police later, what will you do?" Yi Fan chuckled and reassured him, "Don't worry, uncle. He won't dare call the police. Blocking the road to snatch a bride is illegal in itself. We can totally sue him for highway robbery. There are dash cams in the cars. What I did was self-defense. Even if he does call the police, who do you think they'll believe, us or a thug? They might even lock him up to have some porridge for a few days." Yi Fan deliberately spoke loudly, his words carrying a double meaning, both to comfort Uncle Chin and to warn Su Tailong, who was still groaning in the ditch. In truth, Yi Fan's words were mostly meant to scare Su Tailong. After all, Yi Fan had physically assaulted someone and knocked out several teeth. If this had happened in a big city, it would have been a huge trouble. Su Tailong would have definitely sued him into bankruptcy, and Yi Fan might have ended up having porridge for 2 years himself. But this happened in a village where things were different. Law enforcement was already laxer here. Even if the police were called, it would at most result in a compensation negotiation, and the amount wouldn't be high, a few thousand yuan at best. Besides, that was assuming the other party knew the law. Yi Fan didn't believe for a second that a thug like Su Tailong had any legal knowledge. That's why he dared to act so decisively. The same went for the earlier lesson he taught Yi Sanggu, who had harassed Luo Xiaoxi. After comforting Uncle Chin, Yi Fan stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "Let's go. No one's blocking the road now. We need to get back quickly. The family is waiting." Uncle Chin listened to Yi Fan's words. Although he was still a bit worried after thinking it over, he felt Yi Fan made sense, so he followed him back. As they passed the lead wedding car, Yi Fan saw Qin Zhanfei leaning out of the window, giving him a thumbs up. "Fan Gu, you're awesome. Holy crap, how did you manage that kick? So much strength. You kicked the tricycle right into the ditch. Have you been secretly learning martial arts behind our backs all these years? Otherwise, how could you have such power?" Yi Fan rolled his eyes at him. "Watch fewer dumb TV shows. There's no such thing as kung fu in this world." With that, he walked off toward his own car at the back. At that moment, the bride Su Lily suddenly called out from behind, "Fan Gu, you're so handsome." Without turning his head, Yi Fan waved his hand and got into his car. The moment he sat down, the bridesmaids, including Zhao Qiqi, crowded around him and asked in a flurry, "Little brother, what happened up front? Why were we stuck for so long?" Yi Fan had just dealt with Su Tailong, and his anger had subsided somewhat, so he wasn't as irritable. But he couldn't be bothered to explain much. Otherwise, they would keep asking endlessly. So he simply told a little lie. It was just a thug blocking the road for some wedding candy. I gave him a handful, and he left. Zhao Qiqi and the others didn't doubt it much. After all, in the countryside, it was common for people to block cars asking for candy or red envelopes. And so the episode caused by the thug Su Tailong was resolved. The lead car restarted, and Yi Fan quickly started his engine and followed. Along the way, Zhao Qiqi and the others continued to pepper Yi Fan with questions. But this time, Yi Fan wasn't as angry as before. Perhaps Su Tailong had taken the edge off his temper. In response to their inquiries, Yi Fan just grunted noncommittally. Seeing that he really didn't want to engage, they finally lost interest and started whispering among themselves right in front of him without any restraint. This made Yi Fan extremely embarrassed. He didn't mean to eavesdrop, but the car was so small that even their whispers were crystal clear to him. They were talking about women's topics like irregular periods and how heavy or light the flow is. Fortunately, this awkwardness didn't last long. Soon the wedding convoy arrived at Qin Zhanfei's doorstep. The moment the car stopped, Yifan didn't even say goodbye. He pushed open the door and bolted out, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Zhao Qiqi and the other bridesmaids who were about to get out of the car saw Yifan's panicked escape and exchanged glances, whispering, "Are we that scary? Look at how cute he is when he's scared." As they spoke, the bridesmaids burst out laughing. After the laughter, Zhao Qiqi said seriously to the other bridesmaids, "Sisters, I'm telling you up front. I've made up my mind. I've set my sights on that man. I'm going to chase him, so don't you dare compete with me." Hearing this, the other bridesmaids who had been laughing just moments before immediately stopped smiling. They looked at each other and finally, as if they had made an important decision, they said to Zhao Qiqi, "Qiqi, being so domineering isn't right. We've also got our eyes on such a handsome guy. Besides, you two haven't even started yet, right? Let's have fair competition." With those words, the bridesmaids who had been as close as sisters just moments ago each showed a hint of barely perceptible hostility in their eyes. Zhao Qiqi wasn't unreasonable. Hearing them, she nodded. "Fine. Sisters are sisters, but if it comes to a real competition, I won't go easy on you." At this, they all started laughing again, chatting and giggling as if the tense atmosphere had never existed. If Yifan had seen this scene, he would surely have said, "Women are truly fickle creatures. How terrifying." At this moment, Yifan had already gathered the 6 groomsmen, including himself, and arranged them in 2 rows of 3 each, holding a confetti cannon, waiting at Qin Zhanfei's doorstep. They were supposed to set off the cannons and offer blessings when the bride and groom got out of the car. But after waiting for a long time, the master of ceremonies still hadn't called for them to get out. Yifan was puzzled. What's going on? The ceremony should have started as soon as the car arrived. This wedding MC is so unprofessional. Thinking this, Yifan was about to go inside to urge them. But before he could move, he saw Qin Zhanfei's father, Secretary Qin, hurrying out of the courtyard. Yifan went up to him and asked, "Uncle, what's wrong? Where's the MC? Why isn't he calling the bride and groom out?" Secretary Qin was also anxious and scratched his head. "Sai, who knows what this wedding company is up to? I've been urging them since you set off, but the MC still hasn't shown up. Every time I call, they say, almost there, almost there." Yifan was speechless. It felt like his buddy Qin Zhanfei's marriage was like Tang Sanzang's journey to the west. 81 tribulations, one obstacle after another. First, there was the bridesmaid whom the groom had offended before blocking the door. Fortunately, he had prepared ahead and pretended to be a photographer with a camera, tricking her into opening the car door. On the way back, they encountered a village thug trying to snatch the bride. Yifan slapped him down and managed to bring the bride safely to Qin Zhanfei's home. Now at the doorstep, when it's time to welcome the bride out of the car, the MC is late. What kind of mess is this? Yifan couldn't help complaining. "Uncle, which wedding company did you hire? This is so unprofessional." Secretary Qin also looked helpless. "You're telling me? I'll definitely lodge a complaint later. But the immediate priority is, what do we do now? What else can we do?" Yifan said helplessly. "No matter what, let's get the bride out of the car first. We can't just leave her sitting awkwardly in the car, making a spectacle of ourselves." Secretary Qin nodded, agreeing with Yifan. "Then should I find someone to temporarily fill in as the MC?" Yifan also nodded. "That's the only option." But then Secretary Qin was stumped who to choose. The key was that being a wedding MC wasn't a job just anyone could handle. In rural weddings, there were many customs and rules for getting in and out of the car, and with the whole village watching, a single misstep could lead to embarrassment. If the bride and groom were to simply step out of the car without a proper ceremony in front of the entire village, the Qin family would lose all face for years to come. The village gossip circle at the crossroads would have plenty to talk about. Every wedding thereafter would be held up as a cautionary tale: make sure you prepare properly and never pull a stunt like the Qin Zhanfei family did. At the thought of this, Secretary Qin became utterly flustered, his hands and feet at a loss, with no idea what to do at all. Just then, the groom Qin Zhanfei, sitting inside the wedding car, had been waiting for what felt like an eternity without hearing the MC announce their departure, and he began growing anxious as well. He rolled down the window and happened to see Yifan talking with his father, Secretary Qin, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Dad, what's going on? Where's the MC? Aren't they ready yet?" Hearing his son's question, Secretary Qin could only walk over to the wedding car, lower his head, and explain the situation in a low voice. Upon hearing that the MC still hadn't arrived, Qin Zhanfei instantly grew agitated. He knew they simply couldn't afford to drag this out, with so many people watching. He and his bride Su Lily were just sitting in the car like this. If there was no MC to preside, did they really expect to step out in such an awkward manner? Meanwhile, the bride Su Lily, sitting in the back seat, also wore an unpleasant expression. But facing her husband and father-in-law, she truly didn't know what to say. She had only just entered the family, and the wedding hadn't formally concluded, so any words she uttered now would feel inappropriate. She could only sit there fuming. Fortunately, her cousin and bridesmaid, Su Jingjing, seated beside her, whispered comfortingly, "Sister, don't worry. Let Brother Zhanfei figure something out." Though these words were meant to soothe her cousin, they were clearly also a prompt aimed at Qin Zhanfei in the front passenger seat. Naturally, both Qin Zhanfei and Secretary Qin understood the implication, but what could they possibly do? In the middle of nowhere, where was a wedding MC to be found? Just as Qin Zhanfei was spinning in circles with worry, he suddenly remembered that throughout this entire wedding, no matter what difficulties had arisen, it was always Yifan who had come to their rescue. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast a pleading gaze toward Yifan. Standing to the side and listening to their conversation, Yi Fan caught that look of desperation and felt a wave of exasperation. Seriously? Again? Why was he so unlucky as to have such a friend? Secretary Qin, noticing his son looking toward Yi Fan, immediately caught on as well. Yesterday, when he had forgotten to arrange duties for the best man, it was Yi Fan who had proactively assigned tasks to those brothers. This lad was sharp. He would surely have an idea. With that thought, Secretary Qin didn't hesitate. He stepped forward, grasped Yi Fan's hand, and said, "Little Yi, see if you can think of a way to help my boy through this moment. I assure you in the future, whenever my nephew needs anything from you, I swear by it, if I ever say no, may I be the dog." But before he could finish, Yi Fan waved his hand to interrupt. "Uncle, that's taking it too far. Let me think about this first." Yi Fan bowed his head and pondered for a moment, then suddenly recalled his past experience hosting annual galas and delivering speeches. While this situation was certainly different, he reckoned he could step in as a makeshift wedding MC and manage just fine. Looking up, he said to the father and son, "How about this? There's no time to find a proper MC now, so why don't I fill in?" Hearing this, Qin Zhanfei asked with some anxiety, "Brother Fan, can you really do this?" He didn't doubt Yi Fan's ability. It was simply that today was his happiest day and his heart was already racing with nerves. Yi Fan shrugged. "Do you have a better idea?" The father and son exchanged glances, had no other option, and could only sigh in resignation. "All right, then we leave it to you, little Yi." Yi Fan nodded. "This is my first time too, so I have no experience. To prevent any mishaps, go find an elder and tell me the proper procedures and taboos for the bride and groom exiting the car." Secretary Qin didn't waste a word, nodding eagerly before turning and rushing toward his courtyard. In no time at all, he returned quickly, leading an elderly woman in her 60s. She was so flustered from being practically dragged that she had picked up an extra pace and was now breathing heavily. It was hardly surprising. It was his son's wedding after all, and the bride and groom had already been sitting in the car for nearly 5 minutes. Any longer, and it would become a complete spectacle. Approaching Yi Fan, Secretary Qin whispered, "Little Yi, this is matchmaker Long, who served as the go-between for my son's wedding. She has arranged countless happy unions. Ask her anything you need to know." Matchmaker Long shot Secretary Qin a glare. "Old Qin, let me warn you. My old bones cannot withstand your rough treatment. Being yanked along just now nearly cost me half my life. After all this is over, you'd better prepare me 2 extra fish, not 1 less." Secretary Qin hurriedly nodded his assurance. "Don't worry, the fish matter is easily settled. I'll make it up to you." Yi Fan watched them bickering about fish and understood this was a rural custom. After a successful marriage match, the host family traditionally presents the matchmaker with 2 carp as a blessing for the newlyweds. But as much as he understood, he had no patience for further dawdling. He stepped forward and said to Matchmaker Long directly, "You two save the pleasantries. When have we time for this? Everyone in the village is watching. Are you truly not in a rush?" Prompted by Yi Fan, Secretary Qin snapped back to reality. Right. He gave Yi Fan an apologetic smile. Come, little Yi, ask away." Yi Fan wasted no more words and went straight to the point, querying Matchmaker Long about all the customs and proprieties following the bride and groom's exit from the car. After gathering all the necessary details, he nodded and said to Secretary Qin, "All right, uncle, I understand everything now. We can begin. Hand me the microphone." Secretary Qin, overjoyed, immediately nodded. "Already ready." And he passed the microphone over. Seeing that time was pressing, Yi Fan didn't dawdle. He took the microphone, tested the sound, confirmed it was clear, and his expression instantly brightened into a warm, radiant smile. He first nodded toward Qin Zhanfei's relatives standing to the side, firecrackers in hand, signaling that they could set them off. Soon the crackling sound of firecrackers erupted through the air. Then with a grin, Yi Fan addressed the assembled crowd. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of Qin Family Village, and to all our distinguished relatives and friends." Before uttering those words, Yi Fan had quietly activated the all-around vocal control skill from the newcomer gift package his system had granted him earlier, adjusting his tone to project an exceptionally resonant voice with a uniquely atmospheric quality. Upon hearing Yi Fan's first greeting, Qin Zhanfei and Secretary Qin, who had barely expected much, suddenly felt reassured. This voice, certainly no less impressive than any professional wedding MC, perhaps even surpassing them. They had attended numerous weddings and witnessed many hosts, yet they had never heard such a powerful, polished delivery, rivaling that of television broadcasters. And judging by the way the onlookers enthusiastically responded to Yi Fan's greeting, the effect was undeniable. Satisfied with the response, Yi Fan did not hesitate. Riding the momentum of the lively atmosphere, he continued. And yes, he was improvising entirely. There had been no time to prepare lines, so he was simply speaking as the words came to him. While the festive mood was still high, Yi Fan went on, "First, please allow me to extend on behalf of both the bride and groom and their families the warmest welcome and our deepest gratitude to all the esteemed elders, dear relatives, and the entire village who have traveled from afar. Thank you for braving the biting cold at dawn, sparing no effort to witness my good brother Qin Zhanfei's wedding and bestow your blessings upon the couple." The moment he finished, a round of enthusiastic applause broke out from the crowd. Inside the car, Qin Zhanfei couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly, "Truly, my brother Fan. This impromptu performance is phenomenal." Even Secretary Qin was visibly moved, his eyes growing red with admiration for Yi Fan. Unaffected by their excitement, Yi Fan waited for the applause to subside, then continued, "Now let us welcome today's groom, my good brother Qin Zhanfei, to the stage. Come groom, please step out of the car." With Yi Fan's final shout, Qin Zhanfei timely pushed open the car door and stepped out, his face brimming with happiness. After getting out, he made no unnecessary movements, simply stood there quietly waiting for Yi Fan's next instructions. Yi Fan did not proceed immediately. Instead, he gave him a look and pointed at his attire. Qin Zhanfei caught on and quickly began to straighten his slightly wrinkled groom's suit. Seeing that he understood and acted promptly, Yi Fan smiled with satisfaction and then called out, "Come groom, walk around the front of the car." Hearing the command, Qin Zhanfei did not hesitate and began to circle the wedding car. As he passed by Yi Fan lowered his voice and instructed, "After you finish the circle, go directly to the back door on the bride's side and stand there." While circling, Qin Zhanfei nodded discreetly. After completing the lap, he indeed stopped by the rear door awaiting further instructions. Seeing him finish the circle, Yi Fan shouted again, "The groom circles the car for wealth and peace until old age. Now let us invite the groom to open the bride's door." Qin Zhanfei did not hesitate either. He reached out and pulled open the rear door, waiting for Yi Fan to continue. But Yi Fan did not give further orders. Instead, he turned to Secretary Qin and asked, "Uncle, is the fire brazier ready?" Secretary Qin immediately nodded. "Don't worry, it's been prepared long ago." Yi Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was truly afraid that this unreliable father and son would again say they hadn't prepared the fire brazier. If that happened, he swore he would definitely walk away from the job. Fortunately, it had been prepared in advance. Without further delay, Yi Fan turned his head back to Qin Zhanfei, who stood by the rear door of the wedding car, and raised an eyebrow as he asked, "Come, let me ask our groom today. Seeing our beautiful bride, are you excited?" Hearing Yi Fan's question, especially in front of so many people, Qin Zhanfei felt a bit shy, but he still nodded and softly said, "Excited." Yi Fan saw him nod and teased with a smile, "It's still early to be excited. It's not too late to be excited when you enter the bridal chamber tonight." Excited or XI. The old drivers in the crowd instantly understood and all grinned with knowing smiles. The moment Yi Fan said this, the elders present instantly caught the joke and burst into laughter. Someone in the crowd remarked, "Hey, this MC is really funny. Which wedding company hired him? When I get married, I want one just like him. He's hilarious." His companion retorted, "What are you thinking? Didn't you see the red flower on his chest? He's a groomsman." The one who was rebutted refused to accept it. "Nonsense, how can a groomsman act as the MC?" His companion explained in a low voice, "Maybe the wedding company had a problem and the original MC didn't show up, so this guy is filling in temporarily. But honestly, he's even more professional than a real MC. Look at the way he talks. It's like an old cow wearing a bra, one trick after another." Elsewhere, Yi Fan didn't pay attention to the villagers' murmurs. He went straight to the next step. "Come, our groom, don't just stand there grinning foolishly. Pick up the bride and prepare to step over the fire brazier." Hearing Yi Fan's arrangement, Qin Zhanfei didn't hesitate at all. He bent down and lifted the bride Su Lily out of the car. At the same time, Qin Zhanfei's mother, wearing gloves, came out of the yard carrying a red iron basin with several burning charcoal pieces inside. She walked to the door with a smile and gently placed the basin on the ground. Seeing that everything was ready, Yi Fan shouted directly, "Come, let us invite the groom and bride to step over the fire brazier." Following Yi Fan's instructions, Qin Zhanfei, holding Su Lily, strode forward with a face full of happiness. Yi Fan's good brothers, serving as groomsmen, immediately stood in 2 rows and set off confetti cannons over their heads, and the sound of bang 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 rang out one after another. Amid the sound of the cannons, Qin Zhanfei carried the bride to the fire brazier and stepped over it in one go. Yi Fan then shouted, "Stepping over the fire brazier brings prosperity step by step, and life becomes brighter and brighter." With this shout, the car exit ceremony was complete. Yi Fan had just breathed a soft sigh of relief when a warm round of applause surrounded him. Everyone admired that he had hosted the ceremony even better than a professional with endless strings of words. Qin Zhanfei's father, Secretary Qin, was the most excited. He stepped forward, took Yi Fan's hand, shook it firmly, and said, "Ah Xiao Yi, you've really been a great help." He took out a cigarette from his pocket. "Here, let your uncle light one for you. Thanks to you just now." Yi Fan took the cigarette and lit it, politely smiling. "Oh uncle, don't mention it. My brother is getting married today. It's only right for me to do whatever I can." Hearing Yi Fan's words, Secretary Qin nodded gratefully. "All right, I won't say much more. If you ever need anything, just say the word, and your uncle will never hesitate. Come, go inside and have some tea to rest. You must be exhausted after working all morning." Yi Fan didn't accept the offer to go inside and rest. He waved his hand and said, "Uncle, you go ahead. I need to go pick up Xiaoxi and the child." Secretary Qin knew about Yi Fan and Luo Xiaoxi's situation. He had heard it from his son before, so he nodded understandingly. "All right, I'll get back to work then. Drive slowly." He smiled, waved goodbye, turned around, and entered the yard. Seeing that everything that needed to be done was done, and there was no more business for him, Yi Fan turned to say goodbye to the groomsmen, then opened the car door, sat inside, started the engine, and prepared to go to his mother-in-law's house to pick up his wife and child. He had just started the car and was about to drive off when Zhao Qiqi and the bridesmaids suddenly surrounded him, curiously standing by the car and asking, Little brother the bride is already back. Aren't you going to stay and chat with the groom and have some fun? Where are you off to? Seeing Zhao Qiqi and the others, Yi Fan felt a headache coming on, but today was a joyous occasion, so he suppressed his impatience and said with a smile, what else? I'm going to pick up my wife and child. Yi Fan thought that if he said this, anyone sensible would leave and go keep the bridesmaids company. But unexpectedly the bridesmaids looked unconvinced and pouted. If you don't want to say, just don't say it. Why make up such a lie? Wife and child, how old are you? Although Yi Fan was wearing a mask at the moment to avoid stealing the groom's thunder, they had seen his face before. He looked very young, like a college student who had just graduated. How could he possibly have a wife and child? So they didn't believe his nonsense at all. Yi Fan was utterly speechless at their suspicious words. Because of the mask, the bridesmaids didn't see his impatience and continued chattering around the car. Yi Fan finally couldn't hold back anymore. He revved the engine while sitting in the car. The noise startled the persistent bridesmaids, who reluctantly stepped aside. Seeing that they had moved out of the way, Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he really disliked this kind of thing, but these women stuck to him like plasters, and there was no other way. Luckily the trick worked. After the crowd dispersed, he put the car in gear, stepped on the accelerator, and did it all in one smooth motion. The black Audi Q7, like a mighty bull, sped away and soon disappeared from sight, leaving only a group of wide-eyed bridesmaids staring at each other. One of the tall, fashionably dressed bridesmaids advised the reluctant Zhao Qiqi, "Qiqi, it seems he's really not interested in us. He even made up a lie about a wife and child. I think it won't be easy to chase him. He probably doesn't fancy us at all." Zhao Qiqi, however, was unimpressed. So what? Excellent men are never short of women. Whether you can win his heart depends on your own methods. Anyway, I've set my sights on him. There's no escape. Besides, I always believe in one saying, man chasing woman, a mountain separates them, woman chasing man, a veil separates them. With my looks, I don't believe he'll be unmoved. Just wait and see. With that, she lifted her head proudly and walked with confidence toward the entrance of Qin Zhanfei's yard. The bridesmaids behind her exchanged glances, shook their heads with sighs, and then followed Zhao Qiqi into the yard. On the other side, Yi Fan was already driving on his way to his mother-in-law's house. Since he had been drinking the night before, he dared not take the main road and deliberately chose a concrete path through the fields to make a detour. This path led directly to the middle of the village where his mother-in-law lived. His caution stemmed from the worry that the smell of alcohol on him might not have dissipated completely. If he were to be caught by a traffic police officer while passing through the town and a breathalyzer test revealed his condition, his driver's license could be revoked, a loss not worth the risk. So it was better to be careful. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yi Fan had already driven without realizing it into a village where his mother-in-law lived. Her home was near the southern edge of the village, and further south lay the town. The small path Yi Fan had taken led directly to the middle of the village. Turning south, he was only a few hundred meters away from his mother-in-law's house. Just as he was about to pull up to the gate, Yi Fan spotted a tiny figure crouched by the entrance, looking around like a little radish, eagerly scanning the surroundings. As the car slowly approached, the little radish quickly spotted Yi Fan's vehicle. Overjoyed as if she had discovered a treasure, she bounced 3 times on the spot, and then dashed toward the car on her short legs. From afar, Yi Fan recognized his daughter Feifei. Seeing the little girl recklessly charging into the middle of the road, his heart tightened with alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he swerved the car to the side and hurriedly pushed open the door to run out. The distance was short, and the little girl ran urgently, quickly reaching Yi Fan. He crouched down and scooped her up in his arms. Just as he held his daughter, about to ask if she had missed him, the little girl in his arms burst into a loud wail. The childish cry was filled with grievance, instantly softening Yi Fan's heart, which had been as firm as a rock. With one hand supporting the little girl's bottom and the other gently wiping away the tears on her face, he comforted her repeatedly. "What's wrong? What happened? Daddy's here. Tell Daddy what's upsetting you. Don't cry, my little treasure." Hearing Yi Fan's reassurance, Feifei finally stopped crying, but still sobbed with grievance as she poured out her troubles. "Daddy, where were you last night? Feifei couldn't find you. Mommy told me you were sleeping and not to disturb you, so I obediently didn't bother you. But this morning when I got up, I searched everywhere and still couldn't find you. I asked Mommy, and she said you went to work. I didn't believe her. I thought you didn't want Feifei anymore. I asked Mommy to take me to find you, but she refused and even spanked me, turning my bottom red. It hurt so much." Listening to his daughter's complaints, Yi Fan roughly pieced together what had happened. Most likely last night he had gone to perform the bed-lying ritual for Qin Zhanfei, and his daughter had searched everywhere for him. Luo Xiaoxi had then lied, saying he was sleeping and not to disturb her. The little girl had obeyed, especially since he had reeked of alcohol, making her reluctant to approach. But when she couldn't find him this morning, how could she not be anxious? Understanding the situation, Yi Fan quickly comforted her. "Feifei, be good. Daddy is back now. I really had something to take care of. Besides, Feifei is Daddy's little princess, my precious treasure. Daddy would never abandon anyone else, but I will never abandon you." While comforting his daughter, Yi Fan carried her toward his mother-in-law's house and soon reached the door. Just then someone rushed out of the house in a hurry. It was Luo Xiaoxi. Seeing Yi Fan holding their daughter as he walked in, the anxious look on her face eased somewhat, and she let out a sigh of relief. Stepping forward, she couldn't help but complain, "This child of yours. I look away for a moment, and she runs off. It seems I was too lenient with her earlier." Hearing Luo Xiaoxi's words, Fei Fei showed no fear at all. She simply buried her little head in Yi Fan's shoulder, ignoring her mother completely. Seeing her daughter's behavior, Luo Xiaoxi pointed at her in exasperation, then said to Yi Fan with a helpless expression, "Look at you spoiling her rotten. Now she dares to disregard me altogether. Her wings are getting strong." Yi Fan didn't respond to her words. His face was grim as he silently walked into the house. He paid no attention to Luo Xiaoxi, who kept complaining behind him. After complaining for a while, without Yi Fan acknowledging her, Luo Xiaoxi noticed his grim expression. Confused, she wondered what had happened, and quickly followed him, pressing, "What's wrong? What happened?" At that moment, Luo Xiaoxi's mother, Zhou Xuemei, emerged from the kitchen wearing an apron. Seeing Fei Fei in Yi Fan's arms, she smiled and said, "This child really." I look away for a moment, and she runs off. "Don't be so naughty next time. Your mom just scolded you a bit, and you're still sulking." She spoke with a teasing expression, but after saying a few words, she realized Yi Fan was standing there silently, not saying a word, and his daughter Luo Xiaoxi behind him was also quiet. Zhou Xuemei looked at her daughter in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" Luo Xiaoxi, hearing her mother's question, shook her head to indicate she didn't know either. Zhou Xuemei then turned her puzzled gaze back to Yi Fan. Meeting her questioning eyes, Yi Fan didn't explain directly. Instead, he first set Fei Fei down from his arms, and then asked, "What were you all doing just now?" His mother-in-law Zhou Xuemei was puzzled by the question. She rubbed her hands and said, "I was making breakfast," and asked Xiaoxi to help stoke the fire. "What's wrong? What happened?" Yi Fan nodded and then asked, "Where's my father?" Hearing this, Zhou Xuemei looked around and suddenly slapped her forehead in realization. "Your father went to the bathroom. What's going on?" Yi Fan, seeing her still confused, said to them, "What's going on? You tell me what's going on. 3 adults, and you can't even keep an eye on 1 child. Do you know that when I came back, just now she ran straight toward my car? How dangerous that was." After saying this, Yi Fan saw his mother-in-law's expression sour. He realized it was inappropriate to lose his temper with an elder, so he turned to look at Luo Xiaoxi and said reproachfully, "You're a grown woman. Can't you even watch a child properly?" Luo Xiaoxi finally understood why Yi Fan was angry. She rubbed her hands, looking a bit embarrassed, and stammered for a long time without forming a complete sentence. Seeing her daughter like that, Zhou Xuemei quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Oh, it was just a moment of inattention, and the little girl ran out. Don't be too angry. We'll be more careful next time. Besides, Xiaoxi didn't mean it." Hearing his mother-in-law's casual explanation, what more could Yi Fan say? He simply nodded silently, then picked up the little girl again and asked affectionately, "Fei Fei, how about daddy takes you to a big feast?" Hearing this, the little girl nearly jumped in his arms, wriggling like a lively little fish, and excitedly hugged his neck, shouting, "Yes, yes. Fei Fei loves feasts." Seeing his daughter's joy, Yi Fan finally showed a satisfied smile. "Let's go, taking our little princess to the feast." With that, he carried the little girl toward the gate of his mother-in-law's house. Zhou Xuemei hurriedly called out, "Eat breakfast first before you go." Though still upset about the adult's neglect of the child's safety, Yi Fan forced a faint smile and said, "No, there's someone waiting. It's quite urgent. We'll grab a quick bite on the street." Seeing his expression, Zhou Xuemei understood that Yi Fan was still upset. Yesterday when he came, he had been very polite. But today, seeing him lose his temper, she didn't insist further and simply urged, "All right, be careful on the road. Drive slowly." Yi Fan grunted in acknowledgement, then said to the little girl in his arms, "Come on, Fei Fei, say goodbye to Grandma." Fei Fei obediently said goodbye, and Yi Fan carried her out the gate with long strides. Luo Xiaoxi exchanged a glance with her mother. Zhou Xuemei stepped forward, took her daughter's hand, and said, "Girl, on the way back, don't get angry with Xiao Fan. This was our fault as adults. He was just too worried about the child. When you get back, say some soft words to him. Don't confront him head on." Luo Xiaoxi listened to her mother's advice, but inwardly, she muttered, how could she dare to be angry with him? All these years, hasn't he always had the upper hand? If it weren't for giving birth to his daughter, if not for her sake, he might not even bother to yield to her at all. In the past, he probably wouldn't have even paid her any attention. Thinking this, she nodded to her mother with a smile and said, "Mom, don't worry. He's just stubborn. I'll say a few nice words, and it'll be fine." With that, she waved her hand, "Mom, I'm off." After saying goodbye to her mother, she turned and went after Yi Fan. After Luo Xiaoxi left, Yi Fan's father-in-law Luo Hongqi came out of the nearby bathroom, still pulling up his pants. He asked, "What was all that noise outside? What happened?" Zhou Xuemei saw her husband like that and couldn't help scolding him. "You old fool, at your age, can't you behave properly? Your daughter is still at home. Can't you pull up your pants in the bathroom before coming out? What kind of example is this? Aren't you ashamed?" Luo Hongqi realized his mistake and slapped his forehead. "Oh, I forgot. Over the years, our daughter hasn't been home often, so I got careless. By the way, what were you arguing about? I heard a ruckus from inside." Zhou Xuemei then said, "You have the nerve to ask. Xiaoxi and I were cooking, and you were supposed to watch the little girl. How did you manage to let her run off alone? Xiao Fan came earlier and got really angry. But luckily that child is sensible. He didn't take it out on me, his mother-in-law, but I could tell he was holding back his anger and wasn't happy." Luo Hongqi slapped his forehead again and said, "Oh, it's my fault. I just went to the bathroom. The little girl was still in the room a moment ago. How did she run out so fast? But it's no big deal. Yi Fan isn't that petty. Once his anger cools down, this will blow over." Upon hearing her husband's indifferent tone, Zhou Xuemei was so enraged that she nearly raised her hand to slap him. Though she held back, she couldn't help but lash out. You old fool, you've lived all these years to no avail. Their child being sensible is her own affair. What does it have to do with you failing to keep an eye on the little girl? Luo Hongqi, who valued his pride above all, was instantly provoked by his wife's scathing rebuke and couldn't maintain his composure. His chubby face flushed crimson, and he immediately shot back. Hey, how dare you speak to me like that, you old hag? Can a man take a nature call? Besides, the child has her own legs and hands. If she runs off the moment I look away, how is that my fault? Meanwhile, Yi Fan was completely unaware that after he left, the old couple had erupted into a full-blown quarrel over his earlier outburst. At that moment, he carried the little girl to his car, opened the passenger door for her, and then walked around to the driver's seat. Just then, Luo Xiaoxi, who had followed him, caught up. Seeing Yi Fan about to speak, he raised a hand to stop her. He pointed to the car and gestured, "Let's talk inside." With that, he got into the driver's seat without another word. Luo Xiaoxi, reading his demeanor, understood that he was still harboring anger, though he kept it unspoken. Resigned, she walked to the back door, opened it, and slid in. Once she had closed the door and settled, Yi Fan started the engine and slowly drove toward Qin Zhanfei's house. During the drive, watching Yi Fan focus intently on the road without uttering a word, Luo Xiaoxi asked cautiously, "Are you angry?" Hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head as he drove. No. Luo Xiaoxi pursed her lips at his denial. "We've been together for years. Do you think I don't know you? You're just stubborn as a mule. If you're angry, just say it." Besides, it was the little girl being too mischievous. She ran off the moment we looked away. My parents didn't mean it. Before Yi Fan could respond, the little girl, upon hearing her mother call her naughty, immediately retorted, "Fei is not naughty. Fei just missed Daddy and went out to see if he was back." Hearing the little girl talk back, Luo Xiaoxi sat up from the back seat, leaned forward, and glared at her. "Adults are talking, kids shouldn't interrupt. Talk back again, and I'll spank you." As expected, threatened by this, the little girl pouted, dared not speak, and turned her head to look out the window in a mock sulk. Seeing the little girl dare not retort, Luo Xiaoxi smirked in satisfaction and said to Yi Fan, "All right, stop being mad. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. I promise I'll keep a closer eye on her." Yi Fan, listening to her apology, continued driving in silence, not uttering a word. To be honest, he wasn't angry because Luo Xiaoxi had failed to watch the child. What truly infuriated him was his mother-in-law's casual attitude, as if his little girl didn't matter. Perhaps this was the nature of a father's deep love and care for his precious daughter. Even the smallest thing could stir his emotions. In the backseat, Luo Xiaoxi, having apologized, yet still met with silence, didn't know what to do. She knew Yi Fan too well. He always bottled things up inside. And it was precisely this shared trait that had brought them together in the first place. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. To be honest, she was the same way. But now that Yi Fan was angry, she couldn't just leave him without making amends. Just then, Luo Xiaoxi suddenly recalled that during their dating days, whenever she made him angry and couldn't appease him, calling him by that special name would always soften his heart, no matter how furious he was. That trick had never failed. But she wondered if it still worked after all these years. Well, it was worth a shot, nothing to lose. With that thought, Luo Xiaoxi flashed a mischievous grin, straightened up, leaned closer to the driving Yi Fan, and pinched her voice into a syrupy, coquettish tone. "Oh honey, don't be mad." Sure enough, hearing that deliberately coy "honey," Yi Fan jolted and instinctively pressed the accelerator. But he quickly regained his composure and shot a glare at Luo Xiaoxi through the rearview mirror. "What did you just call me?" A bit embarrassed in front of the child, Luo Xiaoxi nevertheless repeated, seeing his tone had softened. "Honey, please don't be mad, okay?" Finally, Yi Fan's stern facade cracked, and he let out a chuckle. "All right, you win. I'm not angry." Just then, the little girl in the passenger seat turned to look at Luo Xiaoxi in the back, pinched her nose, and said in her childish voice, "Mommy is shameless." Luo Xiaoxi, hearing her daughter tease her, shot her another glare. "Laugh at mommy again, and I'll spank you." Once again subdued, the little girl sat quietly without a peep. Seeing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter, and the atmosphere in the car finally lightened. Along the way, they chatted and laughed, occasionally joined by the little girl's interjections, and before long they reached the town. It was already past 9 in the morning, and the town market was in full swing, packed with people. The car couldn't get through. Yi Fan simply parked near a grocery store, bought a pack of cigarettes, greeted the owner, said he'd be leaving soon, opened the pack, offered one to the owner, and that settled the matter. After all, society runs on social niceties. With parking taken care of, he led the little girl and Luo Xiaoxi toward the main street. He had deliberately taken a detour to the town because when he picked them up earlier, he knew mother and daughter hadn't had breakfast, so he planned to grab a bite before heading to the wedding. After all, the wedding banquet wouldn't start until around 1 in the afternoon. They needed something to tide them over. Besides, earlier in the morning, he had been wary of traffic police, but now he didn't care. What traffic police? Even walking was a struggle given the crowd. The congestion was unimaginable. That's why Yi Fan dared to be so reckless. And so the family of 3, Luo Xiaoxi on one side, Yi Fan on the other, each holding one of the little girl's hands, walked along the town street. Pushing through the throng, they soon found a breakfast shop. Yi Fan ordered 2 breakfasts for mother and daughter, but didn't eat himself. He had already eaten at Qin Zhanfei's house and wasn't hungry. So while Luo Xiaoxi and the little girl ate, Yi Fan sat beside them watching with tender eyes and unmistakable smile on his face. This made Luo Xiaoxi a bit embarrassed. She shot him a glance. What are you smiling at? Yi Fan glanced at the other customers in the shop, then leaned in and whispered, I'm still savoring the way you called me honey. After all, I haven't heard it in years. I kind of missed it. Hearing this, Luo Xiaoxi's face flushed bright red. She glared at him. Who told you to sulk all the time? You're shameless. After finishing breakfast with mother and daughter, Yi Fan returned to the car. Since the main street was too crowded, Yi Fan made a U-turn, took a detour through the village, and continued toward Qin Zhanfei's house. Soon the car arrived near Qin Zhanfei's place. Yi Fan found a spot to park, and then led mother and daughter toward the house. When they reached the entrance, they found Qin Zhanfei and a few others squatting by the door, smoking and chatting idly. Seeing them approach, Luo Xiaohao, the younger brother-in-law, threw away his cigarette and ran over with a grin. He scooped up the little girl. Little Fei, did you miss your uncle today? Held high by Luo Xiaohao, the little girl giggled. In a good mood, she sweetly replied yes. Luo Xiaohao laughed heartily at her crisp yes. Meanwhile, Qin Zhanfei and the others came over and greeted Luo Xiaoxi's sister-in-law is here. Luo Xiaoxi nodded gently and said to Qin Zhanfei, happy wedding day. May you have a joyful marriage. Qin Zhanfei smiled back. Thank you, sister-in-law. Want to go in and see your sister-in-law? Luo Xiaoxi was genuinely curious about what kind of wife this big, burly man had found, so she nodded and followed Qin Zhanfei's lead, taking the little girl to the bridal chamber. Yi Fan and the other groomsmen, having already met the bride, didn't follow. Besides, the room was full of bridesmaids and the bride, all women. They would have felt awkward going in. So they simply squatted by the main entrance, smoking and chatting, shooting the breeze, waiting for the wedding ceremony to start so they could join the fun. Since there was nothing to do at the moment, boredom had set in. Monkey and the others began to tease Yi Fan. Ma Yongqiang was the first to speak, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he cast a sly grin. Brother Fan, now that big dummy Zhanfei is married, when are you and your lady going to tie the knot? Hearing this question from Ma Yongqiang, Monkey and the rest, as if bored souls finally finding a topic, chimed in one after another. Yeah, we're still waiting to be your best men again. Brother Fan, you'd better get a move on. Yi Fan, hearing them make fun of him, took a drag of his cigarette and shot them an exasperated look. Whenever we do it, it's fine. Besides, my daughter's already this big, marriage is just a matter of time. Sooner or later. He paused, then shifted the topic. And besides, all of you are still single, and you have the nerve to talk about me. Especially you, Yongqiang. You're in your 20s now, and you've been studying car repair all day. Has it addled your brain? Haven't you thought about finding a girlfriend and settling down? Your dad's still waiting for a grandson. If you're really stuck, I could even set you up with someone. As soon as Yi Fan said this, Ma Yongqiang was left speechless. Normally glib-tongued, he was now rendered utterly mute by Yi Fan's words. To tell the truth, he could talk about anything else, but this topic hit his weak spot. On the other side, Monkey, seeing Yi Fan's silence, Ma Yongqiang so thoroughly couldn't help but snicker. Yi Fan, hearing Monkey's obnoxious laughter, turned his head and shot him a malicious glance. What are you laughing at? How can you laugh with such a shameless face? He's single, but aren't you? Monkey, you follow your dad around slaughtering pigs every day. Don't tell me it's changed your orientation. If you end up developing feelings for us, that would be terrible. We brothers would have to keep our distance from you. And so Yi Fan, as if firing a broadside, called out each of his brothers by name, every word piercing their sore spots. In the end, they were all begging for mercy. Brother Fan, damn it. Stop, we admit we were wrong, okay? We'll never bring up you and your lady again. As the saying goes, killing a man is nothing but a nod of the head. Can't you accept our surrender? Seeing them like this, Yi Fan finally smiled and let them off. To be honest, he hadn't had his fill of teasing yet. In the end, seeing they couldn't take it anymore, he relented and asked, among those bridesmaids you saw earlier, is there anyone you like? If you like someone, go after her. If you can't manage, your big brother will help you. His brothers were so embarrassed by this that they nearly buried their heads in their pants, just lowering their heads to smoke, not daring to joke with Yi Fan anymore. Yi Fan, seeing them like this, gave a smug snort. He thought to himself, trying to mess with me. You little punks. Not now, not even back in the day. Meanwhile, in Qin Zhanfei's wedding chamber, a group of bridesmaids were gathered around the bride, Su Lily, chatting and laughing. The main topic of conversation was still Yi Fan. In fact, Yi Fan had already told them he had a wife and child to discourage their advances. Most of the bridesmaids understood that Yi Fan wasn't interested in them, so they gave up. Only Zhao Qiqi stubbornly believed that there was no man she couldn't conquer. Seeing her persistence, the other bridesmaids tried to persuade her. Give it up, Qiqi. He's made it clear enough. His rejection is pretty straightforward. As girls, we should have some dignity. If he doesn't like you, don't cling to him. As the saying goes, there are plenty of fish in the sea. That best man Yi Fan is handsome, but there are plenty of guys more handsome than him. Why fixate on just one? Don't you think? Zhao Qiqi, far from being discouraged by their advice, became even more interested. She lifted her chin and smiled at them. I'm not that kind of cheap woman who would force herself on someone who doesn't want her. But the feeling he gives me, it's not just about being handsome. For some inexplicable reason, I feel like I want to get closer to him. This feeling is indescribable. I don't know how to put it into words. What she didn't know was that the system had boosted Yi Fan's charm, making him exude an affinity that drew the opposite sex closer. They wanted to cling to him and never part. And the closer they got, the stronger this feeling became. As Zhao Qiqi described this sensation, an expression of yearning involuntarily appeared on her face. Seeing her act so infatuated, even the bride Su Lily, who was her close friend, couldn't bear it. Su Lily didn't want her best friend to fall deeper and deeper. She had seen from the beginning that Yi Fan had no interest in Zhao Qiqi. After all, she was 2 years older than her best friend, and had experienced more, so she deeply understood how painful it was to love someone who didn't love you back. She was still rational, and didn't want her friend to get hurt, so she tried to say a few more words to persuade her, hoping to stop her from falling too deep. But just as she was about to speak, 2 loud knocks came from the door of the wedding chamber, immediately drawing everyone's attention and interrupting Su Lily's intended words. She responded instead, "The door's unlocked, come in." At that moment, Qin Zhanfei pushed the door open, grinning as he entered, followed by Luo Xiaoxi, who was holding the little girl. Seeing Qin Zhanfei bring in a woman carrying a child, everyone was momentarily confused. Before anyone could ask, Qin Zhanfei took the initiative to introduce them. He pointed to Luo Xiaoxi behind him and said to Su Lily, "Lily, this is my sister-in-law and my niece. Just now my brother brought them over." Earlier, Yi Fan had helped him pick up the bride, tricked the bridesmaids into opening the door, even willingly laid down to let him step on him to get into the wedding car, and later helped him deal with the master of ceremonies when they got off. One thing after another had deeply moved Qin Zhanfei to the point where he dropped the fan and simply called him brother. In his heart, Yi Fan was like a blood brother. Only a real brother would do all this for him. That's why he also called Luo Xiaoxi's sister-in-law. Neither the bride Su Lily nor the bridesmaid Zhao Qiqi knew this. They assumed Luo Xiaoxi was the wife of one of Qin Zhanfei's cousins. Oblivious to their misunderstanding, Qin Zhanfei continued his introduction. "My sister-in-law heard that I had brought the bride back, and she was curious, so she wanted to come see you and get to know you." Hearing that this was her own sister-in-law, Su Lily naturally didn't put on airs. She immediately stood up warmly and walked over to Luo Xiaoxi, smiling as she said, "Hello, sister-in-law." Luo Xiaoxi, hearing Su Lily's affectionate address, instinctively replied, "Hello, congratulations on your wedding." Su Lily quickly smiled and said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." "Oh, is this my niece? So adorable. Can I hold her?" Luo Xiaoxi, holding the little girl, smiled and nodded. "Of course." Then she instructed the little girl, "Come on, Fei Fei, say Annie." Su Lily, who had just taken the little girl, heard Luo Xiaoxi tell the child to call her that. Since she was newly married and not yet used to the title, she quickly said, "Oh, don't call me auntie. That makes me sound old. Just call me sister, and I'll give you some candy." With that, she supported the little girl's bottom with one hand and fished around in her pocket with the other, soon pulling out a handful of wedding candy and handing it to the child. The little girl in her arms took the candy from the bride and immediately beamed, her voice sweet, as she called out, "Sister." Just then, Qin Zhanfei, who had finished introducing Luo Xiaoxi to his wife and was about to leave to chat with Yi Fan and the others, heard Su Lily tell the child to call her sister. He stumbled, nearly falling. He turned and cast a resentful look at his new wife, muttering to himself, "This is just making me a generation younger than Brother Fan for no reason." But he didn't say anything in the end. He silently closed the door and left, planning to go find Yi Fan and complain. At that moment, Su Lily was completely oblivious to the resentful expression on Qin Zhanfei's face as he left. Even if she had noticed, she probably wouldn't have cared. Right now, she was completely melted by the little girl's sweet sister. The bridesmaids present, seeing how sweet-talking the girl was, also got up one by one to play with her. Soon the atmosphere in the room became lively. Zhao Qiqi in particular, upon seeing the little girl, her eyes turned into peach blossoms as she tentatively asked Luo Xiaoxi, "Sister-in-law, can I kiss her? She's so cute. What's her name?" Luo Xiaoxi, hearing the bridesmaid's request, quickly smiled and nodded. "Of course. Her surname is Luo, and her full name is Luo Fifan. Her nickname is Fei Fei." Hearing this, Zhao Qiqi assumed that the sister-in-law must have married a husband with the same surname, never considering that the child might take the mother's surname. Such a thing was rare in the countryside. As for the possibility that this little girl was Yi Fan's daughter, she never even thought of it, believing it to be completely unrelated. In fact, she was firmly convinced that Yi Fan's earlier claim of having a wife and child was just an excuse to reject her, and she had never taken it seriously. After receiving consent from his biological mother, Luo Xiaoxi, he cradled the little girl and showered her with kisses. Especially upon seeing the little one's chubby, adorable face, his heart felt as though it were melting into sweetness, his features softening completely until his eyes narrowed into joyful crescents. Whether he could have laughed so freely if he had known this child was Yi Fan's daughter was another matter entirely. While he pressed kisses all over the little girl's cute face, Zhao Qiqi, following her close friend Su Lily's example, pulled a handful of candies from her pocket and stuffed them into the child's pockets, teasing her with a grin. "Little Fei Fei, call me big sister. I'm your sister, Zhao." The little girl accepted the candy, but did not obediently call out sister the way she had for Su Lily. She opened her bright, sparkling eyes and stared curiously at Zhao Qiqi, glancing left and right before finally blurting out in confusion, "But you're clearly a boy. Why should Fei Fei call you sister?" As children speak without filter, her words caused everyone gathered around who had been playfully interacting with the little girl to freeze for a moment before erupting into uncontrollable laughter. Even Luo Xiaoxi could not suppress her laughter, but since the child was her own daughter, she quickly forced herself to compose herself, pulled the little girl close, and feigned sternness, What nonsense are you spouting? This is a pretty young lady, understand. You must call her sister. Then she turned to Zhao Qiqi and apologized with embarrassment. I am sorry. Children speak without thinking. Please do not take it to heart. In truth, you are quite pretty. Rather than soothing her, the explanation only deepened Zhao Qiqi's sense of shame. Her already delicate face flushed crimson, as if blood might well drip from it at any moment. Deep down, she acknowledged the child had not been wrong. Her current attire did resemble a boy's short choppy hair, a red-down jacket on top paired with jeans. Though her outfit carried certain feminine touches, children hardly discerned such subtleties. They judged purely by appearance, deciding immediately whether someone was a boy or girl without overthinking it. Besides, there was no way she could hold a grudge against a child. For a moment, Zhao Qiqi found herself at a loss, overcome by awkwardness. Fortunately, Su Lily, her best friend and maid of honor, sensed the discomfort and deftly steered the conversation toward lighter topics. And so the group fell into easy conversation, once more occasionally teasing the little girl. The atmosphere quickly revived, and everyone grew increasingly comfortable, chatting away with delight. Whether intentional or not, everyone managed to sidestep any mention of Yi Fan and his groomsmen. Perhaps the bride Su Lily intended to use this diversion of chatting to help her best friend let go of any lingering thoughts about Yi Fan, for he had never shown interest in her, and continuing down this path risked only heartache. Meanwhile, over by the entrance, Yi Fan and the others were still smoking and bantering. During this time, Qin Zhanfei emerged to greet them briefly, but before long his father called him inside to help receive guests. Yi Fan understood that today was his good brother's wedding. He must be swamped with preparations, and did not try to hold him back, calling out, "Don't worry about us. Get back to your duties." Shortly after Qin Zhanfei went inside, his father's secretary Qin emerged and handed each of them a cigarette, saying, "The bride's relatives will be arriving soon. We must arrange a table of people to keep them entertained with drinks. We need to make sure they are well attended to. Little Yi, could you come inside and sit at the main table to keep the bride's family company?" Yi Fan refused on the spot. "Uncle Qin, I just brought Xiaoxi and my little girl over. I will need to drive them back later, so I cannot drink." Secretary Qin understood and nodded, then asked, "Then why are you squatting outside? It is so cold. Why do you inside?" Yi Fan and the others quickly waved their hands. "It is chaotic in there with people coming and going everywhere. It would not be right for us to barge in and cause trouble. Please carry on with your duties. Just give us a call if you need anything. We are fine chatting right here at the entrance." Secretary Qin listened, smiled, and nodded. "Very well. The ceremony will begin soon, so see if you can help usher a few more guests." "Rest assured," Yi Fan replied with a smile. Secretary Qin then turned and departed, continuing to seek out relatives who could partake in toasting. Before leaving, he pressed several packs of cigarettes into their hands, saying, "Finish these, then come inside and take more." Strictly speaking, such matters should not have been entrusted to Yi Fan and his companions. By proper custom, it would have been the host family's own elders asked to receive the guests. The reason he specifically sought out Yi Fan was because today Yi Fan had been of enormous help at his son's wedding, shuttling back and forth between fetching the bride and serving as an impromptu master of ceremonies, never stopping for a moment. This had filled him with deep gratitude and admiration. This was both an expression of thanks and a sign that he considered Yi Fan one of his own. Since Yi Fan had declined, he did not press the matter further. Time slipped away gradually, and soon it was past 12 o'clock at noon. Beautiful wedding blessing music began to play from the courtyard speakers. The group, Yi Fan and the others still crouched at the entrance, knew their time had come. They quickly stamped out their cigarette butts and rose, heading back into the yard to retrieve the confetti cannons. When the ceremony commenced, they would be responsible for livening up the atmosphere. Just as they were preparing, Qin Zhanfei hurried out from inside the house, with an apologetic expression, pulling Yi Fan aside to whisper something. Being dragged along by Qin Zhanfei, Yi Fan looked at him suspiciously and demanded, "I am not joking around, kid. With the ceremony about to begin, why are you pulling me away?" Qin Zhanfei felt embarrassed at the question, scratching his head as he led Yi Fan to a secluded corner, yet struggled to find the words after a long pause. Seeing his predicament, Yi Fan gave his shoulder a sharp slap and grumbled, "What is there that we brothers cannot say? Spit it out. Do not tell me the MC has run into trouble again and you want me to fill in. I will not do it. What happened this morning during the wedding procession was already a one-time exception. Please, Brother Fan." Pressed by Yi Fan's impatience, Qin Zhanfei finally mustered the courage to speak. "It is just. Brother Fan, I was hoping to ask you a favor later." Hearing this, Qin Zhanfei grew even more embarrassed and hurriedly shook his head. No, it has nothing to do with the MC." Yi Fan was even more puzzled. "Then what is it? Why the hesitation? Speak plainly. Do not stutter like a frightened girl." At last, pressed by Yi Fan's impatience, Qin Zhanfei mustered the courage to speak. "It is just. Brother Fan, I was hoping to ask you a favor later." Watching this tall man stammer and squirm like a shy girl, Yi Fan could not help but chuckle. He waved his hand dismissively. "Between us brothers, there is no need for formal requests. Just say what you want. Besides, today is your wedding day. Consider it done." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhanfei's face lit up with sudden delight. But the look in his eyes made Yi Fan slightly uncomfortable, as though the young man were preparing to unleash some grand gesture. True to form, after a long hesitation, Qin Zhanfei finally blurted it out. "Here is the thing. To make the wedding even more lively, I was wondering if, after the MC finishes the ceremony, you could go up and sing a song to energize the crowd. The afternoon before yesterday at your village, I heard you singing with your wife, and you have an incredible voice. If you could sing at my wedding, no celebration in all the surrounding villages would ever compare. It would be unforgettable. Yifan froze for a moment upon hearing this, then turned and said bluntly, "You really know exactly which buttons to push. Do not even entertain the thought." He turned to leave immediately. Seeing how resolute Yifan was, Qin Zhanfei panicked and rushed forward, grabbing his arm. "Brother, big brother, dear brother, I am begging you. My wedding is missing just one thing, your song. With it I swear no celebration in all the surrounding villages could compare to mine." But Yifan simply shook his head and refused once more. At last, with no other option, Qin Zhanfei clung to Yifan's arm and whispered in his ear, "Foster father, I beg you." Watching this tall man throw a tantrum and play the victim, Yifan finally could not hold back and burst out laughing. What else could he do? His own brother had just called him foster father, the highest form of endearment between brothers. With a helpless sigh, he shook his head. "Fine. Your old man agrees." Hearing Yifan agree, Qin Zhanfei could scarcely believe it and asked in disbelief, "Really?" He had only been trying his luck after all. If Yifan agreed, excellent. But if not, it would not matter. After all, earlier at the restaurant, when Luo Xiaoxi and her siblings had asked him to sing, he had flatly refused, even as tensions escalated. So he had held out no great hope. But what he did not realize was that this time was entirely different from the last. The previous refusal had been about protecting his dignity. This time, it was a request from a brother. And with his buddy already calling him foster father, how could he possibly refuse? So when Yifan looked at Qin Zhanfei's stunned expression, he gave a clear answer. "Yes, exactly as you were hoping. I have agreed." Once Qin Zhanfei confirmed Yifan's agreement, he nearly leaped with excitement, clinging to his arm and chattering, "Oh my God, brother Fan, you truly are my real foster father. Thank you so much. With your song, this wedding finale will absolutely set the place on fire. I will be the coolest guy in all the villages." But what Qin Zhanfei failed to notice was that the moment Yifan turned to leave, the faintest trace of a smile flickered across his lips. That smile held an untold depth of emotion, resignation, affection, and a subtle warmth he had not even recognized in himself. He knew that from this moment on, the bond between him and his brother had grown even deeper. And this was only the beginning. Watching Qin Zhanfei's bouncing, jubilant figure as he walked ahead, Yifan could only offer a helpless smile before returning to his own group of brothers. He picked up the confetti cannon again, planning to set it off above the newlyweds' heads as a festive touch, when the MC called for the bride and groom to take the stage. Just as Yifan lifted the confetti cannon, Monkey and Ma Yongxiang curiously gathered around. Ma Yongxiang couldn't hold back and asked, "Fan, what did Zhanfei pull you aside to talk about earlier? You two were whispering so mysteriously." Yifan caught their curious expressions, and a smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. "You want to know?" Hearing this, they all nodded eagerly like little swallows. Yifan flashed a mischievous grin, deliberately keeping them in suspense. "Then just keep guessing. I'm not telling you." That left them thoroughly tantalized yet utterly frustrated. "Come on, Fan, that's enough. You stoke our curiosity and then clam up. When did you get so boring?" Yifan rolled his eyes at them, too lazy to respond, and simply said, "You'll find out soon enough." Just as Monkey and the others were about to press further, they noticed Qin Zhanfei's relatives gradually gathering around the stage where they stood. Even the lively music had stopped. Yifan and the others instantly understood. The ceremony was about to begin. They stopped their horseplay and quickly formed 2 rows, waiting for the bride and groom to enter. Then a middle-aged man in a blue suit and tie with neatly combed hair stepped through the crowd, holding a microphone, and walked toward the stage. Yifan didn't need to guess. This was the MC who had been late this morning. Seeing the MC's attire, Yifan secretly admired him. No wonder he was a professional. He really could withstand the cold. Even at noon, the temperature was -2 or 3 degrees Celsius. Wearing a padded jacket, Yifan still shivered, yet this guy came up in a suit and tie. A true daredevil. While Yifan was silently marveling, the wedding MC reached them, nodded, and smiled at the group, then walked straight onto the stage. Soon he stood on the stage, tapped the microphone a few times, and addressed the gathered relatives, friends, and villagers with easy grace. "Family and friends, neighbors, good afternoon, everyone." The crowd below responded enthusiastically, "Good afternoon." Satisfied with the response, the MC smiled and continued, "Today the sun is bright, the breeze is gentle, heaven and earth rejoice, and guests fill the hall. We gather in this joyful banquet courtyard to witness the romantic wedding of Mr. Qin Zhanfei and Miss Su Lily. First, on behalf of the couple and their families, I extend the warmest welcome and heartfelt thanks to all the elders and friends who have traveled from afar. Thank you for taking time from your busy schedules to offer the most sincere blessings to this couple." As he finished speaking, the crowd applauded in response. Clapping beside, Yifan, Ma Yongxiang nudged him with his elbow. Yifan turned curiously to look at Ma Yongxiang, who grinned and whispered in his ear, "Fan, I have a feeling this MC isn't as professional as you." Yifan was both amused and exasperated. He changed his clapping posture and flicked Ma Yongxiang's forehead lightly, threatening in a low voice, "Cut the crap. He's the real professional here." Denying it, Ma Yongxiang rubbed his sore head and said, "What crap? I'm serious. The guy's lines sound like he's reciting a textbook, no emotion at all. Compared to the way you welcomed Jean-Fei out of the car earlier with all that passion and those well-chosen words, you're way more professional. Suddenly brightening, he sidled up to Yi Fan with a mischievous grin. Hey Fan, when I get married, can I skip the wedding company and have you host? That way I can save some money, right? Yi Fan shot him a look. Dream on. Hiring me as MC would cost way more than a wedding company. Don't even think about it unless you fork over 80 or 100,000 for the hosting fee. Ma Yongqiang pretended to be aggrieved. No fair. You didn't charge Jean-Fei a fee for picking him up from the car, so why hit me up? And 80 or 100,000. Why not just rob a bank? Aren't we brothers? Yi Fan ignored his complaints, turned his back on him, and fixed his gaze on the wedding stage. On the stage, the MC finished his opening remarks and moved on with the ceremony. He spoke into the microphone with a deliberately heartfelt tone. They say fate is written in the stars and happiness is your own making. From the first flutter of the heart at their first meeting to the mutual understanding during their time together, and finally to the steadfast decision to walk through life hand in hand. The groom Qin Jean-Fei and the bride Su Lily have traversed a journey filled with sweetness and warmth. From today onward, the rest of their lives will begin with love as their foundation and family as their vow. Through 3 meals a day, 4 seasons, and all storms together. Now let's welcome the newlyweds to the stage with a round of applause. As his final words faded, the speakers beside the stage struck up the entrance music. The crowd quickly parted to form an aisle, and Qin Jean-Fei arm in arm with Su Lily walked toward the stage. To enhance the ceremony's atmosphere, the couple had changed outfits. Qin Jean-Fei wore a black suit while Su Lily was dressed in a pure white wedding gown. Arm in arm, their faces beaming with irrepressible sweetness and joy, they soon reached the groomsmen, including Yi Fan. The groomsmen set off confetti cannons in unison. With several loud pops, red paper petals filled the air like snowflakes raining down over the couple's heads, creating a scene of festive joy. Thus the couple walked past the groomsmen and ascended the stage. The remaining ceremony was more relaxed. They exchanged rings, and the MC teased them, asking about their courtship, who would be the head of the household, who would handle finances, who would wash dishes. All lighthearted banter to liven up the atmosphere. Then Qin Jean-Fei's parents came on stage for the tea ceremony, the red envelope exchange, and the rest of the formalities, all done quickly. Su Lily's parents did not attend. In rural tradition, the bride's parents usually don't come to the wedding. Only some uncles and aunts from the bride's side join the noon banquet, and the groom's side arranges for elders with good drinking capacity to toast them properly. That's the customary rural wedding procedure. As for Yi Fan, after the confetti cannons were fired and everyone's attention was fixed on the stage ceremony, he quietly slipped out of the crowd and headed behind the stage. Arriving backstage, he happened to meet Qin Jean-Fei's father, Secretary Qin, whose face was glowing with joy as he spoke with relatives. Yi Fan didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and greeted him, "Uncle." Secretary Qin saw him, immediately broke into a smile, took his hand, and said, "Xiaoya, thank you for your hard work. See Dafei's wedding. It's all thanks to you brothers for helping out." Yi Fan waved his hand with a smile. "It's our duty, our duty. He's our brother. No need to be so formal." Hearing this, Secretary Qin's smile grew even warmer. Seeing his delight, Yi Fan quickly added, "Before the ceremony started, Jean-Fei said he wanted me to sing a song near the end to liven things up. I'll go connect the sound system." Secretary Qin's eyes lit up. "Oh, that's wonderful. Every parent wants their child's wedding to be even more special. I'll leave it to you." Yi Fan quickly waved him off. No need to be polite. Then he walked over to the sound system, took out his phone, and connected via Bluetooth. Soon the Bluetooth connected. Yi Fan opened the accompaniment app on his phone, selected the song he had prepared, and then stood quietly behind the stage waiting for the final segment of the wedding ceremony. Yi Fan waited until the MC announced the final line. "Groom Qin Jean-Fei, bride Su Lily, your wedding ceremony is now complete. May you remain united for 100 years and forever joined in heart." As those words ended, Yi Fan started the accompaniment. A gentle melody began to play. After the intro, Yi Fan raised the microphone to his lips and sang the first line, in a pure white gown holding flowers in hand, beautiful as a fairy tale. "I recall that early summer I worried about you acting foolish when we were together. Cupid flew softly beneath the moonlight and Pandora heard the answer." Yi Fan had chosen this particular song, a Mandarin pop ballad released by Chi Chun in November 2013. The reason he selected this song was that its melody was romantic and sweet, with a lively rhythm complemented by a gentle, yet deeply affectionate vocal performance that captured the longing for a beautiful love and marriage just right, perfectly suiting the atmosphere at hand. Moreover, this time, he didn't use another singer's voice like he had when singing to Luo Xiaoxi before. Instead, relying directly on the all-around god of song voice control skill provided by the system, he imitated the original singer's vocal tone and sang this song. As the first few lines of lyrics echoed out, everyone gathered in Qin Jean-Fei's courtyard, whether relatives, friends, or villagers, stood transfixed. They exchanged glances, confounded, and murmured among themselves, "Hasn't the ceremony already concluded? Why is the music playing again? Is there another act?" Without thinking, everyone turned toward the bride and groom on stage. Qin Jean-Fei and Su Lily had clearly finished their wedding ceremony, yet they stood motionless. Even the MC who had been hosting the wedding had started gathering his things and was about to step down from the stage. Hearing this music caught him off guard, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Neither the MC nor the relatives and friends present thought it was a cover. They simply assumed the original recording was playing. While everyone was still stunned, Yifan walked up from behind the stage, microphone in hand, and continued singing. Cupid flew gently past the moonlight. Pandora heard the reply. The church bell was striking the code of happiness. When these lyrics came out, and the audience saw Yifan singing into the microphone, instead of praising him, they all showed contemptuous looks. What's this guy doing? Crashing someone's wedding to show off. If you're going to act cool, at least sing yourself, just mouthing along to the original track. You look like a damn clown. Just as the doubts from below arose, the next lyrics Yifan sang proved them completely wrong, for he was performing an entirely different version, deviating from the original. Yifan sang, "Oh my love, you're getting married. He wants to build a home with you, the most beautiful dream of this life with you by his side. He'll brave any journey. Oh my love, you should get married. He'll love you for a lifetime. He's willing to let go of everything to give you a happy home. Oh my love, you're getting married. He wants to build a home with you, the most beautiful dream of this life with you by his side. He'll brave any journey." As he reached the song's powerful chorus, Yifan pointed at Qin Zhanfei and his wife, as if offering them his blessing. This altered lyrics performance clearly proved he was singing for real, not lip-syncing to the original. Those who had doubted him moments ago now exclaimed in astonishment, "Holy shit, that's amazing." The same scorn they'd shown earlier had transformed into shock and admiration. They never imagined such a voice could come from a human cover performance. It matched the original exactly with no discernible difference, and the singing technique was even comparable to a professional vocalist. Every pronunciation and articulation mirrored the original singer perfectly, leaving no room for anything but amazement. Some began speculating whether Yifan might be an internet celebrity singer. The person beside him immediately shot back, "Nonsense. Could an internet singer really perform at this level? If someone truly had this skill, they wouldn't still be a web celebrity, they'd be a professional singer by now. Then why hasn't he released his own songs? Who knows what's going on? But he's definitely not an internet singer. We saw him at the entrance acting as best man and guest host just now. This guy's a friend of the groom." Upon hearing this explanation, everyone grew even more stunned. Among the first to comprehend were Hosey, Ma Yongxiang, and the others. They finally understood why Yifan had been speaking in riddles and building anticipation. The young man Qin Zhanfei had secretly begged Yifan to perform a song near the end of the wedding ceremony, and Yifan had agreed. They knew all too well how difficult it was to get Yifan to sing. However, the most excited people present weren't Hosey and the groomsmen, but the bridesmaids who had been waiting alongside, especially Zhao Qiqi. At first, when the music started, she was puzzled. Seeing Yifan walk onto the stage with a microphone to sing, she thought he was quite cute, handsome, and funny, mouthing the words. But in her eyes, love makes blind. Even if Yifan was genuinely showing off by lip-syncing, it was just a bro's way of sending wedding wishes to his brother. Nothing wrong with that. But when Yifan hit those final climax chorus lines, everything changed. This wasn't some cheap flex, this was genuinely badass. Even she, a girl, couldn't help but swear, "Holy shit, that's incredible." Zhao Qiqi was naturally straightforward and bold, but while pursuing Yifan, she'd been putting on a refined front and avoiding cursing. Even her best friend, the bride Su Lily, had teased her several times about it, saying it didn't seem like her. But she didn't care. For someone she wanted to pursue, putting on an act wasn't embarrassing. But right now she simply couldn't maintain the charade anymore and broke out with profanity. She didn't notice Luo Xiaoxi standing behind her, watching Yifan on stage with stars in her eyes, practically melting with affection. Even the little girl in Luo Xiaoxi's arms kept cheering, "Wow, Daddy is so awesome. Daddy sings so beautifully." Hearing her daughters praise, Luo Xiaoxi hugged the little girl tighter with a proud smile and whispered in her ear, "Of course your daddy is the best." Perhaps Yifan's voice was too loud, or maybe the speakers were turned up too high. The mother-daughter conversation went unnoticed by others. Meanwhile, Yifan on stage had long spotted Luo Xiaoxi and her daughter. As he sang blessings to Qin Zhanfei and his wife, he kept casting loving glances and warm smiles toward Luo Xiaoxi and her daughter. Before Luo Xiaoxi could react to Yifan's gaze, Zhao Qiqi, standing in front of her, misunderstood. It seemed Yifan's smile and look were directed at her. What did this mean? Was Yifan confessing his feelings to her? Using this song to send wedding wishes while simultaneously declaring his intentions? Whether man or woman, anyone facing someone they adore would engage in elaborate mental projection. Seeing Yifan cast such a look her way, Zhao Qiqi could barely contain herself and nearly let out a cry. Still as a girl, she forced herself to stay composed, though her face flushed with excitement, and she nearly bounced off her feet. In her mind, she had finally waded through the storm. The clouds had parted and Yifan was ready to be with her. Meanwhile, Yifan on stage hadn't noticed any of this. His gaze and smile had been meant for Luo Xiaoxi and their daughter, never expecting it to be misinterpreted by Zhao Qiqi. He didn't dwell on it. The song soon reached its conclusion. Pointing at Qin Zhanfei and Su Lily with one hand, Yifan sang the final line, "He will set aside everything to give you a happy home." With that, the song came to an end. Only when the final note faded did the crowd seem to awaken from the spell of Yifan's moving voice. There was a brief pause before they snapped back to reality, shouting in awe, "Holy shit, that was incredible. One more song. One more." Naturally, Yifan wouldn't oblige with an encore. He had only agreed to sing after Qin Zhanfei pleaded with him relentlessly. He wasn't there to put on a concert. So he ignored the calls from the crowd and turned to Qin Zhanfei and Su Lily before him. As Zhanfei's older brother, I came to celebrate your wedding today with nothing material to give, so I'll sing a song to express my good wishes. He paused and looked at Su Lily with a smile, and to the bride, Zhanfei is my close brother. Don't let his rough exterior fool you. He listens to me above all others. If he ever hurts you, come straight to me. I'll make sure this kid learns his place. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Su Lily held on to Qin Zhanfei's arm happily and said to Yi Fan, don't worry, Fei calls you brother Fan, and I'll call you that too. She shot a sideways glance at Qin Zhanfei beside her and added, brother Fan, if he dares to wrong me in the future, you can't turn a blind eye. I'll come to you. Yi Fan laughed heartily, don't worry. If he ever bullies you, I'll break his legs myself. These words sent everyone, bridegroom, relatives, and guests, bursting into laughter, the atmosphere reaching its peak. Amidst this lively atmosphere, the wedding finally came to a close. Yi Fan followed Qin Zhanfei and the others, stepping down from the stage one after another. As soon as he walked down from the stage with the bride and groom, Yi Fan encountered the sight he least wanted to see. If not for Qin Zhanfei's persistent coaxing, calling him brother Fan and godfather left and right, he truly had no intention of stealing the spotlight. After all, it was his best friend's wedding. As a groomsman, it would be incredibly awkward to overshadow the main couple. But he had no choice. Qin Zhanfei was as sticky as a piece of gum, clinging so tightly that he eventually had to give in and reluctantly sing a song on stage. As it turned out, the effect was quite impressive. The moment he followed Qin Zhanfei and his wife off the wedding stage, the crowd barely paid attention to the newlyweds, instead surrounding him, the groomsmen. Especially his brothers. None of them had any tact, getting as excited as if they were at a concert seeing a celebrity showering him with praise. Holy crap, brother Fan, your singing is amazing. I didn't get enough. Why don't you sing another one? Among them, Ma Yongxiang was the most exaggerated. This guy was usually glib-tongued. Though he was a car mechanic, he had a special hobby, listening to music. Just how much did he love it? While learning auto repair, he almost never took off his earphones, always playing music. Even though his master repeatedly told him not to listen to music while learning techniques lest he forget them, he still went his own way. If not for his sweet talk and ability to please, occasionally buying his master a pack of cigarettes, he would probably have been fired long ago. At that moment, Ma Yongxiang looked at Yi Fan with stars practically shining in his eyes, as if he had met his idol. Yi Fan couldn't help but shiver inwardly at that gaze. Facing the barrage of questions from the crowd, Yi Fan couldn't be bothered to respond one by one. He simply pushed through the crowd and walked toward the bridesmaids. Those bridesmaids had been worrying that as unmarried girls they were too shy to crowd in and approach Yi Fan, feeling a bit disappointed. But suddenly they noticed Yi Fan walking straight through the crowd toward them. Instantly their faces flushed with excitement, and they barely suppressed a scream. The most dramatic was Zhao Qiqi. Watching Yi Fan push through the crowd toward her, she almost blurted out, "Oh my God, he's coming." However, with so many people around, and facing the man she had fallen for at first sight, she managed to hold it in. She absolutely could not ruin her ladylike image in front of the boy she liked. Moreover, she was already convinced that Yi Fan was walking through the crowd to her, definitely to express his feelings. Otherwise, why had Yi Fan kept winking at her on the wedding stage and flashing those loving smiles? She was certain that Yi Fan had fallen for her, but was too shy to say it. She was even mentally prepared. As soon as he came over, she would pounce on him without waiting for him to make the first move. Who cared about being reserved? Catching the man she loved was what mattered most. Meanwhile, Qin Zhanfei and Su Lily watched everyone crowding around Yi Fan without any embarrassment or displeasure. In fact, Qin Zhanfei had anticipated this scene and had privately told Su Lily beforehand that Yi Fan sang exceptionally well. He planned to have Yi Fan sing a song at the end of their wedding ceremony to liven up the atmosphere. At the time, the bride Su Lily was a bit dismissive, thinking Qin Zhanfei was exaggerating. How good can his singing be? At best, it's KTV level. But since her husband liked the idea, and it was their wedding, she went along with it. To her astonishment, Yi Fan's voice reached the level of a professional singer. His vocal control was so refined that even some internet celebrities couldn't replicate it. Seeing everyone surround Yi Fan, Su Lily felt only excitement. Her wedding would finally be something to brag about among her close girlfriends. She had already planned that after the wedding, when chatting with her friends, this would be a huge topic. By now, Yi Fan had finally struggled through the crowd and arrived near Zhao Qiqi and the other bridesmaids. His gaze passed over Zhao Qiqi, landing precisely on Luo Xiaoxi and the child behind her. A doting smile appeared on his face as he opened his arms in a hugging gesture. Seeing Yi Fan reach out, Zhao Qiqi thought he was about to hug her. Her face flushed with excitement, and she tremblingly extended her hands, even stepping forward to fall into his embrace. But just then something unexpected happened. Behind her, a small figure squeezed through her legs, burst out from the hem of her pants, and ran wildly toward Yi Fan, shouting excitedly, "Daddy! Daddy!" It was Yi Fan's daughter, the little girl Luo Fifan. Seeing her run over, Yi Fan's doting expression deepened. When the little girl reached him, he bent down, scooped her into his arms, and asked with a smile, "Sweetheart, was Daddy's singing good?" The little girl giggled, her sweet childish voice praising, "Good. Daddy sings best. Fei loves to hear it." Hearing his daughter's compliment, Yi Fan's heart bloomed with joy. He couldn't help hugging her tighter and planting a kiss on her chubby cheek, saying, "You like it? Then Daddy will sing for you every day, okay?" The little girl nodded eagerly, yes, yes. Feifei loves hearing daddy sing. Sing for Feifei every day. This interaction between father and daughter left Zhao Qiqi and the bridesmaids across from them stunned. Zhao Qiqi's shy expression froze on her face, her arms still in the hugging position, unsure whether to lower them or keep them up, utterly embarrassed. What had she just heard? That little girl called Yi Fan Daddy. How could that be? That was too absurd. After all, Yi Fan wasn't wearing a mask now. His expression and every move were clear to Zhao Qiqi. With his looks, he didn't seem like someone who had such a big daughter. She mentally examined Yi Fan again and again. He was at most just over 20. But that little girl was at least 4 or 5 years old. Did that mean Yi Fan had a daughter when he was 15 or 16? Besides, one surname was Luo, the other Yi. Those two surnames had nothing in common. She absolutely refused to believe it, finding even the thought ridiculous. Suddenly, an unrealistic idea popped into her head. As if to comfort herself, could it be that Yi Fan had made the little girl call him daddy, just to reject her? It must be that. Even if it was a bit self-deceiving, she preferred to think that Yi Fan was just pretending. But then again, that little girl cooperated pretty well, calling him daddy, without any sign of faking it. Despite thinking so, when she saw the little girl hugging Yi Fan and noticed a vague resemblance in their facial contours, she forced herself to believe it was just her imagination playing tricks. Impossible, absolutely impossible, it made no sense. As for Yi Fan, he didn't even notice the complex expression on Zhao Qiqi's face across from him. He was completely immersed in the joy of being a father, his heart melted by his daughter's cuteness. Just as Yi Fan was kissing his daughter, a relative of Qin Zhanfei shouted from the crowd, "Everyone find a seat. The feast is starting." Yi Fan immediately understood. It was time to eat. He figured the relative had called out because everyone was still gathered around him and no one had taken their seats. He smiled, then spotted Luo Xiaoxi standing behind the bridesmaids and said to her with a grin, "I'll take the little girl and sit with Monkey and the guys. You can sit with the bridesmaids later." Luo Xiaoxi nodded obediently. "Okay, go ahead, don't worry about me." Yi Fan then carried the little girl and turned to find his brother's table in the courtyard. Soon he spotted them near the corridor of Qin Zhanfei's front door. His brothers were gathered around a table, some standing, some sitting, all looking his way. Monkey even waved at him, signaling him to come over. Seeing the gesture, Yi Fan smiled and walked over with the little girl in his arms. As he reached the table, Ma Yongxiang quickly handed him a stool. Yi Fan adjusted it, sat down, and never put the little girl down, letting her sit on his lap. After settling in, Yi Fan looked at Ma Yongxiang, who had handed him the stool, and said with a smile, "Kid, you've got good eyes." Ma Yongxiang, upon hearing the compliment, immediately pressed his advantage. "Brother Fan, don't just praise me with words. Let's get this straight. When I get married, you can't play dumb. You have to do the same for me as you did for Zhanfei." "Holy crap, that was awesome. The song you sang just blew the atmosphere away. It made me itch to have you do the same at my wedding, so I'll have something to brag about too." Hearing Ma Yongxiang's words, Yi Fan shook his head helplessly and laughed. "Kid, you never let yourself be shortchanged. Just because you handed me a stool, you want me to sing at your wedding? Fine, I'll just stand up then." With that, Yi Fan made a show of getting up. Ma Yongxiang saw his act and knew he was joking, so he quickly played along, pressing Yi Fan's shoulder. "Once you sit on my stool, don't think you're getting up. Anyway, I don't care. When I get married, you have to sing me a song." Yi Fan looked at his rascally behavior and said to the brothers around him, "See that? This kid is a total scoundrel, and he's stuck on me." Their banter made the brothers around them burst into laughter. Even the little girl in Yi Fan's arms, seeing everyone laughing, happily giggled without understanding why. Seeing the little girl laughing along with them, they all laughed even more heartily. Especially her adorable, innocent expression. Clearly understanding nothing, yet following everyone's laughter, that cute charm was simply too endearing. Yi Fan's group of brothers were tickled to the point of doubling over, unable to resist the urge to reach out and hug the little girl, but she firmly rejected them. The little one clung tightly to Yi Fan's neck, refusing to let go no matter what. Seeing that the little girl wouldn't let him hold her, Ma Yongxiang's eyes twinkled as he planned to use candy as a bribe. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a large handful of candy, left over from when he had gone to pick up the bride earlier, and waved it at the little girl, tempting her. "Little Feifei, how about letting Uncle hold you? If you let me hold you, I'll give you this candy." He thought children were easy to coax, but to his surprise, the little girl glanced at the candy in his hand, completely unimpressed, and pouted him. "Feifei doesn't care about that. Feifei has plenty in her pockets." As she spoke, she pointed a tiny finger at her bulging pockets. The candy was from earlier in the bridal chamber, where the bride Su Lily and the bridesmaids had stuffed handful after handful into her pockets to make her call them sister, filling all 4 of her pockets to the brim. Seeing that the little girl had no interest in his candy, Ma Yongxiang had to dejectedly sit back down, though he still placed the candy on the table in front of her. Yi Fan and his brothers burst into laughter again at Ma Yongxiang's embarrassed and awkward expression. While everyone was gathered around the little girl at another table, the lively atmosphere there was even more exuberant. In a small room, Luo Xiaoxi was surrounded by the bride and bridesmaids, who were quizzing her intensely like scientists exploring scientific secrets, their beautiful faces brimming with curiosity. The only silent person present was Zhao Qiqi. She, who usually loved to join in the fun, was unusually quiet, just sitting there listening to everyone ask Luo Xiaoxi various questions, which made Luo Xiaoxi feel extremely shy. "Is Yi Fan really your husband?" Do you two really have a 4-year-old daughter? Luo Xiaoxi felt utterly embarrassed and shy but had no choice but to answer each question reluctantly. However, she would say what needed to be said and instinctively omit what should not be mentioned. First, she confirmed that the little girl was indeed hers and Yi Fan's daughter. As for whether Yi Fan was her husband, she merely nodded lightly, indicating her assent. The reason she did not assert it firmly was that they had neither registered their marriage nor held a wedding ceremony, so she feared a lack of conviction would raise suspicion. When she implicitly confirmed Yi Fan as her husband and that they had a 4-year-old daughter, everyone was startled, and their sympathetic gazes turned to Zhao Qiqi, who was sitting silently, making the atmosphere awkward and oppressive. Seeing that no one was asking those strange questions anymore, Luo Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief. But when she noticed everyone directing sympathetic looks at Zhao Qiqi, sitting nearby, she felt puzzled and also cast a questioning glance in her direction. Zhao Qiqi, sitting in silence, felt extremely uncomfortable under everyone's gaze. With Luo Xiaoxi, the protagonist, also looking at her with curiosity and confusion, she became even more embarrassed. But her personality never allowed her to be weak or submissive. She was straightforward, bold, and never hid anything. Besides, she hadn't known Yi Fan had a wife and child, so she never thought liking Yi Fan was wrong. So she met Luo Xiaoxi's puzzled gaze directly and brought up the embarrassing issue. She asked, "Xiaoxi's sister-in-law, let me ask you something, don't be upset." Hearing her words, Luo Xiaoxi was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, "Go ahead, it's fine." With Luo Xiaoxi's consent, Zhao Qiqi voiced her doubt. "I'm just really curious. Yi Fan looks at most in his early 20s, maybe even younger than me. How could he have a 4-year-old child with you? Don't tell me you two fell in love and had a kid when you were 15 or 16. That's too absurd." Hearing this question, Luo Xiaoxi was momentarily stunned. She suddenly recalled that when Yi Fan came to pick her and the child up this morning, he looked different from yesterday. His face was fairer and more tender. At the time, she had been upset because Yi Fan hadn't taken good care of the child and had argued with her parents, so she hadn't paid much attention. Now she remembered Yi Fan's face was unbelievably smooth, as if he had undergone plastic surgery. She realized this and burst out laughing. Seeing Luo Xiaoxi laugh, Zhao Qiqi and the others were even more confused, all casting curious looks at her. Luo Xiaoxi, noticing everyone staring at her, suppressed her laughter and explained, "You've all misunderstood. First of all, we didn't have a child when we were 15 or 16. I got pregnant at 21 and gave birth to our daughter. She's 4 now plus the year of pregnancy, so I'm 26 this year. Xiao Fan is the same age as me, also 26. Don't let his face fool you." Everyone was astonished by Luo Xiaoxi's explanation. How is that possible? Yi Fan doesn't look 26 at all. His face is so fair and tender, no different from a college student who hasn't entered society. If there's any difference, it's that college students usually have some acne, but he doesn't even have that. His skin is unbelievably white and smooth like a girl's. Seeing their disbelief, Luo Xiaoxi didn't want to explain further and helplessly shrugged. "If you don't believe me, ask him yourselves." Seeing Luo Xiaoxi's serious expression, which didn't seem like a lie, the others reluctantly believed her. They then turned their heads and looked at Zhao Qiqi, who was sitting there nearly unable to control her shocked expression, with even more sympathy. Zhao Qiqi seemed struck by a blow, her eyes almost dazed. After a long while, the bride, her close friend Su Lily, couldn't bear it and patted her shoulder, snapping her out of her stupor. Coming to her senses, Zhao Qiqi sighed, looking utterly dejected, stood up and bowed slightly to Luo Xiaoxi. "Xiaoxi's sister-in-law, I'm sorry." Hearing this unprovoked apology, Luo Xiaoxi was puzzled. Why was this girl apologizing to her for no reason? While she was wondering, Zhao Qiqi frankly explained. She started from how Yi Fan had tricked his way into the bridal chamber and taken the bride, and directly told Luo Xiaoxi that she had liked Yi Fan. But she also explained that at the time, she didn't know Yi Fan already had a wife and child. Although Yi Fan had told her, she mistakenly thought he was only in his early 20s and assumed he couldn't possibly have a child. After hearing her apology and the whole story, Luo Xiaoxi finally understood. No wonder she had felt that Zhao Qiqi was especially excited when Yi Fan was singing on stage earlier, especially when Yi Fan's gaze fell on the mother and daughter. Zhao Qiqi was even more thrilled than them, like a fanatic fan chasing a star. She had thought it strange at the time, but now she finally got it. However, Luo Xiaoxi wasn't angry. Instead, she waved her hand casually. "You're Qiqi, right?" Zhao Qiqi quickly nodded. "First of all, I appreciate that you honestly told me you like my husband. I understand that." Luo Xiaoxi continued. "Whether it's my confidence or self-praise, I have to admit that my husband Yi Fan is indeed outstanding, especially his face, which is too deceiving. It's not unusual for girls to like him. So you don't need to apologize to me, and I won't be angry. It's normal to like someone, especially when you didn't know he had a wife. As long as nothing happened, everything is reasonable, and I completely understand." Saying this, Luo Xiaoxi actually used a little trick. She kept saying "my husband" to emphasize her relationship with Yi Fan, subtly hinting to others not to develop feelings for him. After everything was out in the open, Zhao Qiqi wasn't as embarrassed anymore. Soon the bridesmaids were chatting together again. During the conversation, the groom, Qin Zhanfei's relatives, began bringing out the dishes. In the meantime, Zhao Qiqi still felt a bit apologetic and toasted Luo Xiaoxi with tea instead of wine several times, quickly bringing them closer, and the atmosphere became lively again. Yi Fan was unaware of what was happening on that side. At this moment dishes were being served at his table too, and he was busy putting food on the little girl's plate. The little girl was exceptionally well behaved. Whatever Yi Fan placed on her plate she ate, without a single refusal. In his eyes his daughter seemed nothing short of adorable, sweet, and sensible. Yet Yi Fan was unaware that the reason his daughter obeyed so meekly, never rejecting any dish he offered, was not because the food was particularly delicious or flavorful, but because she had never experienced a father's love before. Previously, due to the relationship between Luo Xiaoxi and Yi Fan, Luo Xiaoxi feared being ridiculed if friends or classmates saw her, so she never attended others' weddings. She declined every invitation she could. For those she absolutely couldn't avoid, she would simply send a monetary gift and leave immediately, never staying for the banquet. She did not want gossip to hurt her daughter. That was why the little girl chewed every bite so earnestly when Yi Fan served her food. She was not savoring the taste of the dishes, she was tasting a father's love, the care from Yi Fan. Still, he did not heap too much onto her plate. At the grand banquet in Jiangbei province, a custom prevailed, perhaps also elsewhere, where cold dishes were served first and hot dishes typically arrived only after the cold ones were nearly finished. Thus a saying among drinkers in Jiangbei: when if your tolerance for alcohol is low, eat as much as you can, for you won't last until the hot dishes arrive. In the bitter cold of winter, it was freezing. Yi Fan occasionally placed a bit of cold dish like beef before the little girl, but only enough to stave off hunger temporarily. He planned to let her have a hearty meal once the hot dishes arrived. Fortunately, her mouth was small. A piece of beef he gave her would keep her chewing for a long time. Yi Fan's doting gestures toward his daughter drew the attention of several brothers around him, who forgot their own food and stared at him intently. Sensing their gazes, Yi Fan looked up and saw them watching him feed his daughter. He grinned smugly. "What are you looking at? Why don't you all get married quickly? Jealous that I have such a lovely daughter." His teasing words stirred a mix of envy and resentment among the group. As they chatted and laughed, Secretary Qin Zhanfei's father approached with a bottle of liquor in hand. Reaching their table, he noticed no wine and asked with surprise, "Hey, what happened with the servers? Didn't they bring you any liquor?" Yi Fan, realizing the misunderstanding, quickly waved his hand to explain. "Uncle, please don't misunderstand. The servers did bring us liquor, but we chose not to take any. We thought that after the meal we might need to see off the bride's family. So we decided not to drink. How else would we drive?" Secretary Qin, impressed by Yi Fan's thoughtfulness, nodded repeatedly. "Ah, Xiaoyi, I don't know how to thank you enough. De Fei is blessed to have brothers like you. It's a fortune earned over 800 lifetimes. But don't worry about anything. Some of the bride's family don't drink. They can drive everyone back. You don't need to bother." He then took 2 disposable cups, placed them on the table, and poured half a cup into each. Shoving one toward Yi Fan, he raised the other and said, "I'm not good with words, and I don't know how to say nice things. Come, Xiaoyi, let me toast you. We won't drink much, just this half cup. Consider it my thanks. No more words needed. Everything is in this drink." Before Yi Fan could refuse, Secretary Qin downed his own half cup in one gulp. Yi Fan's lips twitched. How could he refuse now? To be honest, he really didn't want to drink, but since Uncle Qin had already drunk first, it would be rude not to reciprocate. So Yi Fan, without hesitation, held the little girl with one arm and picked up the cup with the other, ready to down it in one go. Just as he was about to drink, the little girl in his arms threw a tantrum. "I don't want Daddy to drink. Daddy, you're not allowed to. After you drink, you smell all stinky. Fei won't let you hold me." Hearing this, Yi Fan silently praised his daughter in his heart. "Good girl, well done." It also gave him a perfect excuse to refuse the alcohol. Feigning helplessness, Yi Fan put down the half cup of liquor that Secretary Qin had just poured and said, "Uncle, you see, my daughter won't let me drink. If I drink this half cup, she won't let me hold her. How about this? I'll substitute the liquor with a soft drink." He reached under the table, grabbed a large bottle of Sprite, and filled an empty disposable cup to the brim. "I'll toast you with this soft drink instead. Is that acceptable?" Secretary Qin glanced at the little girl in Yi Fan's arms and chuckled helplessly, pointing at Yi Fan. "You really have a wonderful daughter. Find down this cup of Sprite and consider it your toast with a soft drink." Without hesitation, Yi Fan gulped down the Sprite, then leaned toward the little girl and rubbed against her. Fei, don't be mad. Daddy didn't drink alcohol. It was a soft drink. See?" Seeing that Yi Fan had truly obeyed her and drunk a soft drink instead of alcohol, the little girl was overjoyed. She spoke to Secretary Qin like a little adult. "Don't let my daddy drink alcohol. My daddy only drinks soft drinks. My daddy is good." Amused by her mischievous cuteness, Secretary Qin laughed heartily. All right, your daddy won't drink. He won't drink." Then he turned to Yi Fan. "Fine, if you can't drink, then don't. I'll go attend to other guests." Yi Fan quickly responded, "Please go ahead. We'll just have a bite and skip the alcohol today." Secretary Qin nodded and left. After he was gone, Yi Fan looked at Hosey, Ma Yongxiang, and the others, and asked with a smile, "So do you guys want to drink today, eh?" They all shook their heads vigorously like rattles. Ma Yongxiang, whose tolerance was already poor, refused decisively, yet hesitantly. "Brother Fan, we really don't want to drink. That time we went to town with you a couple of days ago, we drank so much our heads ached. We were miserable all afternoon, and we've just recovered. If we drink again, we can't take it. But we can't avoid it. Zhanfei will definitely come with his wife to toast us. How can we refuse the wedding toast?" Yi Fan nodded, finding it reasonable. After all, when the bride and groom offer a toast, one must drink. It's tradition. A thought crossed Yi Fan's mind. He said, Here's the plan, we'll fill our cups with Sprite. When they come to toast, we'll use the Sprite as a stand-in for liquor. What do you think? Ma Yongqiang shook his head. Not good. Yi Fan puzzled asked, what, you want to drink the real stuff? Ma Yongqiang shook his head again. No. I mean, Sprite has bubbles. It doesn't look like liquor in a cup. How about this, find some mineral water, bring 2 bottles, and pour a cup for each of us. We'll keep drinking Sprite, and when Zhang Fei and his wife come to toast, we'll drink the mineral water. Yi Fan nodded and pointed at him. Your mind works fast. I never thought of that. Alright, go find some mineral water. Ma Yongqiang grinned. Wait for me. And off he ran. Soon he returned with a large bottle of mineral water, the kind with a red label jokingly called Nongfu's 3 punches. He carried it over, grinning slyly, as if plotting mischief, then took a stack of disposable cups, and poured one for everyone at the table. He tucked the bottle into a corner out of sight. Afterward, he sat back down, exchanging furtive glances with the others, and they all broke into meaningful smiles. Sure enough, not long after, the hot dishes began to arrive. When they were nearly finished, Qin Zhanfei came over with his wife. Qin Zhanfei was still in his suit, while his wife Su Lily had changed out of her wedding dress into the red bridal gown she had worn on arrival, topped with a down jacket. The couple approached Yi Fan. Qin Zhanfei walked ahead holding a cup with half a measure of liquor. Brother Fan, thanks to you today the wedding went smoothly. Otherwise we would have been humiliated. So my wife and I want to toast you properly. As he spoke, he reached for an empty disposable cup to pour Yi Fan some liquor. Yi Fan quickly waved him off. Zhanfei, no need to pour. I've got a cup right here that I haven't touched yet. Brother, since you two are toasting me with wedding wine, I can't refuse. Let me show you how it's done. With that, he picked up the cup of liquor, actually mineral water, and downed it in one gulp, clean and swift. After drinking, he pretended the liquor was fiery, scrunching up his face. His acting was so convincing that the others struggled not to laugh, their faces turning red from holding back. Qin Zhanfei had no idea the cup contained mineral water, not liquor. Seeing Yi Fan drink so readily, he was deeply moved, his eyes growing slightly red. Everything Yi Fan had done for him today was worthy of a true elder brother, no complaints. He took the bottle from his wife, poured more into his own half-full cup of liquor, and downed it in one gulp. Unlike Yi Fan's easy feat, what he drank was genuine grain liquor, over 50 proof. One gulp left his face flushed from the burn. Seeing Qin Zhanfei drinking so hastily that his face turned red from choking, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel at a loss for words. To be honest, he never expected this guy to be so reckless, downing the drink in one gulp without even leaving room for him to intervene. At first, Yi Fan had reasoned that as the groom, Qin Zhanfei wouldn't toast just one person. Even if he saw Yi Fan finish his in one go, he'd at most take a sip before moving on to toast the others. After all, there were 6 people at Yi Fan's table, including himself. If everyone got a toast, Qin Zhanfei wouldn't have time for anything else. The groomsmen alone would keep him occupied, not to mention the relatives and friends he'd have to greet later, especially the bride's family, from whom there was no escaping the toasting circuit. Given how refreshed Qin Zhanfei looked as he approached, it was clear he was coming to toast Yi Fan first. What should he do next? Would he even make it to the wedding chamber tonight? Not wanting to embarrass him, yet feeling sympathy for his good brother, Yi Fan hurriedly spoke up. Hey, why are you drinking so fast? As an older brother, it's only natural to down it in one go when facing your brother's wedding toast. He showed no concern about having just consumed mineral water, speaking as though it were genuine baijiu, his face unflushed and breath steady. Hearing this, Qin Zhanfei was moved beyond words, unable to speak for a long moment. His lips quivered as he sighed softly, set down his glass, then threw an arm around Yi Fan's shoulders and called out, "Brother, thank you." Yi Fan was caught off guard by Qin Zhanfei's sudden warmth, but the little girl in his arms wasn't having it, whining, "Stinks. Stinks. Uncle Zhanfei stinks, don't hold my dad. You're making him smell bad, and I don't even want to hold him anymore." Just as Qin Zhanfei was touched, the little girl's words came out of nowhere, instantly shattering the atmosphere of brotherly affection. He chuckled at the little girl and said, all right, no hugging, my little one." Yi Fan used his daughter to defuse the awkwardness and quickly changed the subject. "Don't drink so fast, have some food first. Don't end up collapsing before anything happens, and not even making it to the bridal chamber. Your sister-in-law will blame me today." Su Lily, standing behind Qin Zhanfei, heard Yi Fan's teasing, and her face flushed red. Embarrassed, she said, "Brother Fan, what are you talking about? You're the elder brother, and he should act this way. I wouldn't say anything." Hearing Su Lily's sensible words, Yi Fan understood deep down that his brother had finally found a reliable wife, and he was genuinely happy for him. What happened next was simple enough. Qin Zhanfei had already downed a cup of baijiu in front of Yi Fan, and the brothers present all had mineral water in their cups. They couldn't possibly pressure him into drinking another. Conscience wouldn't allow it. So when it was Monkey and the others' turn, they only let Qin Zhanfei take a light sip, while they themselves downed the glass of mineral water they pretended was baijiu in one gulp. This move moved Qin Zhanfei deeply once again, and he kept exclaiming, "We're all good brothers." The words made everyone want to laugh, but hold it back, their faces turning red like monkey butts from suppressing their amusement. To avoid the atmosphere becoming even more guilty and awkward, everyone shamelessly urged Qin Zhanfei, "What's wrong? Don't just toast us. You should go tend to your own business. The elders inside are waiting. As the bride and groom, you definitely need to make the rounds at each table, drink a bit less." After listening to Yi Fan and the others' persuasion, Xin Zhanfei was so moved his face turned red again, nodding repeatedly. Then he took hold of the bride Su Lily, who was equally moved to tears, and walked toward the other table of elders in the hall. Watching the newlyweds walk away, everyone looked at each other and could no longer hold it in. They burst out laughing. Especially Monkey, who laughed with particular exaggeration, clutching his stomach and gasping for breath as he said to Yi Fan, "Brother Fan, you're too wicked. Using mineral water to toast the newlyweds and making them feel so touched." Hearing this, Yi Fan immediately objected. "What do you mean I'm wicked? Let's be clear, like you haven't done the same thing. This shady business was done by all of us together. Why are you blaming it all on me?" Ma Yongxiang, upon hearing Yi Fan's rebuttal, immediately pushed back. "That's nonsense. Didn't you come up with this idea?" Yi Fan wouldn't let him off the hook and shot back, "Damn right I did. I suggested using Sprite. Who was it that said to use mineral water? Dare you say you didn't think the same? This is truly plastic brotherhood. Damn it, it goes to show that old saying. When drinking it's all brotherhood, when testifying it's all brother names. When my brother gets beaten I run away, though I'm my brother's good helper. Brotherhood runs deeper than water, but when my brother's in trouble I play deaf. When my brother's around I call him sis, but when he's gone I call him babe. True brothers keep it in their hearts, but their phones are always unreachable. Brotherhood is about loyalty, yet when one gets hit, everyone watches the show." As soon as Yi Fan finished reciting those catchy verses, everyone present froze for a moment before bursting into uncontrollable laughter, pointing at him and saying, "Holy crap, Brother Fan, where did you learn this? Spouting rhymes left and right. Are you prepping for grad school? That's brilliant, absolutely priceless." With Yi Fan's playful rhymes, the atmosphere among the brothers became even more heated, despite none of them having drunk, everyone delightfully cheerful, occasionally teasing the little girl in Yi Fan's arms, making it a lively scene. While the groomsmen table buzzed with energy, the bridesmaid table offered a stark contrast. At that moment, they were gathered in a small room. Ever since the bride Su Lily had left with the groom to toast others, the room's atmosphere had grown tense, without the intermediary, who kept things lighthearted. The other bridesmaids present had essentially come to terms with the fact that Yi Fan was married, but Zhao Qiqi remained somewhat unwilling to accept it. To be honest, Zhao Qiqi had always been quite dominant since childhood. Often teased as a tomboy, she had a carefree nature and a fiery temper. She used to think that no man in this world could make her heart flutter. There was even a period when, because of her personality and appearance, she had questioned her sexual orientation. Fortunately, she had no interest in women either. Her parents were quite open-minded. Being an only daughter, she had been spoiled rotten, and they had never insisted she must marry. So she had considered that if worst came to worst, she could live alone. No big deal. But it wasn't until this morning, attending her best friend's wedding as a bridesmaid, that everything started normally. It wasn't until Yi Fan appeared, that moment when she first noticed him. At first, she hadn't paid much attention, finding the photographer carrying the camera somewhat mysterious. Later, taking a closer look and drawing on past experience, she thought he should be quite handsome, which sparked just a hint of curiosity, but still not enough to make her heart flutter. It was only after discovering that Yi Fan wasn't a photographer at all, but one of the groomsmen who had played them all along, that she felt a flash of anger. For all these years, it had always been her playing others, never the other way around. So she harbored a grudge against Yi Fan, determined to teach him a lesson, nothing more. As for being moved, that wasn't it. Just heightened curiosity. It wasn't until they were in the car and Yi Fan removed his mask, revealing a face so striking it left Zhao Qiqi momentarily stunned. She could swear that in over 20 years she had never encountered a boy as handsome as Yi Fan standing before her. In that instant, something unnamed stirred within her chest, her heart pounding. Perhaps this was what people called love at first sight. Thus her feelings for Yi Fan evolved, from curiosity to attraction to affection, in merely a single morning. That brief span of time felt longer than the previous 20-something years combined. Yet despite her best efforts to show affection toward Yi Fan, he remained as unmoving as a block of wood, ignoring her completely, and even uttering that lie about already having a wife and child. His cold demeanor, and the way he rejected her, left Zhao Qiqi deeply unwilling to concede. But she hadn't lost hope. Born proud, how could she possibly give up so easily? She made a silent vow once the wedding concluded, she would ask her best friend for Yi Fan's address. She was different from other girls. Those who might hesitate or feel shy struck her as completely unnecessary. In her mind, if you liked someone, you pursued them. What was there to be ashamed of? Whatever boys could do, girls could do just as well. Once this matter passed, she planned to launch an all-out assault on Yi Fan, determined to capture this man's heart and conquer him. But never in her wildest dreams did she expect that right after the wedding ceremony, Yi Fan would deliver another crushing blow. He confirmed in front of her that he truly did have a wife and child, and that his wife was the very same woman she had met earlier in the bridal chamber. At that moment, Zhao Qiqi still found it hard to believe. With Yi Fan's appearance, he looked no older than 20-something, while she considered herself perhaps 2 or 3 years his senior. After all, she was already 23. Who would have thought a man's looks could be so deceptive? Though Yi Fan appeared to be in his early 20s, Luo Xiaoxi had informed her that he was actually 26 with a child already 4 years old. This left her heart suddenly chilled, even filled with a sense of defeat. She had so carefully nurtured these feelings for a boy. Was it all going to come to nothing? She truly couldn't accept this outcome. But what else could she do? Was she supposed to become the third party and break up someone else's marriage? Zhao Qiqi was not that kind of shameless woman. Thus caught in a dilemma, she was entangled in a prolonged hesitation. To give up would leave her heart deeply resentful, to persist however was futile for he was already married. What could she possibly do? As she was tormented by this anguish, the bridesmaids present seemed to sense the oppressive atmosphere, each falling into a silent stupor. Facing the table laden with dishes, they exchanged awkward glances, eating this meal in an exceptionally strained silence. Thus amidst the discomfort, they quietly ate, each lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly the door was pushed open from outside. A man appearing to be an elder relative of Qin Zhanfei's family walked in bearing 2 bottles of liquor, muttering as he entered, "Is there enough wine in this room? Let me add 2 more bottles for you." No sooner had he spoken than he noticed the awkward atmosphere, realizing he had entered the wrong room. This one was filled with the bridesmaids, a group of young women staring at him with wide-eyed confusion. This left him immensely embarrassed. "Oh, sorry, wrong room," he quickly apologized. "Enjoy your meal, I'll go fetch you some drinks instead." As he spoke, he prepared to leave with the liquor and exchange it for beverages. Just as he was about to depart, Zhao Qiqi called out from the room, "Uncle, since you've brought it, there's no need to take it away. Leave it here." Hearing this, Qin Zhanfei's uncle was momentarily stunned. But he quickly recovered. Young people nowadays were different from his generation. Drinking was no longer gender-specific. In his day, it was usually men who drank, while women mostly had soft drinks. Realizing this, he beamed and said, all right. Then approaching the table, he addressed Zhao Qiqi and the others, "Ladies, I'll leave the wine here for you. If it's not enough, just let me know, and I'll bring more later." Zhao Qiqi blushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed, and replied, "That's enough, uncle. Please go ahead with your business. Thank you for your trouble." "Oh, no need for thanks. It's my pleasure." Qin Zhanfei's uncle waved his hand dismissively. "Enjoy your meal." With that, he turned and left. After the uncle departed, Zhao Qiqi casually picked up one of the 2 bottles of liquor, twisted off the cap, and poured herself a generous cup, filling it with a gurgling sound. Her bridesmaid friends were puzzled by her actions, yet they understood her urge to drink. Knowing that Yifan already had a wife and child, she must have been heartbroken. Thus no one tried to dissuade her. They simply watched silently, thinking they would prevent her from drinking too much and let her vent her emotions. Soon Zhao Qiqi filled her cup and raised it, asking Luo Xiao, "Sister-in-law, can you drink? Would you have a cup with me?" Hearing this, Luo Xiaoxi was somewhat surprised. She quickly understood the implication, considering Zhao Qiqi had just confessed her feelings for Yifan. Yet understanding and comprehension were one thing. She could accept that Zhao Qiqi admired her husband without losing her temper, which already proved her magnanimity. But she was not without her own temper, and naturally would not grant her that favor. At once Luo Xiaoxi shook her head directly. "I'm sorry, Sister Qiqi, but I don't drink." Rejected outright by Luo Xiaoxi, Zhao Qiqi was indifferent. She retrieved the full cup and drank alone, like someone drowning their sorrows. Seeing her dejected state, Luo Xiaoxi was momentarily at a loss for words. To console her, how could she? The object of her affection was her own husband. Not to console her, yet she was putting on a display of deep affection right before her, making her uncomfortable. Helpless Luo Xiaoxi could only pretend not to see, thinking, "Do as you pleased, it's none of my concern." She couldn't be bothered to deal with Zhao Qiqi anymore, and the atmosphere in the room grew even more delicate. Everyone ate in silence, not a word spoken. As for Zhao Qiqi, she continued eating and drinking as if trying to vent her emotions. Soon Luo Xiaoxi felt she had eaten enough, and the uncomfortable atmosphere made her restless. She smiled at the others and said, "Well, I'm about done. Please continue. I'll go check on our little girl in case she starts fussing without me." With this excuse, Luo Xiaoxi rose and headed outside. The bridesmaids wanted to urge her to eat more, but glancing at their friend Zhao Qiqi, they didn't know what to say. They merely nodded and let Luo Xiaoxi push open the door and leave. As soon as she left, the tension in the air seemed to lift and the oppressive atmosphere abated. They began to persuade Zhao Qiqi, who was still drinking alone. "Qiqi, let it go. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why cling to one flower? Besides, he has a family. Why put yourself through this? And you've only known him for a morning. How did it come to this?" Hearing their words, Zhao Qiqi paused, cup in hand, and gave a bitter smile. Sigh, "Honestly, I don't know why. I've never felt this way about anyone before. This is the first time, and to have it happen like this. How cliché." With that, she ignored their advice and continued drinking. Seeing they couldn't persuade her, they let her be. Meanwhile, after Luo Xiaoxi pushed open the door and left the room, she soon found Yifan and the others on the staircase corridor of Qin Zhanfei's house. At that moment, Yifan and the other men, having finished their meal much faster than the bridesmaids, were already done eating. They were chatting and smoking, waiting for the banquet to end. As they were engrossed in lively conversation, Luo Xiaohao was the first to spot his sister Luo Xiaoxi approaching. He immediately alerted Yifan, who was sitting nearby. "Bro, my sister is coming." Hearing his brother-in-law's reminder, Yifan turned to look toward the courtyard and indeed saw Luo Xiaoxi walking slowly. He stood up holding little Yaya and greeted her with a smile. "Finished so soon? The soup hasn't arrived yet. Why not stay for some soup?" Luo Xiaoxi didn't reply. Her expression was grim. She walked up to Yifan and remained silent. Seeing her like this, the others sensed something was amiss. Yifan, noticing her troubled look, asked with confusion, "What's wrong? Something upset you? Why do you look so unhappy?" As he spoke, the little girl in his arms saw her mother approaching and wanted to be held, but seeing her mother's stern face, she wisely stayed quiet, nestled in Yi Fan's arms, behaving perfectly. Luo Xiaoxi, hearing Yi Fan's inquiry, glanced at the others with hesitation, then said, "Come outside for a moment, I need to talk to you." With that, she walked out of the gate on her own. Yi Fan, even more puzzled, said to his brother-in-law, "Xiaohao, hold the baby for a moment. I'll go see what's wrong with your sister." Luo Xiaohao didn't hesitate, and quickly beckoned, "Come Fei, come to uncle." The little girl, sensing that her parents had important matters to discuss, didn't cling to Yi Fan as usual. She obediently let go and went into Luo Xiaohao's arms. After handing the child to his brother-in-law, Yi Fan nodded to the others, indicating he needed to step out. Everyone could sense the tension and nodded understandingly, murmuring, "Go ahead, your wife must be upset about something. Comfort her." Yi Fan smiled faintly, walked out of Qin Zhanfei's gate, and followed Luo Xiaoxi. Soon he saw her heading alone toward a deserted area. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace. Luo Xiaoxi, walking ahead, reached a secluded patch of farmland near Qin Zhanfei's house, where a haystack provided some privacy. She stopped by the path and stood still, waiting for Yi Fan. He soon caught up and asked anxiously, "What's the matter?" Luo Xiaoxi looked at his eager face, wanting to speak, but struggling to find the words, hesitating and appearing deeply conflicted. Seeing her like this, Yi Fan grew more confused. He stepped forward, intending to embrace her. "Just tell me. We've been married for so long, is there anything you can't say?" Hearing this, Luo Xiaoxi pushed him away. Looking into his puzzled eyes, she finally spoke, "Don't play that with me. Have you been watching too many dramas? Always like this. Tell me quickly, what did you say to that Zhao Qiqi when you picked up the bridesmaids today? How did she become so infatuated with you? Do you know what she did during the meal?" Hearing her question, Yi Fan was even more baffled. He racked his brain. What had he said to Zhao Qiqi? In truth, he hadn't said much. She had expressed her admiration, but he had clearly rejected her, telling her he had a wife and child. So Yi Fan replied straightforwardly, "I didn't say anything to her. Besides, I barely know her. What could I have said? What did she do in there that made you look so upset?" Hearing Yi Fan's explanation, Luo Xiaoxi's face still bore a trace of suspicion. She stared into his eyes without blinking, as if trying to discern something from them, whether he had lied to her. It wasn't that she didn't want to believe Yi Fan, but the girl named Zhao Qiqi at the dinner table earlier had looked exactly like someone nursing a broken heart. Drinking and eating in that manner, it was clearly the look of someone who had loved the wrong person, been deeply hurt, and was drowning their sorrows in alcohol. As a woman, how could she not sense it? So she seriously suspected that Yi Fan must have said something to Zhao Qiqi that made her develop feelings. That possibility was not out of the question. Thus, she didn't answer Yi Fan's question at all, instead pressing on, "Are you sure? You didn't say anything." Yi Fan was utterly confused by her persistent questioning. Hadn't he answered clearly enough? Were her ears stuffed with cotton? However, since she was the mother of his child, he felt he had to be patient and try to remain calm. He said to her with restraint, "Don't worry, I absolutely never said anything ambiguous to her, nor anything that would make her misunderstand. I explicitly rejected her and told her plainly that I have a wife and child." This serious explanation from Yi Fan finally registered with Luo Xiaoxi. But she still pressed on with the tenacity of someone determined to get to the bottom of things. "Then why did she look like she had fallen for you and been dumped by you? Do you know that at the dinner table just now she was drowning her sorrows for you, putting on that affectionate act right in front of me, making me incredibly awkward?" Hearing this, Yi Fan finally understood why Luo Xiaoxi was so angry. But understanding didn't mean he could comprehend why she was blaming him. And what right did she have to question him? If she had doubts, shouldn't she go ask Zhao Qiqi? Thinking this, he spoke directly. "Regarding this question, I can only say that woman is crazy. Just because she likes me, I have to be responsible for her. I already told her I have a wife and child, yet she still acted that way. Besides, you're also crazy, aren't you? What reason do you have to ask me this? It's clearly her own doing. Oh, just because she likes me and I don't like her and rejected her, she drinks and gets sad, and I have to be responsible. What kind of bullshit logic is that? By that reasoning, if I liked Bing Bing or Mimi and one day I confessed to them and they ignored me, I should go drink and drown my sorrows, and then they'd have to be responsible for me. Don't you think that's ridiculous? The problem isn't with me at all." Hearing Yi Fan's angry outburst, Luo Xiaoxi inexplicably felt a surge of grievance. She couldn't even explain why. Sometimes women are like this. When they feel insecure, they like to pick a pointless fight with their boyfriend, act out a little, test his attitude, and see how important they are to him. But what she didn't realize was that the more she did this, the easier it was to gradually make her boyfriend grow impatient. Explanations once started could go on endlessly. If this habit truly took hold, the relationship would eventually fall apart. As the saying goes, the bystander sees clearly while the participant is lost. Luo Xiaoxi, caught in the emotional entanglement, was completely unaware of this. All these years she had raised her daughter alone and never considered matters of the heart. And after being apart for so long, when conflicts arose again, she didn't know how to resolve them. She could only rely on instinct and her past dependence on Yi Fan dumping all the problems on him to handle. In her mind, if she questioned him like this, he would surely reassure her repeatedly that there was nothing between them, make a vow to placate her, and then she would climb down from her high horse. Then they could go together to talk to Zhao Qiqi and clear things up, avoiding messy entanglements. How perfect that would be. But she never expected that Yi Fan wouldn't follow her script at all. He directly threw the problem back at her, telling her to take it up with whoever had the issue. For a moment, Luo Xiaoxi felt nothing but grievance, a helplessness of being wronged with nowhere to turn. And not just her. Yi Fan also found the whole situation infuriating. He had simply gone to pick up the bride, done nothing at all, yet he was being treated like he had an affair and made to take responsibility for someone else's emotions. And the one questioning him was the mother of his child. This plot couldn't be more melodramatic. But he would never explain again. Once you start, it never ends. If he backed down even once from now on, whenever someone liked him, he would have to explain endlessly. He might as well do nothing else all day, but clear up his relationships with other women. Wouldn't that drive him crazy? So Yi Fan wasn't about to indulge her. He bluntly pushed the problem back. Whoever raised the issue should solve it. Seeing Yi Fan's attitude of refusing to make any promises, Luo Xiaoxi's eyes suddenly reddened. She stared at him without blinking, tears in her eyes as if they would fall at any moment. Seeing her like this, Yi Fan's face darkened immediately and his voice was suppressed with anger. Luo Xiaoxi, I can pamper you, I can indulge you. After all, you are the mother of my child. Out of responsibility, because I love you, I choose to tolerate. But this tolerance has its limits. I'll let it slide this time, treating it as you venting your grievances. But you need to understand one thing, I am not your emotional trash can. Don't take your anger out on me just because you've been wronged elsewhere. If you ever come to confront me based on something you heard from someone else, no matter how much I love you, this relationship will end right there. Hearing Yi Fan's cold words, Luo Xiaoxi's earlier grievance instantly vanished, and a flicker of panic appeared in her eyes. She hurried forward, actively wrapping her arms around Yi Fan's waist, and gently pressed her face against his chest, saying, Husband, I didn't mean that. I'm just a little scared, a little insecure. You're so outstanding. I may have been to college for a couple of years, but in the end, I'm just an ordinary rural woman. So I'm afraid that someday some vixen will lure you away, and then what will your mother and I do? As she spoke, she lifted her head and looked seriously at his incredibly handsome face, her eyes filled with fear and anxiety. Seeing her like this, Yi Fan's heart instantly softened. To be honest, what he could least resist was Luo Xiaoxi acting coy and soft in front of him. That was just his nature, stubborn as a mule, yielding to softness rather than hardness. If you confronted him directly, he might just push back. But if you acted cute and submissive, the answer you got could be completely different. So when Luo Xiaoxi acted coy, Yi Fan's temper immediately dissipated and his tone became gentle. Alright, you don't have to be like this. You know best what kind of person I am. You don't need to feel inferior. Just because you gave birth to a daughter and waited for me all these years, in my heart you are the most outstanding woman. No one can compare. Hearing Yi Fan's praise, Luo Xiaoxi felt a warmth surge in her heart, and the lingering insecurity mostly subsided. Yet she still asked with some worry, I still feel unsettled. From the moment you came back, I've been afraid of accidentally losing you again. If you abandon me, what am I supposed to do? I'm so scared, husband. Please don't leave me. Hearing her words, Yi Fan momentarily stood there stunned. He had never considered this before, security. After a moment of thought, a sudden inspiration struck him. Isn't she just asking for security? What's so hard about that? He patted Luo Xiaoxi, who was still holding his waist, and said, After all this talk, all this nonsense, it's just that you don't feel secure. I thought it was something big. You want security. I'll give it to you. Come with me. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Luo Xiaoxi gently released her arms from around his waist and looked at him with confusion. Before she could figure out what was happening, he took her hand and led her back. At that moment, she was completely bewildered, having no idea what Yi Fan was up to. Yi Fan didn't explain, either simply pulling her hand and walking forward. Soon they returned to the doorstep of Qin Zhanfei's house. By then the wedding banquet had already ended. Hosey and the others were squatting at the door smoking, while her younger brother Luo Xiaohao was holding the little girl a distance away from them to keep her from inhaling secondhand smoke, amusing her. But his efforts were in vain. The little girl ignored him. Just as she was feeling bored, the little girl looked up and saw her parents walking hand in hand from afar. Without hesitation, she broke free from her uncle's embrace and ran toward them on her short legs. Seeing his daughter running over, Yi Fan didn't hesitate. He let go of Luo Xiaoxi's hand, bent down, and scooped the little girl into his arms. Seeing Yi Fan return, the others quickly dropped their cigarette butts and came over curiously. Fan, you're back. What happened just now? Sister-in-law didn't look too happy. Yi Fan smiled and didn't explain, just brushing it off. Nothing serious, just had to discuss something. Oh, by the way, we need to go to the county seat to take care of something, so we won't be joining you guys. Hosey and the others waved dismissively. Fan, go ahead with your business, don't worry about us. Come find us to hang out when you're free. Yi Fan nodded and instructed, I won't be joining the wedding night festivities tonight. Let Zhanfei know for me. Your sister-in-law and I have something to do, so we'll be leaving first. Ma Yongqiang stepped forward immediately and said, Go ahead. We'll pass on the message for you. Having said his goodbyes, Yi Fan carried the little girl in one arm and held the hand of the still perplexed Luo Xiaoxi with the other, walking toward his car. The trio soon arrived at the spot where Yi Fan had parked earlier. He took the initiative to open the car door for them, watching as they settled into their seats. Even after sitting securely inside the car, Luo Xiaoxi still felt a bit lightheaded. What exactly was Yi Fan up to? He had just said he wanted to give her a sense of security, but how was he planning to do that? She racked her brains, turning the thought over and over, yet still couldn't make heads or tails of it, utterly perplexed. But Yi Fan, that fellow, simply refused to clarify, keeping her in suspense with riddles, leaving her heart feeling as if a kitten were scratching at it. Desperate to know the answer, yet unsure how to ask. Before long, Yi Fan had Luo Xiaoxi settled. Then, he pulled open the driver's door, sat down, started the engine, made a U-turn, and slowly drove off. As the car rolled along, Luo Xiaoxi soon realized they were heading toward her parents' home. She couldn't help but wonder, was Yi Fan planning to go discuss the wedding banquet with her parents right now? The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became, and her curiosity got the better of her. Honey, when you said you'd give me a sense of security, did you mean you're planning to hold our wedding banquet early? Yi Fan, who was driving, paused slightly at her words. What wedding banquet? Our house hasn't even been built yet. Where would I marry you into? In the old house. That would be too unfair to you. I promised your father I'd bring you home with proper grandeur. Whatever others have will have you, what others don't will have too. Did you think I was joking? Hearing Yi Fan's explanation, Luo Xiaoxi grew even more bewildered. Then, if you're not planning a wedding banquet, why are you taking me back to my parents' place? Yi Fan immediately realized she had misunderstood and replied with a smile, of course, it's to get the household registration book. What for? Luo Xiaoxi was even more confused. Yi Fan, still driving, curved his lips into a teasing grin. To get our marriage certificate, of course. Otherwise, how else would I give you a sense of security? The words marriage certificate hit her ears like a thunderbolt, and Luo Xiaoxi froze instantly, her face a mask of disbelief, as if her ears had betrayed her. It wasn't that she had never imagined they'd get the certificate so soon, but she had assumed it would be after the wedding banquet, when they'd go to the Civil Affairs Bureau together. She never expected it to happen so fast, as she had no mental preparation whatsoever. When Yi Fan, driving, heard no response from Luo Xiaoxi in the back seat, after a long while he feared she might be reluctant. He patiently explained, right now, I can't offer you any tangible guarantee of security. The only thing I can do is get our marriage certificate first. As for the wedding banquet, we'll find a matchmaker later, go through the proper procedures, and take care of the wedding photos and everything else at the same time. But before all that, we need to get the certificate. That way you won't keep feeling insecure. What you don't wanna. Hearing this, Luo Xiaoxi finally snapped out of her daze, and quickly shook her head. No, it's not that I don't want to. It's just so sudden. No, I didn't have time to react. Of course I'm willing. Just as she finished speaking, she seemed to recall something, and added, but we don't need to go to my parents' place for that. Yi Fan was puzzled, instinctively turned the steering wheel, and slowly pulled the car over to the side of the road. He turned to look at Luo Xiaoxi in the back seat, and asked, how can we get the certificate without the household registration book? Besides, our daughter is already this big, we need to register her as soon as possible, or she'll have trouble enrolling in school later. Hearing these words, a wave of reassurance washed over Luo Xiaoxi, wiping away all the lingering insecurity. From his tone, she could clearly feel that Yi Fan intended to build a real home for her and their daughter. Not just empty words, but concrete actions. She immediately smiled and said, no need to go to my parents' place. I moved my household registration out long ago. The book is at our home right now. Yi Fan couldn't help blurting out, oh, for crying out loud. Why didn't you say so earlier? Luo Xiaoxi spread her hands helplessly and rolled her eyes at him. You never asked. Yi Fan chuckled and scratched his head. Oh, right. I never really thought about it before. Luo Xiaoxi had been at odds with her father Luo Hongqi before. Although he had been putting on an act to protect her at the time, Luo Xiaoxi had taken it seriously. Stubborn as she was, she had simply moved her household registration out. Realizing this, Yi Fan didn't hesitate. He turned the car around and headed back toward their village. Soon they arrived at the village, and the car stopped right at the entrance of the alley. As soon as they were home, the little girl eagerly tried to push open the car door to get out. Yi Fan stopped her. Fei, don't get out yet. Wait for Daddy. Daddy is taking you and Mommy to the county town. Hearing this, the little girl slowly withdrew her hand, her face beaming with surprise as she turned to look at Yi Fan. Really? Daddy, are you taking me and Mommy out to play? Yi Fan saw the joy in his daughter's eyes and nodded. Then he turned to Luo Xiaoxi in the back seat. Go ahead, get the household registration book. Let's hurry up and get it done early. It's only a little past 1 in the afternoon, plenty of time. We can also take a good stroll around the county town. I've been back for a couple of days now. But with so many things happening, I haven't had a chance to take you two out for a proper outing. Luo Xiaoxi softly hummed in agreement, then pushed the door open and stepped out, walking down the alley toward the house to fetch the registration book, leaving only Yi Fan and the little girl in the car. In truth, Yi Fan's request for the household registration book wasn't just for the marriage certificate. Under the current relaxed national policy, 2 people could get a marriage certificate with just their ID cards, even without the registration book. He wanted the book in order to transfer the household registrations of both mother and daughter under his own name. He had been mulling over this idea since yesterday. He hadn't acted on it immediately because first, he had been too busy with other matters, and second, he had been trying to find the right moment to tell Luo Xiaoxi. He was afraid that if they got the certificate before the wedding banquet, she might feel he didn't value her, that after having a child he no longer cared about her feelings. That worry had caused the delay. But after today's events, Yi Fan could see that Luo Xiaoxi was desperately lacking a sense of security. To give her a solid guarantee, he had to transfer the household registrations of her and their daughter to his own name. Fortunately, because of his previous work, he always carried his own ID card and household registration book with him, so he didn't need to go home for them. As Yi Fan was lost in these thoughts, the little girl sitting in the passenger seat grew bored and suddenly piped up with a question, interrupting his train of thought. The little girl looked at Yi Fan with her big innocent eyes and asked in a childish voice, "Daddy, can I ask you a question?" Hearing her sweet voice, Yi Fan immediately pushed aside his tangled thoughts, gazing at his daughter with tenderness. "What is it, sweetie? What do you want to ask? Daddy will tell you everything. Go ahead." The little girl leaned her adorable face close to Yi Fan, staring at him without blinking. "Daddy, when did you learn to be a daddy?" Hearing this question, Yi Fan pretended to think for a moment, then answered seriously, "Sweetie, Daddy doesn't need to learn. From the moment Daddy was sure you were his daughter, he already knew how to be a daddy." The little girl didn't fully understand what that meant, but it didn't diminish the towering image of Yi Fan in her heart. She immediately cheered, "Daddy, you're so amazing," and threw herself into his arms. Yi Fan, seeing his daughter's joy, gently hugged her back and ruffled her hair. At that moment, nothing else mattered to Yi Fan. Holding his daughter, he felt as if he possessed all the beauty in the world. Just as the father and daughter were playing, Luo Xiaoxi approached from a distance, holding the household registration book. When she reached the car, she saw Yi Fan in the driver's seat, playfully holding their daughter. The smile on his face was the kind of genuine happiness that came from the depths of his heart, impossible to fake. In that moment, Luo Xiaoxi felt a pang of realization. She suddenly thought that her earlier anger at Yi Fan over Zhao Qiqi had been childish and ridiculous, completely unnecessary. As long as he truly loved her and their daughter, what more proof did she need? She had always complained about lacking security, but now she felt she had been making a fuss over nothing. If someone else liked her husband didn't, that just proved how outstanding he was. She should be happy instead. Thinking this, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed, standing by the passenger door, staring blankly. Yi Fan, who was still playing with his daughter, suddenly turned and saw Luo Xiaoxi standing by the car staring at him. He smiled and asked, "What are you looking at? Why aren't you getting in?" Luo Xiaoxi snapped back to reality and said, "I suddenly feel we don't need to rush anymore. Right now I already have a full sense of security. I don't need to prove anything." "I'm sorry, honey. Have I been a bit unreasonable?" Yi Fan thought for a moment, then smiled. "It's okay. We have to get it done sooner or later anyway. Since we have nothing else to do, let's go to the county town." Hearing Yi Fan determined to go, Luo Xiaoxi no longer insisted, silently nodded, turned around, walked to the rear door, opened it, and sat inside. Seeing Luo Xiaoxi seated, Yi Fan turned to the little girl in his arms and said, "All right, little one, go sit back. Daddy is going to drive now." Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately climbed back to the front passenger seat like a general about to charge into battle. Pointing ahead, she cried out in her clear voice, "Daddy, let us go." Yi Fan obliged with a cheerful affirmative ugh, then sharply turned the wheel and pressed the accelerator. The car shot forward. From the back seat, Luo Xiaoxi watched Yi Fan playing along with their daughter in such a childish manner, and her previous worries felt increasingly ridiculous. To make up for the guilt stirring in her heart, she rose and leaned forward, looking at Yi Fan as he focused on driving. She gently pressed a kiss to his cheek and murmured softly, "Husband, I love you so much." That caught Yi Fan completely off guard and nearly made him lose control. Recovering himself, he wore a wry smile and feigned irritation. "We are driving. That is dangerous. Behave yourself. Besides, the child is still here." Even the little girl chimed in, "Mommy is shy." Luo Xiaoxi had expected to feel embarrassed, especially in front of their daughter, but that wave of sweet happiness washed away all shyness. She brushed it off with a hint of playful pride. "My husband. I kiss him when I please. I do not care about anything else." Hearing her shameless words, Yi Fan chuckled and said nothing more. He never found such affectionate gestures tiresome. On the contrary, his heart swelled with warmth and sweetness, and he wished he could freeze this very moment in time. Before long, the car arrived in the county town. However, Yi Fan did not head straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Instead, he checked his phone navigation and found a nearby photo studio that offered ID photos, so they would not need to bother later. It was rather awkward to admit, but although Yi Fan had never been married back in Moshang, he had once considered marrying by Weiwei and had looked up everything required before a wedding. He naturally never shared these details with Luo Xiaoxi. Fortunately, she did not mind, perhaps not even thinking along those lines. Soon Yi Fan found a photo studio nearby named De Guangming. He parked at an empty space by the entrance and smilingly urged Luo Xiaoxi and the little girl to get out of the car. The three of them walked straight into the shop. Perhaps because a marriage registration office was nearby, there was already a young couple inside, having their photos taken. As Yi Fan was curiously observing the shop interior, a pretty young female clerk noticed the family of three entering and hurriedly approached them with a warm smile. "Good day. How may we assist you?" Yi Fan smiled back and replied, "Hello. We would like to take marriage certificate ID photos. Are we free to proceed now?" The female clerk smiled. "Just a moment, please. Once this couple finishes, it will be your turn." Then she glanced at Yi Fan, paused slightly, and asked, "You do know the precautions before taking the photos, don't you?" Yi Fan hesitated, stole a glance at Luo Xiaoxi beside him, and noticed she looked equally puzzled. He shook his head. The clerk smiled reassuringly. "No problem at all. I can explain them to you." Yi Fan and Luo Xiaoxi both nodded in unison. "Thank you for your help." "Not at all. Please follow me." The clerk gestured, leading them to the seating area by the side of the shop. Once seated, the clerk first glanced at the little girl and said with amusement, "Oh, your little girl is so adorable." Hearing the compliment, the little girl politely responded, "Thank you, miss. You are beautiful too." The clerk's smile broadened even more. She then turned to Yi Fan and Luo Xiaoxi and began seriously, "Let me tell you the requirements for taking marriage certificate photos now. First, do not wear overly bright clothing. Prefer outfits with blue or black as the base color. Also avoid excessive hair accessories as they may cause the photos to be rejected during registration. The two exchanged glances and nodded with smiles. We understand. Anything else? The clerk glanced at Yi Fan again, looking hesitant, as if afraid he might get offended, her words trapped behind her lips. Seeing her hesitation, Yi Fan smiled and said, "It is fine. Whatever you have to say, just say it directly. I will not be angry." Hearing this, the clerk finally felt relieved and spoke boldly. "The rule is that no makeup is allowed for the photos. You must appear barefaced." In truth, only she knew how much courage it had taken to say those words. In fact, when the family first entered, she had been quite conflicted. The mother and daughter dressed quite normally, but the man looked somewhat effeminate and clearly wearing makeup. Although she had her thoughts, years of serving countless customers had taught her to respect everyone's preferences even if she did not understand them. That was why she had hesitated so much, fearing she might accidentally offend a customer. Yi Fan, however, found it baffling and asked curiously, "What do you mean? I have not put on any makeup." Seeing Yi Fan deny it, the clerk felt a twinge of annoyance but maintained patience. "Sir, wearing makeup is your personal preference and we fully respect it. But taking photographs is our duty. If the photos fail to meet the registration requirements later, please do not hold the shop responsible." Before Yi Fan could respond, Luo Xiaoxi beside him burst out laughing. Yi Fan turned to give her a mock-angry glare, then patiently explained to the clerk, "I really am not wearing makeup." With that, he deliberately rubbed his face vigorously with his hands until it turned slightly red. "See, this is my natural skin. I truly have not applied any makeup." Witnessing Yi Fan's gesture, the clerk was momentarily stunned. Having worked here for so long, she had seen hundreds, perhaps thousands of couples coming to take marriage photos. Yet she had never encountered a man who looked so delicate, with skin so smooth and tender it seemed as though it could be pinched until water came out. How was this possible? Her eyes widened in sheer astonishment. And yet, despite her disbelief, Yi Fan had rubbed his face raw right before her eyes, yet his skin remained untouched and fair. That was impossible to fake. After wrestling with her doubts for a while, the clerk could no longer contain her curiosity. She reached out a hand, wanting to cautiously touch Yi Fan's face to verify if it was real. She simply could not believe a man's skin could be that flawless. It was absurd. Just as her hand was about to brush against Yi Fan's face, Luo Xiaoxi could no longer hold back. Acting out of a touch of jealousy, she gently pushed the clerk's hand aside and said, "Is this a bit excessive? If you cannot take the photos, we will find another shop." Seeing Luo Xiaoxi upset, the clerk snapped back to reality and repeatedly apologized. "I am terribly sorry. I meant no offense. I was simply curious. We can take the photos. We can take them." Saying this, she kept apologizing while beginning to process their registration. Watching the clerk's embarrassed state, Yi Fan glanced at the pouty, jealous-looking Luo Xiaoxi beside him and smiled, rubbing her head. "Oh, do not be upset. She did not mean anything by it. She was just momentarily suspicious." Luo Xiaoxi let him stroke her hair, then shot him a sharp look with her elegant phoenix eyes. "You ought to move aside when someone is about to touch your face. Would you not have dodged?" While Yi Fan was coaxing Luo Xiaoxi, the couple ahead had finished their photos and arrived at the front desk near them. Upon seeing Yi Fan and his family, the couple paused in surprise. Especially the young man, who asked the clerk, "Hey, excuse me, can people wear makeup when taking ID photos?" Hearing this remark, both the clerk and Luo Xiaoxi burst into laughter. Even Yi Fan's face darkened slightly. Thankfully, after this brief interlude, everything went smoothly. Soon it was their turn, and under the photographer's guidance, the two of them took their marriage certificate photos in the standard manner. However, the little girl threw a minor fit upon realizing her parents were taking photos without her. With no choice, Yi Fan had to hold her and take an extra photo together, which finally satisfied her. After joyfully finishing the photos and settling the bill, the three returned to the car. Thanks to Yi Fan's persistent coaxing, Luo Xiaoxi had largely calmed down. Truth be told, she had never been truly angry. It was merely a touch of jealousy, and once it passed, she was fine. Besides, the couple's speculation that Yi Fan was wearing makeup had amused her greatly. Once seated in the car, Yi Fan started the engine and drove toward the marriage registration office. In the backseat, Luo Xiaoxi held the freshly developed photos, gazing at them from different angles with undisguised fondness. The little girl no longer sat in the front passenger seat either. She joined her mother in the back, resting her head against Luo Xiaoxi's chest, eagerly admiring the newly taken photos with visible delight. Yi Fan kept driving while glancing at the mother and daughter in the back seat through the rearview mirror. The two, one tall and one short, were endlessly admiring the ID photos they had just taken. Just then, Yi Fan, who was driving, suddenly heard Luo Xiaoxi's complaining voice. "You know, you really are something. Why is your skin so fair for a grown man? I remember you weren't like this back in school days. You seem to be getting more and more. You know, people who don't know you might think you're reversing aging. Seriously, with that comparison, my skin looks a bit darker." Women always pay special attention to their appearance, especially when they feel they don't measure up to their husbands. Yi Fan, still driving, couldn't help but give a bitter smile to himself. To be honest, he didn't want to be like this either. At first, when the system boosted his appearance to be almost as handsome as the readers themselves, he had secretly rejoiced. Who wouldn't want to be more handsome? But over the past couple of days, he'd realized that being too handsome wasn't necessarily a good thing. Hadn't he seen his bridesmaid, Zhao Qiqi, going to great lengths for his sake? They'd only spent a morning together, barely 3 hours in total, and yet it had come to this. But there was no remedy. Since the system had enhanced his looks, he was stuck with this appearance. What could he do? It was an awkward mix of pain and pleasure, and he couldn't even complain about it without being called out for false modesty. Just as Luo Xiaoxi was grumbling about her skin looking a bit dark in the photos, Yi Fan had already pulled up to the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The Civil Affairs Bureau in Dai County where Yi Fan worked was located at the intersection of Shihuan Road in the city's western district, directly across from a large children's playground. Before coming, Yi Fan had specifically searched online and found that the Civil Affairs Bureau hadn't always been located here. He couldn't fathom what the higher-ups were thinking. Perhaps they believed that since the playground opposite was primarily a children's space, moving the marriage registration office here would bring good fortune. But that reasoning actually created the opposite effect, conveniently accommodating divorces instead. Many couples coming to divorce would bring their children, drop them off at the playground across the street, then handle their divorce paperwork on the other side, without any hassle. Yi Fan often came across short videos on Douyin showing children happily playing in the playground only to discover upon exiting that their parents had gotten divorced. That's when the meme emerged: they came in fine, but left without a home, unable to return. This made Yi Fan realize that marriage wasn't just about two people. It carried responsibility for both. When adults grew unhappy, they simply divorced without hesitation, but ultimately, it was the children who suffered the most. So during the drive over, Yi Fan had secretly resolved within himself, no matter what, since he was determined to marry Luo Xiaoxi, there would never be a day when they divorced or separated. As he was lost in these thoughts, Yi Fan had already driven into the Civil Affairs Bureau compound. Upon entering, he immediately noticed quite a crowd. The densely packed cars in the parking lot alone gave evidence of it. Yi Fan navigated through the winding roads inside, searching for a parking spot for quite some time. After finally parking, he called out, "All right, we're here. Let's get out." After speaking, he pushed open the car door first, stepped down, circled around to the backseat side, opened the door, and lifted the little girl out. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxi also gracefully stepped down from the other side of the car. She met Yi Fan's gaze with a knowing smile, and together with Yi Fan, who was holding the little girl, they walked side by side toward the nearby marriage registration office. The marriage registration office at the Dai County Civil Affairs Bureau was a single-story building in a row resembling a factory workshop. There was an entrance on each side, allowing access from either door. Yi Fan and Luo Xiaoxi walked into the hall together. The security guard nearby spotted them and approached, telling Yi Fan to register and get a number first. "For divorce, it's over there," he said, pointing toward a window on the opposite side. Yi Fan followed his gesture and noticed two windows, one marked marriage registration and the other divorce registration. Seeing the guard had pointed them in the wrong direction, Yi Fan assumed it was a misunderstanding and smiled as he explained, "We're not here for a divorce. We're here to get married." Upon hearing this, the guard immediately offered an apologetic smile and waved his hand, saying, Sorry. With you holding the child, I didn't think straight for a moment." Yi Fan could understand, after all, who would bring a child to a marriage registration. Though it did happen occasionally, it was indeed rare. Most people bringing children were there for divorces. So he didn't take offense, instead smiling and saying it's fine. Then, following the guard's guidance, he walked over to a self-service kiosk, entered their ID information, collected a number, and waited quietly nearby. Luo Xiaoxi nudged Yi Fan gently with her elbow. Curious, he asked, "What is it?" Embarrassed, she replied, "Don't they say on the internet that few people get married while divorce queues stretch endlessly? But look, there are fewer people getting divorced than those getting married." Hearing this, Yi Fan also smiled. He had noticed earlier that the divorce line had only a handful of people, about a dozen, while the marriage side featured a long queue of roughly 30 to 40 couples. By his estimate, they'd be waiting at least half an hour. So Yi Fan smiled and told Luo Xiaoxi, "Don't believe those rumors spreading online. It's almost Chinese New Year, so it's natural that more people are getting married. Everyone wants to tie the knot in the first month before the holiday, making the celebration doubly joyful." Luo Xiaoxi listened to his explanation, nodded understandingly, and gave him a gentle smile. "You know so much." As they chatted, they occasionally teased the little girl in Yi Fan's arms, and before long their number was called. When they heard the staff announce their number over the loudspeaker, they approached the counter. At the marriage registration window, Yi Fan first set the little girl aside and told her, "Keep it down, Dad's a bit busy here. I'll play with you later." The little girl was very sensible. She nodded and stood quietly beside Yi Fan without crying or making a fuss, completely obedient. The registration staff noticed Yi Fan soothing the child, offered a smile, and said nothing. To him, this was perfectly normal. Couples bringing children when claiming their marriage certificates weren't uncommon, and he had long grown accustomed to it. Once Yi Fan had settled his daughter, the registration official asked, "Please provide your ID cards and household registers first." Yi Fan was slightly taken aback. "I thought household registers weren't required for marriage anymore. I heard ID cards alone would suffice." The staff member smiled and explained, "Some cities have already implemented the new policy, but in a smaller third-tier city like ours, we still follow the old regulations." Yi Fan nodded in understanding and smiled as he handed over both his and Luo Xiaoxi's ID cards and household registers. After receiving the documents, the staff member checked them on the computer. Once satisfied everything was in order, they asked, "Would you like to do a premarital health check?" Yi Fan turned to the staff member. "Is this mandatory?" The staff member replied with a smile, "It's not required, but it would be beneficial." Yi Fan shook his head. Then no need. Our daughter is already this old. Let's skip the unnecessary formalities. We just want to get our certificate as quickly as possible. The staff member nodded. Very well. Have you taken your photos? Yifan answered immediately, yes we have. He then handed over the ID photos they had prepared earlier. The staff member took the photos through the window, examined them carefully, and then pushed them back. I'm sorry, but these don't quite meet the requirements. Yifan was momentarily stunned. What's wrong? The staff member patiently explained, here's the thing. Marriage certificates carry legal weight, so ID photos aren't permitted to have beauty filters or retouching. Upon hearing this, Yifan immediately understood. It was the same misunderstanding as with the photography shop assistant who had taken their pictures earlier. So he patiently clarified, you've misunderstood. These photos haven't been edited or beautified in any way. Rest assured this is what I naturally look like. Only then did the staff member really take in Yifan's appearance, raising his eyebrows in surprise. To be honest, this was the first time he'd encountered a young man so handsome, resembling a popular entertainment industry star. Nevertheless, as a professional, he maintained his composure. After a brief moment of astonishment, he nodded and said, I apologize. I understand now. Yifan shrugged it off and handed the photos back over. At that moment, Yifan heard giggling from beside him. Turning his head, he saw Luo Xiaoxi covering her mouth, her face flushed with laughter. After the machine had pressed down, the staff member picked up the two small red booklets and examined them closely. It was only then that Yifan realized the device was nothing more than a stamping machine, much like a heavy-duty stapler. The firm press moments ago had been to stamp their photo. Once the seal was set, it meant the two of them had officially become husband and wife in the eyes of the law. As expected, not long after his guess was confirmed. After the staff member finished checking and confirmed everything was in order, he handed the two marriage certificates through the window, smiling warmly. All done. Your documents are ready. Congratulations on becoming a legally married couple. Wishing you 100 years of harmony. And may your hearts be forever united. Hearing the staff member's congratulations and blessings, Yifan hurriedly thanked him and reached out to accept the marriage certificates. Before he could even take a closer look at what was written inside, Luo Xiaoxi beside him snatched them away in a rush. Let me see. The little girl next to him, seeing Yifan was finally done, was equally curious and kept bouncing up and down shouting, I want to see too. I want to see. How could Yifan refuse his daughter? He picked her up from the ground and leaned in to let her take a look, hoping to satisfy her curiosity about what the marriage certificate looked like. At that moment, the staff member called out, you two have finished, right? Could you please step aside? You're blocking the way and affecting other people's processing. Hearing the prompt, Yifan was momentarily stunned, then quickly turned to apologize. So sorry. I was just a bit too excited and lost track. We'll move along right now. The staff member nodded in understanding at Yifan's apology. After all, it was only natural for someone who had just received their marriage certificate to be a little swept up in emotion. He even smiled at Yifan kindly. Without hesitation, Yifan pulled Luo Xiaoxi, who was still staring at the marriage certificate as if it were some rare treasure, and moved to the side. The family of three found a quiet corner and stood together in silence. Holding his daughter in his arms, Yifan watched Luo Xiaoxi carefully reading the marriage certificate. Her expression froze as though her mind had suddenly stalled, and she remained motionless for a long while. Finally, it was the little girl's discontented voice that broke the silence. Mom, Dad, why isn't Fei Fei on the photo? She clearly took a picture earlier too. Hearing her daughter's words, Luo Xiaoxi, who had been lost in thought, finally snapped back to reality. She looked at her daughter's grievous expression and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then with great care, she closed the marriage certificate and tucked it into her pocket like something precious. With that done, she smiled at Yifan, who was holding their daughter. But as she smiled, her eyes suddenly reddened and large tears rolled down her cheeks. Yifan was caught off guard by this turn of events. He couldn't quite read a woman's heart, so he held his daughter with one arm and pulled Luo Xiaoxi toward him with the other, comforting her. What's wrong? You were fine just now. Why did you suddenly start crying? Hearing Yifan's question, Luo Xiaoxi could no longer hold back. She threw herself into his embrace, burying her face deep in his chest, and sobbed. Hubby, do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for this day? I finally became your wife. Hearing those words, Yifan finally understood, and with aching heart held Luo Xiaoxi even tighter. The little girl in his arms, who had been pouting earlier about not being in the photo, was now too frightened to make a sound. In her small mind, she couldn't understand how her mother could have been smiling one moment and so heartbroken the next. So she cautiously crept up to Yifan's ear and asked, Dad, why is Mom crying so sadly? Hearing his daughter's question, Yifan sighed and explained, Baby, Mom isn't crying from sadness. She's moved to tears. The little girl remained puzzled. But isn't being moved supposed to make you happy? Why does it make you cry, eh? At a loss for how to explain, Yifan could only say helplessly, You wouldn't understand the adult world yet. When you grow up, you'll know. The little girl shook her head in exasperation. Adults are too complicated. You cry when you're happy and you cry when you're sad. Why not just use laughter? Can't you just smile, eh? Hearing his daughter's innocent words, Yifan was momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, why couldn't the adult world simply choose to smile? Perhaps some things truly couldn't be met with a smile. He teased Luo Xiaoxi in his arms. Did you hear that? Even our daughter says you shouldn't be crying. She wants you to smile happily. You're acting less mature than a child. How old are you anyway, still crying like this? Aren't you embarrassed? Hearing Yi Fan's teasing, Luo Xiaoxi, who was still tearfully moved in his embrace, couldn't help but laugh again. She lightly punched his back with her tiny fist and grumbled, "None of your business. I like it." Thanks to Yi Fan's teasing, Luo Xiaoxi finally managed to stop her tears. Her face flushed red with embarrassment as she emerged from his arms, vigorously wiping her swollen eyes. "All right, let's go." Yi Fan smiled and nodded, then carried their daughter and followed her out of the registration hall. The family of three, 2 adults and 1 little one, soon made their way back to the car. After opening the car doors and helping the mother and daughter settle in, Yi Fan also opened the driver's side door and got in. No sooner had he started the engine than he noticed Luo Xiaoxi had once again taken out the marriage certificate, studying it repeatedly, as if she could never get enough. Seeing her like this, Yi Fan smiled helplessly. "Can't you get enough? It's just 2 little booklets. What's so special about them?" At Yi Fan's teasing remark, Luo Xiaoxi bristled like a cat, with its fur standing on end, and shot him a sideways glance. "What do you know? Do you have any idea what those 2 little booklets mean to a woman? They represent a woman's lifelong belonging and reliance." Hearing Luo Xiaoxi's slightly indignant words, Yi Fan pretended to be frightened. Okay, whatever you say. Sit tight. We're heading to the police station next." Luo Xiaoxi, completely absorbed in gazing at her marriage certificate, paused for a moment at his words and looked at him curiously. "Going to the police station? For what?" Yi Fan could tell from her confused expression that she had been so swept up in receiving the certificate that she'd forgotten everything else. He reminded her, "Didn't I tell you when I came to pick you up? We're also going to transfer Feifei and your household registration under my name." Reminded by Yi Fan, Luo Xiaoxi gave an embarrassed smile. "I actually forgot. I was completely carried away by getting the certificate." Yi Fan teased her, "What a mother you are. You got your own certificate and immediately forgot about your daughter." Luo Xiaoxi pretended to be annoyed. All right, I know. Let's go." With that, she tucked the marriage certificate back into her chest, her face beaming with happiness and sweetness. Seeing her like this, Yi Fan didn't press further. He smiled, started the car, and followed the navigation toward the nearby police station. Fortunately, the police station wasn't far from the Civil Affairs Bureau, less than 5 minutes by car. The process for transferring household registration was straightforward, and there was no queue to wait in. All they needed to provide was proof of their marital relationship, the marriage certificate, along with both of their household registration books. The whole procedure was completed quite quickly. On the new household registration book, the head of household was listed as Yi Fan, followed by his wife Luo Xiaoxi and their daughter. Previously, Yi Fan and Luo Xiaoxi had discussed changing their daughter's name. Her original name was Yi Fifan. Back then, Luo Xiaoxi had chosen it in a fit of spite against Yi Fan, a moment of impulse. Now that the 2 of them were finally married, any lingering resentment had naturally dissolved, and they decided to change her name and give her Yi Fan's surname. In truth, Yi Fan had grown accustomed to calling her Yi Fifan, but having the same given character as his daughter felt rather strange. So they simply dropped the Fan character and used the little girl's nickname as her official name, calling her Yi Feifei. This way the little one wouldn't feel disoriented by a completely new name. With everything taken care of, the pair walked out of the police station with their daughter. Luo Xiaoxi held her newly obtained household registration and marriage certificate, alternately gazing at each one with a blissful, foolish smile. Yi Fan found himself utterly at a loss and couldn't resist remarking, "What's there to keep looking at?" Luo Xiaoxi turned and rolled her eyes at him. "What do you know? Do you have any idea how long I've longed for these certificates? Over 10 years. Do you know what those 10+ years were like for me?" Hearing this, Yi Fan was momentarily speechless. More than 10 years ago, when they had just met, was she already thinking about marrying him all along? Yi Fan found it hard to imagine she could have planned that far ahead, so he asked curiously, "Don't tell me back when we first started dating you had already thought about getting married?" Luo Xiaoxi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, but she still stood her ground and said firmly, "So what? The very first day I met you, before we were even officially together, I had already thought about what to name our children." Hearing Luo Xiaoxi's somewhat irrelevant words, Yi Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing that Luo Xiaoxi was a bit angry, Yi Fan stopped laughing and looked at her with slight exasperation. "You have the nerve to say that. Have you forgotten what happened when we first met? You even brazenly said that the first time you saw me, you had already thought of our children's names. Tell me, do you even believe that yourself?" Hearing Yi Fan's words, Luo Xiaoxi still refused to give up, stubbornly retorting, "So what? It's true. I fell in love with you the moment I saw you." Yi Fan, hearing the usually gentle Luo Xiaoxi even use such a rough term, knew she was just being stubborn and refusing to admit she was wrong. So Yi Fan smiled and said, "All right then, let me help you recall what happened back then." Luo Xiaoxi's face flushed slightly, knowing full well that Yi Fan was about to bring up her embarrassing past. But she had already spoken those arrogant words, and there was no turning back now. She could only go all the way. She turned her head to look out the window, stubbornly saying, "Go ahead, tell me." "So what? I don't feel embarrassed anyway." Seeing her still being stubborn, Yi Fan decided to tease her and slowly recalled the past. Actually, the 2 of them didn't even go to the same school as children. Luo Xiaoxi attended Ping'an Primary School in village, while Yi Fan was at the Central Primary School in town. They had nothing to do with each other back then. It was quite dramatic. Luo Xiaoxi's grades were astonishingly good, her learning ability was extraordinary. She could remember everything she saw or heard, and the teacher only needed to explain something once for her to grasp it fully. So within the first 2 weeks of school, she had already mastered all the first grade content. Eventually, the teacher felt there was nothing left to teach her and began giving her higher grade material like second grade lessons. Later, they discovered she was a true genius, learning anything in an instant. Her family also noticed this talent, especially her father Luo Hongqi, who beamed with pride whenever he talked about his precious daughter and loved to boast about her. Because of her extraordinary learning speed, the teacher and her father decided it was pointless for her to stay in first grade. So after finishing first grade, she skipped directly to third grade, bypassing second grade entirely. Even so, she quickly caught up with the third graders who were years older. But every advantage has its disadvantage. Because her learning pace was so fast, children her age or a grade or two behind would always be compared to her by their parents. Why can't you be more like that girl from the Luo family? Look at how well she's doing. She's already in your class at such a young age and still excels. And look at you. As a result, those children harbored resentment, and their jealousy towards Luo Xiaoxi gradually festered at school. Slowly, she began to suffer from school bullying. At first, the teachers would intervene because her excellent grades made her a valuable asset for their career advancement. But as a villain in a movie once said, teachers can't be there all the time, can they? Whenever the teacher left, the other students would retaliate even more harshly, tearing up her homework or writing insults in her textbooks. But this happened during third and fourth grade. By fifth and sixth grade, as they grew older, the bullying became even more unimaginable. Fortunately, she had a younger brother named Luo Xiaohao. After he started school, the bullying eased somewhat. But even so, her brother often got beaten up on her behalf. Every time she saw her brother being hit, Luo Xiaoxi would cry at home heartbroken, but there was nothing she could do except endure. This continued until junior high school. She thought things might improve in junior high, but she severely underestimated the cruelty of human nature, especially those left behind children whose parents worked in cities and lived with their grandparents in the countryside. They had long grown wild and unbridled. Being compared to others by their grandparents only made them more irritable. So even in junior high, Luo Xiaoxi was still bullied every few days, and she could only silently endure. It was around this time that Yi Fan also entered junior high, coincidentally at the same school as her, the town's No.2 middle school. Yi Fan's situation was completely opposite to hers. He was pushed through by the teachers, even using connections, because they simply couldn't handle him. The kid was utterly lawless in school, fighting someone one day and another the next. But they couldn't expel him because he never started the fights, though others always provoked him first. And since he was never one to back down, he ended up brawling every few days. As he grew older, the number of fights increased. Finally, the teachers had no choice. The kid was a freak. He fought but still got good grades, scoring above 70 or 80 in every subject, placing him in the upper middle range. Helpless, the teachers used connections to push him into middle school. They thought that in middle school, where the other kids were 2 or 3 years older, things might improve. But he was even more extreme. In a 5-day school week, he fought 4 times. He always got beaten badly, but he never complained to his family. He would silently clean his wounds at home, apply some antiseptic, and then go back to fight the next day until he had beaten his opponent into submission. Middle schools in small towns weren't as strict as in big cities. Most teachers turned a blind eye, and school violence was common. There was no helping it. It was precisely this fierce fighting style that caught the attention of the top student, Luo Xiaoxi. Coincidentally, they were placed in the same class when they started 7th grade. At first, Yi Fan's aggressive aura scared Luo Xiaoxi. But as she gradually got to know him, she found he was actually quite easy to get along with. Unlike the other left-behind children, he wasn't unreasonable. She noticed that whenever he got into a conflict, it was never his fault. Others always started it, and he only fought back. The clever Luo Xiaoxi, after figuring this out, began to have an idea. Since she was always being bullied, why not find a bodyguard to protect her? And for the role of bodyguard, no one was more suitable than Yi Fan. They were the same age, both 2 years younger than the average classmate. And although Yi Fan's grades weren't as good as Luo Xiaoxi's, they were still above average. Another factor was that year a popular TV drama called Meteor Shower had a huge influence on teenagers their age. Everyone loved the love story of the main characters. Luo Xiaoxi, who loved watching idol dramas, was naturally influenced too. So she came up with a plan: write a love letter to Yi Fan. That way, under the guise of dating, she could make him her boyfriend and bodyguard, and she would never be bullied again. So one Tuesday afternoon during a break, she wrote a love letter and quietly slipped it into Yi Fan's desk drawer. The letter had only one line: Yi Fan, don't leave after school. Meet me behind the school. She still remembered the strange expression on his face when he saw it. He confirmed with her twice, exchanged glances, and only nodded after he was sure it was from her. Soon school was over. Luo Xiaoxi, as agreed, arrived early at the empty lot behind the school to wait for Yi Fan. Behind their No.2 middle school was a vast wheat field. Usually, except during harvest season, no one came there. Occasionally, students, fighting hooligans, or young couples would gather there. By choosing this place, she was indirectly conveying her intentions to Yi Fan. But she never expected that Yi Fan was a typical dense, straightforward guy. Since both of them had skipped grades and were 2 years younger than their peers, Yi Fan was completely clueless about romance. So when he arrived, he was actually carrying a stick and asked her, "Are you ready? Are you sure? Are you alone?" Luo Xiaoxi was completely confused. She subconsciously nodded and said, "I'm ready," and then Yi Fan without hesitation raised the stick and swung it at her. Luo Xiaoxi was so scared she screamed and crouched down. Seeing her cowardly reaction, Yi Fan naturally didn't hit her, but asked in confusion, "Didn't you say we were going to fight one-on-one? Why didn't you bring any weapon? Besides, you're so scared. Are you sure you want to fight me? How dare you challenge me?" Hearing Yi Fan's response, Luo Xiaoxi was so angry, she almost choked. It took her a long time to calm down, and then she yelled at him furiously, "You big idiot." That was a love letter, not a challenge. Only then did Yi Fan understand. Luo Xiaoxi was confessing her feelings to him. As the saying goes, a man chasing a woman is like climbing a mountain, while a woman chasing a man is like breaking a thin veil. Plus, Luo Xiaoxi was smart and emotionally intelligent, often flattering Yi Fan and making him happy. Yi Fan had never experienced anything like this. He couldn't resist her charm, especially since she was very cute and the top student in the class. And so Yi Fan, somewhat dazed, started dating Luo Xiaoxi. After they got together, Yi Fan fought so many times to protect her that he lost count. He had beaten up students from nearby schools and even some local thugs. His track record was solid. Later they went to high school together and then to college. During this time, Luo Xiaoxi, who initially only wanted to use Yi Fan as a bodyguard, gradually realized she truly fell in love with him. It wasn't until high school that she confirmed her feelings. After the college entrance exams, she deliberately chose the same university as Yi Fan. Her greatest fear was that Yi Fan would find another girl at university and she would be left to regret it forever. Having watched countless idol dramas, she understood one truth: deeply childhood sweethearts could never compete with a sudden romance. Moreover, in her eyes, Yi Fan was perfect, obedient to her, handsome, academically outstanding, and utterly devoted, always ready whenever she needed him. To be honest, she wasn't confident. If Yi Fan was charmed by those college girls, would she ever find another boy like him? After 6 whole years of being together, 3 in middle school and 3 in high school, Yi Fan had become irreplaceable in her heart. And so Yi Fan recounted their story from beginning to end, reminiscing about the past. Listening from the back seat, Luo Xiaoxi and her mother felt as if they were hearing a tale. Little Yi Feifei was already captivated. Yi Fan's pleasant voice made the story of their parents' past immensely entertaining to her. Luo Xiaoxi, on the other hand, had blushed all the way to her ears, utterly embarrassed by what had happened. After finishing, Yi Fan turned to look at Luo Xiaoxi, whose face was flushed red as if about to bleed, and asked, "Are you sure you want me to continue?" Though deeply embarrassed, Luo Xiaoxi, like Yi Fan, had a strong personality. She glared at him and said, "Whatever, it's all said and done. What more is there to say?" Seeing her still being stubborn, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and said, "Well, our first time." The moment he uttered those words, Luo Xiaoxi shot up like a startled hedgehog. "Are you insane? You're saying that in front of our child?" She pounced on him like a tigress, clamping her hand over his mouth to prevent any further reckless words. With her hand over his mouth, Yi Fan mumbled incoherently, pretending to be completely silenced. Finally, Luo Xiaoxi made a shushing gesture and said, "Fine, I give in. You win, okay? Stop it. You're saying everything in front of the child. You have no shame at all." Seeing her so flustered, Yi Fan was unperturbed. "You're the one who's embarrassed, so why should I be? Yeah. I'm a grown man, right?" Seeing Yi Fan about to continue the conversation, Luo Xiaoxi couldn't sit still and had to compromise. All right. It's been so many years. How can you still remember so clearly?" Though she spoke with feigned impatience, her heart was filled with sweetness. What did that mean? It meant that Yi Fan cherished every single moment they had shared, never forgetting, and it showed that she held an irreplaceable place in his heart. How could that not fill her with happiness and bliss? Seeing her like this, Yi Fan said helplessly, Fine. If you say we won't talk about it, then we won't. You started it, and now you're saying I'm talking nonsense. Really?" He paused, and then added, "Now that we've got the marriage certificate and our daughter's household registration is sorted, do you feel more secure?" When Yi Fan brought up the topic again, Luo Xiaoxi was slightly stunned. She nodded seriously. "Actually, honey, before we got the certificate, I realized how childish and ridiculous my suspicions were. I've come to understand that now. So I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you." Yi Fan nodded at her apology. "You were right to doubt me. I didn't give you enough reason to trust me. To give you better support and make you feel truly secure." He took out his wallet, retrieved a bank card, and held it up to Luo Xiaoxi. "This is the greatest security I can offer you. From now on, I'll entrust all our savings to you. My salary, all my future earnings, everything." Hearing Yi Fan once again hand over his entire fortune, Luo Xiaoxi was momentarily stunned. This was different from the last time. The first time he had given her the bank card was right after he returned and found out she had given birth to their daughter. At that time, Luo Xiaoxi was still angry with him, thinking it was merely a form of compensation. She didn't need that, so she refused. But this time was different. They were now married, a family no longer separate. So when Yi Fan offered the card, she didn't hesitate. She reached out and accepted it openly. Seeing her take the card, Yi Fan smiled. "There's over 600 yuan in this account. All the salary I've earned over the years." Hearing that he had given her so much money, Luo Xiaoxi was stunned. She knew his car wasn't cheap and that he had made a lot of money outside, but she never imagined it was this much. What she didn't know was that this was only part of his savings. His actual savings were over 1.6 million yuan, but the other 1 million was kept with by Weiwei, and he didn't bother to ask for it back. Since they had already broken up, there was no point in asking for that money. It wasn't that Yi Fan was generous, but in his mind, if they had parted ways before, he would have definitely demanded that 1 million back. But now wasn't he bound to a system? He had complete faith in his system. Weren't those novels all the same? With the system, you could marry a rich and beautiful woman, become a domineering CEO, and reach the pinnacle of life. Although he hadn't married a rich beauty, Luo Xiaoxi was far more precious in his eyes. She was the mother of his precious daughter. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Luo Xiaoxi's voice came to him. Yi Fan, what exactly did you do outside all these years? How did you earn so much? I've heard that just working a regular job can't accumulate such wealth. Hearing her question, Yi Fan chuckled and began to recount his experiences. Don't worry about that. When I first arrived in Modu, I didn't make much money for the first few years. I did ordinary jobs, waiter, security guard, delivery rider. But those jobs barely kept me fed. Then I got into sales. I started as a car salesman, and that's when my life began to improve. Still, it only solved my basic needs. I had very little savings. It wasn't until later, when I met a boss through car sales who thought I was articulate and introduced me to building materials sales, that my career gradually took off. In truth, Yi Fan's explanation only covered the surface, giving a rough account of where the money came from without revealing the full story. What he didn't mention was that it was the same year, his second year in Modu, when he entered building materials sales and met Bai Weiwei. They had fallen in love, got to know each other, and eventually became lovers. Driven by Bai Weiwei's encouragement and the pressure from her mother Lin Lanji, Yi Fan worked tirelessly to become a worthy son-in-law. He began working overtime, researching materials, networking with people, gradually improving his eloquence, and steadily advancing his career until he finally became a sales director at a company with a monthly salary of over 2,000 yuan. In truth, he had only reached that salary level in the past year or so. Before that, his salary was just a few thousand or tens of thousands, and he had built up his network over time to achieve today's success. But he wouldn't tell Luo Xiaoxi any of this to spare her from overthinking and causing unnecessary trouble. Yi Fan spoke casually, but Luo Xiaoxi heard it with a different feeling. Her eyes reddened as she looked at him, leaving him utterly confused. Yi Fan turned to see her on the verge of tears and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Why are you crying again?" Hearing his question, Luo Xiaoxi couldn't hold back her tears. She threw her arms around his neck and gently kissed his cheek. "Honey, you've worked so hard all these years outside. I'm sorry I was so willful. I should have reconciled with you the moment you came back. No, from the very beginning, I never should have hidden the pregnancy from you. Then you would have come back sooner. I'd rather not have all that money than see you suffer out there. You must have been unhappy all these years, haven't you?" These words left Yi Fan stunned. He had forgotten how long it had been since anyone had cared about whether he was happy or not. The coldness in his heart was shattered completely by Luo Xiaoxi's comforting words. A grown man, his eyes reddened and his voice choked. "It's okay. I've made it through all these years and I'm fine now. Having you and our daughter is more than enough. Heaven has been kind to me. Everything is worth it." Hearing his words, Luo Xiaoxi felt even worse. Her voice trembling, she said, "Honey, I'll never act unreasonable with you again. You are the pillar of our family. From now on, I'll listen to everything you say. Just don't work so hard anymore, okay?" Overwhelmed with emotion, Yi Fan nodded quickly and gently patted Luo Xiaoxi, who was holding him. They embraced across the gap between the seats. Finally, their daughter grumbled impatiently, "Mom, Dad, that's enough. Are you two crying again like Dad said? I don't get why adults always cry and hug when they're moved. Why can't you just be happy?" Hearing his daughter's remark, Yi Fan and Luo Xiaoxi exchanged a glance, both smiling awkwardly before releasing each other. To ease the awkwardness, Yi Fan chuckled and played mediator. "You're right, our girl knows best. We should be happy. Let's go. I'll take you two out and have some fun." With that, he turned the car around and drove out from the police station. Seeing her parents finally stop crying, the little girl also brightened with a joyful smile, eagerly asking, "Daddy, where are we going to play? How will we have fun?" Yi Fan gave a mysterious smile, keeping his cards close. "You'll see when we get there." As the car gradually moved forward, Luo Xiaoxi gazed out the window, a faint sense of familiarity stirring within her. After several moments of careful thought, realization dawned on her. With puzzlement, she asked, "Hubby, isn't this the road to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Haven't we finished everything? Why are we turning back?" Hearing Luo Xiaoxi's question, Yi Fan chuckled softly, his tone tinged with emotion. "All those years away, I had no idea I had such a precious daughter. You both suffered so much. I owe you both. From now on, I want to make it up to you. So first, I want my daughter to experience the joys that other children have, and she deserves every bit of that happiness too." Luo Xiaoxi was even more bewildered by his words and pressed him for more details. "Experience what?" Unwilling to keep her guessing any longer, he explained, "When I was young, I desperately wanted my parents to take me to an amusement park, but for a rural kid like me, that was nothing but a foolish dream. 2 yuan in pocket money was already considered a luxury. That's why I want to give my daughter everything I never had. I refuse to let her childhood be marked by the same regrets mine was. So I've decided to take both of you to the amusement park and make up for lost time." At this, Luo Xiaoxi finally pieced it together. The amusement park was right across from the Civil Affairs Bureau, which explained why he'd turned the car back around. She nodded in agreement. "You're right. We should let her have fun." Her voice carried a weight of guilt. "This child has endured hardships she shouldn't have had to face, all because of me. If I hadn't been so stubborn back then and told you everything sooner, she might not have had to go through any of this. Listening to Luo Xiaoxi's guilt-laden words, Yi Fan reassured her while driving. It's not your fault alone. We're both parents who failed to fulfill our responsibilities. But it's not too late. Our daughter is only 4 and there's a whole lifetime ahead. We'll make up for it together. As they spoke, the little girl in the back seat sat quietly absorbing their conversation with a thoughtful expression. Despite her young age, she understood clearly that happy days were finally coming. Her parents would soon take proper care of her. Though she tried to maintain a composed, mature demeanor, her youthful face couldn't conceal her joy. Her bright, big eyes sparkled with excitement. Soon Yi Fan drove the mother and daughter to the amusement park entrance. He found a parking spot nearby, purchased their tickets, and led them inside. The small-town amusement park lacked the impressive facilities he'd experienced in Shanghai. But these were extraordinary experiences the little girl had never dared to dream of before. Back in the village, other children would boast about their parents taking them to amusement parks. She'd feign indifference each time, though jealousy consumed her inside. Yet the perceptive girl never asked her mother for such things. She knew how hard it was for Luo Xiaoxi to raise her alone and couldn't bear to add to the burden. So she kept her wishes locked away. Now that Yi Fan had brought them here, the little girl finally let her inner child run free. She tugged at his hand, excitedly requesting bumper cars one moment and climbing the artificial rock formation the next, reveling in every activity. Both Yi Fan and Luo Xiaoxi happily indulged her wishes, and Yi Fan patiently accompanied her through each one. Though the modest amusement park's simple facilities held little appeal for him. But seeing his daughter's radiating joy, he could never bring himself to show even a hint of impatience. While their daughter was absorbed in the carousel, Yi Fan pulled Luo Xiaoxi aside and cautiously broached the subject. I'm thinking of taking you both to Shanghai in a few weeks. What do you think? His heart raced as he spoke, memories of their painful breakup surfacing. That rift had stemmed from her fierce opposition to his ambition to pursue opportunities in the big city. Afraid of reigniting old tensions, he chose his words with meticulous care. But this time her response caught him entirely off guard. Upon hearing about Shanghai, Luo Xiaoxi nodded without hesitation. A wife follows her husband. That's the way it's always been. We're married now, so whatever you say goes. From now on, my daughter and I will follow your lead. Are you still treating what I said earlier as a joke? Yi Fan stared in astonishment and delight. Really? You're not joking with me? At his incredulous expression, Luo Xiaoxi covered her mouth with a playful smile and shot him an amused glance. You fool. Of course I'm serious. I can guess what you're thinking, that we broke up because I opposed your move to Shanghai, and you probably still harbor resentment about it. But you're completely wrong. Back then I didn't want you to go to Shanghai because we weren't married yet. I was terrified you'd fall for some scheming woman out there, leaving me stranded. That's why I desperately tried to keep you in our hometown. But things are different now. We're legally married and our child is already this old. If you were to be seduced by some other woman, now you'd truly be heartless. Yi Fan couldn't resist teasing her further. Oh, and if I did get carried away by someone else, what would you do? Get a divorce. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Divorce was far too serious a topic for lighthearted jokes. As expected, Luo Xiaoxi's expression darkened instantly at the word. She shot him a sharp glance, her eyes slowly drifting downward with a cold, menacing warning. Let me make one thing clear, Yi Fan. In my eyes, there's no such thing as divorce. Only widowhood. And I'd start by removing that thing of yours, stripping you of any means to deceive, and then we'll see if you'd still dare to flirt with other women. Though Yi Fan recognized her words as mere banter, a chill ran through him regardless, and he frantically waved his hands in protest. Absolutely not. You have my word. I'm already completely content with just you two. Seeing him so thoroughly spooked, Luo Xiaoxi burst into laughter. Their light-hearted conversation was interrupted when Yi Fan's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was his father, Yi Lijun. Without hesitation, he answered. An elderly, slightly hoarse voice came through the line. Xiao Fan, why haven't you returned yet? It's getting late. Dinner will be ready soon. Should I save some food for you? Yi Fan paused, checking his phone. The time read 4:30 p.m., and he'd lost track of the hours. No wonder his father was growing anxious. No family feast dragged on that long. He explained into the phone. Dad, there's no need to save food for us. Xiaoxi the child and I are running errands in town. We'll just grab something to eat here in the evening. His father responded with a thoughtful hum. That explains it. I was wondering why neither Xiaoxi nor the girl had come back. Very well, carry on with your business. I'll let you go then. Yi Fan offered a quiet acknowledgement before ending the call and tucking his phone away. Curious, Luo Xiaoxi asked who had called. With a chuckle, he replied, could it be anyone else? Our father. He was asking whether we'd be coming home for dinner, so I told him we'd be eating in town instead. Luo Xiaoxi responded with understanding. Our father has truly worked hard all these years, serving as both parent to me and our daughter. He's been incredibly attentive, always worried we might suffer at your family's hands, anticipating every need. And your brothers. Each one shows such loyalty. You have no idea how many appliances they purchased as gifts for us. That refrigerator of ours, reportedly costing several thousand, was bought secretly by Qin Zhanfei behind his father's back. Whenever I try to reimburse them, they insist it's simply their duty as big brothers to look after their sister-in-law. If I press the matter too seriously, they'd actually take offense. Yi Fan simply acknowledged with a quiet hum, saying no more. He knew exactly what kind of men his brothers were, which was precisely why he'd thrown himself fully into supporting Qin Zhanfei's wedding. Just then their little girl, having thoroughly enjoyed the carousel ride, hopped down with a radiant smile and scampered toward them. The little girl came bounding over, hopping and skipping, exuding an indescribable joy. Yi Fan and Luo Xiaoxi, who were chatting, immediately broke into smiles as they saw their daughter running toward them and stepped forward to greet her. Yi Fan bent down and scooped the little girl into his arms, holding her steady as she giggled merrily. Seeing his daughter so happy, a doting smile spread across Yi Fan's face. He supported her with one hand under her bottom, gently ruffled her hair with the other, and asked, "Fei, did you have fun today?" Hearing her father's question, the little girl snuggled closer to Yi Fan's face, planted a kiss on his cheek, and replied in a sweet childish voice, "Fei is very happy, thank you, Daddy." Luo Xiaoxi, standing behind Yi Fan, deliberately pretended to be jealous and said, "You little rascal, you only care about your daddy. Don't you see mommy is right here?" Hearing Luo Xiaoxi's sour remark, the little girl stuck out her tongue at her and gave a mischievous yet adorable grin. "Fei, thanks mommy too." Hearing her daughter's thanks, Luo Xiaoxi finally showed a satisfied smile. "That's better. Otherwise I'd really think you were a little ingrate who only loves your daddy and ignores your mommy." While Luo Xiaoxi was teasing the little girl, Yi Fan thought to himself that the little playground had almost nothing left for Fei to play. Staying any longer would be pointless. So he smiled and asked, "Fei, you've played all the rides here. There's nothing new to do. How about Daddy takes you and Mommy to see a movie?" Hearing Yi Fan's suggestion, the little girl, who had been a bit reluctant earlier, suddenly brightened up. Yes. Fei has never been to a movie theater before. I heard they have delicious popcorn and cotton candy." Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle at her innocent mind. So the little girl wanted to go to the movies just for the popcorn and cotton candy. Even Luo Xiaoxi was amused and said half-jokingly, Eat. That's all you know. If you keep eating sweets, your teeth will rot. Eat less from now on." Hearing her mother's scolding, the little girl felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, ever since Yi Fan had reunited with them, she had eaten far too much candy over the past 2 days. Children her age shouldn't eat so many sweets. Normally when Luo Xiaoxi scolded the little girl, Yi Fan would always take her side and defend her. But this time he chose to remain silent. He knew that letting a child eat too much sugar at this age wasn't love, but harm. The sensible little girl understood this too, and quickly promised her mother, "Don't be angry, Mommy. Fei will eat less sweets from now on." Hearing her sweet words, Yi Fan and Luo Xiaoxi exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Then, walking side by side, they carried the little girl out of the playground, their family of 3 radiating an unspeakable happiness. Yi Fan led the mother and daughter out of the amusement park and to his car. Just as he had settled them in and was about to drive to the cinema, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He took it out and saw it was Monkey calling. He was a bit puzzled. Before leaving, he had told them not to wait for him during the wedding pranks. The guys could go ahead and have fun. He wanted to take his wife and daughter around the county town and wouldn't join them. It was only around 5 o'clock, and in a little while the brothers would gather for the wedding pranks. Monkey shouldn't be calling him at this time. With some curiosity, Yi Fan put the phone to his ear and pressed the answer button. Luo Xiaoxi, seeing him answer the call, asked curiously, "Who is it?" Yi Fan mouthed Monkey to her, then said into the phone, "Monkey, what's up? Anything happen?" Monkey on the other end sounded a bit embarrassed. "Fangu, are you still in the county? Can you come back for a while?" Hearing this, Yi Fan was even more confused. "What's the matter? I told you guys can handle the wedding pranks. Don't call me. I just got back and want to take your sister-in-law and the little girl around the county." Hearing Yi Fan's words, Monkey said urgently, "It's not about the wedding pranks, Fangu. Actually, I'm a bit embarrassed to bring this up. Zhanfei said not to trouble you, but I think this matter is really tricky. If you don't come, it won't be resolved anytime soon." Speaking of this, I'm a bit embarrassed. Zhanfei said not to trouble you, but I think it's really tricky. If you don't come, it won't be solved anytime soon. Hearing that he had to go back to solve it, Yi Fan grew even more confused and said impatiently, "What exactly is it? Can't you just tell me directly? When did you become so indecisive, eh? You can't just say it directly. When did you become so hesitant?" Hearing Yi Fan's impatient tone, Monkey had no choice but to confess. "It's like this. It's about the bridesmaid Zhao Qiqi. You know her, right?" Hearing that name, Yi Fan's face darkened instantly. To be honest, he found that woman utterly exasperating. She was nothing but trouble and a drama queen. They had only met once and were barely acquainted. He had simply gone to pick up the bride and happened to run into her, but she acted as if there was some deep grudge between them, making a huge fuss. Because of this, even the child's mother had been upset. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have rushed to bring Luo Xiaoxi to the county to get their marriage certificate. Although he would have eventually married Luo Xiaoxi anyway, it wouldn't have been so rushed. Suppressing his anger, Yi Fan asked, "That lunatic. What trouble has that woman stirred up now?" Hearing this, Monkey quickly explained, "Well, after you left with your sister-in-law, we told Zhanfei that you wouldn't be joining the wedding pranks tonight. Zhanfei was a bit disappointed, but understood. After all, you and your sister-in-law haven't seen each other for years, so you should spend time with them. So Zhanfei told us to let you enjoy your time and not disturb you. But unexpectedly, that Zhao Qiqi got drunk at the wedding banquet. After you left, she couldn't find you and started crying and making a scene, insisting on seeing you and talking things out. We all told her that you were already married and had a child, but she wouldn't believe it and insisted on hearing it from you personally. But unexpectedly, that Zhao Qiqi got drunk at the wedding banquet. After you left, she couldn't find you and started crying and making a scene, insisting on seeing you and talking things out. We all told her that you were already married and had a child, but she wouldn't believe it and insisted on hearing it from you personally. Just now Xiao Hao almost hit her, but we managed to stop him. Because of this, Zhang Fei was also at a loss. In the end, he had his wife Su Lily try to persuade her, but after much effort it was useless. Zhao Qiqi was still throwing a tantrum, insisting on seeing you and talking things out. Helpless Zhang Fei's wife Su Lily had to call Zhao Qiqi's family. But even after her family arrived, they couldn't stop her. She just kept crying and insisting on seeing you. Now the whole village is watching Zhang Fei make a fool of himself, but he can't really get angry and kick her out since she's the bridesmaid at today's wedding. So Zhang Fei is extremely frustrated, just wasting time with her. We wanted to call you earlier, but Zhang Fei insisted not to. He said he had already troubled you enough with his wedding, and he didn't want you to get upset while enjoying your time with your sister-in-law outside. But this can't go on forever. After thinking it over, I decided to tell you. Fangu, can you come back? After hearing Monkey's words, Yi Fan's hand gripping the phone tightened gradually, and his face grew darker. To be honest, he thought this woman was extremely extreme, probably mentally unstable. She must have been spoiled by her parents, thinking the whole world should revolve around her and give in to her. So Yi Fan was deeply displeased with her, even disgusted. In his eyes, this was exactly like that internet meme. Su Lily is getting married, and you're crying and making a scene. What are you showing off for? But this was his brother's wedding. Considering how these brothers had taken care of his wife and child when he was away, he couldn't just ignore it. So Yi Fan simply said a soft into the phone. Alright, I understand. I'll be back soon. Hearing that Yi Fan was coming back, Monkey sounded relieved. Okay Fan, go, I'll hang up now. With that, they ended the call. As soon as the call ended, Luo Xiaoxi looked at him curiously. Seeing his gloomy expression, she asked with concern, "What's wrong? Honey, what happened?" Yi Fan sighed. What else could it be? That Zhao Qiqi again. Hearing the name, Luo Xiaoxi also looked awkward and asked, "What's wrong with Zhao Qiqi?" Yi Fan waved his hand helplessly, looking as if he had swallowed a bitter pill. Monkey just called. After the wedding banquet, Zhao Qiqi insisted on seeing me and asking if I'm really married. She wouldn't stop crying and making a scene. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Luo Xiaoxi didn't know what to say. She remembered that during the wedding banquet she had already made it clear to Zhao Qiqi that she and Yi Fan had a child together. Although she hadn't mentioned that they had already gotten their marriage certificate, Zhao Qiqi should have been able to figure it out. So she rolled her eyes at Yi Fan. Serves you right. Who told you to be a grown man who looks like a young girl? Now look what happened. Then, as if a thought struck her, her eyes sparkled, and she let out a chuckle. Seeing her gloating, Yi Fan sighed, and said helplessly, "There's no choice. I have to go back." Then he looked down at the little girl in his arms with an apologetic expression. "Fei Fei, I'm sorry. Something might have come up at Uncle Zhang Fei's house. We need to go back now. Let's play another day, okay?" Hearing Yi Fan's words, the little girl showed a trace of disappointment, but nodded understandingly. It's okay, Daddy. Go do what you need to do. You can take Fei Fei out to play another time." Hearing his daughter's sensible words, Yi Fan felt a surge of warmth and gently patted her head. Then Yi Fan hesitated no more, started the car, and drove directly toward their home with the mother and daughter. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and the roads were slightly congested. Yi Fan took a full hour and a half to get home. When they arrived at Qin Zhanfei's village, it was already 6:30 in the evening. In winter, darkness falls early, and by the time they entered the village, most households were already having dinner. Usually at this hour the village would be quiet. Winter was cold, and there was little entertainment in the countryside, so it never got lively. But today was different. With Qin Zhanfei's wedding and the commotion caused by Zhao Qiqi, the once peaceful village had become unusually noisy. As soon as Yi Fan drove into the village, he could hear the raucous sound of arguing coming from Qin Zhanfei's house from a distance. The closer he got, the darker his expression became. But afraid of scaring the little girl, he forced himself to suppress his anger and tried not to show it. So he decided not to drive too close to Qin Zhanfei's house. Still a few hundred meters away from Qin Zhanfei's house, Yi Fan parked by the roadside. Then he prepared to open the door and get out to see what was happening at Qin Zhanfei's place. Perhaps Luo Xiaoxi knew him too well. Even though he concealed his anger, she still sensed the fury he was holding back. Afraid that he might act rashly in the heat of the moment, she gently grabbed his hand just as he was about to get out of the car. As Yi Fan was about to step out, wanting to see what that crazy woman Zhao Qiqi was up to again, he was suddenly caught off guard by Luo Xiaoxi grabbing his hand from the back seat. He froze slightly, turned around, and looked at her in confusion. Meeting Luo Xiaoxi's worried gaze, he immediately understood. She must be afraid that he would act impulsively. So he forced a faint smile and reassured her, "It's okay. You two stay in the car. I'll go see what's going on. That way you won't have to see her and get angry." Luo Xiaoxi simply hummed in agreement without arguing. She raised her hand and gently touched Yi Fan's face, whispering, "Honey, I trust you. But no matter what happens, remember that you still have me and your daughter. Please stay calm." Seeing Luo Xiaoxi's worried expression and their daughter sitting obediently beside her, Yi Fan nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Hearing his assurance, Luo Xiaoxi finally let go. Yi Fan then pushed open the car door, got out, and walked toward the direction of the crowd. The closer he got, the clearer Zhao Qiqi's shrill voice became. "I don't care. If he won't come to see me, I'm not leaving today. I just want to ask him, why doesn't he like me? I like him so much I even threw away all my pride to confess to him. Doesn't he feel anything at all? As soon as she finished speaking, a gentle female voice tried to persuade her. Chi-Chi, who is this Xiao fan you keep talking about? When did you two meet? I really don't know what's so good about him. How did he bewitch you like this? Come home with mom first, okay? Later I'll have your father visit his house. I don't believe that with my daughter being so outstanding, he could still not like you. Listening, Yi-Fan immediately understood. This must be Zhao Qiqi's mother. But her words made him unhappy. In just a few sentences, he could tell how spoiled she was with her daughter, and there was an arrogant edge to her tone. Even if he weren't married with a child, he would never like such a woman. Hearing her mother's imperious voice alone made it impossible for them to be together. Yi-Fan stopped thinking and addressed the crowd. Excuse me, could you please make way? I need to see what's happening. Someone nearby jostled by him grumbled discontentedly. Who are you? There's a proper order to watching a spectacle, you know. Yi-Fan had no choice but to explain. I am Yi-Fan, the person they're talking about. Please make way, alright. Hearing this, the crowd finally realized. This was the Yi-Fan the troublemaking bridesmaid had been shouting about. The crowd parted with a rustle, clearing a path for Yi-Fan. Yi-Fan didn't hesitate and walked along the path. At that moment, the few people gathered nearby, including Monkey, saw Yi-Fan and immediately came over. Qin Zhanfei, walking in front, asked curiously, Brother Fan, why are you back? Where's sister-in-law and Fei-Fei? Yi-Fan nodded and replied, Monkey called me earlier, so I came back. I told your sister-in-law to stay in the car. With this scene, I was afraid she'd get angry if she came down. Qin Zhanfei, standing nearby, nodded with a wry smile. That makes sense. Sister-in-law really isn't suited to handle this situation. He paused, looking at Yi-Fan with guilt. I'm sorry, Brother Fan. Because of my matter, I've caused you trouble. Yi-Fan gently patted his shoulder and said, It's nothing. It's not your fault. Who wouldn't be helpless in such a situation? What's the situation now? Qin Zhanfei pointed behind him at Zhao Qiqi, who was still surrounded by people and crying. See, she's still crying over there. Her parents tried to persuade her just now, but she won't listen. She insists on waiting here for you. I didn't want you to come back at first. I wanted to see how far she could take this. Yi-Fan finished listening and patted his shoulder again. It's okay, I'll handle it. With that, he walked toward the crowd surrounding Zhao Qiqi. As soon as he got close, he saw Zhao Qiqi squatting on the ground, her head buried between her knees, sobbing quietly. Beside her stood a man and a woman trying to reason with her. The woman looked around 40, wearing a clean white fitted-down jacket, black tight straight-leg pants, and a pair of high-top leather boots on her slender legs. Her overall appearance seemed unusually young, judging by her clothes alone. She didn't look over 40, more like a girl in her early 20s. But her facial features clashed with her outfit. A sharp, mean look about her with a beauty mole on her thin lips. The middle-aged man beside her was the complete opposite. He was stout, wearing a decent suit, shiny leather shoes, a silver watch on his wrist, and his hair was meticulously combed. He looked every bit the successful man. At that moment, he was smoking a cigarette, sighing deeply as if thoroughly annoyed by his daughter's crying. Without a doubt, these two were Zhao Qiqi's parents. As soon as Yi-Fan approached, the fashionably dressed woman, Zhao Qiqi's mother, spotted him. Seeing that Qin Zhanfei and the others were gathered around him, she immediately realized this was the young man her daughter was so desperate to see. Seeing the main character had arrived, her anger flared up. She stopped trying to persuade her daughter, straightened up, and strode angrily toward Yi-Fan. Before Yi-Fan could speak, she launched into a furious tirade. You're that bastard Yi-Fan, aren't you? What kind of love potion did you feed my daughter? Look at how heartbroken you've made her. By the way, I heard you already have a wife and child, right? With a wife and child, how can you be so shameless as to provoke our Qiqi? What's your father's name? I'll go ask him how he raised his son to produce such a despicable bastard. You have no manners at all. This barrage of insults stunned Yi-Fan on the spot. Frankly, before he could even confront her, she had already started cursing him. Yi-Fan naturally wouldn't tolerate her. He shot back directly, Shut your damn mouth, you old hag. If you can't talk properly, so it's shut. Who provoked your daughter? Do you even know the full story before spewing nonsense? If you can't use your mouth, donate it. If not, just talk through your ass. Stupid bitch, you want to find my father. What would you do with my father? He wouldn't even want to touch you. With your acerbic foul mouth, he'd be afraid of being stung by your breath. Yi-Fan's words came fast and fierce, his lips moving like a patter, leaving Zhao Qiqi's mother stunned on the spot. She never expected that Yi-Fan would not only talk back, but also curse so harshly even to an elder. She instantly exploded. "Oh, you little brat, how dare you curse at me? I'm old enough to be your mother. Don't you know respect for the elderly?" Yi-Fan almost laughed in anger. "You stupid woman. You come cursing at me without knowing the facts, and you expect me not to fight back. What are you, some kind of mafia? Respect for the elderly? Look at yourself. You're as ugly as an old lizard. What's there to respect?" Seeing that she was about to continue, Yi-Fan didn't want to waste time with her. He said directly, "Listen up, you old lizard, I'll say this once. Whether you like it or not is your business. I don't even know your daughter. She's the stupid one, delusional, and just as stupid as you. Like father, like son. With a mother like you, no wonder your daughter is a lunatic." Yi-Fan's words were harsh enough to turn Zhao Qiqi's mother's face green, with rage nearly choking her. Seeing his wife being berated like that by that brat Yi-Fan, Zhao Qiqi's father could no longer sit still. He put on a show of dignity, stepping forward to adjust the bow tie of his black suit, then coughed into his hand, before pointing at Yi-Fan and scolding, "Hey, what's wrong with you, kid? Your aunt just said a few words about you. If you don't like it, just ignore her. But to go straight to cursing her out, what kind of behavior is that? How did your father raise you? Have you no decency? He thought that as an elder a few harsh words would surely make Yi Fan back down. Besides, he had been around in Jiangtown for years, so a young punk like Yi Fan should at least show him some respect. But he never expected that Yi Fan, instead of backing down, would immediately curse right back at him. "I'll fuck you, old bastard. You think I left you out of the cursing just now? Tadpole mixed with frog. Who the hell do you think you are? Oh, how did my father raise me? Your wife already asked that, didn't she? Didn't I answer clearly enough? Are you deaf, or did you get amnesia from a car crash? You're talking to me about decency. Do you even know how to write the word decency? You said she just scolded me a little. Didn't you hear her call me a dog? If dog isn't an insult, then I'll say your whole family are dogs. How about that?" Hearing Yi Fan's rapid-fire rebuttal, Zhao Qiqi's father could no longer contain himself. His mask of composure crumbled, his face turning red as he threw aside all pretense and cursed back. "I'll fuck you, little shit. You dare curse me? Go ask around. Who the hell is Zhao Dezhu? Do you even know who you're messing with? To curse me like that? Which village are you from? What's your father's name? You don't want to live a good life, do you?" Yi Fan knew this was a challenge to his background. A few years ago, being cursed like this by Zhao Dezhu might have scared him. He had family to worry about after all. But now he didn't have so many concerns. After all, this was a society governed by law. No matter what demons or monsters, they couldn't escape the law's judgment. As the saying goes, 3 strikes shatter the soul of society. "Officer, I am a scholar." So Yi Fan wasn't afraid at all, and immediately shot back. "I'll fuck you, old bastard. Who are you trying to scare? Asking which village I'm from, and what my father's name is. What if I tell you? My father is Yi Ligua, 50 years old, and we live in Huanya village. Come on, what else do you want to know? Want me to recite my ID number for you? Dumb fuck, what era is this, and you're still trying to act like a gangster? I told you so, what can you do? Come on, kill me. Do you dare? Do you have the balls? Touch a single hair of mine, and I'll lie down on the spot, sue you until your whole family is in debt. Do you believe me? Besides, it's your daughter who's being unreasonable. She's got her eye on a married man, and wants to break up his family. I said no, and she threw a drunken tantrum. As a father, instead of disciplining her, you're yelling at me, the victim, and trying to intimidate me. And your wife, truly a couple of turtles from the same beach. Your daughter is over 20, but she doesn't know a thing, and still does such messed up things. The key is, even if she's clueless at your age, shouldn't you know better? All those years of living, did they go to the dogs? After cursing them out, Yi Fan smirked inwardly, trying to out-talk him. Did they even stand a chance? He was a master of verbal sparring. Just ask around the 4 streets of the east, southwest, and north who's the boss. They wanted to take his hobby and compare it to his profession. Don't bullshit. He made a living with his mouth. Those 2 could grow 10 more mouths, and still couldn't out-talk him. Zhao Dezhu had thought that by throwing his weight around, he could easily scare a young man like Yi Fan. Especially since Yi Fan looked delicate with a baby face. He couldn't be more than 20. Naive kids like that with a little scare would usually cave and panic, probably apologizing immediately. But he never expected that Yi Fan was far from the 20-year-old he imagined. The guy had been roughing it in society for 4 or 5 years, a seasoned old hand who had seen it all. Trying to pull that gangster act on him was useless. Instead, Yi Fan mocked him, leaving Zhao Dezhu completely humiliated. He had thrown out his threats, but the other party casually gave his home address, not afraid at all. For a moment, Zhao Dezhu's face turned the color of pig liver. The worst part was that Yi Fan's curses were well-founded, leaving him no room to argue. From the couple's unreasonableness to his failure in raising his daughter to his own personal conduct, Yi Fan roasted the entire family from head to toe. And it wasn't just vulgarity. Every point had logic, so even Zhao Dezhu couldn't find a retort. He was so angry he nearly choked. Just as Yi Fan was berating Zhao Qiqi's parents, Zhao Qiqi, who had been squatting on the ground with her head buried in her knees, crying, suddenly heard his voice. She froze, her face full of disbelief. Originally drunk, she had just been venting. She didn't think Yi Fan would come back to comfort her just because she was crying. After all, he had never given her a kind look from the start. But she couldn't accept it. Her family owned the only internet cafe in town where all the thugs, punks, and students had to go to use the internet. Everyone usually gave her face. Plus her father spoiled her, so she naturally developed the attitude that she had to get whatever she wanted. And she thought she was good looking. 7 meters tall, fair skin, pretty face, long legs. With those qualities, the boys chasing her might not fill the entire street of Jiangtown, but they would more than fill the internet cafe. There was no reason for Yi Fan not to like her. But Yi Fan showed no interest in her at all, even with a hint of disgust. She couldn't understand. Even if he said he was married with a wife and child, so what? Which cat doesn't steal fish? She hadn't even asked to develop a relationship, she just wanted a little pretense. Wasn't that possible? So she felt humiliated. What was wrong with her? Why did he treat her like this? Driven by impulse, she drank a lot, and the alcohol magnified her humiliation 1,000 times until she finally threw this drunken tantrum. But suddenly the parents who had been trying to comfort her fell silent. Confused, she heard a familiar voice. Yi Fan's, the one she had been longing for. Although they had only known each other for a few hours, Yi Fan's voice had already been etched into her heart, unforgettable. His image replayed in her mind endlessly. Without a second thought, she jerked her head up and looked toward the voice. She saw Yi Fan red-faced and furious cursing at her parents. Spoiled as she was, she didn't care about her parents' feelings at all. She stumbled to her feet, wiped her tear-streaked face, and ran toward Yi Fan. In her mind, the fact that Yi Fan had spoken meant he still had feelings for her. There was still hope. She never considered that Yi Fan had come back only because he was forced to deal with the mess, afraid she would ruin his friend's wedding with her antics. She even imagined that when she reached him she would throw herself into his arms, experiencing the perfect scenes from romantic dramas. But what happened next was far beyond her expectations. As she ran toward him ready to dive into his embrace, Yi Fan saw her from afar and understood her intention. Of course, he wouldn't let her actually pounce on him. Not when his wife and daughter were watching from the car nearby, seeing every move. If she really fell into his arms, a misunderstanding would be inevitable even if there was none. Yi Fan was over 1.8 meters tall, a head taller than Zhao Qiqi. So when she got close and tried to leap into his embrace, he simply reached out and pressed down on her head, stopping her in her tracks. After restraining her, Yi Fan curled his lip, looked at the hysterical woman, and said impatiently, "Are you fucking crazy? No, your whole family is crazy. You're over 20, don't know a thing, and you insist on going after a married man like me." Hearing his scolding and being held back by the head, Zhao Qiqi finally calmed down a little, saying with some defiance, "I don't understand. What's wrong with me compared to that yellow-faced wife of yours? In terms of figure, looks, family background, I might not be the best in Jiang Town, but I'm certainly way better than your wife, right? Besides, your wife just gave you a daughter. I can have kids too. I can give you a bunch of sons. Why won't you give me a chance?" Hearing this, Yi Fan was so angry, he almost laughed. This woman, truly a fucking lunatic. No, her whole family was abnormal. Yi Fan didn't bother to indulge her and directly cursed, "Listen to yourself, you fucking idiot. Are those human words? According to you, you can compare family members and pick the best one as a wife. Then your mother looks like a fucking Indian old vulture. Why didn't you tell your dad to find another one?" Hearing this, before Zhao Qiqi could respond, Zhao Qiqi's mother, who had been standing nearby with a face as red as pig liver, couldn't hold back. "Hey, you little bastard. Who are you calling an old vulture? You're the old vulture. Your whole family are old vultures." Hearing Zhao Qiqi's mother's hysterical scolding, Yi Fan didn't get angry. Instead, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This was interesting. If he always scolded and the other party remained silent like a wooden gourd, there was no excitement in the fight. Whether it was a brawl or a verbal spat, it was only satisfying when the opponents were evenly matched. Otherwise, even if he cursed fiercely, if the other party stayed mute, winning brought no sense of achievement. It was like a line from a movie. "I haven't even tried, and you're already down." Where was the fun in that? So Yi Fan smiled at her and said, Right, I'm an old vulture, then you're an old tropical rainforest lizard. Look at your ugly face, sharp mouth, and monkey cheeks with a pimple on your face like a hemorrhoid. Where's the human part? If I were you, I'd jump into a dry well and die. Why live? To scare people. Do you have any sense of decency?" Yi Fan's string of curses flowed smoothly, and he kept smiling throughout, as if he had rehearsed it without any pause. This drove Zhao Qiqi's mother completely mad. Her hand trembled as she pointed at Yi Fan, her already sharp and mean face twisting grotesquely. Her teeth clenched tightly and tears of anger welled in her eyes. It was evident how much Yi Fan's light, casual curses had enraged her. But she still refused to give in, pointing at Yi Fan, stuttering, You. Finally she squeezed out, "You're the old tropical rainforest lizard." Seeing her stumble even when repeating his words, Yi Fan laughed even more and continued, Right, I'm a lizard, then you're an old Indian turtle dove, ugly in appearance, and even more disgusting in speech." After saying that, seeing her open her mouth to retort, he didn't give her a chance, and added, "You're a wrinkled Shar-Pei dog. Look at that old face. It's not as nice as the skin on my younger brother's belly. Hanging down with that wrinkled old face, it's just bad luck." Yi Fan's rapid-fire barrage of curses was fierce, targeting the whole family of three, leaving them speechless. Even the guys behind Yi Fan, Monkey, and the others felt relieved hearing him curse them, almost raising their hands to applaud and shout, 666. The most excited was his brother-in-law Luo Xiaohao. He had been furious because this woman was pestering his brother-in-law and was about to throw a punch. If Monkey and the others hadn't stopped him for fear of trouble, the consequences could have been dire. He was impulsive and might have started a fight, and Zhao Qiqi might have been caught in it. So even though he was restrained, his resentment had nowhere to go. Until now, seeing his brother-in-law curse the whole family into silence, it felt like drinking a cold soda on a hot summer day. Unbelievably satisfying, and he was almost jumping with excitement. People's joys and sorrows are never the same. Like Zhao Qiqi at this moment, she was terribly uncomfortable. Watching the man she liked cursing her parents, her face was full of pain and conflict. Adding to that, the pointing and whispering of the onlookers made her feel even more ashamed. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and for a moment, even breathing felt suffocating. But Yi Fan had no sympathy for her. He continued to curse the family of three, choosing the most unpleasant words. Just when the family was about to faint from Yi Fan's cursing, the bride, Su Lily, Zhao Qiqi's best friend, finally couldn't stand it anymore. No matter what, Zhao Qiqi was still her close friend. Even though she had caused trouble at her wedding, which made her a bit angry, she couldn't just ignore it. After a long struggle, she sighed, walked over to Yi Fan, and gently tugged at his sleeve. Yi Fan, who was in the middle of his tirade, suddenly felt someone pulling his sleeve. He stopped and curiously turned to look, finding Su Lily, the bride Qin Zhanfei, had just married. He asked, "What's wrong, sister-in-law?" Hearing Yi Fan's question, Su Lily felt very embarrassed. She had heard from Qin Zhanfei and seen for herself how much Yi Fan had helped with their wedding today. But now she had to ask him to spare her friend, and she couldn't bring herself to say it. Yet that was her childhood best friend, and she couldn't ignore her. Despite her guilt, she mustered courage and said, "Brother Fan, can you do me a favor and stop cursing them?" Yi Fan smiled at her request. He hadn't planned to continue anyway. Zhao Qiqi's parents were already red-faced and on the verge of fainting. He was afraid that if he kept going they might drop dead on the spot. So he took the opportunity to gracefully back down. He said cheerfully to Su Lily, "Of course, no problem. I have to give my sister-in-law face. Tell them to get lost." Hearing Yi Fan agree, Su Lily quickly nodded and thanked him. "Thank you so much, Brother Fan. I'm sorry for all the trouble today. I don't know how to thank you." Yi Fan saw her troubled expression and just smiled, waving his hand. "It's nothing. It's what I should do. Zhanfei is my brother, we're family." Saying that makes it sound distant. "All right, nothing more for me to do. I'll take off." With that, he waved his hand and turned to walk toward the group of brothers behind him. Su Lily's thanks echoed from behind. Monkey and Qin Zhanfei, seeing Yi Fan approaching, couldn't help showing admiration, giving him thumbs up. "That was awesome. You cursed them so badly they almost fainted." On the other side, Zhao Qiqi stood there at a loss while her parents Zhao Dezhu and his wife were trembling with anger, their faces purple. After Yi Fan left, the couple took a while to recover, took a deep breath to suppress their anger, and turned to look at their daughter, who was still staring blankly at Yi Fan's retreating figure. They felt a sense of frustration. Even though they usually spoiled their precious daughter, they couldn't help but lose their temper. "What are you still looking at? Aren't you ashamed? How can you be so cheap? He doesn't like you, and he has a wife and child. Are you still clinging to him? Is that interesting? Didn't you see him cursing your parents? You unfilial daughter. Come home with us." With that, they dragged the dazed Zhao Qiqi toward where they had parked. Zhao Qiqi moved like a zombie, her eyes constantly fixed on Yi Fan in the distance, as her parents forcibly pulled her out of the crowd toward the parking area. As they passed near Yi Fan, Zhao Dezhu snorted coldly and threatened, "Little brat, you're something. I'll remember today. We'll meet again. Just you wait." Yi Fan didn't care about his threat at all, just chatting with his brothers without even turning his head. Seeing that Yi Fan ignored him, Zhao Dezhu felt bored and had no choice but to drag his daughter away, quickly soon disappearing into the crowd. The villagers who had been watching the spectacle, seeing the main characters leave, knew there was nothing more to see and dispersed noisily. Only Qin Zhanfei's family and Yi Fan's group remained. Yi Fan, seeing that everyone had left and the matter was settled, said to Qin Zhanfei, "All right, Zhanfei, it's done. If there's nothing else, I'll head out. Your sister-in-law is waiting in the car." As he turned to leave, Qin Zhanfei grabbed his arm. Yi Fan was about to ask what else was up, but Qin Zhanfei spoke first. "Brother Fan, what time is it? You haven't eaten dinner, have you? You've helped me solve so many problems, and my wedding went smoothly because of all your hard work and advice. If I don't even treat you to a meal, how can I face people?" Hearing that, Yi Fan was amused and quickly waved his hand. "We're brothers." Saying this makes it awkward. Qin Zhanfei insisted, "I don't care if it's awkward or not. No matter what, you're not leaving today. You have to stay for dinner." He then winked at his wife Su Lily, who got the hint and cleverly grabbed Yi Fan's other arm. The couple acted as if they were afraid Yi Fan would sneak away. Yi Fan was caught between laughter and tears and helplessly said, "Let go of me first. Your sister-in-law is still in the car. I won't leave. I'll stay for dinner, okay? I'll go pick up your sister-in-law first." Hearing this, Qin Zhanfei and his wife didn't release his arms, but held on tightly, and turned to Luo Xiaohao, who was standing aside. "Xiaohao, go to the car and call your sister and my niece. None of you are leaving today. Stay for dinner." Luo Xiaohao grinned. "Got it." He turned and ran toward where Yi Fan had parked. As he watched his brother-in-law's retreating figure, and then glanced at the couple Qin Zhanfei and his wife, who were clutching his arms on either side, as if terrified he might flee, Yi Fan saw through it all like a mirror. This pair had calculated everything meticulously, leaving him no room to oppose. He could only shrug helplessly, then, as if something struck him, a mischievous grin curled at the corner of his mouth. "All right, I'm not leaving. I'll stay and join you for the wedding night pranks, how about that?" He turned to Qin Zhanfei, who was still gripping his arm, and raised an eyebrow. "You asking for trouble, kid? I was planning to let you off easy today, let Monkey and the others have their fun with you. But you seem unsatisfied. Fine, since you insist on keeping me here, your big brother here will make sure you and your wife have a truly memorable time tonight." At Yi Fan's teasing the bride, Su Lily felt her cheeks flush with heat, her ears burning crimson. She quickly bowed her head, unable to meet his gaze. Qin Zhanfei, however, understood all too well what Yi Fan meant. He was planning to thoroughly torment him during the wedding night pranks. His face instantly fell, and he feigned pleading. "Brother Fan, you must be merciful. Don't go too far." Hearing his plea, Yi Fan's smile widened. "The game hasn't even started yet. How can you surrender so soon? What do you say?" Before Qin Zhanfei could utter another plea, Yi Fan took the initiative and dragged both of them into the courtyard. As soon as they entered the yard of Qin Zhanfei's home, his father, Secretary Qin, approached them. Seeing Yi Fan leading the trio, Secretary Qin's eyes lit up. He hurriedly asked, "Xiao Fan, you're here. How did things go with that girl?" Understanding that he was referring to Zhao Qiqi's drunken antics, Yi Fan explained, It's already settled. She's gone. Hearing this, Secretary Qin seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He nodded with a smile. I'm really sorry, Xiao Fan. Look at our Dafei's wedding. You've been running around tirelessly for us, and on top of that you ended up with such a big trouble. But as an elder, I couldn't step in to resolve those matters. The older folks told me that today is Dafei's wedding day, and we mustn't get into conflicts with others, so they stopped me. With a look of guilt, he continued to apologize to Yi Fan. Yi Fan quickly waved his hand. Uncle, what are you saying? Helping my brother is only right. Don't feel embarrassed. As you said, this is a matter for us younger ones to handle ourselves. It wouldn't be proper to trouble the elders. Secretary Qin was deeply moved by Yi Fan's reassurance. He nodded excitedly. You're such a sensible child. I don't know what to say. All right, your aunt and I have prepared the meal. Let's eat first, and then you can all have a good time with Dafei and his bride. With that, he ushered Yi Fan and the others into the house. Soon the group entered the main hall of Qin Zhanfei's home. In the hall, a large table had already been set laden with nearly 20 sumptuous dishes. They had clearly been prepared in advance, but the incident with Zhao Qiqi had caused a delay. As everyone entered the hall, Secretary Qin instructed Qin Zhanfei to entertain his friends, then walked away on his own. Yi Fan saw Secretary Qin about to leave and called out, Hey uncle, where are you going? Stay and eat with us. Hearing the invitation, Secretary Qin turned back with a smile. You all enjoy yourselves. I've got another table set up with some old comrades. I need to go attend to them. He then turned to Qin Zhanfei and said, Dafei, you brat, be sensible and make sure you take good care of your brother Fan. He's gone to great lengths for you. With that, he shot his son a meaningful glance. Receiving his father's signal, Qin Zhanfei naturally understood and flashed an okay sign with a grin. Seeing that his son had caught on, Secretary Qin smiled and walked out. Yi Fan noticed the subtle exchange between father and son and knew they were up to something. But he didn't take it too seriously. Given Qin Zhanfei's intelligence, Yi Fan was confident he wouldn't end up at a disadvantage. This wasn't arrogance, it was pure self-assurance. Since childhood, no matter the situation, Qin Zhanfei had always been outwitted by him. Today would be no exception. He was absolutely certain. So he said to Qin Zhanfei, Let me warn you, kid. I drove here and my daughter doesn't like smelling alcohol on me, so there's no way I'm drinking. I always listen to my daughter, so don't even bother trying to get me drunk. As he was refusing, as if on cue, Luo Xiaoxi and her daughter strolled in from outside. The little girl at the front was hopping along, and when she spotted Yi Fan, she called out, Daddy, and rushed toward him. Seeing his daughter, Yi Fan stood up, bent down, and scooped her into his arms. Then he shot a triumphant glance at Qin Zhanfei, as if to say, See, my girl's here so I can't drink with you. You guys go ahead. Monkey and the others watching Yi Fan use his daughter as a shield all gave him a thumbs up. Brother Fan's move to avoid drinking was absolutely brilliant. The key was that this was a trump card. No one could say a word against it. He was just doting on his daughter, what was wrong with that? Besides, they hadn't seen each other for years, so a little indulgence was perfectly normal. Seeing Yi Fan's smug expression, Monkey and the others turned their curious gazes to Qin Zhanfei, as if asking, What's your next move? Now that Brother Fan had said his daughter wouldn't let him drink, how were you going to keep your promise to the brothers? It turned out that when Yi Fan had returned from the county to deal with Zhao Qiqi's situation, they had been watching him unleash his verbal prowess while discussing other matters. During their conversation, Ma Yongqiang had accidentally let slip that at the afternoon wedding banquet, when the newlyweds were toasting, they had passed off mineral water as liquor. When Qin Zhanfei heard this, he was furious. He had thought his brothers were true comrades, downing glass after glass of liquor during the toasts, only to find out it was just mineral water. So he declared on the spot that no one would escape tonight. He would get them all drunk to make up for the drinks they owed from the afternoon. The others scoffed at his words. Cut the crap. If you want to get us drunk, first make Brother Fan drink. If you can convince him and he drinks, then we'll follow. Hearing this, Qin Zhanfei seemed to get an idea and grinned at them. Deal? Once Brother Fan drinks, none of you are getting out of it. That was why when Yi Fan used his daughter to avoid the drinks, they had given him those odd looks and provoked Qin Zhanfei. Qin Zhanfei, however, was unfazed by their taunts, as if victory was already assured. He sat there with a sly grin and exchanged a glance with his wife Su Lily. Su Lily understood immediately. She smiled at Luo Xiaoxi, who was sitting next to Yi Fan, and said, Sister-in-law, sitting here with all these men feels a bit awkward. Why don't you come to my room to eat? I've prepared some dishes there too. We can have a good chat, and you can teach me a few things. She didn't specify what, but her cheeks were flushed. Luo Xiaoxi, being an experienced mother, instantly understood the implication and smiled, nodding. Sure. With that, she stood up and prepared to follow Su Lily to their bridal chamber. Just as she was about to enter, Su Lily suddenly turned back and said to Yi Fan with a smile, Oh, Brother Fan, you've helped us so much for the wedding, and I don't know how to thank you. Since you and Dafei are brothers, I won't say much more. But as a new Annie, I prepared a few little gifts for my little niece. You can't refuse that, can you? She then smiled at the little girl in Yi Fan's arms, tempting her. Xiao Feifei, Annie has lots of snacks and toys in her room. Would you like to come see them? Hearing Su Lily's temptation, Yi Fan's confident expression instantly turned to surprise. He raised an eyebrow and inwardly cried out in alarm. This couple was using a diversionary tactic to lure his daughter and wife away so they could get him drunk. But it was a clever, almost openly declared strategy that left him no way to counter it. He couldn't help but look curiously at his good brother Qin Zhanfei. Seeing that simple honest grin on his face, Yi Fan knew that this lovable oaf, who always tried to act clever, couldn't have come up with this ploy. If he wasn't mistaken, it was his wife, Su Lily's idea. He nodded in realization. Well, this couple was playing war tactics with him. But what could he do now? Every word she said hit the mark, and he had no grounds to refuse. First, Su Lily had asked his wife to accompany her for a chat, as the older sister-in-law teaching the younger bride was perfectly normal. He couldn't reject that. Second, as a new Annie preparing some treats and toys for her niece was also perfectly normal. Again, no way to refuse. Moreover, seeing the little girl bouncing excitedly in his arms, her eyes full of longing, it was clear she was already tempted. It was too late to refuse now, and even if he wanted, he couldn't. Yi Fan could only give a helpless wry smile and pointed a finger at Qin Zhanfei. All right, you win, kid. Then he smiled affectionately at the little girl in his arms. Go ahead. Your auntie says she's got treats and toys for you. Hearing his consent, the little girl didn't hesitate for a second. She scrambled out of his arms and bounced over to the bride, Su Lily. Soon the three of them entered the bridal chamber and closed the door. Watching the three enter the bridal chamber and close the door behind them, at that moment in the main hall of Qin Zhanfei's house, only Yi Fan and his brothers remained. No one was more delighted than Qin Zhanfei. He was practically floating on air like a victorious general, proudly laughing at his brothers and giving a slight raise of his finger. With a hint of condescension, he said, "You truly are my good brothers. To dare use mineral water as wine at my wedding banquet, making me shed tears of gratitude for nothing. You, every single one of you, stop your nonsense. And you, brother Fan, don't pretend either. I already know. Hurry up, the wine you own, none of you can escape. I won't bother pouring it for you, it's under the table, help yourselves." Hearing this, Yi Fan, unaware of the backstory, was momentarily stunned and looked at his brothers in confusion. Who spilled the beans? Step forward, don't make me ask one by one. At Yi Fan's question, everyone involuntarily turned their gaze to Ma Yongxiang, who sat there flustered and at a loss. Seeing everyone staring at him, Yi Fan immediately understood. It must be this guy. He always had a loose tongue and loved to joke, so spilling the secret was no surprise. But unsurprising as it was, Yi Fan had no intention of letting him off easily. He chuckled, "You traitor. I knew you were unreliable, selling out your brothers. If this were the old days, you'd be a dyed-in-the-wool traitor. No more talk. If you know what's good for you, drink an extra cup." Hearing Yi Fan's words, Ma Yongxiang's face crumpled like a bitter gourd. The others wanted to laugh, but held back, their faces red from suppressing the urge. They knew that Yi Fan was currently focused on Ma Yongxiang. If they laughed, he might shift his attention, and then no one would escape. Thus they all looked at Ma Yongxiang with sympathy. Receiving their gazes, Ma Yongxiang helplessly begged, "Brother Fan, can I just drink half a cup more? You know my alcohol tolerance is really poor." Yi Fan couldn't be bothered with him, and simply shot a glance, "If you can't hold your liquor, go sit with the dogs." Hearing this, Ma Yongxiang grew even more helpless. Who could he blame but his own loose lips? That flaw never seemed to go away. He had no choice but to bend down, pull out a bottle of baijiu from under the table, and pour it into a disposable transparent plastic cup with a gurgling sound. While he was pouring, Monkey leaned over, mischievously staring at the cup and shouting, almost there, you have to fill it to the brim." This made Ma Yongxiang curse. "Monkey, you bastard, do you have to be like this? It's already overflowing, isn't that enough?" Monkey, imitating his tone, grinned slyly. "No problem, if it spills, just slurp it up." Hearing Monkey's sly words and his imitation of his own speech, Ma Yongxiang was both angry and resigned. What could he do? Monkey was clearly teasing him in the same way he had teased others earlier, and all because he had let his tongue slip. On the other side, Yi Fan watched Ma Yongxiang pour the wine, ignoring the two of them fooling around. Once Ma Yongxiang had filled the cup, Yi Fan finally spoke. "All right, now that the wine is full, to teach you a lesson, down it all at once." Ma Yongxiang couldn't help but glance at the disposable plastic cup. It held a good 2 ounces, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. But meeting Yi Fan's unyielding gaze, he could only let out a resigned, bitter smile, raised the cup, held his breath, and gulped down more than half in one go. The large mouthful of baijiu burned all the way down his chest. Seeing that he had downed most of it, Yi Fan didn't intend to push him further. He smiled at him and the others. "Come on, let's not just focus on the wine. Let him eat something first." With that, he gestured for everyone to pick up their chopsticks. Seeing Yi Fan urging him to eat, Ma Yongxiang let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had really feared Yi Fan would force him to down the entire cup of baijiu. If that happened, he would probably end up under the table before he even got a few bites in. Whether it's beer or baijiu, the worst thing is to drink too fast. Even the best drinkers can get drunk if they guzzle it down. Yi Fan knew this well. Though he wanted to teach his loose-lipped brother a lesson so he wouldn't suffer for his words in the future, discipline was discipline. There were limits, and he wouldn't go too far. Soon after they had eaten for a while, without Yi Fan reminding him, Ma Yongxiang finished the remaining half cup. As soon as he downed it, the others immediately cheered and applauded. What followed was simple. Qin Zhanfei had spoken harshly, but in the end he didn't force his brothers to drink heavily. Each had a couple of cups, and that was enough. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable, and before long everyone was full and satisfied. After they finished eating, Qin Zhanfei's mother led the other family members in to clear the leftover soup dishes and tableware. Yi Fan intended to help with his brothers, but Qin Zhanfei's mother stopped him, telling them to go outside for a smoke, and that she would have everything cleaned up in no time. True to her word, the women worked quickly. In less than 3 to 5 minutes the room was spotless and looked brand new. When Yi Fan and the others finished their smoke and returned to the main hall, there was no trace of the earlier mess. The room was already tidied up, and even the table had new platters, 5 or 6 dishes filled with fruits, candies, and the like. Judging by the setup, it was clearly prepared for the upcoming wedding games and pranks. The older generation knew all about these traditions. They had arranged everything without needing to be told. Seeing this, Yi Fan grinned and raised an eyebrow at Qin Zhanfei. "To Fei, look, we've had our wine and food. Isn't it time for the next round, the games?" Hearing Yi Fan's mischievous tone and seeing his expression, Qin Zhanfei knew he was joking, but he still couldn't help shuddering and gave a helpless wry smile. "Brother Fan, can't we just skip this part?" Yi Fan heard his plea and laughed. "Don't even think about it. How long have the brothers been waiting for this moment?" He turned to Monkey beside him and said, "Go, Monkey, call out our bride. It's game time." Monkey responded with a sly grin and immediately replied, "Got it, wait up." Then he ran toward the direction of Qin Zhanfei's bridal chamber. Soon he reached the door of the bridal chamber. Of course, he didn't barge in recklessly. Instead, he gently knocked on the door adorned with red double happiness signs. Inside the bridal chamber, the three had already finished their meal. The brides Su Lily and Luo Xiaoxi were playing with the little girl and chatting idly. In truth, the excuse of asking Luo Xiaoxi questions was just a pretext. Times have changed. In the old days, women were conservative and knew nothing about marital matters before marriage, so they would seek advice from their sisters-in-law or married peers. But now, in the age of the internet, information explodes everywhere. Those little movies are all over the place. What website doesn't have them? And it's not just guys who watch them, girls watch just as much, if not more. So Su Lily had pulled Luo Xiaoxi away simply to avoid Yi Fan and the others, so that Luo Xiaoxi wouldn't stop Yi Fan from drinking and spoil her husband's fun. Everyone knew this, and even Luo Xiaoxi understood. She was just going along with it, not wanting to hinder Yi Fan from drinking and chatting with his brothers. In her eyes, Yi Fan had been working away from home for years and must have endured a lot of hardship. She felt for him and wanted him to enjoy himself a little longer, so she cooperated by dragging out the time in the room, playing with the little girl and chatting idly. Just then, hearing the knock at the door, the three looked curiously toward the entrance. Su Lily stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. Seeing it was Monkey, she asked, "What's wrong?" Monkey, with a cheerful grin, said, "It's like this, Brother Fan said the wine is done and it's time to play games. Could you come out?" Hearing Monkey's words, Su Lily's face flushed slightly, and she nodded. "Okay." Then she turned to Luo Xiaoxi inside the room with a pleading look. "Sister-in-law, when Brother Fan and the others start the games, they're definitely going to mess with us. You have to help me." Luo Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow and gave a meaningful smile. "I can't help you with this. Everyone has to go through it. Your sister-in-law can only wish you well." Rejected by Luo Xiaoxi, Su Lily had no choice but to follow Monkey back to the main hall. Soon they arrived in front of everyone. Seeing the bride Su Lily approaching, Yi Fan stood up and shouted to his brothers, "Come on, brothers, prepare the props." Hearing Yi Fan's call, the brothers cooperated enthusiastically, quickly setting chopsticks, bowls, fruit, and other items on the table. Qin Zhanfei and Su Lily stood there exchanging a glance and letting out a bitter smile. They had no choice but to wait and be teased by the group, filled with resignation. But to the two of them, this was already quite good. Nowadays, wedding chamber playful pranks were basically just light-hearted games, with everyone keeping a reasonable restraint. Everyone knew perfectly well what was appropriate and what crossed the line. They would never go too far. It was simply about playfully teasing the newlyweds to make them bashful, creating a lively atmosphere and expressing their blessings for the couple. That was that. Nothing to speak of, certainly not some backward custom. But go back to the previous generation when their parents were getting married. Wedding pranks were far more elaborate and less restrained. Those were the real backward customs. Endless variations, some so inappropriate they defied description. Nowadays the pranks are simpler, but it really depends on whether the organizers have ill intentions behind the games. With malicious intent, even simple pranks could strip away dignity from the couple. But Yi Fan would never cross that line. Despite the joking, he genuinely treated Qin Zhanfei as a sworn brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have worked so tirelessly throughout the wedding, pouring his heart into every detail. That said, while Yi Fan wouldn't go too far with his teasing, certain rituals were still expected. Games to bring blushes to their cheeks were part of the celebration. With all the props ready, Yi Fan turned to Qin Zhanfei and his wife with a grin, raising an eyebrow. "Ready?" Hearing this, both Qin Zhanfei and his wife exchanged wry smiles and pleaded with him. "Brother Yi Fan, go easy on us. Show some mercy. We'll need to face each other again. You and your wife haven't even had your wedding yet. Whatever you do to me today could come back to you. Think carefully about that." Yi Fan burst out laughing at this, pointing at Qin Zhanfei. "Oh, you dare threaten me? All right, Qin Zhanfei. I truly admire your boldness. Fine. In that case, let's stop talking and start the game." Before Qin Zhanfei could beg for mercy again, he continued, "Let's begin with our first game for tonight. As the saying goes, 100 years of cultivation brings you onto the same boat, 1,000 years brings you to share the same pillow. If a couple can become husband and wife and live together, they should share both hardships and happiness, face difficulties side by side, and love each other faithfully for life. So our first game is to test whether the couple can overcome all obstacles ahead, clearing mountains when they appear, building bridges over water. The first challenge is clearing the mountain." Hearing this game name, both Qin Zhanfei and Su Lily looked bewildered. Though they had heard of this game before, it was their first time actually playing it, and they couldn't help but feel at a loss. Yi Fan understood the confused expressions on their faces and began explaining the rules with a smile. He brought over a large porcelain bowl filled with sunflower seeds beforehand, then placed an apple on top, grinning at the couple. See this apple? You two will take turns eating from opposite sides. The apple mustn't tilt or fall during this process. Only when each of you has taken at least 6 bites will you pass. Now start eating. Qin Zhanfei and Su Lily immediately thought this game seemed quite simple, wondering why Yi Fan was smiling with such an unkind expression. Unable to figure it out, they stopped pondering. Following Yi Fan's instructions, they each stood on opposite sides and began eating the apple placed on the bowl of sunflower seeds. But as soon as they took their first bite, facing each other made it difficult to coordinate their movements, and they couldn't keep steady. The apple tumbled sideways with a thud. The sunflower seeds weren't densely packed and were light, so placing the apple on top made them shift easily, and even the slightest bump would cause it to topple. Eating 6 bites smoothly was hardly going to be easy, and if they failed there would be punishment. Yi Fan didn't need to remind them. His brothers were already prepared. The moment the apple fell, the group immediately grabbed the disposable chopsticks they had prepared earlier and started hitting Qin Zhanfei's head. With a series of crackling sounds, Qin Zhanfei clutched his head and cried out in pain. Yi Fan saw it was enough, grinned at the others, and intervened. Alright, that's enough. Let's continue the game. He then placed the apple back on the bowl of sunflower seeds. Qin Zhanfei glanced resentfully at Yi Fan before reluctantly pulling his wife to try again. As expected, the second attempt ended the same. The apple fell again. His friends responded with the familiar sound of chopsticks tapping his head, making him cry out in pain once more. The pain wasn't severe since disposable chopsticks were lightweight. He was playing along to make his friends happy, and they were enjoying themselves. The main goal was the festive atmosphere. Even the young girl beside Yi Fan was laughing nonstop. After 5 or 6 rounds of head tapping with chopsticks, Qin Zhanfei finally managed to eat 6 bites of the apple. Feeling relieved, he said to Yi Fan, "Brother Yi Fan, I'm done, please don't hit me anymore." Seeing his relief, Yi Fan dashed his hopes. "Hee, I won't hit you. We're nowhere near finished. There are still several rounds ahead." Qin Zhanfei could only give a bitter smile and asked helplessly, "Alright then, what's next?" Yi Fan grinned. "Since we've cleared the mountain, we must now build a bridge over water. The rules are simple. Place 2 bowls, one filled with water, the other empty. Set a pair of chopsticks beside the empty bowl. Both of you hold one end with your mouths and transfer the chopsticks to the bowl containing water. That's the test. But remember, as a couple working together, the chopsticks mustn't fall or touch the water in the bowl." Qin Zhanfei smiled. "This is easy, unlike the apple game, where it could tip over with the slightest mistake. This one tests our coordination and understanding. We should handle it without needing to say much." Following Yi Fan's instructions, they began the bridge-building game. As expected, the couple had been too quick to celebrate. As they reached for the chopsticks simultaneously, one was half a step ahead, while the other lagged behind. One had already gripped the chopstick while the other hadn't touched it yet. With a click, the chopsticks fell onto the table. Just like before, his friends grabbed the disposable chopsticks and began wrapping them against Qin Zhanfei's head, making him cry out in pain. For this second round, Qin Zhanfei thought it would be easier than the first, but it took him 2 or 3 additional attempts and 2 or 3 more rounds of head tapping before he finally succeeded. In the time that followed, Yi Fan gave Qin Zhanfei a true taste of the charm of wedding chamber pranks. Countless games were played with great enthusiasm, counting rice grains, pouring tea, and more. Yi Fan and his friends thoroughly enjoyed themselves, but poor Qin Zhanfei and his wife were worn out from the relentless pranks. Some games in particular left Su Lily, Qin Zhanfei's wife, blushing furiously with embarrassment. For instance, the rice counting game required the bride to stuff several grains of rice into her chest, then have the groom retrieve them in front of everyone. It wasn't straightforward, especially since the grains scattered throughout her chest after she bounced a few times. As Qin Zhanfei searched through her chest, his hands inevitably brushed against sensitive areas, turning Su Lily's face as red as an apple. The tea pouring game was similar. Yi Fan poured tea and had the bride hold it in her mouth to feed the groom, essentially forcing them to kiss publicly. These rounds left everyone present in stitches. But ultimately, the couple endured through it all. Finally, when Yi Fan wanted to continue with more games, the clever bride, Su Lily, already feeling shy, hatched a plan. She decided to redirect the teasing toward Yi Fan himself, hoping to create enough trouble to stop the games entirely. Glancing at Yi Fan and Luo Xiaoxi, she leaned close to whisper to her sister-in-law, "Sister-in-law, how does my brother Fan know these games so well? Has he played these before? You're not even married yet, and he's already so confident with them. Shouldn't you investigate?" Luo Xiaoxi, perceptive and sharp, immediately saw through the scheme to sow discord, but she chose not to expose it. They had connected well in the bridal chamber earlier, and she found Su Lily quite likable, so she decided to play along. Luo Xiaoxi pretended to be furious, stood up, and approached Yi Fan. She grabbed his ear and gave it a gentle tug. Yi Fan immediately cried out in mock pain. Luo Xiaoxi hadn't really pulled hard, just putting on an act. They shared a knowing glance, their performance seamless and coordinated. Luo Xiaoxi scolded him in a theatrical manner. "You're so skilled at these games. Who did you practice with before? Confess."